Saratoga, situated in Wood County, Wisconsin, is a city renowned for its association with Silicon Valley in the southeastern Bay Area. This affluent residential community is celebrated for its wineries, restaurants, and notable attractions such as Villa Montalvo, Mountain Winery, and Hackney Gardens. Saratoga not only offers welcoming neighborhoods and friendly communities, but also presents thriving industries and remarkable opportunities for growth. The city is home to several distinct neighborhoods, each possessing its own unique character and allure. In the northern region, you will find Brookview and Pride's Crossing, while the southwest is adorned with Blue Hills and Greenbrier. Congress Springs, on the other hand, graces the southwestern corner of Saratoga. However, amidst the splendor and charm of these vibrant communities, a heinous crime took place in 1984. A 73-year-old woman was tragically and brutally murdered in her own home, leaving investigators with scant evidence to work with. Eleanor Roberts, a beloved resident of Nakusa, Wood County, Wisconsin, was born on April 10, 1911. She was a cherished mother, wife, and grandmother, with her son Marshall Roberts residing close by in Saratoga. Known for her compassionate nature and her unwavering commitment to ensuring the happiness and well-being of those around her, Eleanor was a beloved member of the Saratoga community in which she resided in 1984. Unfortunately, tragedy struck when she least expected it, lurking just around the corner. The events that unfolded within the Roberts household on that fateful day, November 27, 1984, were undeniably chilling. Eleanor's brother grew concerned when she failed to meet him at an automobile dealership, where she had planned to purchase a car. He subsequently went to her home on South Hollywood Road in Saratoga. However, when Eleanor did not respond to his knocks on the door, he reached out to her son, Marshall Roberts. Unbeknownst to Marshall, he was about to encounter a scene of horror that would haunt him for the remainder of his days. Aware of a hidden key to his mother's house located outdoors, Marshall made his way to her Saratoga residence. Upon unlocking the door and stepping into the house, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. The atmosphere was heavy and an eerie silence filled the air. However, it wasn't until he reached the bathroom that he truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. As he opened the bathroom door, Marshall was confronted with a sight that he could never have anticipated. His mother, Eleanor Roberts, lay motionless on the floor, surrounded by her own blood. Shockingly, her head was concealed by a bath mat, which Marshall swiftly removed, only to be faced with an unimaginable scene, his mother's lifeless body bearing signs of violent trauma. In that moment, Marshall realized that he was standing in the midst of a crime scene, one that would forever alter the course of his life. Without hesitation, he dialed 911 and reported the tragic discovery to the police, providing them with the address. Within a matter of minutes, officers were dispatched to the scene. Soon after making the call, the Wood County Sheriff's Department detectives and forensic team personnel arrived, swiftly filling the premises. The forensic pathologist, who conducted the autopsy, determined that Eleanor's cause of death was a combination of blunt force trauma and multiple stab wounds, likely inflicted by a pair of scissors based on their shape and other factors. There were no indications of natural causes contributing to her demise, leading to the conclusion that her death was a result of homicide. As stated in the sheriff's office report, Eleanor had been brutally stabbed and beaten, sustaining broken ribs and punctured organs consistent with scissor wounds. Upon further investigation, authorities discovered that the only missing items from the house were a pair of scissors, a knife, and a telephone. Despite their efforts, the killer had left no discernible clues, leaving the authorities with a perplexing mystery to unravel. However, just as all hope appeared to be fading, a ray of light emerged in the form of a palm print discovered in the bathroom where Eleanor's body was located. The knife was found on Hillcrest Avenue in Saratoga on the same day, not far from Roberts' South Hollywood Road residence. The scissors were located the following day, approximately 1.25 miles away, and the telephone was recovered 4 months later in March 1985 in the Wisconsin River, about 2.5 miles away. On the day of Eleanor's passing, an officer found a ski mask hanging from a tree branch opposite Eleanor's house. As stated in the criminal complaint, the mask seemed to have been tossed there. The mask, knife, scissors, and phone were all discovered along the same path. Investigators speculated that the potential suspect resided along this route. Further examination revealed that the evidence trail led to John A. Sarver, an employee at a store where Eleanor had previously bought a lawnmower. Sarver was initially interviewed on December 3, 1984, and mentioned spending time with another individual playing pool at Evergreen Lanes the day before Eleanor's demise. It was discovered that Eleanor had interacted with Sarver when she purchased a lawnmower from Competition Cycle, where he was employed during the summer of 1984. The lawnmower required warranty repairs, which Sarver had carried out. When Eleanor lodged a complaint on May 1, 1985, Sarver was questioned again, confirming his last encounter with Eleanor in the summer of 1984, when he repaired the lawnmower she had bought. Following the identification of Sarver's palm print in the bathroom, he was interviewed once more. Sarver claimed his final interaction with her was in late summer, early fall 1984, aligning with other investigative findings. However, Sarver denied ever entering her home, raising questions about how his handprint ended up there. The other witness Sarver claimed to have been with during the murder was also interviewed. Although the witness couldn't recall all the details of that night, he stated that he never remembered playing pool with Sarver. During the interview, investigators discovered that Sarver had provided multiple alibis, none of which could be verified when they questioned the witnesses he claimed to be with. In fact, one of the witnesses Sarver mentioned confirmed to investigators that they were alone that evening. Throughout various interviews, Sarver gave inconsistent explanations of his whereabouts at the time of Eleanor's murder. None of his explanations or alibis could be substantiated by investigators. Another witness around the time of Eleanor's death informed investigators that Sarver was facing financial difficulties and had borrowed $2,000 from him. However, the witness stated that he was never repaid after the murder. In 2005, a confidential informant revealed to investigators that 17 years prior, Sarver had confessed to killing a woman by delivering a karate chop to her neck, which matched the injuries sustained by Eleanor. Several small claims cases were filed against Sarver since 2006 for unpaid bills, and another similar case was filed shortly after his arrest. Despite the mounting evidence against Sarver, the case eventually went cold. Lieutenant Robert Levendosk, a retired investigator from the Wood County Sheriff's Office who worked on the case, mentioned that it often encountered obstacles throughout the years. Former Sheriff's Investigator Jay Schroeder dedicated countless hours to organizing years' worth of information. Disagreements between investigators and prosecutors regarding the readiness to reopen the case were not uncommon, according to Lewandowski. For decades, the case remained unsolved, seemingly insurmountable. Nearly 30 years after the incident, in May 2013, investigators obtained a search warrant to collect DNA from John A. Sarver, who had long been considered a key suspect in the case following Eleanor's tragic death. Jerome C. Lippert, a retired business executive residing in the Pittsville area with a keen interest in local history and events, penned an article that was published in the Wisconsin Rapids Tribune on December 16, 2016, making a startling assertion. Not all law enforcement officers involved in the investigation should be commended. This revelation unraveled a narrative within a narrative. In the late 1980s, John Sarver worked as a civilian informant for the Wood County Drug Enforcement Unit under the guidance of Detective Brian Illingworth, also known as Big AI in the field. Illingworth, who later retired as a detective and former Wood County Sheriff, provided testimony during the trial. Despite his efforts to portray his collaboration with Sarver in a positive light, evidence presented in court indicated that the former sheriff had developed an overly close relationship with his informant. Notably, Sarver was not fingerprinted when he began his informant duties, a standard protocol that was only followed 2 years later by another officer. Moreover, Illingworth attended Sarver's wedding, a practice that was considered unusual. There were questions raised during the trial about Sarver being heavily intoxicated while under Illingworth's supervision, a clear violation of departmental regulations. In 1988, during the investigation into Eleanor Roberts' murder, a mysterious meeting occurred at a cabin in Adams County where Sarver and Illingworth were reportedly alone before other law enforcement officials arrived to interrogate Sarver. The contents of that private conversation, if any, have never been disclosed. Additionally, Lippert possessed crucial information that never surfaced during the trial. In the 1990s, a member of the Roberts family approached then-Sheriff Illingworth with a Reader's Digest article discussing advancements in DNA testing, hoping it could assist in their case. Regrettably, the sheriff responded insensitively, stating that the suspect was a friend of his and dismissively returned the magazine. This type of response is completely unacceptable from any law enforcement officer when a grieving family member seeks justice for their loved one. It is now evident that not all police officers involved in this case deserve commendation. This attitude or conflict may have contributed to the delay in achieving justice. Additionally, there was a peculiar incident towards the end of Sheriff Illingworth's career in Wood County that may be relevant. It is possible that some long-term residents recall Illingworth being admitted to a Rock County institution in 1997, reportedly due to depression and struggles with substance abuse. Initially concealed from the public, this information eventually came to light, leading Illingworth to decide against seeking re-election in 1998. He retired from law enforcement without much attention the following year. In that same article, Lippert also mentioned a primary suspect at the time, although he couldn't disclose the individual's name for obvious reasons. However, that person was Mr. Sarver. Lippert also suggested that the entire story was not being revealed, and indeed the trial confirmed the accuracy of his statement. He called for renewed interest in the case, prompting investigators to diligently pursue the killer of Eleanor Roberts. Wood County Sheriff's Officer Heiser stated, "Our initial step was to thoroughly examine all the evidence, meticulously review the 5,600 pages of reports compiled over the years, and subsequently meet with all the investigators who had previously worked on the case." Sarver, the accused, was 21 years old when Eleanor passed away. He was employed at a business that sold her a lawnmower and had visited her residence to service it. Initially, he denied ever entering Roberts' home when questioned by the authorities. However, investigators later discovered his palm print on the bathroom counter, contradicting his statement. In April 2020, a witness who had chosen to remain anonymous finally came forward after almost 4 decades of suppressing his memories out of fear. This witness confirmed that there were indeed 3 individuals present at the crime scene in 1984. During the trial, Mr. Sarver was described as a scary dude due to his connections with the police, which instilled fear in the witness and prevented him from speaking up. However, in 2020, he mustered the courage to share his painful memories, realizing that it was better to confront them before it was too late. His testimony was incredibly compelling, leaving the courtroom in complete silence. According to the complaint, the witness informed investigators that he had heard Sarver confess to breaking into Eleanor's house through the rear entrance with the intention of robbing her, resulting in her accidental death. The criminal complaint also highlights the department's persistent efforts to submit DNA samples for testing from 1988 until 2020, utilizing increasingly advanced techniques as they became available. Unfortunately, the case faced a setback in 2020 due to the global pandemic following the pressing of charges. The Wood County Sheriff's Office and Wisconsin Department of Justice jointly announced that on August 27, 2020, John A. Sarver, the primary suspect in this case from Port Edwards, Wisconsin, was apprehended in connection with the first-degree murder of 73-year-old Eleanor Roberts. If found guilty, Sarver, who had been detained with a $1 million cash bond, could potentially face a life sentence in prison. Sarver, through his legal representation, requested Wood County Circuit Judge Nicholas Brazitt Jr. to postpone the trial initially set for March 14, 2022. Despite the plea, Roberts' son and Assistant Wisconsin Attorney General, Annie J., acting as a special prosecutor, urged Judge Brazitt to maintain the trial dates as per the online court records. Sarver's legal team, consisting of Jeremy Meyer O'Day and Taylor Hart, expressed the need for additional time to conduct interviews with witnesses and conclude their investigation. Consequently, Judge Brazitt rescheduled the trial and set a hearing for updates on March 15, 2022. In November 2022, John Sarver was convicted of the murder of Eleanor Roberts. Due to the timing of the crime, the judge has no jurisdiction over Sarver's parole eligibility. Sarver is required to serve a minimum of 13 years and 4 months before being considered by the parole board. The parole commissioner must ensure that Sarver meets these 5 specific criteria before recommending parole: good behavior, completion of rehabilitation programs, reduced risk to the public, adequate time served, and an approved release plan. Judge Brazitt expressed his sentiments, stating, "He has had the opportunity to live a full life, to raise a family that maybe he shouldn't have had the opportunity to do. It's a good thing that he did it because there are good people in this world, but there isn't anything in my mind or heart that makes me think that he should have opportunities to get out there." The period between the murder and the arrest in 2020 was considered his parole, as stated in the reports. Wood County Sheriff Sean Becker mentioned that the arrest was the outcome of a collaborative investigation between the Sheriff's Department and the State Department of Justice, who will handle the prosecution of the case. During a press conference outside the Wood County Courthouse, Sheriff Becker described the homicide as a brutal crime that remained unsolved for an extended period. He acknowledged the frustrations experienced along the way, but emphasized that they never gave up. The prosecutors from the Wisconsin Department of Justice meticulously built their case, while the lead defense attorney diligently attempted to sow doubt. However, despite the defense's efforts, the overwhelming evidence led to an unsuccessful defense. Finally, on November 2, 2022, in Branch 2 Wood County Court, a guilty verdict was reached, marking the conclusion of the case on January 23, 2023. The sentencing of John A. Sarver for the first-degree murder of 73-year-old Eleanor Roberts brought justice to the case. This resolution serves as a significant accomplishment and a testament to the unwavering dedication and persistence of law enforcement officials. It provides closure to the victim's family and the community, reminding us that justice can prevail regardless of the passage of time. Today, we're going back to 2014 to Indianapolis, the most populated city in the state of Indiana. Busy and bustling all the time and home to almost 900,000 people, 2 of which were 24-year-old Nathan Benjamin Trapisano and his wife Jennifer. Nathan was from a big and close family, being the 4th of 5 children, and his brother said even though Nathan was younger than him, he looked up to him so much. Nathan had always excelled in academics, music, and athletics. He had a black belt in karate and played piano and violin as well. He was witty and clever, but always remained humble and gracious. He gained a place at Ball State University where he was working on getting a degree in Latin, Greek, and classical studies, and it was here that he met his future wife Jennifer, who was training to be a nurse. The pair were inseparable and had a lot in common, both sharing the same morals and values and very strong in their Catholic faith. Jennifer said she loved his quirkiness and how smart he was, always making her laugh and challenging her to push herself in every aspect of her life. The couple eventually moved to Indianapolis when Nathan got a job as a computer programmer at Ivy Tech Community College. Jennifer was still doing her training when they both found out they were going to be parents. They were over the moon when they discovered they were having a little girl, and they knew her name right away: Cecilia Marie. Flash forward a few months. It was now coming to the end of March 2014, and Nathan and Jennifer were busy planning. They had a lot of exciting and special days coming up. Cecilia was due in just a few weeks. Their first wedding anniversary was on May 11th, and a week after this was Nathan's 25th birthday. Safe to say there was a lot going on for the young couple, but nothing was more exciting for Nathan than becoming a father. He couldn't wait to meet his daughter. On the 1st of April 2014, Nathan was up early as normal. Having always been really active, he made sure he got a long walk or a run in every day. He normally worked out in the evenings, but he had recently decided to change up his routine so he could be at home with Jennifer more after he finished work and before bed. Just before 5 a.m. Nathan was getting ready for an hour-long morning walk around the block before the sun rose. Nothing out of the ordinary, just the route he always took. Past the shops he normally walked by on the roads he knew very well. He grabbed his old MP3 player, his headphones and his rosary beads, and quietly left Jennifer asleep. At 5:50 a.m., a resident just a short walk away had a loud popping sound. She looked out of her window to see Nathan collapsing to the ground and shouting for help. She called 911 and ran outside. She said as she got to Nathan she could see he was only wearing his joggers. He had no shoes and no shirt on. They were just scattered around on the ground. She could see a small bullet wound in his stomach, but noticed there wasn't much blood at this point. Nathan was clearly in shock, but was still conscious and seemed to be fairly alert. However, 5 minutes later, as the ambulance and police arrived on the streets, Nathan's condition started to rapidly deteriorate. He was no longer able to talk, couldn't tell the officers anything, and was gasping for air. They managed to stabilize him, and he was rushed to hospital and straight into emergency surgery. Just after 7 a.m., Jennifer woke up, confused that her husband still wasn't home yet and getting ready for work. His phone was still on the kitchen table, but this wasn't unusual as he made sure not to take anything valuable out with him. She grabbed her coat and started walking the routes he normally took, trying to calm herself down, but deep down knowing something was really wrong. Despite the best efforts of the doctors and surgeons, at 7:40 a.m., 24-year-old Nathan Chapisano died. Jennifer, who was still out walking, turned a corner and saw the yellow tape everywhere and police flooding the street. She hurried over, telling them her husband had left for a walk and not come home, and this was right in the middle of his route. But all they could tell her was that there had been an incident. At this point, they didn't know who the victim was as he had no idea on him, so they couldn't give Jennifer any more details. Anxiously, she showed them a picture of Nathan on her phone, asking if this was what he looked like. Officers knew it was the same person and quietly escorted her to one of the police cars to sit her down and tell her the devastating news. Just 5 weeks away from her due date, would then learn that the love of her life was gone. One detective said he had his whole life in front of him, never been in trouble before, never been a problem, was minding his own business, doing what anybody in our community should be able to do, and that is to take a morning walk. Near to where he was found were some shell casings, which matched a .40 caliber gun. Something officers said was an unusual size, and not one they saw a lot. The owner of the tire shop, Jesse, knew Nathan well and saw him walk past every day, giving him a little wave as he did. After being broken into just a couple of months before, fortunately for the police, he had installed security cameras, which backed onto the parking lot where Nathan was found. The footage was very grainy and blurry, but it had captured everything. Nathan could be seen walking down the road, being followed by someone who later broke into a run to keep up with him. Later on in the clip, police noticed a second person turn up, who appeared to be working with the shooter. The second half of the CCTV, for obvious reasons, has only ever been partially released. At one point, it looked as if Nathan was raising his hands as if to show he was complying and would do whatever they wanted him to. But the pair backed him into the parking lot and Nathan was shot. After Nathan was down, they ran away down the main road. The only witness they had was the woman who had called 911, but by the time she got out there, they were long gone. Things were made even harder when the police started interviewing the residents of the area. They all said that sadly, this was not an uncommon thing to happen. Over the years, their area had gotten so much worse in terms of gun violence, with multiple shootings happening. Someone said there had been a disturbing amount of shootings and murders in the last few months alone. One theory the police had was that it was some kind of gang initiation. But another potential motive, and one they believed was more likely, was that it was a failed attempt at a robbery. Nathan's family said this made it even more senseless, as he made it a point to never go out walking with any money, cards, or his phone. The footage was sent to experts and was able to be enhanced just enough for them to work out the clothing the shooter had on, but apart from that, there was nothing. A week after Nathan had been killed, police finally made a break in the case. As they started looking into any other shootings in the area around the same time, it came to light that just 18 hours after Nathan had died, a 16-year-old called Simeon Raheem Adams, who went by the nickname Red, was taken to hospital in a critical condition with a gunshot wound to the neck. He had shot 3 bullets at a man named Eric, who had fired back at him in self-defense. Simeon was also a suspect in the burglary of a gunshot a week earlier at about 2 a.m., in which 30 firearms were stolen. And at 3 a.m. on April 1st, just 2 hours before Nathan was shot, he and 2 of the men had attempted to steal a car from outside of a strip club, stopped only from doing so when the bouncer caught them. The strip club was less than a mile away from where Nathan had been walking, showing both the shooter and whoever was on lookout in the same clothing. When detectives heard about this, they knew they had to interview Simeon, He was not only confirmed as being in the same location of Nathan's shooting at the same time, he was now also facing arrest for the attempted murder of someone else, and some guns that had been stolen from the shop matched the casings found near Nathan's body. But being in the condition he was in hospital meant they had to reach out to the people in his inner circle first. The more detectives talked to people, the more they kept hearing the nickname Red floating about, linking him to numerous incidents and crimes around the area, and people he knew were picking him out of every picture lineup they showed. Martez McGraw was Simeon's cousin, and he agreed to talk. When he was shown the CCTV footage from outside of the tire shop, he immediately confirmed it was his cousin. He even admitted to being there himself for part of the morning, and confirmed all of Simeon's steps and movements. The other man on the tape was identified and interviewed. After this, police ruled everyone, apart from Simeon, out when it came to Nathan's murder. This was the person they wanted. Martez told police. Simeon ran up to Nathan and ordered him to stop. Simeon then made him walk between the tire shop and the strip club. He made him strip by telling him to take off his shirt. He put his hands in the air and Simeon shot him. Another man also told police he was woken up early on April 1st by Simeon banging on his door. He said he was out of breath, telling him the police were looking for him because he had got into what he referred to as a tussle with someone and shot them. Although doctors were initially skeptical that Simeon would survive, he did and was finally well enough for the police to talk to him. They presented him with everything they knew, and the 16-year-old was subsequently placed under arrest. He would soon be charged as an adult with murder, attempted robbery, and carrying a handgun without a license. Upon hearing that a 16-year-old had been arrested, Jennifer posted to Facebook and said, "I don't know this man's circumstances, but it hurts to hear such a young man could turn to such violence." She asked people to pray for Simeon and Nathan's family, and friends all agreed that Nathan would have forgiven him. Nathan Trapisano was finally laid to rest, with hundreds in attendance. The investigating officers all showed up too, saying what had happened to him had really struck a nerve with them and that this was a case they would remember for the rest of their lives. And a couple of weeks later, Jennifer gave birth to the couple's daughter, Cecilia Marie. A welcome burst of happiness in such a dark period of time for everyone. Their family said she looked so much like Nathan and was a wonderful, happy, and smiley little girl. As the court proceedings got underway, someone else would gain some attention. Court documents showed that the 16-year-old was free to walk the streets for a month while awaiting a hearing on 13 probation violations. The probation officer had visited his home, but on 9 occasions, Simeon was nowhere to be found. After the 3rd violation, the officer could have asked for an arrest warrant, but for reasons unknown, he didn't. The judge said of this, "I expressed my extreme concern to probation about the handling of this case when I saw there had been 9 house arrest violations. I was very concerned and upset." The probation officer in question would soon resign. Even though he was now 18 and despite being charged as an adult because he was 16 at the time of the murder, prosecutors knew it would have been nearly impossible to get a life in prison sentence for Simeon. However, he was facing 45 to 65 years if found guilty by a jury. In 2015, just over a year after Nathan had died, Simeon Adams pleaded guilty to murder. Simeon's legal team and friends and family commented on his troubled childhood and adolescence, losing his mother to drowning when he was just 13 months old. His dad being in and out of prison for years, he had run-ins with the police that had started at the age of just 10 years old. His uncle who had helped raise him said, "He used to get into trouble, but I didn't think he was capable of this. I used to try to tell him not to hang with the wrong people and to stay on the right path. He listened to me. I would try to keep him in line. And if I told him to do something, he would do it. I would speak to his friends and tell them that if they didn't get themselves together, they would end up dead or in jail. I can't believe he would get involved in something like this." He was frequently shown coming in and out of court laughing. And when it came time for his sentencing, little had changed. The judge addressed him directly, asking him if he appreciated the impact of his actions on the Trapisano family. He bluntly said, "No, ma'am," and nothing else after this. As part of the plea deal, his potential sentence was reduced and he was handed down 55 years in prison. Under Indiana law, Simeon could be eligible for parole after 27 years, based on credit for good behavior and time already served. If this happens, he will be 45 years old. He was later given a further 12 years in prison in connection with the shooting of Eric, which put him in hospital in the first place. This 12 years is to be served consecutively. The loss of Nathan had a big impact. Everybody rallied behind Jennifer, and a GoFundMe was set up to support her, Cecilia, and his family. It reached over $170,000 in donations. Jennifer showed immense strength and motivation to carry on as she would have. And just a year after she lost Nathan, she finished grad school with honors and is now a physician's assistant. The Nathan Shaperzano Memorial Foundation was also set up, and their mission is to offer support and financial relief to children who have lost a parent. They do what they call the Nate Walk, a 5-kilometer walk just as he loved to do, which doubles as a fundraising event. These walks are held once a year in Indianapolis and Pennsylvania, and people can also participate virtually. Ivy Tech Community College, where Nathan worked, said it would grant a full 2-year scholarship to Cecilia if she ever wanted it. Jennifer said time almost stands still and passes quicker than she can keep up with it. Whenever she doubts herself or has a difficult day with Cecilia, she asks Nathan for advice. She said, "Have a voicemail from him on March 31st, 2014. I've listened to it over and over and over again. His voice sounds so familiar still, like it was yesterday. I miss him. I miss everything about him. In so many ways, it feels like he has only been gone for 10 seconds. And yet, it feels like 100 years." 18-year-old Brittany Gargal had lived in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, all her life. Her family was big, and when her parents split when she was younger, they went on to create an even bigger one. Brittany now had 4 younger sisters who looked up to her a lot, as she had recently reconnected with her biological father after some years. They didn't skip a beat and were loving spending so much time together. Her friends said she was outspoken, never one to hold back her opinions. She was adventurous and enjoyed snowboarding, boating, and camping. Brittany was feisty with a great sense of humor and was never short of people that wanted to hang out with her. She was busy, having just started back at school and had been saving money working 2 jobs. She wanted to finish school, go to college to study business, and then move into the hospitality industry. Authorities started piecing together the previous day. They already knew that she had been out in the evening, which narrowed down her time of death considerably. Brittany's friend, Atisha, was the first to come forward, and the pair had been close for years. Atisha said Brittany would come to her for advice, and when Atisha found out Brittany had dropped out of school, she was the person that encouraged her to go back and get her grades. On March 24th, Atisha had lent her some money for gas and asked her what her plans were. Brittany told her she was meeting up with a few friends and might go to a party. Natasha hugged her goodbye, saying, "All right, girl, I'll see you soon." But she hadn't heard anything after that. The person she had been out drinking with, her best friend of many years, Cheyenne, was next to talk. The pair got close when Brittany found out about Cheyenne's tumultuous childhood and adolescence and became a big support for her. They were inseparable, spending most of their days together, and going out for drinks was something they did often. Their night began just after midnight, with Brittany uploading a selfie of the 2 of them before they left. Cheyenne told police they had gone to several places together in Brittany's car, starting off at Manchester's Brew Pub. Later they went to a house party, then headed across town to the Colonial Pub and Grill. But Cheyenne said the house party was heavy and, after they left, the night was hazy. She did vaguely remember something happening in the Colonial Pub and Grill that she worried might be behind what had happened to her friend. Brittany had started speaking to a random man at the bar, and the pair seemed to be hitting it off. Brittany asked him for a lighter and invited him to have drinks with them. Before Cheyenne could get to know him, Brittany and the man left. Brittany didn't say where they were going, and Cheyenne didn't get the man's name. She didn't even see what direction they had left in, or if they were on foot or driving in Brittany's car. All she could remember was that he was white and it was around 4 a.m. For some reason, Brittany had Cheyenne's phone, and Cheyenne had made her way back to visit her uncle, who corroborated her coming to see him by herself. Cheyenne couldn't offer up any more information, and what she had was blurry anyway. A few hours after she last saw her friend, a worried Cheyenne posted on Facebook, "Where are you? Haven't heard from you. Hope you made it home safe. Love ya." Officers needed to find this mystery man, but they had little to go on. It is unconfirmed where Brittany's car was found, but when it was covered in dust, dirt, dark marks on the side, and had long grass in the tires. Cheyenne's phone was in the car, seemingly confirming that Brittany had taken it as she had left, and maybe she and the man had driven somewhere rather than walked. Detectives checked the footage from the Colonial Pub and Grill, but they could not see Cheyenne or Brittany anywhere, and the bar had no recollection of them being there. However, it was a busy night, and it was possible that Cheyenne's timings were off. As Cheyenne's phone was found in Brittany's car, they hoped that the phone data could be analyzed to show other locations Brittany had gone to that night and fill in the gaps that Cheyenne couldn't. Cheyenne's phone had pinged at a McDonald's at 4:30 a.m., but she had made no mention of this. So, did Brittany go there after leaving the bar? Brittany's autopsy results finally came back, and it confirmed, as they suspected, that she had been strangled to death. They now felt confident that the belt found near her body was the murder weapon. Detectives kept trying to piece together Cheyenne's story, but they had a bad feeling in the back of their minds. Something about it was very off. Although it was entirely possible she had got things confused and her timings were wrong because she was intoxicated, there was just nothing to indicate they were ever in the Colonial Pub and Grill, a place Cheyenne was adamant they were, and the same place Brittany allegedly met this unknown mystery man. The months were passing by, and it was now September 2015. Investigators were still in the same place that they were back in March. People were still in shock and couldn't believe this had happened. Many a tribute was pouring in, including a big one from Cheyenne. They decided to go back to talk to Cheyenne's uncle again, and he was far more evasive than last time. But after some pushing, he suddenly had more to say. He told police that Cheyenne had said the pair had met two people in the bar that morning and gone back to a motel with them. The only thing she told him was that they were black males, whereas before she said Brittany was talking to a white male, but she said she couldn't remember their names, what they were wearing, or where the motel was. She said at the motel they were all smoking marijuana, and an argument allegedly broke out over some cocaine. Cheyenne went to the bathroom. When she came back, she found Brittany dead on the bed with marks on her neck. She told her uncle that the two men had pulled a gun on her and forced her to cover up what they had done. Although they didn't believe the story for various reasons, Cheyenne was at least admitting she knew Brittany had been killed before she called the police to identify her. She had put herself at the scene and spoke of the marks on her neck. Cheyenne had racked up a long list of convictions and had over 50 since the age of 12. At this point, she was already in custody for another crime, so they could easily question her. The once so helpful and concerned friend that was happy to talk was suddenly quiet, uncooperative, and evasive, and when she didn't give them a thing, they had no choice but to leave. It was now over a year later, and police were hitting a wall. They felt they had exhausted every witness and lead. Most CCTV had long since expired and didn't tell them anything anyway, and no one had anything else to offer up. They still only had one person of interest, Cheyenne. Investigators had been going through Brittany and Cheyenne's social media accounts with a fine-tooth comb, wondering if something was staring them in the face, a comment buried away or a message they hadn't seen. And then finally, they spotted something huge. In the tribute post Cheyenne had uploaded, the top half of the girls' outfits could clearly be seen. They realized that Cheyenne was wearing a belt that they recognized all too well. It was the same belt found by Brittany's body and what they now believed to be the murder weapon. The marks around her neck matched the weave of the belt exactly, and police said the marks on the car were consistent with coming from the belt. With this fresh information, the belt was sent for more thorough DNA testing. Experts found Cheyenne and Brittany's DNA on it. Authorities couldn't believe it, recognizing that if the photo had been taken at even a slightly different angle, this key piece of evidence would likely never have been linked to Cheyenne. It was still a complex case to build. They had no motive, and Cheyenne wasn't giving them anything. Months became years, and it was now almost 2 years since Brittany had died. Finally, they got a tip from someone who hadn't yet spoken up. A friend of Cheyenne's had turned up at Brittany's parents' house with a shocking story. She said that Cheyenne had come to her house that very morning sometime after 5 a.m. She was very drunk and sobbing, and the friend described it as an alcohol-fueled rant. Cheyenne said that she and Brittany had gotten into what she described as a heated argument, something over a cell phone, but she didn't elaborate. Hysterically crying and shaking, Cheyenne said she had hit and choked Brittany to death with her belt. She pointed to something outside, and as the friend looked out, she saw Brittany's car parked up, with Brittany slumped against the window in the passenger seat, bleeding. Cheyenne didn't speak any more about the fight, what had caused it, or how it had escalated, but she made no mention of anyone else being there or a motel. Her friend was so shaken up she told Cheyenne to leave immediately, and she got back in the car and drunkenly sped off. But once Cheyenne sobered up the next morning, the friend said she had claimed she couldn't remember anything that had happened that night and had seemingly forgotten everything. The friend was too scared to report this to the police, but as time ticked by, they decided to give the information to the family. Cheyenne's uncle also later admitted she had asked him to go along with her story, and he had given her several false alibis. Police said that she had manipulated the story, made up random people, used her uncle, posted lies to Facebook, and spent 2 years taking no responsibility. If she felt as bad as she said over what she had done, she could have taken Brittany to hospital. Instead, she left her to die. In March 2017, Cheyenne Antoine was charged with second-degree murder and causing indignity to her body. With all the evidence against her, Cheyenne told them the same story she had told her friend that early morning. They were drinking and smoking a lot, and Cheyenne said after the house party is where her memory started to go. She said she vaguely remembered going to a McDonald's where the pair started arguing. They left and started walking when Brittany grabbed Cheyenne's phone. Cheyenne said she couldn't really remember how it had happened, but she remembered being livid and snapping. Everything went hazy, and suddenly, Brittany was unconscious on the ground. At the age of 21, she finally appeared in court and faced Brittany's family for the first time. Cheyenne buried her head in her hands, crying and not looking at anyone. Under Canadian law, second-degree murder is generally a deliberate killing that occurs without planning but does not fall under any of the categories of first-degree murder. It can still carry a hefty sentence, however, with the minimum term starting at life in prison with 10 years to serve. Manslaughter is homicide committed without intent. Although there may have been an intention to cause harm, this carries no minimum sentence. Knowing this, Cheyenne's legal team announced that she was cutting a deal. She pleaded guilty to the lesser charge of manslaughter, rather than go through a trial for second-degree murder. She said she would take responsibility for Brittany's death but had no memory of it. Therefore, manslaughter was appropriate. Through her lawyer, she said, "I will never forgive myself. Nothing I say or do will ever bring her back. I am very, very sorry. It shouldn't have ever happened." Her lawyer asked for sympathy considering the years of trauma her client had gone through. She didn't really have a relationship with her parents, had lost her mother young, and had a criminal record from the age of just 12 years old, racking up 54 convictions by the age of 19. Her memories of her parents were of them abusing drugs to escape the trauma that they had experienced as a result of Canada's infamous residential school system. Cheyenne had moved in with foster parents who had physically and sexually abused her, and her lawyer said she was sexually assaulted a month prior to Brittany's murder, which had significantly increased her drug and alcohol use. She was now using much harder substances like meth. But people said it had to be noted that, as awful as everything she had suffered through was, Brittany was somebody that had been there for her through thick and thin, helping her manage her feelings, regulate her emotions, and always being a shoulder to cry on. Brittany had been the one constant and support system in her life, the one person she always knew she could turn to. She would have done anything for her. She knows the family would like an explanation, a reason, but unfortunately she can't provide that, Cheyenne's lawyer said. Police and prosecutors say Cheyenne mentioned a cell phone potentially being the cause of the fight, but they know little else. Cheyenne has never said anything else about it, and whether she remembers or not, has blocked it out, or is intentionally keeping quiet, is still unknown. It will likely always be this way. 21-year-old Cheyenne was later sentenced to 7 years in prison, with a likely release date of 2024 or 2025. The judge said she needed to work a program in prison to help her with her addiction and anger. Honor your friend by becoming a positive, productive woman. You owe it to her to persevere, she said. There are still so many questions about what happened that night and why it ever did. One person claims they can't remember and the other can't talk at all. Brittany's aunt described the pain of losing a niece as profoundly dark and intense, and Christy, her stepmother, said Brittany's little sister feels guilty if a day goes by where she doesn't think about Brittany. She was just 5 years old at the time of her death and says she's worried that if she doesn't think about her, it means she's forgetting her. Brittany's father Everett said, "I feel so much anger and sadness about how short her life was. My life changed forever. I miss her so much." The day before she was killed, he was supposed to help fix something with her car, but he couldn't make it back in time. He said he thinks of this every day, knowing it could have been just one last time to hug her, and he was robbed of that. On April 9, 2016, a chilling call shocked the Renton Police Department. The remains of a woman's body, Ingrid Line, were found in a white trash bag. The discovery included a severed arm, a detached head, and a sliced-off leg. Investigators began their search for answers, leading them to a suspect. What dark secrets would they uncover in their pursuit of justice? Let's go back to the beginning. Ingrid Ronceville, a lively individual, was born on August 2, 1975 in Arizona. She graduated from Canyon del Oro High School in Tucson in 1993 and pursued nursing, earning a Bachelor of Science in Nursing from the University of Arizona in 1997. In 2000, Ingrid moved to Washington, where she worked at Seattle's Swedish Medical Center, positively impacting many lives. She married Philip Line and had 3 daughters, Reese, Brooke, and Noelle. After divorcing Philip in 2014, Ingrid moved to Renton with her daughters to start a new chapter. As a single mother, she faced challenges but was devoted to her children's happiness. In 2016, Ingrid was living in Renton with her daughters, aged 6, 8, and 10. Despite the divorce, Ingrid and Philip remained in touch for their daughter's sake. The divorce left Ingrid feeling broken, longing for love and respect she missed in her previous marriage. During this challenging period, Ingrid, a 40-year-old woman, found solace in an online connection she made through a dating site. Their conversations provided her with comfort, momentarily alleviating her pain and giving her a sense of love. This individual made her feel beautiful and accepted her, despite the fact that she already had 3 daughters. It was like a dream come true for Ingrid, signifying the start of a new chapter in her life. On April 8, 2016, after a month of online communication, Ingrid took a leap of faith and agreed to meet this person for a date. It was her way of embracing the possibility of moving forward. Ingrid entrusted her daughters to her ex-husband's care, assuring them that she would take them out the following day. Ingrid and her date decided to attend the opening game of the Seattle Mariners, an exhilarating baseball event. After the game, they went to a bar where the man's sister happened to work. They spent the evening happily playing darts, sharing drinks and laughing together. Ingrid felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and freedom. The next day, on April 9, 2016, Philip, Ingrid's ex-husband, arrived at her home in Renton around 10 a.m. to drop off their daughters. As he approached the house, he noticed that Ingrid's 2015 silver Toyota Highlander was missing. Concerned, he repeatedly knocked on the door, but received no response. He tried calling her multiple times, but Ingrid did not answer any of his calls. This was unusual because Ingrid was known for never breaking promises, especially when it came to her daughters. Philip couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Growing increasingly worried, he decided to contact Ingrid's mother, Jorga Boss, hoping she might have some information about Ingrid's whereabouts. However, Jorga was also concerned when she learned that Ingrid was not at home, as she had no idea where Ingrid could be. Filled with anxiety, Jorga hurried to Ingrid's house, armed with a spare key. She utilized it to gain entry into the residence and called out for Ingrid, yet there was no reply. Alarmed, Jorga proceeded upstairs to inspect Ingrid's bedroom, only to discover that Ingrid was not there. However, she did stumble upon Ingrid's purse and phone on the table. There was no trace of Ingrid or her car. The situation appeared peculiar and suspicious. It didn't make sense for Ingrid to leave the house without her phone and purse if she had indeed departed. After all, most individuals wouldn't leave their homes without money or a means of communication. This raised even more inquiries and concerns about Ingrid's whereabouts. Without wasting any time, Jorga promptly contacted the police and reported her daughter as missing. Upon arrival at Ingrid's residence in Renton, the Renton Police Department officers were met by Jorga, whose tear-filled eyes conveyed her distress. Initially, the police attempted to console Jorga, suggesting that Ingrid may have gone out and would return soon. However, Jorga's intuition told her otherwise. She had a gut feeling that something was wrong. Determined to locate her daughter, she implored the police to conduct a thorough investigation. The police wasted no time, commenced a meticulous door-to-door inquiry, interrogating the neighbors in hopes of uncovering any leads. They diligently questioned the neighbors, inquiring if they had witnessed Ingrid entering her house the previous night or leaving in the morning. One neighbor had an intriguing account to share. He disclosed that he had seen Ingrid returning home with an unfamiliar man the previous night. The man appeared suspicious, as the neighbor had never seen him before. What perplexed everyone was the fact that no one had observed Ingrid leaving her house thereafter. The question lingered: who was this man? And if Ingrid had returned home but was not seen leaving, where could she possibly be? The police urged individuals to reflect on any unusual incidents they may have noticed the night before or that morning. They encouraged anyone with information to come forward, as it could be crucial in locating Ingrid. The daughters were growing increasingly concerned upon seeing the police inquire about their mother. They turned to Jorga, their grandmother, for answers. They inquired about their mother's well-being, but Jorga reassured them, explaining that she had simply gone out and would be back soon. The police assured Jorga that they would investigate the situation. Jorga anxiously awaited her daughter's return, and suddenly a realization dawned on her. Jorga remembered that she and Ingrid shared a Verizon account, which provides access to various services like phone plans and internet. Intrigued, she checked the phone records and noticed a recurring number that Ingrid had been in contact with, even on the day she disappeared. Jorga decided to dig deeper and input the number into Facebook. To her surprise, a profile belonging to a man named John Charlton popped up. Filled with hope, she messaged him, desperately seeking any information about Ingrid's whereabouts. The response was prompt. "I'm John. I assume she was with her children today," John replied. Jorga quickly responded, her hands shaking as she typed. "When was the last time you saw her? She wasn't here. Her phone, driver's license, and purse were all left behind, but she's gone. I've contacted 911 for assistance." John's reply conveyed confusion. 911? What's going on? He elaborated. "We attended the Mariners game last night, but we didn't spend the night together because she had plans with her kids today. I'm not sure what she told you about me and our relationship." Fear gripped Jorga as she messaged back. "She's missing. Can you please provide the time you last saw her? The authorities need to speak with you as you might be the last person to have seen her." At that moment, it became evident to Jorga that Ingrid had indeed gone on a date with John Charlton the previous evening. It appeared probable that he was the same individual the neighbor had witnessed accompanying Ingrid back to her residence. With a mixture of concern and optimism, Jorga realized that John might possess some knowledge regarding Ingrid's whereabouts. However, John remained silent, leaving Jorga in a state of anxiety and desperation for answers. She persisted in sending him messages pleading, "John, please call me. I am aware that your name is John Charlton, so kindly reach out to me." With each passing moment, the burden of uncertainty grew heavier. Jorga could not bear the thought of her daughter disappearing without a trace. She persevered, hoping for any lead, and messaged him once again. "John, did Ingrid mention anything about meeting someone after you parted ways last night? We cannot locate her or her vehicle. Her phone, identification, and purse are at home, but she and her car have vanished. We are at our wits' end, desperate for any assistance." Ingrid would never simply abandon her family like this. Nevertheless, John remained silent and did not respond to any of the messages. Jorga felt a sense of helplessness and tears streamed down her face. The situation escalated when, 6 hours after Ingrid was reported missing, around 4 p.m., the police received a disturbing call from an individual named Mike Novasio. Mike resided approximately 10 miles away from Ingrid's residence at 21st Avenue and East Rhine Street in Seattle. In a frightened tone, He conveyed that while taking out his recycling bin, he stumbled upon what appeared to be human body parts enclosed in white trash bags. Mike's voice quivered as he recounted his unsettling encounter. He described seeing a head and noticing the painted toenails, which caused a wave of sickness to wash over him. The sight was unbearable. He explained that the body parts had been meticulously wrapped in the bags, indicating a disturbing level of precision. The police wasted no time and promptly arrived at the location. With meticulous care, they retrieved the bags from the bins. As the bags were opened, a chilling shock fell upon them. They stumbled upon a decapitated head, a fragment of a leg and an arm, with the remaining body parts nowhere to be found. Due to the absence of decomposition, the facial features remained intact and recognizable, suggesting that the individual had been recently murdered. A human leg was discovered at a recycling plant on South Hanford Street in Seattle. Leg belonged to a woman with the same painted toenails as Ingrid. This indicated that Ingrid's body parts had been scattered across 3 different locations, including the easily accessible recycling bins. The police began to suspect that the perpetrator might not be a serial killer, as they typically dispose of bodies in more concealed locations. Instead, they started considering the possibility that the culprit could be someone close to Ingrid. Determined to uncover any overlooked evidence, the police returned to Ingrid's home and decided to remove the plumbing for a thorough examination. Upon their surprise, they stumbled upon more blood in the disassembled drain trap. To aid their investigation, they employed a reagent known as Blue Star, which unveiled additional traces of blood that had been meticulously cleaned. It was clear that this was not a spur-of-the-moment act of violence, was a meticulously planned and executed murder, introducing a captivating twist to the case. As the results from the analysis came in, more unsettling details about Ingrid's demise surfaced. Initially deemed as homicidal violence, a closer examination by the medical examiner revealed petechiae, small blood vessels in her eyes indicating strangulation. Furthermore, signs of hemorrhaging on the neck were found. It was apparent that Ingrid was first strangled and then dismembered within her own residence. The revelation shed light on the brutal way Ingrid's life was taken, hinting at a deep-seated animosity towards her. The toxicology report disclosed that Ingrid had no drugs in her system, but her blood alcohol level was 0.074, slightly above the normal range. 2 days later, on April 20th, 2016, authorities located Ingrid's vehicle in Belltown, a mere 6-minute drive from Seattle. This raised suspicions, as John had claimed Ingrid dropped him off downtown and should have returned home before her murder. The abandonment of her car so close to Seattle, where they had attended a Seattle Mariners game together, seemed peculiar. Law enforcement meticulously combed through the entire vehicle and made a chilling discovery. The same white trash bags containing Ingrid's dismembered body parts were found inside the car. Additionally, 3 fingerprints were found on the driver's door handle of the vehicle. These prints were crucial, as they could belong to Ingrid, given that the car was hers, or they could belong to the perpetrator who had driven her car to that location. Realizing the significance of this evidence, the fingerprints were promptly sent for testing. The findings confirmed the suspicions of the police. The fingerprints were a match for John Charlton, the individual Ingrid had gone out with on the evening she went missing. It became apparent that John's statements during the interrogation were all calculated tactics to mislead the authorities. Despite initially claiming to be intoxicated and unaware of the events that transpired that night, the meticulous planning and execution of the crime, coupled with the thorough cleaning of the residence to eliminate any traces of evidence, indicated that John acted with full consciousness and possessed a clear motive for murdering Ingrid. The police recollected that during the questioning, John had mentioned staying with his former girlfriend. In their pursuit of gathering more information about John, the police exerted significant efforts to locate and interview his ex-girlfriend, ensuring her identity remained undisclosed for privacy concerns. During the interview, she disclosed that John, who worked as a day laborer, typically spent his nights at a shelter in Seattle, except for a few nights each week when he stayed at her place. They had known each other for approximately a year, and she permitted him to store some of his belongings at her residence. Interestingly, she informed the police that John was supposed to visit her on the Saturday morning of April 9, 2016, the day after his encounter with Ingrid. However, he arrived later than planned, citing an unforeseen circumstance. She revealed that he arrived at the bus station in Lake Stevens around 10:30 p.m., and she immediately noticed that he had a swollen and injured lip. When questioned about it, John claimed that he had been the victim of an attempted robbery at a bar despite still having his wallet. This particular detail captured the attention of the police. When they interrogated John on April 11, 2016, they observed abrasions on his head, chin, and scratches on his chest and arms. These injuries appeared to align with the unsettling possibility that they may have been inflicted during the struggle between John and Ingrid when he strangled her. It seemed as though she had put up a strong fight, leaving her mark on him in a desperate bid to defend herself. The police acted swiftly without hesitation, taking John into custody and charging him with the murder of Ingrid Line. John Robert Charlton was born in 1979 in Washington to Ray and Joan Charlton. At 37 years old, he had a history of encounters with the law. His past included a misdemeanor assault conviction in King County in 1997, indicating a propensity for aggression. Additionally, he had a history of negligent driving in Washington state in 1998. In 2006, he faced charges of attempted aggravated robbery in Utah. It appeared that he was no stranger to trouble. In 2008, he was found guilty of felony theft in Montana. Moreover, records showed a misdemeanor battery case in Idaho in 2009, hinting at a pattern of violent behavior. These prior run-ins with the law added a layer of complexity to John's character and raised suspicions about his potential involvement in serious crimes. John's turbulent past extended beyond his criminal record. Troubling incidents involving his parents shed light on his volatile behavior. In 2006, John's parents sought protection from him, citing concerns for their safety. They recounted his drunken outbursts and expressed fear for their well-being. Court documents detailed a disturbing incident on March 2, 2006, when John, under the influence of alcohol, turned physically and verbally abusive towards his parents. During that episode, John allegedly took the movie Hannibal from a shelf in the house and placed it in front of his mother, warning her to watch it and be cautious. According to his parents, John held grudges for years, and his conduct grew increasingly menacing and violent when under the influence of alcohol or drugs. They also suspected his use of crack cocaine. Although the request for the protection order was eventually dismissed, these occurrences painted a troubling picture of John's unstable and aggressive tendencies. John initially denied any knowledge of Ingrid's fate, but eventually changed his plea to guilty before the trial began. The prosecution presented a compelling case in court alleging that John had murdered Ingrid inside her own home. Shockingly, it was revealed that John had driven through downtown Seattle disposing of Ingrid's body parts in various trash cans. The medical examiner's report confirmed that Ingrid's death was a result of violent homicide. In response, the defense argued that there was a lack of forensic evidence linking anyone, including their client, to Ingrid's murder. They urged the community not to rush to conclusions during this tragic event. However, all the evidence seemed to point towards John's involvement. The prosecutor, Dan Satterberg, acknowledged that there were still unanswered questions surrounding the motive behind Ingrid's murder. Nevertheless, he praised the diligent work of the police and prosecutors in gathering evidence to build a strong case against the person they believed was responsible for her death. It was a challenging task, but their dedication paid off in delivering justice for Ingrid. John was sentenced to a maximum of 27 years and 9 months in prison in accordance with the state's guidelines. However, Judge Julie Spector presiding over the case in King County Superior Court expressed her strong condemnation, stating that if she had the authority, she would have given him a life sentence. She described his actions as unimaginably vicious and cruel. During the sentencing hearing, John addressed the court and Ingrid's grieving family, acknowledging the immense pain he had caused and expressing genuine remorse. Ingrid's ex-husband, Philip, spoke about the profound loss caused by John's actions, highlighting how John had not only taken away a co-parent and confidant, but also a loving and caring mother to their daughters. Philip expressed his sorrow over the fact that the children would no longer have the guidance and wisdom of Ingrid as a mother figure. He mentioned that they would miss out on cherished traditions such as celebrating July 4th in Big Fork, Montana, going on beach trips, and enjoying Thursday night dinners at a steakhouse. Additionally, Philip shared the heartbreaking realization that their future grandchildren would never experience the love and care of a maternal grandmother. Despite their resilience, Philip acknowledged that their daughters deeply feel the absence of their mother every day, each in their own unique way. Ingrid's close friend, Nancy Civitilli, described the indescribable horror that engulfed everyone upon hearing about Ingrid's tragic death. She emphasized that the murder was not just an act of violence, but a violation of Ingrid's body, leaving behind an unimaginable aftermath. Civitilli did not hold back in calling John a coward, directly addressing him and reminding him of the profound impact his actions had on Ingrid's daughters. She pointed out how he selfishly tore away a beautiful person and a devoted mother from their lives. Civitilli also highlighted the loss felt by friends like herself, who considered Ingrid as a sister. While justice has been served, the scars of this tragedy will forever remain. Timothy Thomas, 33, has been indicted by a local grand jury on charges of murder and burglary in connection with the cold case killing of Sebastian Oxenius, a Buchholz high school student that took place 13 years ago. The indictment was announced by Aliquot County Sheriff Emery Gainey and 8th Circuit State Attorney Brian Kramer during a news conference held on Monday, February 5th. On June 25, 2010, Sebastian Oxenius, who was only 16 years old at the time, was playing video games with a neighbor at his home in the Benwood subdivision of Gainesville. Tragically, while he was in the kitchen, he encountered a burglar who shot him multiple times. Sebastian's family immediately called 911, but unfortunately paramedics pronounced him dead at the scene. During the press conference, Sebastian's brother Boris Oxenius expressed the family's hope for justice, stating, "We hope as a family that you can help us get to the final chapter of this, which is bringing my brother justice. He was only 16 years of age. His life was stolen." Investigators discovered that Timothy Thomas had used a car borrowed from a female friend during the time of the murder. Although they do not believe she had prior knowledge of Thomas's plans, Sheriff Gainey urged anyone with information to come forward. The woman is described as a 20-year-old Hispanic with a short, heavy build. The vehicle used by Thomas was identified as a white or cream Kia Sportage or a similar model. Sheriff Gainey acknowledged the long and challenging road ahead, assuring the community, "I know this has been a long and difficult road. We're making some progress, but we also understand it's not over yet. Rest assured we'll be with you every step of the way." In 2021, new evidence emerged that led to the identification of Timothy Thomas as a suspect in Sebastian Oxenius' murder. Currently serving a life sentence for the attempted murder of a Monroe County Sheriff's deputy in Stock Island, Florida. In 2015, Thomas has an extensive criminal record with 23 felony charges and 8 misdemeanors. He has faced multiple arrests by various law enforcement agencies for battery, burglary, and attempted murder throughout the state. These arrests range from the Key West Police Department to different Central Florida agencies. In 2015, Thomas was stopped by authorities in Monroe County for driving with a stolen license plate. A video presented during the press conference on Monday depicted a shootout between Thomas and the deputy, who was shot in the chest but fortunately saved by his bulletproof vest. On December 23rd, Thomas was formally charged by a grand jury in Aliquot County with 1 count of murder while engaged in trafficking and 1 count of armed burglary. The details of the indictment remain undisclosed as per court records. His arraignment took place on Monday morning at the Alachua County Courthouse, and he is currently being held at the Aliquot County Jail on a bail set at $1 million. Thomas's court-appointed public defender has requested to withdraw from the case, citing an undisclosed and irreconcilable conflict of interest. 19-year-old Maple Padalia was born near Mumbai in India before moving to Surrey in British Columbia with her family shortly after. Friends said she was warm and intelligent, ambitious and determined, a straight-A student with dreams of being a doctor. She was also very creative and was starting to make waves in the entertainment industry. As well as studying health and science, she was often picking up modeling and acting gigs. She landed a role in the 2010 movie Diary of a Wimpy Kid and filmed an episode of The Secret Circle, which was airing on the CW. She was already signed to a modeling agency and was over the moon when she found out she was a finalist in the Central City model search. The head of her agency said she was super intelligent, very articulate, very focused, and probably one of the most likable individuals you could ever meet. She had gained a place at Simon Fraser University and lived at home with her family and commuted. She hoped to go to medical school after she finished, but she also told friends she was enjoying riding the acting wave so much she didn't want to rule this out as a long-term career. Safe to say for someone so young, she was busy, but embracing all the challenges and opportunities that were coming her way and balancing them all well. Mabel had been in a 4-year, off-and-on relationship with 20-year-old Gajinder Dhaliwal, known to everyone as Gary. But their relationship finally came to an end in 2011 when Maple found out he had cheated on her. She was heartbroken about the betrayal, but she had enough to keep her busy, throwing herself into her work and her all-important studies. On the evening of September 27, 2011, Maple left her family home and headed to the campus library with a friend. They had a late-night study session planned and met up with a few more people there as well. As the hours ticked by into the next morning, they all decided to call it day. Maple hugged her friends goodbye and headed to her car, which was on the 3rd floor of the parking lot. Just minutes after 1 a.m., a resident across the street suddenly heard 7 loud bangs in quick succession. He ran to his window to see a white Dodge Charger screeching away. More people came running out onto the street, calling 911 as they did. Maple was lying on the ground near her car, surrounded by blood. She had been shot 5 times, 3 of which hit her in the stomach, and her head was covered in stab wounds and cut marks. A large bloody kitchen knife was lying nearby. She was still alive, but only just. Authorities, who had received dozens of calls about the gunshots already, were on scene within minutes. They worked on Maple long enough to make sure she was stable, and she was finally rushed to the local hospital. But her injuries were proved too severe and she died just a few hours later. It was such a frenzied attack made even more shocking as it happened in such an open, public, and despite the time of day, still fairly busy place. It was obvious from the cameras around the campus that many students were doing exactly the same thing as Maple that night. But despite how many people were around, there wasn't a single witness on the 3rd floor of the parking complex. The fear swept through the university campus, and the following day, 50 officers were working on the case. Investigators were keeping their cards close to their chest, although they didn't have as many as they would have liked. They said they didn't know if the attack was random or targeted. Maple's wallet had been found next to her and nothing had been taken, which seemed to rule a robbery out. They also said it seemed unlikely that the shooting was linked to gang violence, but they couldn't say anything with absolute certainty. They tried to reassure the students that they were still safe on campus, with one detective saying, "Other than the fact this homicide appears to have occurred adjacent to the Simon Fraser campus, we don't feel that the student body and leadership of the Simon Fraser University campus needs to be unduly alarmed." With his eyes filled with tears, the university spokesperson said they were making counseling available for anyone who felt they needed it, and for as long as they did so. Vigils were held and the community grieved together. Maple's family said they could only think of one person that would have any reason to harm her: her ex-boyfriend, 20-year-old Gary. But to go as far as to kill her, it was a lot for them to contemplate. Being on and off since high school, the young couple had had their fair share of issues, but after their relationship came to its final end in the fall of 2011, Gary's behavior took an especially dark turn. Her family told police that a scary pattern of stalking and harassment had started. Between mid-August and late September of 2011, Gary made more than 2,000 calls to Maple and texted her even more than that. On one night when she was out at a club with a friend, he sent a total of 300 text messages. He started following her and having his friends follow her, keeping tabs on where she was and who she was with. He spat on one of Maple's friends outside a club and punched another one of her friends after he found out he and Maple were having coffee. After Maple tried to intervene, he pushed her to the floor. She called the police. He was arrested and ordered not to have any contact with her and was charged with assault. The friend he had punched was one of the friends that had been with Maple in the library that night. But with no witnesses and currently no evidence to suggest he was on campus that night, police had little to go on. But they did have one crucial piece of evidence: The resident that looked out of his window had got a perfect description of what they believed was the getaway car. He saw it speeding away at around 1:04 a.m. and he could tell them what street he saw it on too. Although the number plate could not be made out, they were able to work backwards using the cameras, and fortunately the university was well covered with almost 100 cameras, and they were pretty good quality too. They started releasing parts of the footage and asking those on the tapes to come forward with anything they had, no matter how small. Looking at the rest of the videos, detectives could easily spot Maple in the library with her friends, smiling and laughing as she worked. But it didn't seem that anyone was watching or following her, and Maple appeared comfortable with where she was and who she was with. Just before 1 a.m., Maple and her 3 friends left the library together. Although there was no audio, everything still looked fine, and Maple seemed content walking with them. Staff at the university were able to identify everyone she was with that night, and they all voluntarily gave statements. Officers were happy to rule them all out as being involved. It seemed they had all parted ways, just minutes before she was shot. The camera on the 3rd floor parking lot was on a timer and set to pan around the whole area every couple of minutes, and, frustratingly, just as Maple entered the floor, the camera cut away from the entrance and they could see nothing. They could see the same white car had entered the parking lot just after 8 p.m. It circled around for ages before parking up, and as it finally did, Maple and her friend entered the frame. It was obvious that whoever was in the car was aware that Maple would be there that evening and was tracking her every move. This was not someone who happened to be there at the same time and took the opportunity. This was a carefully and meticulously planned murder. It was now 2012, and officers were still diligently working on Maple's case. They just didn't have enough to make any arrests. For months, the team took on the painstaking task of cross-referencing everyone that owned or had rented the same maker-model of car in the area, interviewing and slowly ruling people out. Finally, in late 2012, they made a connection. The name Gursamar Beatty was linked to one of the cars. He was a close friend of Gary's, and a fellow student at the university. He had rented a white Dodge Charger on September 25, 2011, and returned it shortly after the 28th. When he picked the car up, he was with none other than Gary. 21-year-old Gursamar had also put the vehicle through a car wash within the hours after Maple was shot. Police managed to track down the car, and despite the cleaning, they found a shell casing under the hood that matched the shells found at the scene. On December 1, 2012, over a year since Maple was killed, authorities announced that they had made not 1, but 2 arrests. Maple's ex-boyfriend Gary was charged with first-degree murder, and his friend Gursamar was arrested and charged with second-degree murder and being an accessory after the fact. Gursamar had followed Maple's car for days before the murder, helped Gary flee the scene, put the vehicle through the car wash, and gave him an alibi for months. The gun used in the murder was never found. Gary was furious that Maple was moving on without him, socializing and having many a success come her way. Her life did not include him anymore, and for someone who was already jealous, insecure, and possessive, he felt if he couldn't have her, then no one could. Her family said he felt he could impose the relationship on her and take away the choice for her to want to leave, ultimately taking her life in the process. And before the trial was set to start in 2016, the now 26-year-old Gary would change his plea. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 21 years. The judge could choose a period between 10 and 25 years, and the prosecutor said it's probably the highest sentence given to someone convicted of killing one person as opposed to many people. 27-year-old Gursamar Beatty was later found not guilty of second-degree murder, but he was found guilty of being an accessory after the fact. He was sentenced to 22 months in prison, but 6 months before his sentence's scheduled end, he was released early. Maple's sister said, "That 18-month sentence was a slap in my family's face. He had the audacity to stay quiet. Even when the sentencing happened, he smirked at our family. He smirked at the people there in a way to imply that I got away with this." It took 5 years to get any form of justice for Maple and her family, and the devastating aftermath caused by her death is still felt in the Surrey area today. A documentary about Maple was released in 2017, which went on to win several awards at major festivals. The director Ghislaine Kaur wanted the film to serve as a memorial to her, but also as a way of shedding light on domestic violence. The Maple Badalia Memorial Scholarship for the Arts was set up and provides one annual entrance to a South Asian Canadian female student beginning their journey in the world of art and design. 19-year-old Maple was already achieving so much, and with her determination and drive, there is no doubt she would have gone on to do many more amazing things in whatever career path she chose. One of Maple's friends reiterated this and described her death as like stomping on a flower before it bloomed. Her dad called her his most precious jewel, and said his life feels completely useless now. We're left with nothing, he said. We lost our angel and she's not going to come back. He said even though Maple was the baby of the family, she was always the glue that held everyone together. On January 5, 1997, Rosemary Pacenti, a 64-year-old schoolteacher, was enjoying her day off, relaxing in her apartment in the Bronx, New York City, USA. Little did she know what was about to unfold. The following day, on January 6, 1997, a concerned neighbor noticed that the lights in Rosemary's apartment had been on continuously since the night before. Worried, the neighbor decided to check on her in the evening. What she found upon entering the apartment was a sight that would stay with her forever: the lifeless body of Rosemary Pacenti lying in the kitchen. Shocked by the gruesome scene, the neighbor broke down in tears before alerting the authorities. The question remained, who could commit such a heinous act against a simple elderly schoolteacher? What could have been the motive behind this brutal murder? This tragic incident sheds light on the Bronx, a borough in New York City known for Co-op City, the largest cooperative-owned space in America, as well as landmarks like Yankee Stadium, the Bronx Zoo, and the New York Botanical Gardens. Despite its attractions, the Bronx has a darker side, being safer than only 14% of U.S. neighborhoods. The likelihood of falling victim to a violent crime in the Bronx is 1 in 128, making it a notably risky area. This grim reality brings us back to 1997, when Rosemary Pacenti met a tragic end in her own home. Born on July 28, 1932, Rosemary led a private life, never marrying and residing alone in Co-op City for 25 years while working as a dedicated school teacher. Despite leading a rather monotonous life, she would occasionally venture out to spend time with a select few neighbors whom she had befriended in the building. However, on Sunday, January 5, 1997, the cold weather in the Bronx compelled Rosemary to stay indoors. As the night passed and Monday morning, January 6, 1997, arrived, Rosemary failed to show up at the school where she worked. Her phone rang incessantly in her apartment, disturbing the otherwise silent atmosphere, but there was no response. One of Rosemary's neighbors noticed something peculiar. The lights in her apartment had remained on throughout the night. Filled with worry, the neighbor decided to check on Rosemary and arrived at her apartment at 6:15 p.m. However, upon reaching Rosemary's door, an unsettling feeling washed over her as she noticed it was slightly ajar. With trepidation, she cautiously entered, taking small steps, fearful of what she might discover. Unfortunately, her worst fears were realized as she entered the kitchen and came face to face with Rosemary's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. Overwhelmed by the gruesome scene, she let out a horrified scream before regaining her composure. Without delay, she immediately informed the authorities, prompting the arrival of Detective George Wood and Sergeant Curtis Oates from the New York Police Department to investigate the crime scene. Rosemary's body was drenched in blood, with a 9-inch knife still embedded in her back as she lay face down. The detectives observed the numerous stab wounds, indicating a painfully brutal demise. Additionally, they noticed that her throat had been slit and identified defensive wounds on Rosemary's right hand, suggesting a struggle with her assailant. Outside the apartment, in the building's lobby, further evidence supported their initial theory. Blood stains were discovered smeared along the wall adjacent to the elevator. Yet no traces of blood were found inside the elevator itself. This led the detectives to search the building staircase, where on the 10th floor, they stumbled upon another trail of blood, further deepening the mystery. Detectives were of the belief that, amidst the struggle, Rosemary had managed to inflict a wound on her assailant. The blood discovered on the elevator wall and the staircase located 13 floors below Rosemary's apartment provided strong evidence that it belonged to the person responsible for her murder. Detectives concluded that the killer may have escaped the building by using the stairs. Although the blood stains were significant in the investigation, they did not provide any clues as to the identity of the killer. Samples were collected and preserved for further testing and future use. Subsequently, an autopsy confirmed that Rosemary had been stabbed a total of 39 times, with 8 of the wounds located on her back. The knife, which was found lodged in her back, belonged to a set from her own kitchen. This led detectives to believe that Rosemary's murder was likely not premeditated. They theorized that the attacker initially did not intend to kill her when entering her apartment, but ultimately did so during the struggle. The missing items from the apartment suggested that robbery was the motive behind this tragic incident. A few days after the murder, a funeral was held for Rosemary at Granby Cemetery in Hartford County, Connecticut, USA. Her loved ones gathered to pay their respects as she was laid to rest. Despite the strong evidence and compelling theories, weeks and months passed without any new developments in the case. Detectives were struggling to come up with leads, leading the police department to eventually shift their focus to other cases, causing Rosemary's case to go cold. However, more than 2 years later, in May 1999, Detective Kevin Lawler from the New York Police Department was assigned to the Cold Case Squad and given Rosemary's case. Upon reviewing the case, he devised a plan to move forward. With the assistance of Detective Mark Tebbins, the blood samples found at the crime scene were re-examined, resulting in the successful development of a DNA profile for Rosemary's killer. The DNA profile was submitted to the nationwide database of DNA profiles known as the Combined DNA Index System. 2 years later, on August 20, 2001, Detective Lawler received a call from the New York Police Department Crime Lab regarding Rosemary's case. A match was finally found through the Combined DNA Index System, identifying the person as Charles Jones, a 28-year-old individual. Detective Lawler wasted no time and conducted a thorough investigation. He conducted a background check on Jones and discovered intriguing information. Initially, Jones was not connected to Rosemary's murder, however, due to his imprisonment for a robbery and assault of another resident of Co-op City on August 13, 1998. He was required to provide a DNA sample before his release on August 10, 2001. When Jones's DNA profile was uploaded to the Combined DNA Index System on August 20, 2001, it matched the sample belonging to Rosemary's killer. Additionally, Jones lived in Co-op City just a few blocks away from Rosemary's apartment at the time of the murder. While this strengthened the case against Jones, it was still insufficient to charge him. Detective Lawler recognized that although the blood sample evidence placed Charles Jones in the building during the murder, it did not place him inside Rosemary's apartment where the crime occurred. This gap in evidence was crucial for the case. Determined to gather more information and stronger evidence, Detective Lawler and his team decided to confront Jones. They attempted to locate him through his parole officer, only to discover that he was not at home and that his family was providing cover for him. The detectives left a message for Jones, stating that they wanted to discuss an outstanding traffic violation with him. A few days later, Jones took the bait and arrived at the precinct to discuss the alleged traffic violation. Jones was soon to discover the true reason behind his summons for questioning, making the next steps crucial. The detectives aimed to establish a comfortable atmosphere before confronting him. After half an hour of treating Jones kindly, the detectives proceeded with the interrogation. Despite Jones appearing nervous, he remained steadfast, prompting the detectives to introduce some unsettling facts to undermine his confidence. They informed him that the blood found in Rosemary's apartment belonged to him, providing sufficient evidence to link him to her murder. Upon hearing this revelation, Jones altered his story. The approach did not seem to yield the desired results. Detective Lawler realized that more needed to be done to break Jones and elicit a clear confession. He walked over to his desk, retrieved an envelope, and extracted a series of photographs. Placing them on the table in front of Jones, the images depicted Rosemary's lifeless body lying cold on her kitchen floor. Detective Lawler believed that this visual evidence might compel Jones to admit his guilt, but he was mistaken. Despite numerous attempts to coax the truth out of him, Tensions remained high and the detectives refused to let him go. The interrogation persisted for another 8 hours until Jones finally succumbed. He chose to confess to the murder and struck a deal for a reduced sentence by offering a straight 8, which means he would serve only 8 years in prison in exchange for a full confession. At this point, Jones realized that there was no escape from the consequences of his actions. He understood that he had to accept responsibility and endure the consequences. Fortunately, Jones made a wise decision. Instead of contesting the accusations, he provided Detective Lawler with a comprehensive confession, hoping it would aid him during his sentencing. According to Jones, the entire incident was a misunderstanding. He maintained that Rosemary had attacked him first. He had acted in self-defense. However, the detectives found something unsettling about this confession. Jones, who was 23 years old and nearly 6 feet tall at the time of the murder, claimed to have acted in self-defense against a 5'4" elderly woman. The story seemed implausible to the detectives, who were not convinced that Jones' actions were justified. Charles Jones was taken into custody on Friday, August 24, 2001, on charges of robbery and the murder of Rosemary Pacenti. Jones was warned that if he chose to challenge the charges in court and was found guilty, he could face a lengthy trial and potentially the death penalty. On January 11, 2002, Jones pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter in the Bronx County Courthouse and received a 19-year prison sentence. The arrest of Charles Jones brought a sense of closure to the community, particularly to Rosemary's neighbors. Belinda Bailey, a close friend of Rosemary's, expressed relief that the mystery surrounding her friend's murder had finally been solved after nearly 4 years of anguish. The use of DNA technology by the detectives was crucial in solving the case and providing closure to Rosemary's loved ones. Moving forward, the detectives are committed to utilizing this technology to solve other cold cases and bring justice to victims and their families. After leaving the school, an 11-year-old girl vanished from sight. This case has had numerous unexpected turns and strange facts for years, making it one of the most bizarre and mysterious in all of California. The story did not finish there, either, even though it took 45 years to discover the truth. We will explain what happened to Linda O'Keefe in this video, as well as the reasons why this investigation has drawn interest from millions of people worldwide. Born in Newport Beach, USA on May 24, 1962, Linda O'Keefe grew up in a large, close-knit family. Her mother worked as a seamstress, and her father was a machinist. Linda had 2 sisters, an older and a younger sister. Linda enjoyed drawing, playing the piano, and spending time in nature and with animals. On warm summer days, she took advantage of every opportunity to visit the beach, which was only 800 meters from her house. The girl was also a Girl Scout and went to summer school. Linda went there nearly every day in July 1973 when she was 11 years old. On July 6th, instead of her usual bicycle ride to school, she was given a ride by a piano teacher who lived a short distance away from the O'Keefe family. Linda called her mother from the school phone when classes ended, which was around 1:30 p.m. She was asking to be picked up because she did not have her bicycle with her that day. But the mother told her to walk even though it was only a little over 2 kilometers from school to home because she did not want to be distracted from her work. After speaking with her mother, Linda was not in the mood to walk. She even cried, and the school secretary considered giving her a ride home. But the woman needed to go the opposite direction, so she abandoned the idea. Linda left the school, sat outside for a while, and then headed home. Her route should have taken no more than half an hour, but the girl was clearly late. Her mother did not give it much thought at first. She assumed Linda had gone out for a walk with her friends, but as the hours went by, her concerns grew. Her mother made the decision at 6 o'clock in the evening to call all the people she knew whose kids lived close by and might have gone out with her daughter, but none of them had seen Linda that day. The family made the decision to start looking after her father got home from work. They made their way through the entire neighborhood, even the one Linda was meant to take on her way home from school. When it got dark outside and they were still unable to locate the girl, the parents decided to call the police. At that point, they believed the girl had resented her mother for not picking her up and was purposefully staying away from home. After receiving a report about a missing girl, officers started their search. Her mother stayed at home and called dozens of people who might have had a chance to see Linda, while her father and older sister ventured out in 2 cars to comb the neighborhood once more. All night long, the search went on. Using search dogs and helicopters, police combed the parks and streets, but their findings were equivocal. More police officers had been sent to join the search by morning, and local newspapers had already begun to cover the massive operation surrounding the 11-year-old girl's disappearance. 9 kilometers from Linda's house at around 10:30 a.m., a bicyclist, her friend, and some were riding through a park. They went there in order to observe the local wildlife for the botanical circle. After dismounting, the father and the child rode toward the ditches in hopes of seeing frogs, but there was more waiting for them. The man moved closer after spotting something bright in the grass and realizing it was a human body that was half submerged in water. Upon reading in the morning paper about a girl's disappearance and the police's all-night search for her, assumed the body belonged to her right away. The man and his friends quickly exited the park, hopped in their cars, and drove to the closest payphone to report their discovery. An officer who had participated in the search for Linda was encountered by them en route. After learning their story, the policeman reported it and went in the direction of the location. It did not take long for the investigators to identify the deceased as Linda O'Keefe. She was dressed in the identical clothes the girl had left for school, and her mother had made the outfit the girl was wearing. Her backpack was also lying next to her, but she did not have on any shoes and they were not discovered close to the body. After investigating the crime scene, detectives discovered tire tracks next to the body's location but no other clues. The cause of death was determined by medical examiners to be strangulation. It was concluded that the death happened between 2 a.m. and 11 p.m. Investigators deduced that Linda had most likely been kidnapped not long after she had left school, meaning that her abductor had likely held her captive for roughly 12 hours. In addition to being abused, the victim's body had DNA traces discovered by experts. Since DNA analysis had not yet been done in those years, they were given to the laboratory for safekeeping. After failing to find any solid leads, the investigators started searching for witnesses. Interviews were conducted with all of Linda's friends, school staff, and the people who lived on the streets where the girl was meant to walk home. It soon produced results. The girl's friends saw her on her way home from school and noticed something off. Linda was walking down the road when a turquoise van approached her, slowed down, and continued to drive alongside the girl. But her friend did not see anything else because Linda in the van vanished from her field of vision. Almost instantly, police were able to locate 2 additional witnesses. The 19-year-old girl and her mother were driving the car about 100 yards from Lynn to school when they noticed the girl speaking with the driver of the turquoise van that had stopped next to her. At approximately 1:15 p.m., the witnesses, who were familiar with the O'Keefe family from their neighborhood, were shocked to see Lynn chatting with an adult male on the street and decided to observe what was happening. Linda was standing directly in front of the van with its passenger door open. The girl entered the car at some point, while she was reportedly conversing with the driver. The witnesses chose not to pay much attention to the van as it drove offshore thereafter. Since they were positive the girl would never get into a car with a stranger, they assumed Linda had been picked up by a relative or acquaintance. Investigators were able to get a rough description of the driver after questioning the girl and her mother. He was a white man, about 24 or 30 years old, with an elongated face and blonde, curly hair. Regretfully, the women were unable to recall the car's manufacturer or even the license plate number. Nevertheless, the 2 women's story was the only strong lead in the case. So based on what these witnesses had to say, investigators assembled an APB on the suspect and his vehicle. They were dispersed throughout California, but to no avail. The investigator had a few more conversations with the woman in the hopes that she would remember some more information. They even accepted an offer to undergo a hypnosis session at one point. It was only partially successful. The witnesses could remember a few more details about the suspect's vehicle, but they were all too little to lead to the murderer's location. The police soon located a second witness. Around 10:30 p.m., a neighbor who lived close to the scene of Linda's death heard a woman screaming. At first, she thought she heard someone yell, "Stop hurting me," but the voice ended suddenly. The witness might have heard it because the girl passed away at the same time. Later that morning, the detectives got another intriguing tip. This one concerned Linda's body. It was in that park that the artist was working on his painting. He started to watch what was happening and realized that something serious had happened when he noticed dozens of police cars. He once saw something that seemed strange to him. Was a young man in the park, observing from the bushes next to the police. The artist chose to ask him what was going on because he was standing fairly close to him. The young man said the police had located the girl's body, and he looked very concerned. Aside from that, neither the man nor the artist could see any details because they were sufficiently far from the scene of the body's discovery. How the man knew that they were looking at the body of a girl was a reasonable question for the detectives to ask. The man was characterized by the artist as a thin, white man with sideburns and blonde hair who was between the ages of 18 and 24. He stood at 180 centimeters tall. When the two witnesses described the van driver's appearance to the police, this description came pretty close. Investigators came to the conclusion that this man was the murderer as a result that he had decided to observe the police that morning. Finding the killer in the large city proved to be quite difficult, despite the police possessing a fairly detailed description of his appearance. But then something unexpected occurred 2 days later. They were approached by 18-year-old Peter Wooden, who admitted to the killing. The young man went to the same school as Cindy, the victim's elder sister, and lived close to the O'Keefe family. The town's residents were shocked when the news quickly spread throughout it. Police questioned the boy for 7 hours and searched his parents' house, not anticipating such unexpected developments. Following that, he was formally accused of murder. After 3 days, everyone was in for another shocking turn of events. Peter was declared free by the investigators after being exonerated of all charges. They claimed that the young man's confession contained far too many falsehoods and that the only times his story lined up with information that was published in the media were by coincidence. If not, he purposefully provided the investigators with false testimony that went against the actual evidence. Finally, the two witnesses who had seen Linda with the driver of the van were positive it was not Peter. Since they both lived close to the young man, the women knew him well and could recognize him right away. Consequently, the police deduced that the young man was merely attempting to make a name for himself by admitting to the crime of someone else. The man may have suffered from mental health issues, but he was unrelated to the murder. The investigators were left without a single good lead after that. They continued searching the entire town for the van and its driver, even enlisting the help of Linda's classmates. Children searched for that same turquoise van on their bikes while riding through the streets, despite police protests, but they were unable to locate it. Police interviewed 175 people during the first month of the investigation, searched every inch of the route from the school to the home, and requested assistance from the general public. They chose to make public a crude drawing of the van's driver a few weeks later, but that move also failed to produce any results. Detectives were not sure whether to pursue this at first because they thought the man would leave town, but as time went on, they needed to employ more and more resources in order to crack the case. The police had a new lead after 2 months. In the same neighborhood, there had been abuse of another girl. After dragging her into his van and taking her to a desolate location, an unidentified man released her. Despite discrepancies, investigators surmised right away that Linda's killer might have been responsible for the murder. The attacker's description of his appearance did not correspond with the information supplied by the witnesses in Linda's case, and he drove a white van. The detective soon had a lead on the suspect. The truck driver, who was 32 years old, was found to be guilty. Investigators came to the conclusion that this man had nothing to do with Linda's murder because witnesses claimed he did not resemble the man Linda was speaking to at all. Although investigators have continued to work on the case over the years, no noteworthy evidence has turned up since then. Authorities sent DNA samples from Linda's body to a lab in 2001, 28 years after the murder, in the hopes of obtaining a profile of the killer's DNA. However, the man was not included in the FBI database. This suggested that either it happened before they began collecting DNA from offenders or the murderer had not been charged in any prior criminal cases. Experts attempted, but were unsuccessful, to locate his next of kin in that database a few years later. However, the tools available for DNA analysis were far from what they are today, making it nearly impossible to do something similar in those years. Around the middle of 2010, there was a breakthrough in the field of forensics, which gave the police new tools for locating suspects. Not to be left behind, investigators in Linda's case also turned to a private lab known as Parabon in 2018. They sent detectives a picture of a man created using Linda's murderer's DNA. DNA phenotyping is an innovative technology that enables you to identify various physical characteristics of an individual based only on a small sample of their DNA. Experts assembled two portraits at the same time, implying the perpetrator's possible ages of 20 or 60. This portrait was surprisingly accurate to the testimonies of witnesses who had 45 years earlier seen the suspect alive. Investigators in Lindis did something no one had ever done before. In most cases, they would contact people who may have known the man and published portraits of him in the media to garner public attention. Exactly 45 years after the murder, on July 6, 2018, they shared a string of messages on Twitter on behalf of the victim. The final day of Linda's life was detailed in the sequence of 68 messages. The way the investigators presented this data made it seem as though she was telling the public directly what had happened to her on July 6, 1973. The story started in the morning with Linda narrating her day at school, her anger toward her mother for not picking her up in the car, and the girls' walk home. Detectives have meticulously chosen every detail from these messages to create the most accurate picture of the day. The last tweet in the series informs followers that there has been no progress in finding her killer. In response, the police have released a picture of the offender on the girl's behalf. 45 years later, I am able to talk again, and I have to tell you something important. The killer's face, which was found through the use of his DNA, is a new lead in my case. This technology did not exist in 1973, but it can now change everything. This strategy attracted a great deal of attention to Linda's case right away, all over the world. Police had previously posted details about past unresolved cases on social media, but a victim's account was unique. The murderer's own portrait served no purpose. The investigators needed to get as much attention as they could for these photos because if someone identified the subject and informed the police, would only aid in the case's resolution. They did a fantastic job at that. Over 7 million people saw this series of tweets in total. Detectives spent several months investigating the numerous tips and potential identities of the perpetrator that the police received, but they were never able to identify a credible suspect. They were not going to give up in the face of this, especially since Linda's case had attracted millions of attention. Once more, the investigators turned to Parabon, this time requesting that they attempt to use the killer's DNA to identify his relatives. While comparable efforts by forensic scientists have been made in the early 2000s, the required instruments were non-existent at the time. After nearly 20 years, things have changed. Investigators were able to identify the culprit thanks to the Parabon experts' successful search for relatives of the DNA's owner. The search for Linda's murderers started in August 2018, and it took investigators nearly 6 months to find any leads. They located the killer's third cousin by using private DNA databases. That essentially meant that detectives were one step closer to cracking the case. All they needed to do was look up the man's family tree and identify a suspect, but the Parabon experts did not stop looking until they made an unexpected finding. In one of the private databases, they discovered the murderer's personal DNA. He had willingly submitted his sample to a database where they could look up long-lost or distant ancestors. Later on, it was discovered that the man had received the unique genetic kit required to access the database from a member of his family. Police finally knew the identity of the murderer, James Allen Neal, 45 years later. Detectives visited the 72-year-old man who was living in a different state in January 2019. A private database would not have the credibility the court required, so they had to obtain a sample of the suspect's DNA before they could make an arrest. Police installed surveillance on Neal's property on January 29th and made arrangements with a garbage company to receive anything the suspect threw out. Following the acquisition of multiple items from which specialists could extract the DNA sample, detectives dispatched them to the laboratory and stayed in close observation of James over the following 3 days. Sadly, forensics was unable to obtain a sample of the man's DNA, so the investigators had to look elsewhere for evidence. They soon got the chance. The police promptly gathered the evidence after observing the suspect smoking while seated in his car in the parking lot. He then threw the butt of his cigarette on the sidewalk before driving off. This time, scientists were able to take a DNA sample, and it precisely matched the murderer's DNA that was discovered on Linda's body. This implied that the culprit for whom they had been looking for nearly 50 years was James Needle. A few days later, detectives called a press conference to finally announce the suspect James Neal's arrest. James Neal was born in Chicago in 1946, and his family later relocated to California. His aggressive behavior was a result of his parents' frequent beatings, humiliations, and acts of violence against him. He started committing small-time crimes as a teenager at a young age, such as breaking into people's homes. Following that, he left school and made an effort to find employment, but he never stayed put for longer than a few months at a time. The man turned out to have a lengthy criminal past. He was arrested over a dozen times for theft, car theft, and robbery, among other offenses. Almost each time, he was released with little punishment and returned to his previous ways. James got married for the first time at the age of 25, and the two made their home in the Los Angeles suburbs. 2 years after they moved in, he killed Linda, and their house was a half-hour's drive from the city where she lived. The perpetrator was on probation for less serious crimes in another state at the time, and James' wife was expecting. Following that, he received numerous citations for theft and forging bank checks. He also briefly served time in jail for breaking the terms of his probation. James was apprehended by the authorities 3 more times for moving infractions after being released from prison. He divorced his first wife, with whom they had 2 daughters. He lived in different states for a while, but then returned to Colorado and married another woman in 1997. She had a child from her first marriage, and soon she and James had a daughter. Detectives who looked into the man's background discovered that although he may have been involved in numerous cases of child abuse, he was never prosecuted for his crimes. Neal approached 2 girls in his car and abducted them in 1995 and 2004. After mistreating them, he let them go. James remained free because he was never found guilty in either case. He was later suspected by police of at least 5 other similar incidents involving the kidnapping of girls from the street by an unidentified man in a car. A girl who attended James' church in 2010 lodged a complaint against him. She acknowledged that she had been molested for months by the man, who was 63 years old at the time. Neal admitted after all the victims reported multiple instances that were similar. All that followed was an inexplicable event. In some way, the victim withdrew her accusations, the case was quietly dropped, and the man avoided punishment. James went back to living his life as usual, staying out of the police's notice for the following 9 years until his arrest for Linda's murder. When asked if he had ever kidnapped the girls, the man denied any involvement. He claimed to have never seen Linda when shown a picture of her, saying that she reminded him of one of his daughters. In any case, the court ought to have found the suspect guilty because it was evident that his DNA was on the victim's body. Detectives made every effort to gather as much information as they could. They searched for evidence that James owned the turquoise van, but they were unable to locate any. But this was clarified very quickly. He worked in an apartment building and had access to the service van at the time of Linda's murder. Investigators discovered multiple hard drives containing the listed materials when searching his house. On his smartphone, there were also comparable images and videos. On his computer was also something intriguing. It transpired that James had researched the past of violent offenders apprehended via DNA testing. It seems that he was fully aware that the police could use DNA to connect him to a number of crimes. For the detectives, there was still another unexpected finding. James had Linda's name tattooed on his wrist following his examination prior to being placed in a cell. Investigators believed that he had done so as a memento of his victim. But as it happened, it was strange coincidence. The tattoo was obtained by James a long time prior to the murder, and the police verified this. The trial was scheduled to begin in February 2020, a year after the arrest of the pandemic caused it to be postponed. Although James persisted in claiming his innocence, investigators were convinced that he was the one who killed Linda. But a trial was never held in this case. James was hospitalized in May and passed away from lung cancer 2 days later. Prior to his arrest, he was unaware of this illness, and by the time it was discovered, it was too late to start treatment. And so, the 50-year-old case was finally closed. Investigators planned to continue looking into the possibility that James may have had numerous other victims. Linda's parents died before the culprit was apprehended by the authorities. Her mother, who declined to pick up the girl from school, blamed herself for everything that had happened to her during her life. Linda's sisters expressed their gratitude to the investigators for their perseverance and determination in solving the case. Their parents' passing before this day was the only thing they regretted. Jefferson Parish, Louisiana. It is vibrant, busy, and full of culture, with many a historic building, theaters, exhibitions, occasional festivals, lovely places to dine out, and plenty of places to shop. But it also has a quieter side, with serene nature walks to track down, peaceful rivers to boat, swim, and fish in, and some big state parks nearby. Those that live there say you can always feel a big sense of community spirit and everyone supports everyone. And today's case takes us here, back to 2022 when it was home to 54-year-old Yolanda Endilian. Born and raised in New Orleans, Yolanda had been there all her life and told people she could never tire of it. She had a big presence in the local area and was always involved in something. Yolanda had worked as a budget analyst in the New Orleans Police Department for about 10 years. It was hard work and high pressure, but she enjoyed it and her colleagues loved her. They described her as quiet and humble, someone that did great work for the department and kept everything organized, but was never able to mention it or make anything about herself. They said although Yolanda was quieter, she had a cheeky sense of humor and was always positive, someone they felt comfortable to talk to and share their problems with. Yolanda's always optimistic nature was massively challenged when she was faced with the awful diagnosis of breast cancer. Ever the fighter, she took it all in her stride and everyone was elated when she got the news that she had beaten it. Yolanda took this as a sign to throw herself into more than ever and make sure she was doing everything she wanted to do and helping everyone she could. Having already got her bachelor's and master's in sociology, she was now working towards a PhD in it as well. She lived and cared for her mother, 83-year-old Edna, who was also sadly battling cancer. Yolanda was an only child, and after she lost her father Luther, she and Edna grew closer than ever. Caring for anyone is challenging, but Yolanda said she wouldn't have it any other way. However, with medical and school bills and debt mounting up, Yolanda needed a bit more money to make sure things were taken care of. She was strong in her faith and was a devoted church volunteer at St. Paul the Apostle Church, having been going there since she was a child. Another reason she wanted a bit of extra cash was to buy all the children there some Christmas presents. Edna said her daughter didn't have children of her own but was a big kid at heart and loved spoiling the little ones at the church whenever she was there. Even though Yolanda had little time in her day, she decided she would start driving for Uber and Uber Eats to make up the extra money. Not wanting to worry her mother, she only told her half the story. She admitted to picking up and dropping off food, but knew if she said she was picking up passengers, Edna would worry. Her pastor said this was typical Yolanda, always asking others if they wanted help, but never wanting to bother anyone with her own stresses. She just kept it all to herself, and you would never know anything was wrong. With less than a couple of weeks before Christmas, she had started collecting gift bags for the children and was slowly filling them up. And on December the 8th, with a few hours spare, she picked up a shift with Uber. December 8th, 3:36 p.m., an employee at a local travel lodge in Harvey had seen something near the parking lot which instantly caught their attention. There were two people in the car and the person in the back was leaning over and into the person in the driver's seat. It looked so odd in fact that the employee tentatively walked over to see if everything was okay. But it wasn't. As they got closer, they could see a female in the driver's seat and a young man in the back. The woman was vomiting blood and choking. The man in the back then jumped out of the car, ignoring the employee who was running back and forth into the building, shouting at him to find out what was going on. The man pulled out his phone and started filming the car and the woman, a video he swiftly uploaded to Facebook. The employee was horrified and they called 911. They watched as the man walked away like nothing had happened. More people were now running over to try and help, but it was a really violent and gory scene. When authorities got there, they quickly realized that the driver was none other than Yolanda. She was slumped in her car with numerous stab wounds to her neck and back. She had lost a huge amount of blood and was barely holding on. They rushed her to the nearby hospital and shut the area off. Fortunately, inside the car they found her phone. Investigators contacted Uber trying to find out who she had last picked up and the journey she had taken. They needed to get the information quickly, but Uber said that until the fare had officially been closed on her end, as she was the driver, they couldn't give them anything. As frustrated officers continued trying to bypass the app and get through to Uber, Yolanda, who was now in hospital, was fighting for her life. But that fight soon came to an end. Her injuries were just too severe, and Yolanda Dillion died shortly after arriving. Detectives back at the travel lodge finally managed to work out how to close the trip, and with this, they got a name: Brandon Jacobs. They contacted Uber for more information on his accounts and to get his phone number. They then started circulating the information, hoping to track where he had gone. He was likely still armed and clearly very dangerous. The phone data was showing them that Brandon was still nearby, but they didn't realize just how close he actually was. To their shock, he was a guest at the very travel lodge he had just murdered Yolanda outside of. And what no one realized was that as they were out in the streets trying to find him, as soon as he stabbed Yolanda, he actually walked around the front and back up to his room. Just a couple of hours later, he came back down to smoke. As he lit up a cigarette outside, officers made their move and Brandon Jacobs was placed in handcuffs. He was being held without bond and police didn't have to interview him for long before he started talking. He admitted to everything and said it was actually completely planned out. Brandon had checked in a few days prior. He had been working in Seattle for the past 7 years as a software developer for Microsoft, but had recently taken leave and gone on to benefits. It is unconfirmed why he did this, but after he took leave, he started moving around a lot from Seattle, Washington, all the way through to New Orleans, where he was now. That morning, he said he had woken up and quite simply decided he was going to kill someone. He started Googling knives online and knife stores in the area. He then proceeded to order an Uber that took him to a store that sold knives. He told police that he had debated on killing this Uber driver, but realized he wouldn't be able to get back to the travel lodge. So he changed his plan. The driver dropped him off at the store where Brandon bought 2 knives and a sweatshirt. He used the sweatshirt to conceal the knives and ordered his second Uber of the day set to drop him back at the motel. And this Uber driver would be Yolanda. How did you pick her? Detectives asked the 29-year-old. I didn't pick her. Uber picked her, he coldly said. The sheriff Joseph Lapinto said there was no rhyme, reason, or motive for his actions. It was just mindless violence. He said the interview was so shocking and void of emotion. Officers were searching for words, but there really were none. How could this have happened to someone like Yolanda, one of their own? Investigators have no idea about the ins and outs of what happened in the car or if any words were exchanged, but given where she was parked up and was found, they believe the second she pulled up to complete the trip, he just lunged over and stabbed her in the neck. Experts say this would have incapacitated her immediately. Unbelievably, the video Brandon filmed was available on Facebook until the police contacted the social media company asking that it be taken down. As the story started coming out, Edna gave a heartbreaking statement. Yolanda's cousin said, "Your faith has to pull you through and understanding that it was her time and the Lord wanted to call her home." Yolanda was dearly loved by so many and people were doing everything they could to help and support Edna during this time. The outpouring of grief and sadness was just as strong as the rage that everyone felt. Actor Wendell Pierce from The Wire urged people to remember Yolanda, saying they had attended church together for years and that she had a heart of gold. A fundraiser was set up raising over $17,000. People say she wouldn't have had any idea how much she had impacted and touched so many lives, and seeing so much love would have overwhelmed her. Uber themselves even released a statement saying, other drivers that worked with companies like Uber amongst others spoke out about their fears and feelings too, especially with driving at night. But Uber said it was committed to their drivers' safety and highlighted all of their safety features. These include an emergency button that, when activated, sends details to authorities and a requirement that riders using anonymous payment forms upload images of government IDs. A week before Christmas, Yolanda Dillion was laid to rest. Many were expecting a first-degree murder charge to be brought against Brandon based on his own admission of premeditation. But despite this, a grand jury would indict the 29-year-old on charges of second-degree murder. Months would pass, and because he was in and out of interviews and assessments about his mental state, he had not yet been arraigned. After much back and forth, in May 2023, it was announced that Brandon Jacobs was found not competent to stand trial. A series of court-appointed experts who had been assessing Brandon handed a report over to the judge, who decided he should be transferred from prison to a psychiatric hospital for further evaluation. How long this will take and what the outcome will be is anyone's guess, but it definitely will not be a quick process. For the friends and family of Yolanda, it was a huge blow, and they are now in limbo waiting for answers. Yolanda Dillion was a fighter and an inspiration. She was a hard worker and someone whose optimism couldn't be shaken even when faced with such difficult challenges. Her family hoped that everyone remembers her for her strength and her selflessness. Someone who, although she didn't realize it, brought so much to so many. While on a trip to Australia with her best friend, a 17-year-old girl suddenly vanished without a trace. The police and her family were left wondering what had happened to her for 18 years, despite the thorough search for her and the numerous witnesses that came forward. One shocking fact emerged when this terrible mystery was finally unraveled. The police had all the information they needed to wrap up the investigation quickly, but their carelessness and lack of professionalism caused it to take almost 2 decades. In today's video, I will narrate the story of what happened to Haley Dodd. Haley Dodd was born in the United Kingdom on the 30th of November, 1981 to Raymond and Margaret Dodd. She grew up in a fairly large, close-knit family with 5 other siblings. When Haley was younger, in the year 1990, she and her whole family immigrated to Australia, settling in the village of Mandorah. Throughout her elementary, middle, and high school, Haley Dodd was an excellent student. She participated in sports and had intentions to further her studies. She wanted to become either a veterinarian or a school teacher. However, before making a final choice for a career, Haley wanted to go on an adventure, exploring the whole of Australia. For this reason, at the age of 17, when she obtained her high school diploma, she and her best friend Lisa left on a trip to Western Australia. Their goal was to spend a few months away from home rather than just driving through nearby towns and tourist hotspots. The 2 friends planned to look for temporary jobs while traveling in order to pay for their living expenses, which included food and transportation. They planned to enjoy their vacation by hitchhiking within cities in Australia, which at the time didn't seem like a risky idea. 1 out of 100 young women were being killed while hitchhiking at the time, but given how many people did so safely, there was no widespread fear sparked by these crimes. Haley Dodd was certain that even with a friend by her side, her parents would forbid her from traveling by hitchhiking. She then assured them that she would be taking the bus instead. In July 1999, Haley and Lisa traveled to a place called Dangara. They already had a part-time job where they would work as day laborers on a nearby farm there. They were residing at a camping ground where they got a space to sleep for the night in exchange for a small fee. These camping grounds are very popular in Australia, primarily due to their low prices. A few days before starting work, Haley made the decision to use the rest of her free time to travel to a family friend's farm near Moora. She had once been there and wanted to visit them after a long time. She planned to hitchhike to the farm, but Lisa was reluctant to let her leave alone. Haley insisted that she need not worry and would return soon. As a parting gift, Lisa gave Haley herself the fence-folding knife and some cash so she could call her from the phone booth. On the 29th of July, at around 8 a.m., Haley left the camping site and headed towards the farm. Meanwhile, at the farm, family friends were expecting and waiting for her, but she never showed up. Being concerned, they decided to inform her mother. Margaret Dodd immediately called the police out of concern that something might have happened to her daughter. She first dialed the 000 emergency number and explained the situation at hand. After hearing her story, The operator concluded that there was nothing urgent about the situation. She, however, told Margaret to go file a missing person report at the nearby police station, which she did. Going through the timeline of events of that day, the detectives started looking for Haley. They started off by going to the campsite where Lisa was staying. After being told why they were there, Lisa was shocked to learn that Haley never made it to the farm. She was able to provide the police with a detailed description of each outfit Haley wore on that particular day, as well as a sketch of the earring Haley was wearing. She had purchased these earrings a few days prior to her disappearance. She was drawn to the piece of jewelry when she and Lisa went shopping to treat themselves to some inexpensive items. Haley had no idea that those earrings would hold the key to unlocking the terrible mystery of her disappearance at the time. Investigators released details regarding the missing teenager, including her description. Despite being almost 18-year-old, Haley appeared much younger. She stood at 152 centimeters tall and weighed a little over 40 pounds. As the investigation progresses, the first witness was easily found by it happened to be the truck driver who had given her a ride that day. According to the man, Haley had reportedly knocked on his truck's window at a gas station and requested a ride to a place called Mora, where the farm was. Although the trucker was en route to another farm, he agreed to give her a ride for the majority of the distance. She was later dropped off by the man above 50 kilometers from Mora, close to the town of Ushinjira. He further reported that Haley had been in a cheerfully good spirits, talking about her trip the entire way. He had also given her $15 to get something to eat after she said she was running low on cash. In case she needed a ride back, he also left her his phone number. Since he traveled that road almost all the time, he wouldn't have minded giving her another ride. Detectives later received a number of calls from witnesses who claimed to have seen Haley in the vicinity. The police eventually came to the conclusion that Haley had been walking on foot along the northwest road towards Mora, based on the witness's testimony. Evidently, she was unable to hitch a ride from a driver at the gas station. As a result of that, she then made the decision to walk alongside the road in an effort to hitch a ride. Another witness claimed that he gave Haley a ride to the Wanjardi Road turnoff before she continued walking towards her destination. The following witness was a female driver who was passing by. She caught sight of Haley just as she was getting out of another car and walking towards Mora. More than 10 witnesses in total called the police. Detectives came to the conclusion that Haley was last seen at around 11:45 a.m. on the Northwest Road. About 50 kilometers from, however, there was another witness who, despite not having seen Haley, nonetheless told the police something unsettling. According to the man, his engine was overheating, so he stopped on the side of the Northwest Road. While fixing up his car, he briefly heard a dog barking before a female piercing scream. Since it might have been far away, he was unable to see the source of the noise. The road traveled through a barren, flat area with little background noise. Giving all of this information, the police's prognosis was disappointing from the onset. Eddie Rowe, the lead detective, decided that they should search for the body rather than think about the possibility that Haley might still be alive. However, management forbade him from doing so. Haley Dodd's case was left at the status of the missing person case. A murder investigation would have given the police more options than a missing person investigation, but they lacked any leads that could have helped them find Haley. So they started looking for potential kidnappers right away. They were able to locate several local suspects in a short period of time, but the police eventually concentrated on 3 men. One of them was a teacher at a nearby school. Another worked there as a part-time gardener, and the third lived close to where Haley had disappeared. Each of them offered an alibi and pleaded not guilty when questioned. Although the police were unable to find any evidence to the contrary, they were unable to conclude with certainty that they were innocent. However, things quickly changed drastically. A neighbor of one of the suspects went to the police. He revealed to them that on the day Haley Dodd went missing, Francis Work, a 43-year-old school gardener, had taken his car to go shopping in Mora. Around 1 p.m., later that day, Francis came back to his house and he noticed that inside the car had suffered damage. The dashboard had signs of an impact and the turn signal knob was broken as well. The neighbor was unable to ask him what had happened to the car because when Francis Work arrived home, He threw his shopping bags in the kitchen before mounting his motorcycle and leaving again. The police decided to re-interview Francis because they thought this story was strange. Francis, however, claimed that he was many miles away from the alleged location of Haley's abduction. He claimed that after getting home, he immediately rode his motorcycle to a party in the city of Perth. He said he wasn't able to make it down there because he went over the speed limit on the way there, which resulted in a serious accident that made him go to the hospital. With the information at their disposal, the detectives were able to ask the obvious question. Where was he going in such a hurry? Investigators decided to request a search warrant for his home after deciding that his own testimony was extremely strange. The police searched his home but were unable to uncover any possible evidence. Forensics also examined the car. They searched the car and took the seat's cover off in order to examine them properly in the lab. However, all these resulted in nothing and Francis' work was let off the hook. Not long after that, he moved to Queensland on the other side of the country, leaving the detectives without any leads while the case was left hanging on the shelf. Detectives made attempts to move the case forward by locating fresh witnesses and evidence, but all efforts were futile. After 8 long years, in 2007, Francis' work returned to the police radar. At that time, he was residing in a remote area of a small town. Next to his door lived an elderly couple who were relaxing one morning on their porch, when they suddenly became horrified to see a young woman running in their direction completely naked and covered in blood. When she requested for help, the couple immediately called the police. The victim claimed that the previous evening she had attempted to get a ride. A man pulled up in front of her and offered to take her to wherever she was going. During the journey, the man then informed her that he had to go to one location in order to fill up his car with gas. They later pulled up to a house in the middle of nowhere where he called her inside and offered her some tea, which sadly she didn't deny. He attacked her shortly after that and after a brief struggle, succeeded in taming and tying her up. The victim endured horrific violence and torture for the next few hours. Additionally, her attacker stole one of her earrings by ripping it off. This man was Francis' work, as you may have guessed. In the morning, the woman realized she could run once the rope was off her hands and her legs were free. She immediately started trying hard to loose the rope. After she succeeded, she watched out for Francis' work, waiting for him to get as far away as possible before dashing out through the back door. One smart move to note in the midst of this chaos was that the woman took off her necklace and threw it under the bed. Before leaving, she decided to leave some personal items in Francis' home out of concern that the police might not find any evidence to support her claim when she eventually reports him. And guess what? That single act of hers actually worked. After searching Francis' home, the police discovered the identical necklace and arrested him right away. After the trial, he quickly came to the conclusion that he could not get away with what he had done and made the decision to come clean. He then received a 12-year prison term. Although Francis' arrest was reported to the Western Australian police, who handled the Haley Dodds case, they showed no sign of interest whatsoever. The 8-year-old cold case, which so closely resembled the facts of Francis Wark's crime, was not revived by the police. The detectives only agreed to reopen the case at Haley's mother's insistence. However, they quickly came to the conclusion again that Francis was still innocent in the Haley Dodds case and that there was nothing they could do to change that. The police rebuffed Haley's family's repeated requests for a thorough investigation, saying that they had already done everything within their power. Haley's relatives spent tens of thousands of dollars on private investigators in a futile attempt to wait for law enforcement assistance. It was 6 long years before the case changed course. It was discovered in 2013 that the police had simply forgotten about the evidence, which ultimately proved to be the key to cracking the case. Tracy Horan, a medical examiner, submitted a request to reopen the Haley Dodds case. The reason was that the exact same car seat covers that had been taken from Francis' neighbor's vehicle in 1999 had been discovered in the evidence storage. Unexpectedly, it happened that for 14 years no blood, DNA, or other forms of evidence had ever been tested on the seat covers. When the forensics went through the covers more thoroughly this time, they discovered a woman's earring that had become tangled in the material. Detectives went back to the drawings Lisa drew for the police shortly after her friend vanished. They came across the drawing of the earrings, Haley was wearing that day and were shocked to see that it was the same earring found in the covers of the car's seat. Experts also found a human hair that had been removed from the car's mats. DNA sample was taken from the hair, and it matched Haley Dodd's mother's DNA. That implied that the hair was almost certainly Haley's. However, the likelihood was not 100%, making it very challenging to bring charges against Frances as soon as possible. As soon as the information reached the media, the police came under heavy fire. This evidence was right under the investigators' noses for 14 years, but during that time they never remembered it. Naturally, such a discovery altered the course of the investigation, and the detectives traveled to another region of the country to question Frances once more. Frances Work was still serving a jail term at the time for assaulting a woman in 2007. He told the detectives the same story that he had told them 14 years earlier. He denied being involved in the murder and insisted that he was out shopping in Mora when Haley Dodd was kidnapped. The nearly 4-hour-long interrogation produced no results, so the police were forced to get the case ready for trial. He wasn't officially charged with Haley's murder until 2015, at which point he was deported to Western Australia. The trial started in late 2017. All of the evidence presented, according to France's defense, was circumstantial. His defense claimed that the earrings Haley Dodd purchased were both inexpensive and popular. Therefore, another woman might have left it in the car. Although not an exact match, the hair in the car showed a 100% match to Haley's DNA, though it would have been extremely unlikely to make a mistake here. That was sufficient for the attorneys, but the judge didn't find any of these arguments convincing. If Frances' crime from 2007 hadn't occurred, perhaps he would have still had a chance to escape punishment. However, he did more than just abducting the hitchhiking woman. He also stole her earring. The prosecution's theory that the man was hoarding the victim's earrings as trophies ultimately raised more questions about him. As a result, the judge sentenced him to 21 years in prison after finding him guilty of kidnapping and killing Haley Dodd. All of these occurred while his prior sentence was still being processed. Frances Work was sentenced at age 62, but the story did not end there. The jury was of the opinion that Frances abducted, killed, and then hid Haley's body, which was never discovered. Frances also refused to admit to his crimes. In 2018, Haley's mother worked to pass a new law that states murderers are not eligible for parole if they refuse to reveal the location of their victim's body. Haley's mother repeatedly asked the killer to reveal where he hid her daughter's body, but he refused. 2020 saw the occurrence of another notable occasion. Frances' appeal to have his sentence overturned was accepted by the court, and a new hearing was scheduled. His attorneys continued to argue that he would not have had time to abduct Haley Dodd between his trip to Mura and his return home. However, the court stated that the time span gave him well enough chance to do so, especially given the haste with which he arrived home and immediately left for Perth on his motorcycle. Even though the hair and the earring were still considered to be two of the most important pieces of evidence against him, Frances was still successful in having his sentence reduced. The court reduced his sentence from 21 years to 18 years after finding him guilty of involuntary manslaughter. But because of a law that was passed in 2018, he would still be unable to leave prison if he refused to say where he hid Haley Dodd's body. The detectives continue to be busy because of another aspect of the entire case. They are confident that Frances has victimized numerous additional women and that none of them have been able to escape his wicked ways. This psychotic man may have been offering pretentious rides to young women on the streets for years. Only he knows what happened to them. The disappearance of a woman in late 2005 was one of the most likely comparable cases. She had hitchhiked to another city and had vanished without a trace. Because Frances knew the victim personally, the detective in charge of the case is certain that he abducted her. But there is currently no evidence to pin him to the crime. It might turn up again in the police's evidence room a few years down the road, but that wouldn't matter to the criminal. Frances would have been charged for the murder of Haley Dodd in 1999 if the police had conducted a more thorough inspection of the car. We currently have no way of knowing how many lives he destroyed in the years that followed, but sooner or later, the mystery may be unraveled. This entire story has another unsettling aspect. Do you recall that the police named 3 main suspects? including Francis, during the preliminary stages of the investigation. 5 months after Haley Dodd vanished, one of the suspects killed his wife. The second, who worked as a teacher, ended up being among the worst child predators in Australian history. Unfortunately, the police were powerless to stop them at the time of Haley's murder, before they could harm someone else. Every day, murders go unsolved and eventually become cold cases. The victims' families wait for justice, which sometimes takes ages to come. While some perpetrators of these evil acts go on to commit more brutal murders, some repent and hope not to get caught. Recently, the families of unsolved murder victims have seen a glimmer of hope with the use of improved DNA technology, used to solve decades of cold cases. Here are 3 of the cold cases eventually solved with DNA in the 20s. Fawn Cox was 16 years old when she was raped, strangled, and eventually killed in her bedroom on the 26th of July, 1989. Fawn was a junior at Northeast High School and had been working as a cashier at Worlds of Fun, a Kansas City amusement park, until 11 p.m. that evening when her mother, Beverly, had picked her up and brought her home. Her family said she had gone straight to bed due to how exhausted she was. Fawn's younger sisters Amber and Felisa would often sleep upstairs with her, but on the night she was murdered, she was the only one in the room upstairs. While she was sleeping, someone snuck into the house through an upstairs window and raped and strangled her in her bed. There were semen stains left behind on the bed. By the next morning, when Fawn's alarm went off at the usual 9:30 a.m. to wake her up for work and she didn't turn it off, her mother and sister came upstairs to check up on her only to discover that she was still in bed but lying dead. Her family claimed to have not heard anything from downstairs. They said the sound of their loud air conditioner must have drowned out any noise coming from upstairs during the attack. Feli Seacox mentioned in an interview that, though the family dog got agitated at a point during the night of her sister's murder, but they attributed it to the dog being pregnant. Fawn, who was said to have just gotten her learner's permit 3 days before her murder, was a church lover. She attended church regularly with her family and she loved Amy Grant music. When she died, her father, John, took comfort in the family's faith. The murder of Fawn shook the whole of Kansas City. In August of that year, 3 teenagers were apprehended regarding her murder, but they were later released when DNA tests failed to conclusively link them to the crime. The police stayed on Fawn's case. They followed every lead, but got nowhere. The community and the family of Fawn Cox also refused to give up. Anytime there is an advancement in DNA testing, they would make sure the police used it in Fawn's case. At a point, the police were frustrated when a search of Combined DNA Index System, a database containing the DNA of every felon in the United States, failed to find a match. Fawn's family raised money and spoke to the media. They bought billboards that went up in Kansas City. They fought for years to get advanced DNA techniques used on the case. They held fundraisers, even offering to pay for it themselves, as the Kansas City police could not afford it. Eventually, the FBI paid for a genealogy DNA testing, and on the 11th of November 2020, after narrowing down their list of suspects, the police finally revealed Donald Cox Jr., Fawn's cousin, who was 5 years older than her as the murderer. Unfortunately, justice could not be truly served as he had died of a drug overdose in 2006. To further prove that Donald Cox Jr. was the murderer they had wanted for decades, the investigators who had worked on Donald's death investigation had retained his blood sample during his case because they had sensed foul play in the circumstances surrounding his death. They then compared DNA from the blood sample with a DNA profile from the bodily fluids recovered from Fawn's bedroom in 1989 and discovered a match. Fawn's parents, who now have closure to the case, were sad but relieved. They said they had sometimes wondered if Donald had killed her. It turned out that their suspicion was right all along. Mary Ann Perez was a single mother living in Chalmette, Louisiana. On the 25th of March, 1976, Mary Ann left her home to go to a country western bar on the outskirts of New Orleans where she would meet up with friends of hers. Mary Ann left her eldest daughter in charge of the youngest children. She told them that she would call them at 11 p.m. At 11 p.m., she did call her oldest daughter and informed her that she would be home soon. The children waited, but there was no sign of Mary, and then, at 1:30 a.m., they received a call from a woman who claimed her name was Dorothy. Dorothy told them she was a friend of Mary Ann's and that Mary Ann was having car trouble, but she would be home soon. Mary Ann never made it back home and the police were called. They went to the bar for any information as to where Mary Ann could be. They found her car in front of the bar, still in perfect condition. Investigators also spoke to her family and found it worrying that Mary Ann had no friend named Dorothy. 3 days after she was last seen, her purse was found about 10 miles from the bar, in a lake. It had been weighed down by a brick. There was not much else to go on, so the case went cold. That was until 9 years later in 1985. New Orleans detectives were sent to Kansas because a man confessed to ending the life of Mary Ann. The man's name is David Courtney. He claimed that he and his wife abducted Mary Ann before ending her life. He said that one night he was driving along the highway and then stopped at a country western bar in New Orleans. He noticed an intoxicated woman that couldn't unlock her car. David offered this woman a ride, which she finally accepted. While driving, she told him that her name was Mary Ann. He confessed to strangling her and then dumping her body near the Mississippi-Louisiana border. The police searched the entire area but found nothing. This led her family to believe that Mary Ann might still be alive. What also helped the family keep their hopes up was that Mary Ann's daughter-in-law received a phone call from a woman in 1990. The woman claimed that she was Mary Ann's best friend and that the two of them were being held captive and were not allowed to call again. Mary Ann's family believed that David was not successful in strangling Mary Ann, while the police believed he was and that David merely misremembered the location where he put her. It would be another few decades before we would learn what really happened to Mary Ann. In December of 2017, the police announced they believed they solved the case. This is what they had to say. In November of 1976, 8 months after Mary Ann disappeared, skeletal remains were found in a cornfield in Alabama just over the Mississippi border. It took 2 different police departments to solve this case. One police department knew about the disappearance of Mary Ann and the other knew about the skeletal remains that were found. Mary Ann had a partial dental plate on her upper front teeth, the same as the Jane Doe that was found. The police went to Oklahoma where the body was being stored in a warehouse and took DNA samples. They then took DNA samples from one of Mary Ann's daughters. In November of 2018, the DNA tests positively identified it as belonging to Mary Ann. Investigators still believe that David Courtney's confession is true. He is currently serving a life sentence. Carla Jen Walker was born on January 31st of 1957 in Fort Worth, Texas. She was a 17-year-old cheerleader and student who was kidnapped out of her boyfriend's passenger seat on the 16th of February, 1974. Carla and her boyfriend, Rodney McCoy, were sitting and waiting for friends in his car in the parking lot of Brunswick Ridgely Bowl. After attending a Valentine's Dance Week at Western Hills High School when suddenly, the car door swung open and the two were attacked and assaulted by an unknown person who mistakenly dropped the magazine from his gun during the attack. While trying to fight off the bad guy, McCoy was knocked into unconsciousness with the back of a pistol. When he woke up later, he discovered Carla was gone and the last thing he remembered was her shouting, "Rodney, go get my dad." McCoy then went to Carla's house to tell her parents what had transpired. They called the police who searched the area where she had been kidnapped. Her purse and the magazine clip the attacker left behind were the only items recovered in the parking lot. Several days later, on February 20th, 1974, Carla's body was found in a drainage covert at Benbrook Lake. According to autopsy results, she had been alive for 2 days after her abduction and she had also been beaten, raped, injected with morphine, tortured, and strangled to death. The police were said to have quite a number of suspects on their list during the first phase of investigation. One man named Glenn Samuel McCurley was questioned shortly after Carla's murder in 1974 because the gun magazine found in the parking lot of the bowling alley was tied to him. Apparently, he had recently purchased a pistol that used the same magazine as the one found on the crime scene. However, McCurley told investigators that his gun was stolen from his truck. After taking and passing a polygraph test, he was let off the hook. At this point, there was nothing tying him to the murder. The police, who desperately wanted answers, had obtained evidence of semen and other bodily fluids from the crime scene. They had also preserved Carla's clothing for further investigation, but due to lack of advanced technology in the 1970s, the killer could not be identified. Hence, the murder remained a cold case for 46 years until in September 2020, when the police got DNA samples from the trash can outside McCurley's home. After confirming that the samples matched the DNA evidence gotten from the crime scene in 1974, investigators returned to McCurley's home, where he invited them in for a talk. He repeated the same story he told the police in 1974. He claimed not to have killed anyone and said he never knew Carla Jan Walker. Investigators then asked him for a DNA sample, to which he agreed and signed a consent form. They took 2 chick swabs and sent them alongside with Carla's clothing for analysis. They were sent to Othram Incorporated, a lab that specializes in advanced testing of small and degraded DNA. They ended up developing a full DNA profile of the perpetrator. 6 days later, the swabs gotten from McCurley matched the DNA found on Carla's bra. This was enough to arrest and charge McCurley with capital murder. In August 2021, McCurley started his trial. The evidence presented in court included the pistol he had claimed was stolen in 1974. The pistol was found carefully hidden inside his home. By the 3rd day of his trial, McCurley pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life in prison. He is currently imprisoned in Gibb Lewis Unit and will be eligible for parole on the 21st of March, 2029. As of the time of making this video, he still maintains his innocence. He once told a reporter that he pled guilty because he had had enough hounding. Finally arrested, Jim Walker, Carla's younger brother, is glad that the family eventually has a face to the gruesome murder of his sister. Jim, who became a police officer nearly 45 years ago after his sister was killed, said their parents had both died without seeing the killer, but he was able to fulfill the pledge he made to his mother. Tamara Milligrad lived in Newport, southwest of Melbourne in Australia. In September of 1971, she asked her parents if she could go to the Royal Melbourne Show along with one of her friends from school. Her parents were a little hesitant at first, since she was only 15 years old, but they agreed since they assumed she would be back on the same day. The Royal Melbourne Show is an event that started in 1848. Each year there are a lot of incredible sights, and there are also a lot of rides and other forms of entertainment. It was on September 18, 1971 that Tamara and her friend went to the show. At one point Tamara told her friend that she needed some change for the $5 she had in her pocket, so they separated. After a while, Tamara's friend went to look for her when she did not return. Her friend got worried when she could not find her. The friend then called Tamara's parents, who called the police. They informed the police that their daughter went to the Royal Melbourne Show and could not be found. The police learned from her parents that Tamara had a huge argument with her parents about the boyfriend she had at the time of her disappearance. Some of her friends also came forward telling the police that Tamara would often tell them she wanted to start a new life. This made the police believe that Tamara was not abducted, but that she had actually ran away. Nevertheless, her family decided that they would not give up and that they would continue the search for her. One of Tamara's brothers, named Nick, said that they were always on wild goose chases trying to find her. They even hired a personal investigator. And over the years, there were a few supposed sightings of Tamara. One was at the Tarmac Hotel in Laverton. Another was that she had even slept at the Royal Melbourne Show for 2 nights before leaving Street Kilda and getting a job. But none of these were ever confirmed. 17 years after Tamara went missing, her father passed away. In his last moments, he begged his family never to stop searching for Tamara. In 2010, the police decided to reopen the case thanks to Tamara's mother, who is now 85 years old. This was 39 years after Tamara went missing. She would be in her 50s. The family and police still believed that she ran away. Back in the 1970s, it was pretty simple to do. You could just move to a different part of the country, marry, and then you had a new life. In 2010, the disappearance of Tamara Milligrad was featured in the Missing Persons Week in Melbourne. One of the women that looked at this site and saw the photo of Tamara knew Tamara as her mother, who had a different name. The woman who looked on the site was Karina Russell. She had lost her mother in a car accident. She and her sibling were very young when they lost their mom in 1976. Her mom's name was Pauline Tammy Russell, but she really looked like Tamara Milligrad. Karina decided to get in touch with the National Missing Persons Coordination Center to try to see if the woman in the photo could be her very own mom. DNA was taken from one of Tamara's brothers and was matched to the DNA of Karina. Now, 44 long years after Tamara disappeared, her family finally knew what happened. She left her family, moved to a different area in Victoria, Australia. She then changed her age from 15 to 18 and changed her name to Pauline Tammy Russell and had 2 kids before passing away in a car crash. For Tamara's mother, Luba, it was heartbreaking to learn that her daughter was not alive anymore. On the other hand, she was happy to finally know what had happened and also welcome her 2 grandchildren into her life. On September 12, 1993, the Claps family made preparations for a Sunday getaway at a cozy cottage in Tito, a peaceful town far from their bustling hometown of Potenza, Italy. Accompanied by their parents, Antonio and Filomena, was their 20-year-old son, Luciano. They eagerly awaited the arrival of their eldest son, 24-year-old Gildo Claps, and their younger daughter, 16-year-old Elisa Claps. Plan was for Elisa and her friend, Eliana D. Silas, to attend a church service in the town center before joining the rest of the family for lunch at the cottage. However, as time passed and the girls failed to return, Gildo grew increasingly concerned. Elisa was known for her punctuality and would always inform the family if she was running late. Soon after, Eliana arrived at the door, assuming Elisa had already made her way home. To everyone's surprise, Elisa was still missing. Worried, Gildo ventured into the town center in search of his sister. Despite the crowd near the church, Elisa was nowhere to be found. By 2 p.m., when Gildo and Elisa had still not returned, the rest of the family decided to return to Potenza to investigate the situation. They were shocked to discover that Elisa had gone missing. Gildo turned to Eliana for a detailed account of his sister's activities that morning. It was during this conversation that Eliana admitted she had not been entirely truthful. They had not attended the church services planned. It had merely been an excuse for Elisa to meet with a 21-year-old dental technician student named Danilo Restivo. Despite coming from a respected family, Danilo was often the subject of ridicule, particularly from girls. Elisa, being a compassionate person, sympathized with him. However, she had made it clear that there could be no romantic involvement between them. On that particular day, she reluctantly agreed to meet him due to his insistence on presenting her with a gift to celebrate her success in passing her exams. Elisa and Danilo made arrangements to meet at the church precisely at 11:30 a.m. As the service concluded, Eliana patiently waited outside and unexpectedly bumped into another friend, Angelica. Unaware of Elisa's departure from the church, the girls assumed they had simply missed her amidst the bustling crowd. Since Danilo was the last person to have seen his sister, Gildo contacted him at home, demanding an explanation. Danilo clarified that their meeting lasted a mere 15 minutes, during which they conversed while seated at the altar. Subsequently, Elisa left the church while Restivo remained behind to engage in prayer. Marking the final instance he laid eyes on her. Concerned by Elisa's prolonged absence, her brother Luciano personally visited Restivo. Danilo appeared visibly anxious and evasive in his responses. Luciano observed a substantial bandage on Danilo's left hand and inquired about its cause. Restivo explained that he had tripped at a construction site, resulting in the injury, reiterated his lack of knowledge regarding Elisa's whereabouts. Elisa's family promptly reported her disappearance to the police, urging them to question Restivo. However, their plea was dismissed, and they were advised to return home and await Elisa's reappearance. Faced with uncertainty, Gildo returned to the church, only to find the door locked. He arranged for access and thoroughly searched the premises once more. Behind the altar, he discovered another locked door leading to the church's upper floor. Gildo requested access to this door as well, but was informed that only the priest, Father Domenico Sabia, possessed the key. Unfortunately, Father Sabia had departed for a spa resort for a few days. 2 days later, with still no news of the girl, the police finally interviewed Danilo. He claimed that Elisa was discontented at home and expressed a desire to flee to Naples, although he attempted to dissuade her from pursuing this idea. He maintained his account that she left the church after their brief conversation while he remained behind. The mention of the gift for Elisa was omitted by him, but he did mention seeking her advice about another girl named Paula whom he wanted to go out with. After their conversation, he made his way home through a construction site where he had previously been with Paula a few days ago. Unfortunately, he had a fall from an unfinished escalator and ended up cutting his hand. The detectives had doubts about the truthfulness of Danilo's statements for a few reasons. Firstly, he seemed surprisingly precise in his accounts. Secondly, there was no evidence to suggest that Elisa had any intentions of running away from her loving family. Lastly, it was unclear how he managed to only injure his hand and not break his glasses after falling head first from the under-construction escalator. The police decided to visit the Restivo family's residence and requested to see the clothes that Danilo had worn on that particular day. However, Danilo's father refused to cooperate without a warrant. As a result, the police left empty-handed, convinced that Restivo was concealing something, and proceeded to check his name in the database. It was discovered that he had previously encountered legal troubles at the age of 14 when he assaulted other boys he was playing with. But that wasn't all. Several months ago, 3 female students who lived near his house accused him of stalking. He seemed to derive pleasure from instilling fear in girls by making unsettling phone calls to their homes, describing their attire or playing them terrifying music from the horror movie Profondo Rosso. Investigators were also informed about Danilo's peculiar habit of cutting strands of hair from strangers while using public transportation. Although the police had heard about these incidents, they unfortunately couldn't gather enough evidence to directly link Restivo to them. Meanwhile, news of Elisa Clapp's disappearance rapidly spread across the country, and the family received numerous prank calls from individuals claiming to have the girl and assuring her safety. The police dismissed most of these calls, but a few messages mentioning the sighting of a girl in a white Fiat Uno caught their attention. Elisa's friend, Angelica, disclosed that another admirer of hers, a 20-year-old named Eris Gega, was spotted in the city center on that particular day. Eris had recently arrived from Albania with his family. When questioned by the police, Eris denied being at the church and provided the names of friends who could vouch for his whereabouts. However, his friends not only failed to support his alibi, but also stated that he was indeed in the city center on the day Elisa went missing. Adding to the suspicion, Eris drove a white Fiat Uno, the same type of car that multiple witnesses claimed to have seen Elisa in on the day she disappeared. Furthermore, one witness identified Eris as the driver of that car. The doubts surrounding Eris' involvement intensified when Elisa's diary, which was missing several pages, was found. Forensic experts managed to reconstruct fragments of those pages and discovered that some words were written in Albanian. Eris was subjected to further questioning, during which his account changed multiple times. At one point, he even alleged that Danilo Restivo instructed him to deny their acquaintance. Eventually, Eris was charged with providing false testimony. In December, an anonymous call was made to the police, with the female caller claiming to have seen Elisa in Rome. According to her, Elisa had been assaulted and forced into a white Fiat Uno. Towards the end of the call, the voice pleaded, "Please help her and help me." The recorded call underwent analysis, yielding astonishing results. It was revealed that the caller was Eliana, whose inconsistent statements had long raised suspicions among investigators. Similar to Eris, she was charged with giving false testimony. Although the possibility of Elisa running away from home couldn't be entirely ruled out, detectives gradually reached the conclusion that the girl was no longer alive and that Danilo was responsible for her disappearance. He might have coerced other acquaintances of hers into providing false information to the police, but since there was no body, they had no grounds to charge him or any other suspect with anything other than false testimony. However, the Claps family firmly believed that influential individuals, including friends of Danilo's father and the priest from the church where Elisa went missing, were protecting the reputation of their daughter's killer. Father Domenico Sabia, in particular, prohibited anyone from entering the church premises, and refused to allow a box to be placed inside the building where people could anonymously leave notes with information about Elisa despite other churches readily agreeing to it. He even attempted to deny any knowledge of Danilo, but this was quickly disproven when a photograph emerged showing them together on Danilo's 18th birthday. Based on all the evidence gathered, Danilo Restivo was eventually arrested for providing false testimony. He was found guilty and sentenced to 20 months in prison. After the trial, Gildo was astounded by the judicial system, questioning how someone could be convicted of false testimony without being compelled to reveal the entire truth. Nonetheless, Danilo served half of his sentence and was released as the police had no further charges against him. Ileana and Eris were not found guilty of perjury by the judge, as they supposedly gave false testimony not to hinder the investigation but out of fear for their own lives. On the second anniversary of Elisa's disappearance in Potenza, various rumors circulated, such as her being in the clutches of the mafia, having a secret relationship with a priest, or being sold by human traffickers. The family faced constant harassment from individuals demanding money in exchange for information about the girl. Despite the challenges, Elisa's relatives actively encouraged public interest in the case, and with the rise of the internet, they established a website to provide updates on the investigation. On April 23, 1999, an email purportedly penned by Elisa surfaced on the website. In the message, she disclosed her departure from Potenza and disclosed her new residence in Brazil. Expressing remorse for the distress she caused her family, Elisa clarified that her departure was driven by unhappiness and was intended to be permanent. She emphasized that the email would serve as her final communication to her family. Despite Filomena's fervent hope that her daughter was safe and content, her sons harbored doubts, noting Elisa's departure without financial resources or travel documents. In a bid to uncover the truth, they enlisted the services of a private investigator to track the email's internet protocol address, only to ascertain that it originated not from Brazil, but from an internet cafe in Potenza. Cafe staff cooperated by providing a roster of patrons present on the day in question, revealing that Danilo Restivo was among them at the time the email was dispatched. Prompted by this revelation, Elisa's family promptly alerted the authorities and urged for Danilo's interrogation, suspecting his involvement in a scheme to mislead them into abandoning their quest for Elisa. Regrettably, they were informed that the investigative efforts had reached a standstill, leaving them with no further recourse. Bournemouth, a renowned seaside resort located on the southern coast of Britain, is situated approximately 2,000 kilometers north of Potenza. On the morning of November 12, 2002, the Barnett family's routine in Bournemouth commenced as usual. 48-years-old Heather Barnett diligently saw her children, 11-year-old Caitlin and 14-year-old Terry, off to school before returning home by 8:30 a.m. Heather's customary ritual included savoring her morning cup of tea before embarking on her work-from-home duties, specializing in crafting bespoke curtains, pillowcases, and similar items. This day proved no exception, with a steady stream of orders awaiting her attention. Upon returning from school a few hours later, and Caitlin were unsettled to find the front door unlocked. Their concern deepened as they knew their mother was home, evident from her parked car and the radio playing. Despite calling out to her, there was no response. Caitlin hesitated to enter the bathroom during their search, prompting Terry to join her. After knocking yielded no reply, they cautiously pushed the door open, revealing a harrowing scene, their mother lying on the floor, clearly the victim of a brutal crime. Terry swiftly called emergency services and guided his distraught sister outside to await the arrival of the ambulance and police. Coincidentally, a neighbor across the street was parking their car and noticed the two distressed children. Showing compassion, they invited the children into their home, providing reassurance and a sense of safety during the ordeal. Upon arrival, the police noted the absence of stolen items and signs of forced entry. It became evident that the crime transpired soon after the woman's children left for school. Luminol testing unveiled size 9 shoe prints, leading from the bathroom to the woman's workshop, abruptly vanishing midway. This suggested the perpetrator changed shoes, likely bringing clean footwear to swap after committing the crime. Moreover, Fibers discovered on the woman's body indicated that the assailant had worn gloves during the incident. Every piece of evidence suggested meticulous planning on the part of the killer. They arrived prepared with a change of clothes, a hammer, a knife, and gloves. However, they overlooked one crucial item: a green hand towel bearing Heather's blood found on the workshop chair. Since it did not belong to the family and considering its location, it could only have been placed there by the perpetrator. It was likely used to wipe blood from their face and hands before changing clothes. However, the most compelling evidence emerged from the locks of hair discovered in the woman's grasp. Initially, the police suspected she had extracted a strand of the perpetrator's hair, but forensic examination unveiled a surprising revelation. The hair had been precisely cut with a sharp tool. Furthermore, while one hand held Heather's hair, the other hand contained hair belonging to another woman, adding a layer of complexity to the investigation. The detective's conversation with Caitlin revealed that their spare house keys had disappeared a week prior to the murder. Despite Heather's efforts to change the locks, suspicion fell upon their neighbor Danilo Restivo, who had recently visited to order curtains for his girlfriend. Known as Danny to the children, Danilo had relocated to Britain in May 2002 with his Italian partner Fiamma Marsango, whom he met online. They both resided directly opposite Heather Barnett's house. Upon immediate police arrival at the crime scene, Danilo provided an alibi, asserting attendance at classes in a computer center after taking a bus. His alibi appeared sound, bolstered by his bus ticket and the center's registration log. However, when an officer returned to collect DNA samples and inspect Danilo's footwear, they found his sneakers soaking in bleach. Despite his explanation of cleaning them, the detective seized the shoes, suspecting potential evidence tampering. Despite the sneakers not aligning with footprints found in Heather's house, Danilo's dubious behavior prompted further investigation, ultimately yielding a significant revelation after his name was run through a database. Restivo's prior involvement in a criminal investigation resurfaced dating back over a decade ago, in connection with the disappearance of Elisa Claps, a young Italian girl. Upon re-examination, investigators found Restivo's alibi to be less credible than initially portrayed. Alterations to his registration time in the computer center's logbook, from 1028 to 928, were executed clumsily, raising doubts. Although he possessed a bus ticket with the specified travel time, the possibility of him disembarking and returning to Heather's house remained plausible. Furthermore, surveillance footage captured a figure resembling Restivo crossing the road near Heather's residence at 9:24 a.m. Regrettably, due to poor video quality, precise identification proved elusive. Nevertheless, Restivo found himself once again at the center of suspicion, yet the evidence against him remained circumstantial. Collaboration with authorities in Potenza revealed Restivo's peculiar penchant for cutting locks of hair from unidentified girls, bolstering investigators' conviction regarding his potential involvement in the crime. In April 2004, law enforcement initiated surveillance on Danilo Restivo, uncovering another troubling pattern of behavior. Restivo frequented a secluded park near Bournemouth called Throop, where he would clandestinely observe girls jogging or walking their dogs from behind bushes. On May 12th, despite the warm weather, he was observed in the park wearing multiple layers of clothing, including waterproof pants, gloves, sunglasses, and a hooded sweatshirt concealing his face. His actions raised significant concern among police, who feared the potential for another murder. To maintain covert surveillance, uniformed officers approached Restivo under the guise of investigating car thefts in the park, requesting to inspect his belongings. During this encounter, police discovered what they described as Restivo's murder kit, containing a ski mask, scissors, gloves, wet wipes, garbage bags, and a large knife. Despite the alarming discovery, Restivo remained composed, offering an explanation that he had found the knife in the grass and intended to prevent children from harm. When questioned about his presence in the park, he claimed to be collecting insects for his pet lizard. Despite the plausibility of his explanation, police remained unsettled by his behavior. Faced with a lack of concrete evidence, investigators opted to shift tactics and solicit public assistance. Their objective was to identify the owner of the hair strands found in Heather's hand. Through a coordinated effort with the media in both Britain and Italy, Authorities received numerous reports from girls who recounted incidents of having their hair cut in public transportation settings, particularly in Britain, since Restivo's relocation to Bournemouth in 2002. Although all the girls provided DNA samples, none matched the hair strand recovered at the crime scene. For a period, the investigation hit a standstill until 2007 when advancements in technology allowed for reanalysis of the hair strand. This new technique revealed that the hair belonged to a girl residing in the UK who had recently traveled to Valencia, Spain, and later to Tampa, Florida, before her hair was forcibly cut. Despite the detailed information obtained, efforts to locate the girl through public outreach proved futile. There remained a possibility that she was unaware of the investigation, but authorities feared she may have fallen victim to the killer's prior crimes. Despite this setback, scientific advancements eventually played a pivotal role. In 2009, forensic experts revisited the green towel from Heather's residence, leveraging advanced technology to separate Heather's blood from another individual's sweat and skin particles. While not conclusive, an expert estimated a mere 1 in 57,000 chance that the DNA belonged to someone other than Danilo Restivo. Furthermore, modern techniques reveal traces of blood on Restivo's sneakers insoles, suggesting blood on his socks when he donned the shoes. This supported the detective's theory of the perpetrator bringing a change of footwear. Unfortunately, the presence of bleach rendered DNA analysis impossible once more, thwarting a direct link between Restivo and Heather's demise. Restivo exhibited a keen awareness of potential incriminating evidence, taking precautions by changing attire, wearing gloves, and using bleach to erase bloodstains, demonstrating meticulous planning and strategic action. Thankfully, the authorities managed to charge Restivo with the murder of Heather before a shocking discovery was made in Italy. On March 17, 2010, an unexpected event occurred in Potenza. Workers were renovating the local church where Elisa had vanished years ago. The priest had passed away 2 years earlier and the attic door was left unsecured. 2 workers went upstairs, one inspecting the roof for damage while using a flashlight to light his way. It was then that he spotted something in the corner of the room, concealed behind construction debris. To his dismay, he realized it was a mummified body. The girl was identified by her shoes, glasses, and watch, all found on her remains. Elisa Claps was found in the very same church where she had disappeared 17 years prior. The forensic examiner later determined that she had died on the day she went missing, and her body had been moved and concealed. Evidence of violence was present on her body. Most damning proof was the various strands of hair found in her hands and near her body. A sample of foreign DNA discovered on her body was sent for analysis to a professor in Rome. However, due to his connection to the church where the crime occurred, the investigation was conducted carelessly. He claimed that the DNA did not match Danilo Restivo, yet upon re-evaluation by another laboratory, the DNA sample was a match to Restivo's DNA. Professor was suspended from his duties for 18 months and Restivo was eventually apprehended on May 19, 2010. Following 5 hours of deliberation on June 30, 2011, the jury found Danilo guilty of Heather's murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with no chance of parole. Nevertheless, on November 21, 2012, he successfully appealed, resulting in the court altering his sentence for Heather's murder, a minimum of 40 years behind bars. On November 11, 2011, Restivo received a 30-year prison sentence for the murder of Elisa Claps, despite his absence during the trial. Given Restivo's clear inclination towards murder, investigators deem it crucial to delve into his potential involvement in other unsolved crimes in both Britain and Italy. The most probable connection lies in the death of a 27-year-old North Korean student who was studying English in Bournemouth. On July 12, 2002, just 2 months prior to Heather's murder, Jang Ok Shin was walking home after spending time with friends. She was a mere 3 blocks away from Restivo's residence when an unidentified assailant inflicted a fatal injury upon her. Ok Shin managed to defend herself by screaming and even informed medical personnel that the attacker wore a ski mask. Another man was convicted for this crime after 3 attempts, solely based on the testimony of a female informant who had previously provided false statements and often found herself intoxicated. Her account was riddled with contradictions and failed to mention the ski mask worn by the killer. The physical resemblance between the two girls supports the theory of Restivo's involvement. Furthermore, the fact that the crime occurred on the 12th of the month, similar to the murders of Alyssa and Heather, along with Restivo's visit to the park where his murder kit was discovered, suggests the significance of this date to him. The wound on Okashin's body matches the length of the knife found with Danilo in the park. Additionally, several strands of hair were found near Okashin, although a hair salon was nearby, making it challenging to definitively determine their origin. Legally, Okashin's case is considered closed, and Danilo Restivo has been officially charged with 2 murders. However, investigators firmly believe that there may be more victims. Elisa's body was meticulously concealed, while Heather was callously exhibited for her children to discover. Analysts suggest that this signifies a progression in the perpetrator, revealing an inability to cease his actions independently. Unlike conventional serial killers, he was viewed as an aberration, a madman who deviated from the usual characteristics of a ruthless, malevolent, unrestrained murderer. Rather, he was an individual who genuinely experienced regret and desire to be incarcerated indefinitely in order to avert harm to others. Despite his pleas for assistance, he received no response. The peaceful city of Ottawa, located in Canada, was shaken by a gruesome crime that occurred on May 3, 1975. The body of a woman, later known as the Nation River Lady, was discovered floating in the nearby Nation River. The detectives who arrived at the scene immediately recognized the signs of a horrifying homicide. Despite their best efforts, they struggled to uncover any substantial clues or evidence that could help identify the victim. As time passed, the case seemed destined to remain an unsolved mystery. However, advancements in technology decades later provided a glimmer of hope for a new generation of detectives. They embarked on a mission to unravel the identity of the Nation River Lady and uncover the truth behind her tragic fate. How did this woman end up in such a horrific condition in the river? The city of Ottawa, known as the cultural and diverse center, boasts of numerous national museums, renowned art galleries, and vibrant annual festivals. It is widely regarded as one of the best places to live in Canada, offering a high level of safety and well-being for its citizens. In fact, Ottawa is recognized as one of the safest cities in the country according to the Crime Severity Index, with a crime rate significantly lower than the national average. However, the heinous crime that occurred in 1975 challenged this reputation, leaving detectives perplexed for years. On that fateful day, a farmer stumbled upon the lifeless body of a woman floating in the Nation River near a bridge crossing on Highway 417, just 60 kilometers east of Ottawa, Ontario. Witnesses immediately alerted the Ontario Provincial Police, who swiftly arrived at the scene and recovered the body. An intensive investigation was launched to uncover the truth. It was determined that the remains had likely been in the waters since either the previous fall or early spring of that year. The body had been tightly wrapped in various pieces of cloth, towels, and rags, with the hands and feet bound using nektos. The investigators determined that the woman had been strangled to death using a television cable wire before being disposed of in the water. An examination of the remains revealed that she was estimated to be between 25 and 50 years old, had dyed reddish-blonde hair, and painted her fingernails and toenails pink. Despite numerous efforts to identify her, the investigators were unsuccessful. Consequently, she was designated as a Jane Doe and became widely known as the Nation River Lady. The detectives diligently investigated the case and scrutinized the evidence, but their efforts always reached a dead end. As a result, the investigation lost momentum and eventually went cold. In 2017, the Ontario Provincial Police reopened the Nation River Lady case and approached it from a fresh perspective. Collaborating with the Forensics Department, they created a 3D reconstruction of the victim, believing it would accurately depict her appearance. Over the following years, the police attempted to identify her using this 3D model, but their endeavors proved fruitless. Nevertheless, the detectives refused to give up on the case. In 2019, the Centre of Forensic Sciences in Toronto obtained a new DNA profile of the victim. This DNA data was then sent to a laboratory in California where it matched samples collected from 2 individuals listed in a family DNA tree. The detectives also collaborated closely with the DNA Doe Project, an organization dedicated to identifying victims in cold cases. In 2020, the organization uploaded the victim's DNA profile to genetic genealogy databases, leading to a breakthrough in the case. The DNA profile for the Nation River Lady was established and uploaded to the genetic genealogy databases at GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA. After weeks of searching for matches on various sites and conducting a thorough investigation of the available records, the genetic genealogists at DNA Doe Project successfully identified Jewel Parchman Lanford as a potential match. It was discovered that Jewel had gone missing around the same time the body of the Nation River Lady was found. Despite extensive efforts, Jewel was never located. Decades later, detectives began to suspect a connection between the 2 crimes and believed that the unidentified woman was, in fact, Jewel Parchman Lanford. Born on March 30, 1927, in Tennessee, USA to parents Little Mitchell Parchman and Egla Mae Wilson. Jewel was the eldest of 5 siblings and was deeply loved and respected by her family. She grew up to become a well-known businesswoman in Jackson, Tennessee, where she owned the Jackson Health Club and Imperial Health Spa alongside her then-husband, Atlas Lanford, during the early 70s. Described as kind-hearted and down-to-earth, Jewel had a special bond with her niece, Denise Chung, despite not having any children of their own. Unfortunately, Jewel's marriage to Atlas faced difficulties, leading to their divorce in the mid-70s. Shortly after, Jewel met Rodney Nichols, a Canadian man, during his visit to the U.S. The 2 quickly formed a strong connection, prompting Jewel to make the decision to accompany Rodney to Montreal, Canada, where they planned to live together. Tragically, in June 1975, Jewel Parchman Lanford was reported missing by her family in Montreal, marking the last known whereabouts of the 48-year-old woman. When Jewel's family was unable to reach her for an extended period of time, one of her relatives made the journey to Montreal in search of her. However, despite their efforts, Jewel could not be located, prompting the family member to contact the Montreal police for assistance. The concerned relative informed the authorities that they had not heard from Jewel since April 1975 and expressed their worries about her well-being. In June 1975, Jewel's brother, Ronald Parchman, also reached out to the Montreal police, but unfortunately he returned home empty-handed, with no information about Jewel except for her Cadillac, which he brought back. It wasn't until August of 1975 that an official missing persons report was filed for Jewel. Once she was officially listed as missing, the Service de Police de la Ville de Montreal, also known as the SPVN, initiated an investigation into her disappearance. As part of their efforts, the detectives notified the media and other police forces about Jewel's case, hoping that someone who knew her might have information about her whereabouts. Although the detectives were able to establish a connection between Jewel's case and the Nation River Lady case in 2020, there was also investigation into Jewel's disappearance when she initially went missing in 1975. Just before her disappearance, Jewel had been residing with Rodney in his Montreal residence, making him a person of interest in the investigation. Rodney was brought in for questioning, but unfortunately, no valuable information was obtained from the interrogation. Following Jewel's mysterious vanishing in 1975, Rodney continued to utilize her Cadillac for personal use. During that time, Rodney was actively involved with the Westmount Rugby Club, where he held the position of team captain for several years. In order to gain further insight into Rodney's background, the detectives decided to conduct a thorough background check. This investigation revealed that Rodney was born in Middleton, Nova Scotia in 1942 to a Canadian couple who were stationed in the United Kingdom during the Second World War. In 1961, Rodney himself joined the British Army. According to a spokesperson from the UK Ministry of Defence, Rodney served in the Wessex Brigade for approximately 1 year but did not complete his training. Upon investigating his background, no suspicious information was found. Since there was no evidence linking him to Jewel's disappearance, the police released him from suspicion. Despite extensive efforts to locate Jewel, she was never found. The detectives found no leads to pursue. There were no reported sightings of her, and her bank account showed no signs of any financial activity. The police concluded that she had vanished without a trace, resulting in the case of Jewel's mysterious disappearance going cold. Several years after Jewel Lanford disappeared, she was officially declared dead in her hometown of Jackson, USA. Her family held a memorial service for her and laid her to rest in Highland Memorial Gardens, with a headstone bearing the inscription, "Missing but not forgotten." With a thorough examination of Jewel's case, the detectives knew their next steps. They contacted Denise Parkman Chung, one of Jewel's beloved nieces, and other family members, requesting their DNA samples to potentially solve this decades-old mystery. The family willingly provided their DNA samples, which were then sent for testing. Finally, in 2020, after 45 years, the body found in the Nation River, Ottawa, in 1975 was identified. The woman, known as the Nation River Lady for decades, turned out to be Jewel Parkman Lanford herself, the woman reported missing in Montreal in 1975. While DNA genealogy analysis had been successfully used in the United States to solve cold cases and identify unidentified remains for several years, this was the first time it was employed in Canada. The results of this technique were not only significant for Canada's law enforcement team, but also provided hope for solving numerous other cold cases. Jewel's case presented a unique scenario, as it involved both an unsolved murder and an unidentified victim, showcasing the intriguing application of DNA genealogy technology. The majority of Jewel's immediate family, including her siblings and parents, had long passed away. However, her mother, during her lifetime, tirelessly advocated for Jewel's case. She persistently reached out to the FBI for updates from the Ontario Provincial Police in Canada, fighting for her daughter until her final moments in 1996. Denise, Jewel's niece, had no knowledge that the detectives were still actively investigating her missing aunt until she was approached to provide a DNA sample for testing. In 2022, the investigators apprehended Rodney Nichols, an 81-year-old residing in an assisted living center in Hollywood, Florida, USA, as the perpetrator of Jewel's murder. Extradition proceedings were initiated against him. Nevertheless, the investigators refrained from disclosing the details surrounding Rodney's of each crime and the motive behind it. They believed that prematurely revealing developments in the investigation could compromise the case and subsequent legal proceedings, including potential extradition from the United States. Consequently, all progress in the case remained confidential until the Ontario Provincial Police issued an official statement. In September 2022, Rodney was formally charged at the Ontario Court of Justice in L'Original, Canada. When questioned about the absence of a connection between Jewel's disappearance and the unidentified Nation River Lady, the detectives explained that establishing such a link was challenging at the time the crimes occurred due to the absence of DNA analysis techniques. Additionally, the involvement of two separate jurisdictions in different provinces further complicated matters, as the means of sharing information between police departments and regions were limited to telephone, fax, or mail. Former investigators who previously worked on the case believed that if they had connected the discovery of the unidentified woman's body with Jewel's disappearance back in 1975, the investigation would have had a significantly higher chance of success. Henry Rosenblatt, an acquaintance of Rodney, described him as an enjoyable individual to be around. He mentioned that Rodney was entertaining and had a vibrant social life. Henry recalled meeting Jewel a few times during the 1970s. According to Henry, Rodney introduced Jewel to him as his romantic partner. When Henry and some other friends inquired about Jewel's absence after a while, Rodney informed them that she had left him and he had no knowledge of her whereabouts. Henry was shocked when he heard the news of Rodney's arrest for Jewel's murder. Despite spending a considerable amount of time with them over the years, he had no inkling that Rodney was capable of such a heinous act. To Henry, the entire situation seemed completely out of character for Rodney. Finally, all of Jewel's surviving family members found solace. In March 2022, Jewel's remains were brought back to the United States with the assistance of Highland Memorial Gardens and George J. Smith and Sons Funeral Home. The family held a small ceremony and laid Jewel's ashes to rest. Her headstone bore the inscription, "Finally home and at peace." The family was grateful to have Jewel's ashes returned, and now that she was back home, they could peacefully move forward, cherishing Jewel's memory forever. Danae's Jewel's niece was quite young when her aunt went missing in 1975, but she still held fond memories of her and shared them with the detectives. Dennis described Jewel as a joyful and compassionate person who always lent a helping hand to her community. Jewel took care of herself and ensured the well-being of her loved ones. She had a vibrant personality and a deep love for traveling. Dennis vividly remembered the times when Jewel would take her shopping and buy her anything she desired. Dennis and her father, who happened to be Jewel's brother, provided assistance to Jewel and Addis, who was Jewel's ex-husband during the construction of their house, frequently visited the house to spend quality time with her beloved aunt. However, when Jewel departed for Montreal, Dennis was left in a state of anguish. As she grew older, she was eventually informed about her aunt's sudden disappearance, which deeply shattered her heart. Nevertheless, gaining knowledge about what had transpired with her aunt brought Dennis a sense of closure. The current situation regarding Roni's potential arrest remains uncertain. Both the American and Canadian Departments of Justice have refrained from confirming whether an extradition hearing date for Roni has been established, citing confidentiality. Consequently, Jewel's family, who have been patiently waiting for the past 48 years, will continue to seek further information and closure regarding Jewel's untimely demise, although they find solace in finally knowing the truth about Jewel's fate. They firmly believe that true closure can only be achieved once Rodney is incarcerated and facing the consequences of his actions. If the cases had been linked earlier, do you believe Rodney would have been apprehended much earlier? What could have driven Rodney to commit the heinous act of killing Jewel? Today's case takes us to a country we have never been to before on one of our episodes, Pakistan. Pakistan is a fascinating country with some of the most breathtaking scenery you can find anywhere in the world. Pakistan has lived through social and economic difficulties, and its history is both extremely interesting and gripping. It's home to more than 200 million people, with more than 10 million people living in the city of Lahore, where this story takes place. Tuesday, the 9th of October, 2001. In Block 7 of the maximum security Kot Lakhpat jail, a guard was making the morning rounds, waking prisoners up at around 5 a.m. As he came to one of the cells, the prisoner was lying on the floor. The guard opened the cell door to check on him. The prisoner was not responding. He had clearly been dead for a few hours at this point. In a separate cell, the body of another prisoner was found. With the two prisoners now dead, it appeared to be the end of a case that had shocked Pakistan, but people were left with more questions than answers. Our story begins in 1999, as the dawn of a new millennium was approaching. In May of that year, General Pervez Musharraf had taken control of the government after a coup, and Pakistan's economy was struggling. The future for many seemed somewhat uncertain, as the daily struggle to make ends meet was widespread. In search of a better life, many people would leave their villages and head into the cities like Lahore. Every single day, people arrived in Lahore in search of a brighter future, hoping to find what the city had to offer them. Amongst those who go to Lahore are young boys who have run away from their homes, looking for something new. But the reality of life in the city is very different. What happens to many of these vulnerable children is awful. They are often targeted and exploited for cheap labor and also sexually abused. They fend for themselves in a place they don't know, without the security and safety of good adults around them to care for them. In late November 1999, for police in Lahore, their day had started as normal. When checking through the mail that had been delivered, a letter was found. Unfolding the paper, the words written on it were graphic and horrifying. It was a confession. The letter detailed the names of the victims and gave a minute-by-minute account as to what had happened to them and how they had met their deaths. Every grim detail was in there. How long it took to dissolve a body and how much the acid had cost him. He then gave the address for this alleged house of horrors, 16B Ravi Road. The Deputy Superintendent of Police, Tariq Kambo, took a couple of officers to 16B Ravi Road to investigate. After knocking on the door, the homeowner appeared. 38-year-old Javed Iqbal. The police quizzed him on the letter, asking for more details and if he knew anything about it. Javad quickly became unpredictable and volatile, grabbing a gun and saying he would take his own life if they didn't go away. So the police left. They didn't question him further, they didn't remove the gun, they didn't even go into the property. This man can't be a killer of 100 kids. He's a nutcase, Cambo said to the fellow officers. As they walked away from 16B, they had no idea that they had just encountered evil. They had walked away from Pakistan's worst serial killer. November 22, 1999. The package was delivered to the office of the Daily Jang, the oldest broadsheet newspaper in the country. It had been sent to the chief crime reporter, a man called Jamil Chishti. Upon opening the package, Jamil discovered a handwritten letter and a series of photographs. The read as follows. The parcel also contained the 32-page diary he had mentioned in the letter and a notebook, giving horrific and disturbing details of each murder. After going through the contents of the envelope, I thought there could be two possibilities. Either someone was trying to frame him or this man has really done it, Jamil would later say. He wasted no time and went straight to 16B, Ravi Road with one of his colleagues, the address that had been given on the letter. They climbed the wall and jumped over. The property had been abandoned and padlocked. After gaining entry, they found clothes and shoes piled up, alongside sleeping pills and children's board games. Several blue plastic barrels were also dotted around. This was a detail that had been mentioned in the letter. Both of them could smell something strange and unpleasant. All around the apartment, cards were pinned up on the walls, giving details of alleged victims and how they had been murdered. One card said that he saw himself as a type of vigilante, accusing the government of failing to act on crime. They decided to take the lid off of one of the barrels. Nothing could have prepared them for what they found. There, floating in an unknown liquid, appeared to be human remains. It appeared that the confession had been true. The newspaper decided to take the story to print, and on the 3rd of December they ran the shocking headline. Claim of murder of 100 kids. They printed the photos and names of 57 missing boys, who were now presumed murdered. The shoes and clothes that had been found were taken to the police station in order for them to be identified and linked to any of missing boys. Parents broke down in uncontrollable sobs as they recognized the clothes of their children. The police ran tests on the contents of the barrels and found that they contained a combination of sulfuric and hydrochloric acid. They had a confession, they had a detailed account of the murders, they had a crime scene, they had several bodies, but they had no suspect in custody. Javed Iqbal was on the run, and the largest manhunt Pakistan had ever seen was launched. It had now been a week since the letter and confession had been sent to the Daily Jang. 2 people were arrested after attempts had been made to cash checks that belonged to Javed Iqbal. They allegedly told the police that they were partners in crime and confessed to committing sexual violence against some of the boys that had been killed. The police still couldn't find Javed Iqbal, and the hunt was ramping up to find him. People were hopeful that he hadn't acted on his promise to end his life and that they would find him in time to bring him to justice. Another man called Ishaq Billah had also been arrested as an accomplice for allegedly being the one who had sold Javed Iqbal the acid. Just a few days later, on the 7th of December, Ishaq was being interrogated at the CIA headquarters in Lahore. During the interrogation, he jumped out of a window on the 3rd floor. He was killed instantly, and witnesses who saw this happen said he was not wearing handcuffs when he fell. It was reported that when a post-mortem was carried out, there was evidence to suggest that force had been used. 3 officers were arrested following his suicide and 2 senior officials were transferred. It was unclear as to whether or not they were amongst the 3 officers that had been arrested. With one of the alleged accomplices now dead, they needed to find Javed Iqbal sooner rather than later. As he had said, his plan had been to drown himself in the Ravi River. The police searched the river with nets, but nobody was found. Just as they were losing hope, the news would soon come in that they had been waiting for. 29th of December 1999, Javed Iqbal finally surrendered. He walked into the office of the Daily Jang and told the staff working there, "I am Javed Iqbal, killer of 100 children. I hate this world. I am not ashamed of my actions and I am ready to die. I have no regrets. I killed 100 children. I could have killed 500. This was not the problem. But the pledge I had taken was of 100 children, and I never wanted to violate this." Those working in the office were stunned. What was even more surprising was that he spoke to journalists there for the next hour, detailing how he had committed the murders and disposed of the bodies. Employees of the paper quickly contacted the authorities, and more than 100 soldiers soon had the building completely surrounded. When speaking with the journalists, the only pity he showed was towards himself, saying he was a victim of the police system, irregularities in the jail system in Pakistan, and injustice in other sections of society. He was swiftly placed under arrest. As the pieces of the puzzle were coming together, more and more was coming out about Javed and his disturbing past. He was the sixth child of a wealthy family. He had 4 sisters and 5 brothers. His father was a successful businessman, and both he and his wife doted on their son. He was spoiled and pampered, constantly told how brilliant and how intelligent he was compared to his siblings. Early on in his childhood, he showed signs of serious aggression. He would physically attack other children and would also kill animals. His brother said, as a boy he was violent and eccentric. He would give a lot of headache to our parents. Javad would go into a trance. Sometimes he'd wake everyone up in the middle of the night and ask us to line up behind him. It was like some spirit had possessed him. I really think he was possessed as a kid. According to his brother, if Javed wanted something and their father refused, he would threaten to harm himself until he got his own way. Upon leaving Islamia High School, he went on to attend Islamia College. He had an engineering business set up for him by his father, who also purchased 2 villas, and a steel recasting business was run from one of the properties. Whilst working, he employed young boys to work in the business, as it was cheaper to employ them. In 1983, after years of refusing to allow his parents to arrange a marriage for him, he announced he would be getting married to a bride of his own choosing. She was the older sister of one of the boys he knew. It was reported that this was orchestrated by Javad to stop the boy from leaving him. The couple would go on to have a daughter. His violence soon began to come to the surface again. He committed assault against the son of a well-known and highly regarded resident of the area, and the incident was taken to the elders. Javed confessed what he had done and signed a document, promising he would not do it again. Copies were printed of the document and put up around the area, and he visited 100 shops to apologize for his actions. He also set up a shop selling video games, the first one of its kind in the area. He offered lower rates for young boys, or would give them things for free. One particularly insidious thing he would do would be to drop money on the floor near a boy. Once the boy had picked up the money, Javad would say his money had been stolen and that he needed to search everyone. Once he found the money on the boy who had picked it up, he would take him to a different room, saying he needed to perform a strip search. He would then brutally sexually attack the boy. Sometimes he would give the boy the money to keep as a so-called gesture of goodwill. People in the area quizzed him on why he only hired young boys. He said he was doing it out of the kindness of his heart, helping runaways and caring for them, adding that he loved them. Parents in the area stopped letting their children visit his shop, so he started both an aquarium and also a gym in a bid to get boys to go. Another one of his schemes was to set up a school with air conditioning called Sunnyside School. The school failed as parents refused to let their children attend. Another business was a shop that sold products at a discounted rate, but this too failed after just a few weeks. Not only was he wealthy, he also maintained good connections with the police and invested in a magazine called Anti-Corruption Crime, often praising the police for their work. During this time, he interviewed more than 20 officers about their lines of work and duty. He lied to his neighbors and said he was a high-ranking police officer who worked in an anti-corruption unit. He was acutely aware of how the legal system worked. He would later serve a 6-month stint in prison for rape against a boy, but even this did not make him afraid of the authorities or of being caught. In late 1990, a father filed a complaint with the police, alleging that Javad had raped his son. After the police failed to locate him, they arrested his father and 2 of his brothers, keeping them in prison for 7 days. Javad still refused to give himself up. On the 8th day of their detention, the police made another arrest. This time it was a boy who had been staying at Javad's house, and he too was taken to the police station. Just a few hours later, Javad Iqbal showed up. He verbally abused members of his family for failing to stop the police from arresting the boy before finally giving himself up to the authorities in exchange for the boy's release. It was later alleged that he had bribed the police and the parents of the boy who had filed the complaint in exchange for no charges being filed. His brother would later say in a documentary that the family had found out about Javid's pedophilia in 1991 after he had been taken into custody accused of raping 2 young boys. So disgusted by his actions, his wife left him and most of his family severed ties too. Javid would later remarry and have a son, but this marriage soon fell apart too. When his father passed away in 1993, few were left who would protect him. When he was next caught, he was beaten and thrown out of the area. However, with the passing of his father came an inheritance of 3 million rupees. In 1995, he began building a mansion in Rana town. He was a keen videographer, using his camcorder to capture all aspects of his life, including his home. The property was enormous, boasting a pool, wild animals, and a sprawling underground space. He continued his schemes to try and meet young boys. Another method he used was using children's magazines to find pen friends. He would receive photographs of these pen friends and would then shortlist them to the children he found attractive and actively engage with them. He would send presents and money, grooming them, trying to get them to send photographs of themselves or go and visit him. As his extravagant spending continued, he was no longer living within his means. His money was rapidly running out. In 1997, his finances were in serious trouble. So he sold his mansion and moved to a different part of the city. One of the boys that had been picked up by Javid Iqbal would manage to escape. He had run away from a small, poor village where jobs were hard to come by. He had boarded a bus to Lahore, hoping he would find a better life ahead of him. Javid approached the child while he was sitting in a park. He was carrying a postcard and told the boy he was a father looking for his son who was missing, and asked him to help in the search. Javid then took the boy back to his property, where he beat him and told him if he tried to escape, would shoot him. Whenever Javad left, the boy would be locked inside. Whilst held captive, the boy saw Javad bring other boys back, where they would be sexually assaulted and abused. On one occasion, Javad told the boy to take his clothes off. When he refused, he was beaten. The terrified child got undressed. Javad Iqbal then raped him. Located in Lahore is the Dutta Daba, the largest Sufi shrine in South Asia. Many of those in need go there as people often donate food for the needy. This was one of his hunting grounds, knowing there would be boys looking for food and shelter. In September of 1998, he was back at Dutta Daba. The boy who was still being held captive said that Javid had brought the youth back and taken him to his bedroom for a massage. Javad Iqbal would later rape him. The boy who was being held captive said that he and the 18-year-old slept on the floor. During the night, Javad was attacked. He was beaten with the butt of a rifle that had been found in the apartment. He alleged that the 18-year-old had carried out the assault. As the sound of screams echoed around the apartment, neighbors ran to investigate. They found Javad lying on the floor covered in blood, and the younger of the boys with a head injury. Javad Iqbal could not lie his way out of this one. Enraged, the neighbors threw him out of the village. Javad was unconscious in hospital for roughly 3 weeks. The assault resulted in a broken jaw and fractured skull. He was arrested on suspicion of rape, but was later granted bail. Nobody in his family would pay for his medical treatment, and his aging mother was trying to care for him, as he couldn't even walk without help. Clinical psychologist Akhtar Ali would later say that this incident was the turning point. Javad, someone who had been aggressive his whole life and was so accustomed to getting everything he wanted, had not been expecting aggression to be directed towards him. He was someone who was used to being in control. This attack was not something he was prepared to accept. In order to pay for his medical care, his assets were sold, something he was shocked to discover. His money continued to run out and he moved to 16B Ravi Road. His mother died a few months later after a period of ill health, and Javad was set on revenge. In February of 1998, another complaint was made that he had raped 2 young boys at gunpoint. His wealth and status meant he escaped justice yet again. In May 1999, his depraved killing spree would begin. 100 runaway boys would disappear in just 147 days. Javed Iqbal would later say that he had experimented with acids to find the best way of dissolving a body. He mixed two together and then murdered a boy before placing his body into the barrel of acid. Within 12 hours, the young boy's body had disintegrated. Following his staggering confession, the police would spend the next few days talking to the families of the children who had gone missing. There were heartbreaking scenes as parents flocked to the police station to look at the photographs and clothing that had been found in the house, their worlds crashing down when they realized their son was amongst the dead. Over the days that followed, 57 children had been identified from the photographs or clothes. A spokesperson for the police said, "Some of the children whose pictures or clothes were identified were among the city's poorest, some were beggars, and others were among the army of children in Pakistan who work on the streets selling things. Others had left home and never returned." Based on evidence that had been found in the apartment, the police were able to identify more than 80 boys. On the 18th of February 2000, Javed Iqbal was formally indicted. Murder charges were filed against him, a 17-year-old called Sajid, and 2 minors. They all entered pleas of not guilty. As he was escorted into court for the proceedings, more than a dozen police officers were required to surround him and stop him from being killed by the crowds of outraged citizens. The prosecution had 105 witnesses, 73 of which were family members of the children. The court also heard from handwriting experts and the driver of the rickshaw that one of Javed's employees had paid for to take the acid-filled barrels to the river. Throughout the court proceedings, Javed Iqbal's story continued to morph and change. He would say that the children were alive and that the clothes found in the apartment were all just second-hand ones that he had picked up. He would then later say he had committed the murders as an act of revenge for the injustice meted out to him. During the trial, Special Public Prosecutor Ashgar Rokhari argued that Javed's written confession was not only a key and valid piece of evidence, but that there were witnesses who could corroborate its authenticity, people who had seen him with young boys who had later gone missing. The amount of clothes and shoes that had been found at the property, that were then later confirmed to belong to the boys who had been reported missing, provided yet more weight to their case. The prosecutor also highlighted the previous allegations that had been made against Javed, allegations of rape and sexual abuse, highlighting a very disturbing pattern of behavior. During the trial, the defense lawyer threatened to step back and no longer represent Javed after he had received a call from an anonymous source warning him of the possible consequences of being his defense lawyer. The trial would last for 2 months and outrage from the public would often come to the surface outside the courthouse with people calling for Javed to be executed. 16th of March 2000. The courtroom was packed as the verdicts were read out. The 2 minors were convicted and received prison sentences for their roles. 17-year-old Sajid was also convicted and sentenced to death. Javed Iqbal was convicted of 100 murders. He was given 100 death sentences. The judge said that Javed Iqbal would meet the same fate that he had subjected his victims to. He told the court, however, the country's interior minister, Mohannuddin Haider, said that the sentence was not permitted. Such punishments are not allowed. He said it would be taken to the High Court for a legal challenge. Javed Iqbal's lawyer also argued that the sentence was against Pakistan's constitution. The chief prosecutor supported the judge in this sentence, saying that Javed Iqbal was not a human, but a beast. His defense lawyer later confirmed he would appeal his sentence. His lawyer alleged that some of the children who were believed to have been murdered had returned home, and that the confession Javed had made was a false one originating from detective stories. He then argued that the false confession was also the result of trying to raise awareness of boys going missing and get the government to pay attention to the issue, despite the fact his handwriting matched the cards that were found in his apartment and detailed the murders. He appealed against his death sentence at the Lahore High Court, and after several months the High Court transferred it to another court, saying it did not come within their jurisdiction. While sitting in prison, Javed Iqbal met with a Canadian psychiatrist and author named Khalid Sahel. Javed told him, "Look here, in between my eyebrows you will see a sign. Most people have either a blank space or hair joining the eyebrows, but I have these 3 prongs. It is a star, a special sign from God." Tuesday, the 9th of October, 2001. In Block 7 of the maximum security prison, Javad Iqbal was found dead in his cell. Found dead in another cell was Sajid. It was initially reported that they had taken their own lives by ingesting poison, but this version of events would later be challenged. It was alleged by a prisoner that Javad and Sajid had taken their own lives between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. The prisoner also alleged that the guard on duty had said, "I was asleep when the incident took place." The prisoner stated that when the guard had woken up, he had observed the two men hanging in their cells using bedsheets tied to the iron bars, and that they had been taken down and then placed on the floor to look as though they were sleeping, before leaving the cell without telling anyone. When the guard was replaced, the new guard failed to check on the prisoners, and it wasn't until morning that the head warden found the pair dead in their cells, after he had gone to wake them up. It was reported that, for the police investigators, this story was odd. For two prisoners to take their lives in this way at the same time was unusual. In a bid to ascertain exactly what had happened, a magistrate, doctors, police, and seniors from the prison descended on the scene. The bodies were taken away from the prison and sent to the city mortuary. According to the doctors, their necks were found to have strangulation marks on them, and blood had come out of their nostrils and mouths. On Javad Iqbal's body, they found many wounds that had healed, wounds that had been inflicted with a blunt weapon, and they were found across his body. Despite the indications of another person or persons being involved in their deaths, they were officially ruled as being suicides. Javad's lawyer Faisal Najib Chowdhury spoke to the BBC and said he was unconvinced by the official version of his client's death and was still waiting for the results of the post-mortem. One of the officials from the prison had called Javad Iqbal's behavior whilst in jail strange, adding that he had made more than 12 attempts to end his life. Following the deaths of the two inmates, 6 officials were suspended. Javad's family refused to collect his body from the mortuary, with his brothers saying the day he had made his confession was the day he had died to them. The story of the case would later be made into a film. It was announced in 2021 that Javad Iqbal, the untold story of a serial killer, would be coming out. The day before it was scheduled to be released, the Central Board of Film Censors pulled it from cinemas, citing objections to it from the public. However, many expressed their disappointment over the decision to pull the film. Following changes and edits, it was announced it would be released in Pakistan on May 19, 2022. The impact of this case cannot be understated. It is a story that has captured and horrified people in equal measure for more than 20 years. The horror, brutality, and scale of it all lingering in the public consciousness. For the loved ones left behind, knowing the appalling deaths these boys were met with is crushing. Knowing that so many had gone missing and nobody had noticed. Knowing that there had been opportunities to catch and properly punish him. His crimes against children, but these had either been missed or had no impact, a thought that are too awful to comprehend. There are now 100 families that are missing their sons, grandsons, brothers, nephews, and cousins. For many of these boys, hopes and dreams of a better life in the city were cruelly and brutally snatched away. Words almost seem futile when trying to wrap up a case like this. But the least one can do is think of these boys and their families and hope that such atrocities never, ever happen again. We begin today's case in northern British Columbia, Canada, back to the hot summer of July 2019. Northern British Columbia is a scenic and beautiful place that extends up to the Yukon-Alaska border and is surrounded by forests, valleys, volcanic rock formations, and mountains. A place where you can see anything and do everything, from hiking and fishing to skiing and wild and open water swimming. One young couple taking full advantage of all that British Columbia had to offer was the free-spirited and adventurous 24-year-old Chynna Deese and 23-year-old Lucas Fowler, who were on a much-anticipated mini-break together. Lucas came from a big family in Sydney, Australia, and was the son of a New South Wales chief inspector. He found his main passion in life at a young age, traveling, and as he got older he wanted to see as much of the world as he could. Hiking, camping, surfing, swimming, you name it, Lucas wanted to do it. It was this excitement for adventure that saw him embark on a 2-year backpacking trip around the world. This would include spending time in Croatia, and it was here in 2017 he would meet his future girlfriend Chynna Deese from North Carolina. She had studied in Europe and worked on a grape farm, saving up as much as she could, and in just a few years she had visited 13 countries. Safe to say they were the perfect match and were in sync right away. Their families both loved each other and recognized that this was a relationship that would go the distance. They were full of happiness and joy just being together, Lucas's father Stephen said. The day she stole Lucas's heart, she became a part of the family. We were so happy he had met a life partner. China and Lucas spent as much time as they could together, despite the huge distance between them, and would talk for hours on the phone, reminiscing about their past trips and excitedly planning their future ones. In the 2 years they were together, they spent time in Central and South America, Japan, and Southeast Asia. The couple spent Christmas together in America with China's family, before Lucas left to work on a ranch in British Columbia. Now that he had a visa, it meant that the 10,000 miles between the pair wasn't quite so big and scary anymore, and much more feasible to work around. China soon joined him for a short holiday out there, and it was here that the pair made a plan to road trip through Canada together over the coming summer. They wanted to see as much as possible on the journey, and their final stop would be Alaska. Lucas spent time doing up his 1986 blue Chevrolet minivan in preparation, and he and China couldn't wait for the break, doing what they loved most together. On the evening of July 13th, with the trip now several days underway, the couple pulled into a gas station in Fort Nelson, British Columbia. CCTV showed them embracing, content and without a care in the world, before filling up their van and cleaning some of the windows. They paid and drove off. China, who had been texting her mother Sheila quite regularly, sent a message saying, the following day, however, about 200 miles away, they hit a bump in the road. Their van broke down along the Alaska Highway, known as Highway 97, near a popular tourist area, Liard River Hot Springs. A fellow tourist named Charles noticed the broken-down van and stopped to help, but Lucas was happy and chatty and assured him it was all under control. He said they would carry on trying to fix it, but if they had no luck, they would call a tow truck in the morning when they could get some phone service. Charles told them he was going to be camping about 3 miles away and would come back in the morning to check on them. He left them sitting on the side of the road, eating some food and happily embracing the situation that would likely stress most people out. At about 11:30 that night, with the couple still stranded and working on the vehicle, a road maintenance worker drove past. She saw a man with a beard talking to China and Lucas, and described him as seeming frustrated, and the conversation appeared heated. She didn't stop, but she said something about seeing that encounter gave her a bad feeling. "If you just get a bad feeling, and that's what I had, you just don't stop," she later said. She recalled that both of the right doors of the couple's van were open, and it looked as if the man with the beard had come from a gray car nearby, but she couldn't be sure. July 15th, 6:20 a.m. A trucker going down Highway 97 spotted something in the distance that instantly caught his eye. As he pulled closer, he realized what it was he was looking at. It was the bodies of China and Lucas. They were face down in a ditch about 10 feet from their van and about 15 feet from each other. They were both cold to the touch and had been dead for some time. He called someone over to help and started frantically trying to redirect traffic and stop people from driving through. The police were now receiving multiple calls about this, and when they got to the scene at 7:20 a.m., they found the same trucker still doing his best to control the situation, but clearly distraught and very traumatized at what he had driven into. China and Lucas had been shot to death, and the medical examiner confirmed both entry and exit wounds. The van's back doors were open and the window was smashed. Nearby was 5 spent shell cases and China's phone. Lucas' phone was not found. Just after 9 a.m., Charles, the other tourist that had talked with them the day before, kept to his promise and drove back to check on them. When he was met with police blocks in the road, he simply couldn't believe this had happened. As word started to travel, the witness from the previous day gave the description of the man with the beard she saw talking to the couple. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police released a composite based on this and asked for anyone with dashcam footage to please come forward. Back in Australia, the news had also hit hard, and police over there offered their support to the Canadian authorities. Not only had they lost Lucas, but his father Stephen was a serving police officer, and they wanted to help him as much as they could. Another driver would then ask to talk to the police and told them that he had pulled over at the side of the road in the same area to take a quick nap. He said within 5 minutes of being parked, a small van drove past him and stopped about 50 yards ahead. A man got out of the passenger side holding a rifle. He then started quickly moving towards him, holding the gun in a way the witness described as a hunting stance. The truck then started moving slowly towards him too. The driver put his foot down and sped off, fearing for his life. He couldn't see their faces and didn't want to stop to look. 5 days later, on the 19th of July, another disturbing scene would unfold 300 miles away. Near Dease Lake in British Columbia, a burnt-out camper van was found. The number plate was still intact enough to run through the database, and it came back as belonging to 19-year-old Cam McLeod, who had been out on a road trip with his best friend, 18-year-old Bria Smijelski. Cam and Bria were both from Vancouver Island and were colleagues at a Walmart. They had both recently quit, deciding to go to Yukon for work. They had left their homes on the 12th of July, a trip their family had described as a spur-of-the-moment one, but they were supportive nonetheless. The last anyone had seen of them before the van was found was when they had stopped for coffee at a place called Jade City, somewhere that was happy to offer a free coffee to drivers passing through. The owner of the store remembered them coming in, but said there was nothing unusual about their stop and they didn't seem to be in any distress or trouble. And now they were both missing, and their truck was burned and destroyed. To add more to the already unnerving story, about a mile away from the teens' burning van, the body of a man who had also been shot was found. He had no ID on him, so police released a sketch and description. He was believed to be in his 50s or 60s and had a big gray beard. Although this was a nearly 8-hour drive from where Lucas and China were found, was it possible that all these cases were connected? As authorities continued to look for the missing teens, the families of China and Lucas both flew in, faced with the unthinkable task of bringing their bodies home. Alan Spigelski, Briar's father, said the last he had heard from his son was a text message, saying that contact would likely be scarce due to a lack of phone service. When he saw his son's and Cam's faces on a paper, only then did he realize they were both missing. Cam had last made contact with his family on the 17th of July, saying he and Briar had made it to Yukon, which was their intended final stop. So what had made them carry on so far past it? Or had they actually even made it there in the first place? There were so many questions. In the space of just a few days, 3 people had been killed, and 2 were now missing under deeply concerning circumstances. As the sketch of the 3rd victim started circulating, a woman named Helen called in. She was the wife of 64-year-old Leonard Dick, and she thought the sketch looked just like him. Leonard had gone camping a few days before, something he did a lot, and up until the evening of July 18th, he had been texting Helen and his children constantly, but she hadn't heard from him since then. Although DNA testing needed to be carried out, they now felt strongly that this was the man. Leonard was described as a caring husband, attentive father, and a cherished lecturer, teaching botany at the University of British Columbia. His students loved him and found him fascinating, saying his passion for teaching and how much he loved what he spoke about inspired them to want to learn more. He had a dry and witty sense of humor that kept everyone entertained, and as well as his job, he enjoyed drawing, writing short plays and poems, playing guitar, and of course, the great outdoors. Despite the fact he was often presenting to huge groups at a time, his family said he could be surprisingly quiet and very private. Hence the reason he loved his solo camping trips so much. He had just celebrated his 64th birthday, and on the 16th of July, he had packed up a small camping stove, some food and a tent, and had driven off in his Toyota RAV4. Excited to explore more and learn as he went, he told his wife he wanted to find and photograph some grizzlies and teach himself about the wildlife. On July 21st, some CCTV from Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan came in, and this would change everything. Cameras had picked up none other than a gray 2011 Toyota RAV4, and inside of the car was Cam McLeod and Brian Smijelski, the 2 missing teenagers. More footage showed Cam and Brian buying some black tape which they put over parts of the car, seemingly in an attempt to disguise it in some way, although of course this didn't work. It was quite clearly Leonard's car. A few days later, with it now safe to do so, a proper search of the burnt-out camper van was carried out. Officers found rounds of ammunition that matched what was found at both crime scenes. Just after this, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police issued a bombshell statement that the public had not been expecting. The two teens that everyone was out looking for, praying to find them safe and well, were actually the suspected killers of China, Lucas and Leonard. Cam had a possession and acquisition license, and before they had left Vancouver Island, they had purchased an SKS semi-automatic rifle and 20 rounds of ammunition. It turned out that just before the press release announcing that the pair were now wanted, Cam and Briar had actually been stopped by First Nations safety officers doing a routine alcohol check in Split Lake, Manitoba. With no alcohol found on them, they were let go and sent on their way. The safety officers had no idea the announcement that was to come, and by the skin of their teeth, the teens had narrowly evaded being caught and detained. Where they were now was anyone's guess. A day later, on July 23rd, a local man called Billy Beardy and his wife Tamara actually located the Great Toyota near Fox Lake, Cree Nation, north of a place called Gillam in Manitoba. This vehicle was also on fire, just burning away in the woods. Next to the car were some half-eaten pork chops, pots and pans, orange peels, keys, matches, and various tools. As suspected, the car's number plate was linked to Leonard Dick, and DNA tests soon confirmed. Just as his wife Helen had feared, Leonard was most definitely the third victim. 2 days later, arrest warrants were issued for the two, and named as official suspects in the deaths of China and Lucas as well. The search for the pair, which had actually started almost 2,000 miles away across 3 provinces, suddenly descended on the small town of Gillam, close to where Leonard's car had been found by Billy and Tamara. Gillam has a population of less than 1,500 people and only one road going in and out. It was here that the police set up their base. The whole area was put on lockdown and officers told residents to be wary to keep their doors locked day and night, and to only leave the house if necessary. Search parties also found out into the surrounding areas, combing through everything as meticulously as possible. Alan, Briar's father, then heard on the news that not only was his son missing, but he was actually a suspect in a string of awful crimes. My heart just sank. I told myself there's a mistake, there's got to be a mistake, he recalled. Cam's girlfriend then contacted the police and told them that he had sent her a text message on the 13th of July telling her he would not be returning home. It was a very cryptic and unexpected message. The police presence in Gillam was immense, and they felt strongly that without a vehicle and with the whole world now watching, they were probably in this area and laying low. The mayor said the town had gone from seeing maybe 2 or 3 police officers over a couple of days to hundreds patrolling the streets morning, noon and night. Billy said it was tough to see so much police presence there when the car had been found in Fox Lake, Cree Nation. His small and scared community didn't even have working streetlights, let alone the authorities' support. At the end of July, however, police announced that they were pulling a lot of the resources that were going into the hunt, calling it a phased withdrawal. By this point, the search had been going on for about a week. Police had searched almost 4,000 square miles, followed up on over 1,000 tips, knocked on over 500 doors, including those of the teens' parents, and had even been working with the military. There were drones, helicopters, crisis negotiators, dogs, and hundreds of people involved in the searches. Alan said he believed his son was in a lot of pain mentally and wanted to die in a confrontation with the police. They're going to go out in a blaze of glory. Trust me on this, that's what they're going to do, he said. The families of both teens were begging them to come home and turn themselves in so they could deal with whatever had happened together. Just as resources and teams started being pulled, police got 2 more tips. Some members of the Bear Clan Patrol, a First Nations neighborhood watch group, said they had spotted whom they described as 2 tall, slender individuals digging around near a landfill before they ran away into the woods. But this was in York Landing, almost 80 miles away from where everyone was looking. The mayor of Gillam said that if they had actually made it all the way there, he was almost impressed, as would be pretty impossible to do without being caught. But after looking, police said they couldn't substantiate this claim. Billy Beardy was now involved with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in a big way and was almost spearheading the searchers, guiding them on where to go and leading the way. When authorities realized just how knowledgeable Billy was when it came to the area and the terrain, they knew they had to use it. The team started going back along the Nelson River by boat, and it was here that they found Cam's backpack with a box of ammunition inside. along with his wallet and some clothes. They also located a toiletry bag belonging to Leonard and a sleeping bag. Billy pointed out that the water was so fast-moving and there were so many swells, these items definitely hadn't just washed up there. They had been dumped there, indicating that the pair were still on foot but likely slowing down and struggling. They were clearly getting rid of excess weight and baggage as they were becoming more tired and hungry, fighting a tough terrain that was teeming with insects and bears, and filled with swampy areas that you could sink into very quickly, all this only being exacerbated by the sweltering heat. Billy said that if you went into some parts without any help or knowledge, the land would not forgive you and it could prove fatal. Some parts were so inhospitable and treacherous, even the locals wouldn't dream of venturing out. It is really hard to comprehend just how expansive, dense and dark so much of this area is, and although police admitted it was simply not possible to get the manpower to search every single part of it, they did seem to be closing in on them given the clues they were finding. On August 2nd, as helicopters and drones slowly flew back over the Nelson River, a small and damaged boat was spotted along the shoreline. The teens were still praying they would turn themselves in and be found safely, with Cam's dad saying, "We try to wrap our heads around what is happening and hope that Cam will come home to us safely so we can all get to the bottom of the story." But Alan said he was now coming to terms with the situation at hand. Billy was still in charge of operating the jet boats, and with a team of Royal Canadian Mounted Police on board, they went down the river for a final time. Whilst out in the water, Billy spotted a raven jump in a riverside ravine. This caught his attention immediately as he knew this indicated some sort of carcass had to be around for it to be feeding on. Any kind of bushman knows that if there's a raven there, he's eating something, he said. Billy knew in his guts that they needed to focus more of their attention in this exact area. And on August 7th, 2019, exactly where Billy stopped the boat and saw the raven, authorities found two bodies. Near the creek, just off from the Nelson River, amongst some bushes, were the bodies of 19-year-old Cam McLeod and 18-year-old Briar Schmegelski. Almost 2,000 miles from where it had all started on the highway, the hunt had finally come to an end. Billy then spent the next 13 hours going back and forth, bringing all the police and experts in and out by boat. Officers admitted they really would have been lost without him. The medical examiner couldn't exactly say when the pair had died, but they determined that Cam had shot Briar before shooting himself in what they believe was a pact. Next to Cam's body was one of the rifles, and the other was still loosely in his grasp. A digital camera actually belonging to Leonard was also found nearby. It had 6 videos and 3 images on it, which included one of Briar posing with one of the semi-automatic rifles, and a selfie of Cam. In the first video, both teens took responsibility for all 3 murders, but gave no motive as to why they had done it. In the second video, Briar talks to the camera and explains that they have reached the Nelson River, intending to take the boat out and flee, but because the current was so strong, he said they may have to kill themselves. Cam agreed. And in the third video, they seemed to change their mind and said they planned to kill more people by taking the boat and going to Europe or Africa and carrying on their killing spree there. The other videos, however, went back to their plans to take their own lives and expressing their desire to be cremated if they were found. Police described the videos as cold, remorseless, and matter-of-fact. Briar's father, Alan, said he wanted to see the videos for himself and said he just couldn't believe that this had all happened. Police said it didn't appear that either one of them was the driving force or the ringleader. It seemed they were both equal and willing partners in everything they were doing. Despite the public and media asking questions, and Alan asking to see the tapes, detectives have never released them. They believe that Cam and Briar may have made the videos for notoriety, and releasing them would be seen as an insult to the victims. According to sources, there were some red flags. Friends said that Briar was obsessed with Hitler and the Third Reich, and purchased lots of memorabilia. He also had a fascination with guns from a young age. Alan said although this had left him deeply upset and riddled with guilt, he also recognized that his son needed professional help. He described Briar's early life as troubled, and when Alan and his wife Deborah had divorced, this had affected his son a lot. He recalled that he took solace in YouTube and video games, seldom communicating or sharing his feelings, becoming slowly more and more introverted. Briar would often say to his friends when playing shooting games, "What if this was real? Can you imagine if this was real?" Getting very excited about this idea in a way his friends never were and found odd. Cam's family said they couldn't believe this was the quiet, polite, and kind young man they all knew. Helen, Leonard's wife, said, "The family should not feel guilt for the way they raised their boys. It has nothing to do with that. It's those boys' decision to take lives. And why they decided to do that, it isn't important. What's important was that they did it, and I feel they'll face the consequences of that. I think they did at the end." For nearly 3 weeks over the summer of 2019, what would be one of Canada's largest nationwide manhunts had gripped not only the locals, but the rest of the world as well. An extensive search covering thousands of miles that ended just as mysteriously as it had started. With no motive, no reason, no answers, and no closure for anyone. No one will ever know how everyone happened to come into contact with each other and what took place when they did. Billy Beardy, who had been so vital in helping bring this case to a conclusion, would later be honored by the Keewatin and Tribal Council for his contribution to the search efforts, with people calling him a pillar of the community. He was presented with a star blanket and an eagle feather. Every patch on the quilt represents a person, and it means you are surrounded by those who love, support, and will protect you. Billy's wife said she was so proud of him, but was sad that he hadn't been treated like one of the team. He had been out there day in day out with no protection, safety gear, or life jacket, and he could very easily have lost his life in trying to help. The lead investigator acknowledged this and apologized. In October 2019, Billy was elected chief of Fox Lake Cree Nation and was also later honored by the Gillen Royal Canadian Mounted Police. One has to wonder if he hadn't spotted the Raven, recognized what it meant, and turned the boat back around, how much longer the search for the teens would have gone on for, and if they would ever have been found at all. It is a senseless case that still grips people to this day, and one that will leave everyone guessing and clutching at nothing but speculative thoughts and ideas. The Assistant Commissioner Kevin Hackett said it was one of the most dynamic and unpredictable cases in his memory, which brings today's episode to somewhat of a conclusion. Doris, Leonard's sister, said if there was anything positive to come out of her brother's death, it would be all the people coming forward to speak about how much he had impacted their lives. She took comfort in that, even though she knew the ever-private and humble Leonard would have hated every bit of the attention. China's mum Sheila said she would look at the CCTV of them in the gas station all the time. "I watched that video over and over. I kept seeing new things and watching that embrace that they had. I could hear them saying, 'Let's do this, here we go.' Saying it was their purpose to travel the world together, and what they had seen and done at such a young age was remarkable." The families, friends, and loved ones of China, Lucas and Leonard, described the loss as profound. They hoped that everyone will remember them for the kind, giving, and adventurous way in which they loved to live, and not for the awful ways in which their lives so cruelly came to an end. Kelly Ann Workman, a 24-year-old woman residing with her parents in Douglas County, Missouri, was known for her quiet demeanor, independence, and strong work ethic. While her parents were dairy farmers, Kelly not only assisted on the farm, but also offered lawn care and maintenance services to residents in the Dogwood area. On June 30th, 1989, was diligently mowing the grass at Dogwood Cemetery, which was adjacent to the Pleasant Southern Baptist Church. She meticulously trimmed the stray blades around each headstone, ensuring her work was impeccable. Beginning her task at approximately 3:30 p.m., Kelly's dedication was interrupted when rain started pouring around 5 p.m. She decided to return home to feed the calves, while her parents tended to the milking of cows at their rented Seymour farm. Once the rain ceased at 5:40 p.m., Kelly promptly resumed her work at the cemetery. Her uncle even spotted her mowing as he drove past the lot on Missouri 14 in Douglas County. Unfortunately, this would be the last sighting of Kelly alive. 20 minutes later, with less than half of the job completed, it seems that Kelly left the mower beside a tombstone and departed from the cemetery. Concerned when she didn't return home for dinner that night, her parents immediately reported her missing to the police. However, the authorities advised them to wait, suggesting that Kelly may have run away. Disagreeing with this notion, as Kelly was known for her reliability and commitment to completing her tasks, her parents and friends took matters into their own hands and organized search efforts. Eventually, the police also initiated an extensive search in and around Douglas County, despite their initial belief that Kelly had run away. Adding to the mystery, Kelly's 1986 Oldsmobile was discovered in the parking lot of the church, with its keys left in the ignition. Over the course of several days, hundreds of volunteers, along with sniffer dogs and helicopters, scoured the countryside in search of any clues. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded no results. However, on July 7th, exactly 7 days later, a farmer and his son stumbled upon Kelly's remains submerged in water from the waist down in nearby Christian County. The lifeless body of the missing woman was discovered approximately 10 miles away from the location where she vanished. Although her body was still clothed, it had undergone such severe decomposition that dental records were required to establish her identity. The circumstances surrounding her death remain unclear, as her death certificate attributes it to homicidal violence. Authorities suspect that Kelly was taken from the cemetery with the intention of committing a sexual assault. However, the initial autopsy report indicated no signs of sexual assault. It was only recently that investigators confirmed that Kelly had indeed been sexually assaulted. It is believed that she passed away in the early hours of July 1st. Unfortunately, due to the advanced state of decomposition, the exact time and cause of death could not be determined. Kelly's mother, Joan Workman, strongly believes that she knows the precise moment her daughter perished. After reporting Kelly missing at 3:30 a.m. on July 1st, Joan sat on the living room couch, consumed by worry, surrounded by family and friends. In that moment, she experienced a surge of panic and chest pain. She silently pleaded for Kelly to hold on, but the sensation eventually subsided, leaving Joan emotionally shattered. Kelly was laid to rest in the Dogwood Cemetery. Kelly's parents harbored deep frustration towards the Douglas County Sheriff's Department, feeling that if the police had treated the case with the seriousness it deserved from the beginning, there might have been a chance to rescue Kelly. Their anger stems from the police's failure to dust Kelly's 1986 Oldsmobile for fingerprints. Additionally, they expressed disappointment that crucial information, such as reports of a woman screaming, was overlooked amidst the chaos of the initial night. Several months later, Kelly's mother discovered that 4 days after the abduction, an anonymous caller contacted her home and left a message with another family member, mentioning a sighting of someone at the Workman residence on the day of the abduction. Surprisingly, this caller did not reach out to any law enforcement agencies involved in the investigation. Joan believes that her daughter may have been acquainted with her abductor or abductors. A reward of $10,000 was offered, and over the years the police questioned multiple suspects, but none of them were ever charged. In relation to Kelly's murder, 2 suspects, Dwight and Bobby Banks, were repeatedly questioned. In 1990, they were pulled over by a Missouri Highway Patrol officer while traveling in a pickup truck on the night of Kelly's disappearance. The reason for their suspicion in Kelly's murder remains unclear. However, Dwight Banks agreed to take a polygraph test regarding the murder, which he reportedly passed. Several years later, both Dwight and Bobby became suspects again after Dwight allegedly confessed to multiple people about killing Kelly. However, he later claimed that these confessions were made in jest and attributed them to being under the influence of alcohol at the time. Dwight maintained his innocence and stated that Bobby was also innocent. Dwight Banks mentioned that he and Bobby had seen Kelly a few hours before she was abducted while she was working at the Dogwood store. He insisted that he did not kill her. During Kelly's disappearance, Dwight Banks told the news leader that he and Bobby were at his house eating fried chicken. However, authorities were informed that Dwight may have taken drugs before the 1990 polygraph examination, which he had passed. Bobby Banks later asked an ex-girlfriend to provide an alibi for him on the evening Kelly went missing, and she reported this to the police. It was reported that Bobby Banks failed the polygraph test, which Dwight Banks attributed to his brother's emotional state. 9 years later, the Missouri Highway Patrol Crime Lab issued a warrant for 2 men, including Dwight, seeking DNA evidence that allegedly connected him to the killing. However, the tests did not yield conclusive results. On February 20th, 2024, during a press conference, authorities announced the arrest and indictment of 3 individuals on charges of first-degree murder, forcible rape, and first-degree kidnapping. The suspects were identified as Wiley Belt and the initial suspects, brothers Dwight Banks and Bobby Banks. The investigation took a significant turn when an eyewitness from the community came forward, providing crucial evidence that enabled the case to be presented before a grand jury. At the time of their arrest, all three men were in their mid-60s. Presently, the Banks brothers and Belt are detained at the Douglas County Jail in Ava, with each of them being held on a $250,000 cash bond. The victims in this tragic incident were 36 years old Billy Payne and his fiancée, 23 years old Billie Jean Hayworth. On January 1, 2012, they were brutally shot to death in their own home. Shockingly, their 7-month-old son was present during the horrifying act, but miraculously remained unharmed despite being covered in his mother's blood. The small town of Mountain City, Tennessee, was left in disbelief and horror by these cold-blooded murders. However, what unfolded during the murder investigation was even more astonishing. A Facebook feud. At the center of this chaos was Janelle Potter, a 31-year-old woman who had led a sheltered life. Janelle, who had battled health issues since childhood, had been subjected to relentless threats and malicious comments on Facebook for months. According to her, the deceased couple were the ones responsible for these threats. Could this deadly outcome truly be the result of a dangerous game fueled by revenge, as everyone suspected? The involvement of Janelle's protective parents and devoted boyfriend made this possibility not entirely implausible. However, the story was far from straightforward. Secret recordings, cryptic confessions, and the presence of a mysterious operative from the Central Intelligence Agency only added further complexity to this already twisted tale. The Facebook murders became a story where reality proved to be stranger than fiction. Mountain City, known for its welcoming and friendly community, seemed to have a darker side when it came to accepting newcomers. At least that was the belief of Janelle Potter, a sheltered young woman who had moved there in 2005 at the age of 24. Given her unconventional life experiences, it was understandable why Janelle felt like an outsider. Born on April 27, 1981 in Pennsylvania, Janelle Lee Potter was the second daughter of Marvin and Barbara Potter. However, her journey was filled with numerous challenges right from the beginning. With learning, hearing, and speech disabilities, along with a diagnosis of type 1 diabetes at a young age, Janelle's path diverged from that of her peers. She was always extra cautious about her health, a trait instilled in her by her overprotective parents during her upbringing. Even as she entered adulthood, Janelle found herself still under the tight control of her parents. This control extended to various aspects of her personal life, including the prohibition of having boyfriends or driving a car, experiences that were typical for individuals her age. Despite receiving a monthly Social Security disability check due to her health and learning challenges, Janelle remained financially dependent on her parents. After moving to Mountain City, her mother Barbara secured a job at Hewlett-Packard, a renowned multinational IT company. On the other hand, her father Marvin, affectionately known as Buddy, was retired and disabled. Marvin had an intriguing past, having served as a Marine in Vietnam and claiming involvement with the Central Intelligence Agency, although this was not officially confirmed. Regardless of the motivation behind his interests, Marvin had a deep fondness for firearms, evident in the collection of guns and ammunition in their home, even adorning his oxygen tank with bullet decorations. While her parents pursued their respective interests, Janelle lacked a significant occupation. Standing at almost 6 feet tall with a childlike voice and social awkwardness, she struggled to form new friendships. As a result, she spent most of her time indoors, confined to their secluded ranch house. Her room resembled that of a 4th grader, filled with soft toys and posters, reflecting her personality, which seemed to align with her mother's sentiments. Like many other individuals who prefer solitude, social media became Janelle's primary means of support and connection with the outside world. Her Facebook profile described her as a sweet and caring person who loved life and enjoyed making others laugh. However, it proved to be quite challenging for her to use social media as an escape from her parents' watchful eyes as they closely monitored all of her online activities. In 2009, when Janelle was in her 30s, she had a rare opportunity to break free from the confines of her computer screen and connect with others. During a solo trip to the pharmacy, which was one of the few places she was allowed to visit independently when her mother was occupied, struck up a friendship with a pharmacy clerk named Tracy Greenwell. Tracy recognized Janelle from her previous visits and remembered how she looked when she first came in. Later, Tracy mentioned that she felt a sense of compassion for Janelle and decided to strike up a conversation, extending a hand of friendship. This single encounter would ultimately change the course of Janelle's life. After their initial meeting, Janelle started spending a significant amount of time with Tracy. For Janelle, interacting with Tracy's family and friends provided her with her first real taste of the outside world. She noticed the stark contrast between their vibrant lifestyle and the sheltered environment she was accustomed to at home. Being with them allowed her to try new things and engage in activities like rock climbing, which opened up a whole new world of adventure for her. Tracy also introduced Janelle to her brother, Billy Payne, who was better known as Bill. Bill was described as an outgoing, caring, and charismatic man who worked at the local thread factory after completing high school. Known for his sense of humor, he had a talent for lightening the mood and bringing joy to those around him. Some acquaintances believed that Janelle had a secret crush on Bill, although her feelings were not reciprocated. Bill was in a committed relationship with a woman named Billie Jean Hayworth, whom he had met at work. Despite a significant age difference of 13 years, Billie Jean had captured Bill's heart, and the pair shared a strong bond. By 2011, they were engaged and had welcomed a son into their lives. Their relationship was characterized by happiness and anticipation as they planned for their future together, including marriage. Tracy introduced Janelle to her cousin, Jamie Curd, recognizing there were no future prospects in a new relationship with Bill, much like Janelle. Jamie was also a bit of a loner who was passionate about computers. They bonded over their shared interests and eventually started dating. However, they had to keep their relationship a secret from Janelle's strict parents, knowing they wouldn't approve. Eventually, Janelle introduced Jamie to her parents, but they were unaware of the true nature of their relationship and believed they were just friends. Jamie, being a computer repairman, found his way into the Potter home whenever Marvin or Barbara needed help with their family computer. Behind her parents' backs, the couple continued their romance, with Jamie even providing Janelle with a cell phone for discreet communication. It appeared that Janelle's life was finally taking a positive turn. She'd found a supportive group of friends and had a boyfriend she cared about. However, around this time, Janelle started experiencing relentless bullying on her Facebook page. Anonymous comments flooded in, labeling Janelle as a bad person and even threatening her with assault. Janelle confided in her mother Barbara about the online threat she was facing, and Barbara was deeply disturbed. In an attempt to address the situation, Barbara took matters into her own hands and posted a plea on Facebook urging the perpetrator to stop the harassment. She also warned that if the harassment didn't cease, she'd involve the authorities. When Barbara questioned Janelle about the identity of the perpetrator, Janelle suggested that it could be Billie Jean Hayworth. But what reason would Billie Jean have for such malicious actions? According to Janelle, Billie Jean was envious of her looks and feared that her boyfriend Bill might leave her and their child for Janelle. She even claimed to her parents that Billie Jean was responsible for the ongoing prank calls and intimidating drives past their house. On the flip side, Billie Jean confided in some friends that they were being harassed by Janelle. They believed that Janelle was envious, and despite being in a relationship, she still had feelings for Bill. Amidst this social media conflict and complex web of accusations, both men stood by their partners. Bill supported Billie Jean's innocence while Jamie supported Janelle's claims. This division caused a rift between the once close friends, splitting the family into opposing factions. Despite being cousins, Jamie and Bill's relationship deteriorated due to the dispute. In response to her concerns, Janelle contacted the police to report the situation at one point. The situation took a dangerous turn when large rocks were thrown into the Potters' front yard, escalating the conflict to physical threats. Barbara, worried for their safety, contacted the police for assistance. Photos taken by the police showed that the rocks were marked with Bill Payne and Billie Jean's names, with one rock bearing the message, "I am your Huckleberry." Although there were no immediate repercussions from the incident, Janelle's parents were deeply disturbed. Following this unsettling event, all parties involved unfriended each other on Facebook. With everyone unfriended, one might assume that this would be the end of the saga. However, it was far from over. On January 31st, 2012, around 10:30 a.m., the Johnson County Sheriff's Office in Tennessee received a troubling 911 call. A close acquaintance of Billy Payne and Billie Jean, who had visited their residence that morning, made a distressing phone call. She had discovered the couple's back door wide open upon arrival and was met with a horrifying sight upon entering. The young parents had tragically been shot and killed in separate rooms. Despite the harrowing circumstances, their 7-month-old son was found unharmed in his mother's arms, albeit covered in blood. Remarkably, Tyler remained eerily silent throughout the ordeal. The occurrence of murder was a rare occurrence in their tight-knit small town. Local law enforcement promptly notified the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation upon learning of the double homicide, recognizing the need for additional resources to handle the case. From the very beginning, investigators understood that this particular homicide case would be far from ordinary. The crime scene offered no discernible clues and forensic evidence was noticeably absent. Post-mortem examinations failed to provide any significant new information beyond what law enforcement already knew. Although 2 bullets were recovered from the scene, the absence of the murder weapon severely hindered investigative leads. Initially, authorities considered the possibility that the violence seen at the couple's home was the result of a domestic situation, potentially a murder-suicide. However, as they conducted interviews with the couple's friends and family to piece together their lives, this theory quickly lost credibility. The authorities also explored the notion of a drug-related altercation given the presence of methamphetamine residue at the scene. Mountain City was grappling with drug-related issues, and Bill had a history of drug use, leading to speculation that the crime may have been drug-related. However, this theory was ultimately dismissed due to the lack of any stolen items from the house. As authorities continued their search for clues, news of the double murders spread rapidly throughout the small town, sending shockwaves throughout the entire community. However, the increased awareness also resulted in speculation and suspicions being directed towards specific individuals. On February 1st, 2012, the day after the murders, Chief Deputy Joe Woodward of the Johnson County Sheriff's Department, accompanied by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agents, conducted an interview with Janelle and her parents, Barbara and Marvin, at their home. Unbeknownst to them, the interview was covertly recorded. Initially sympathetic, the Potters soon took a defensive stance. Eventually, Janelle began revealing the animosity between the two parties, even mentioning Bill's drug use during the conversation. The focus then shifted to Jamie, considering his recent fallout with his cousin and its potential relevance to the case. Detectives believed it was important to discuss his dynamics with the family. To their surprise, Janelle appeared to still be concealing her relationship with him. However, when questioned about her involvement in the murders, Janelle vehemently denied any responsibility. With no useful information obtained from the Potter family, the detectives found themselves back at square one. Nevertheless, on the second day of the investigation, they received a tip that would completely change the course of the interrogation. According to the tip, during the Facebook feud, Jamie had engaged in a heated argument with Bill, during which he allegedly threatened to harm him. Given their existing suspicions about Jamie and his motives, this tip was too significant to ignore. Without wasting any time, they brought Jamie in for questioning at the police station on February 2nd, 2012. Jamie explained to the detectives that Bill was upset because Jamie continued to support Janelle during the conflict on social media. After further questioning, the detectives directly asked Jamie if he was responsible for the murders of his own cousin, Bill, and Billie Jean, Bill's fiancée. Despite Jamie's denial, investigators still harbored suspicions about him. During the investigation, the police diligently carried out their tasks, analyzing ballistic reports, verifying alibis, and considering hearsay. For days after the tragic murders, the grieving loved ones of Billy Payne and Billie Jean bid their final farewells. On February 6, 2012, 2 days later, detectives decided to subject Jamie Curd to a polygraph test, which he failed miserably. The test results indicated that he had lied about his knowledge of the killer's identity. Consequently, the investigators brought him in for another round of questioning, this time with a determined effort to elicit a confession. After hours of interrogation, Jamie finally admitted to his involvement. He revealed that while Marvin carried out the murders, he stood by as a witness. Jamie even provided details of how he had slashed Bill's throat. The detectives concluded that both Marvin and Jamie were implicated in the killings, but they still needed to ascertain the extent of Janelle and Barbara's involvement. Unfortunately, Jamie could not provide a definitive answer to this crucial question. Just as the interrogation seemed to be coming to a close, an unexpected twist emerged. Jamie casually mentioned the Central Intelligence Agency, leaving the investigators perplexed as to why he would bring it up. They probed further, and Jamie began to weave a bizarre tale. According to him, he had been exchanging text messages with someone named Chris, who claimed to be a friend of Janelle's and worked for the Central Intelligence Agency. Allegedly, Chris's role was to protect Janelle from her enemies. However, the detectives found this story highly implausible. Why would a Central Intelligence Agency operative involve themselves in a minor internet dispute in a small town? Were the details being fabricated by Jamie? Furthermore, doubts arose regarding Jamie's claim that Marvin was the perpetrator of the murders due to his disabilities. It'd be possible that Jamie acted alone in order to protect his girlfriend and gather concrete proof. The detectives instructed Jamie to secretly record Marvin's confession during a phone call. That night, Jamie made a call to the Potter residence. Although Marvin did not explicitly admit to the crime, his statements provided enough evidence for the police to take action. The next morning, on February 7, 2012, deputies from the Johnson County Sheriff's Office executed a search warrant at the Potter residence. When Marvin exited the house, the officers informed him of his arrest for the double murder. As the search began at the Potter house, Marvin was placed under arrest and restrained with handcuffs. Subsequently, his interrogation commenced at the Johnson County Sheriff's Office. Initially, Marvin denied any involvement. Therefore, the detectives decided to adopt a different approach, giving Marvin an opportunity to implicate Jamie. Instead of continuing with the harsh interrogation, the investigators took on a more empathetic tone. Finally, after 4 hours of intense questioning, Marvin's story started to unravel. The investigators believed that Marvin was struggling with a moral dilemma where he believed his actions were justified. From Marvin's perspective, he was merely protecting his daughter from individuals who posed a violent threat to her. However, he took full responsibility and denied any involvement of his wife or daughter in the crime. On the other hand, Barbara was hesitant to accept that Marvin was responsible for the atrocious crime. Meanwhile, the police continued their search of the Potter home, looking for any physical evidence that could link Marvin Potter to the murders of Billy Payne and Billie Jean Hayworth. It was evident that the Potter household was far from being a typical home. Numerous weapons were found throughout the house, not just guns. Knives were also discovered in abundance. Additionally, there were other peculiar items present. One officer witnessed Barbara Potter tearing up a piece of paper that was found on a coffee table in the living room. Acting swiftly, the officer caught a glimpse of the content, which turned out to be a printed-out photo of Billie Jean Hayworth and some of her friends downloaded from Billie Jean's Facebook page. Although Barbara's attempt to dispose of the evidence did not immediately result in consequences, it raised suspicions among the authorities. They began to doubt whether she might be withholding information. During the search of Marvin's truck, police stumbled upon 3 large white trash bags filled with shredded documents. These bags were confiscated for further examination, and upon closer inspection, significant evidence was discovered. In total, 51 items were seized from the Potter residence as evidence, including the family computer that Janelle frequently used. As the investigation progressed, both Marvin Potter and Jamie Curd were charged with first-degree murder in relation to the brutal killing of Billy Payne and Billie Jean. This development brought a sense of relief to the grieving loved ones of the deceased couple. Conversely, Barbara was disheartened by the unfolding events. It took investigators several months to meticulously piece together the evidence they had collected. However, as they delved deeper, they uncovered something unexpected. The investigators painstakingly reconstructed the shredded documents found in the 3 trash bags recovered from Marvin's truck. Among the fragments, they discovered over 100 pages of documents that revealed a trail of thousands of emails exchanged between Barbara and a Central Intelligence Agency operative named Chris, the same Chris mentioned by Jamie earlier. These emails primarily consisted of warnings about perceived threats to Janelle's life, presented surveillance evidence indicating that Billy and Billie Jean were planning harm against Janelle. Recognizing Janelle's parents' protective nature, Chris exploited this vulnerability by stressing the urgency of the threat and the need for immediate action. He reassured Barbara and Marvin that their efforts to safeguard Janelle would clear them of any wrongdoing, and pledged to clear their names. Ultimately, Chris manipulated Barbara into convincing her ex-Marine husband Marvin, who had a fondness for firearms, to carry out the murders of Billy and Billie Jean. Uncovered emails revealed Barbara's involvement in orchestrating the plan to involve Jamie in assisting Marvin with the murders. One email from Barbara to Chris expressed a desire for peace, but also a willingness to resort to extreme measures if necessary. This disclosure not only incriminated Barbara in the murder plot, but also showed her active role in persuading her husband to commit the crime. As investigators probed deeper into the case, the enigmatic figure of Chris remained a central question. Why would a Central Intelligence Agency agent transform into a mysterious protector for a woman from a small town? With numerous unanswered questions, investigators realized the need for a thorough investigation. However, no one could have predicted the shocking plot twist that awaited discovery. Tracing the IP address linked to Chris's emails revealed a surprising revelation. It was the same address as the Potter family's home computer. Additionally, through forensic linguistics analysis, investigators identified significant similarities in grammatical and spelling errors between Chris's messages and those of Janelle, who struggled with learning difficulties. This revelation led to an inevitable conclusion. The supposed Central Intelligence Agency operative, Chris, was a fabrication, an online persona meticulously created by Janelle Potter herself. Acting in disguise, Janelle manipulated her unsuspecting parents and her love-struck boyfriend, deceiving them into seeking revenge on her behalf. With substantial evidence, Barbara and Janelle were arrested without resistance on August 12, 2013, for their roles in the murders of Billy Payne and Billie Jean over a year earlier. Both were charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Marvin and Jamie were already in custody awaiting trial at the time of their arrest. Despite the strong evidence, all members of the Potter family pleaded not guilty to the charges. Marvin was the first to go on trial in October 2013. Prosecution presented a compelling case supported by Marvin's confession and testimonies from Mountain City residents about his intimidating behavior. It was evident that crossing Janelle meant dealing with her war veteran father. During the trial, it was revealed that Marvin had a prior conviction in 2004 for falsely claiming medals from the Vietnam War. This revelation cast doubt on Marvin's credibility and his supposed connection to the Central Intelligence Agency. Despite his defense team's efforts, the trial proceeded smoothly. On October 11, 2013, the jury took only 3 hours to find Marvin guilty of the murders, sentencing him to 2 consecutive life terms. In contrast, Jamie reached a plea agreement with the state, admitting to 2 counts of facilitating and committing first-degree murder. Despite Janelle's persistent denial, the evidence presented during the trial painted a different picture, revealing the cunning manipulation that not only led to the tragic loss of 2 lives, but also devastated the lives of those left behind. The prosecution faced a tough case with Janelle and Barbara. Despite having substantial circumstantial evidence against them, there was a lack of direct forensic evidence linking Barbara and Janelle to the crime. Both women vehemently denied any involvement in the murders. Janelle went as far as claiming that she was not the person who posed as Central Intelligence Agency agent, Chris. Barbara maintained that someone else had used her email address to communicate with Chris, and she argued that it couldn't be proven that she was the one who typed those emails. To secure a conviction in their favor, the prosecution needed to convince the jury that both women were guilty of murder, even though they were not physically present at the murder scene. During the initial 4 days of the trial, the prosecution relied on digital evidence to demonstrate that Janelle, pretending to be the fictional Chris, had deceived her parents and boyfriend Jamie in the year leading up to the murders. She orchestrated the killings of Billy and Billie Jean without physically participating in the act. On the other hand, Barbara was portrayed as an active participant in the deadly conspiracy. Then, the prosecution called their key witness, Jamie Curd, to testify. Unfortunately, the testimony did not unfold as expected. When asked if Barbara and Janelle conspired with him in the crime, he answered no. Despite this surprising testimony, the prosecution had one last card to play. They asked him to recount the events of the day of the murders, and this provided crucial evidence that Janelle had prior knowledge of the planned crime. The prosecution further emphasized that no evidence was ever found to support Janelle's claims that Billy or Billie Jean had threatened her or her family. They argued that the entire ordeal stemmed from Janelle's jealousy, particularly her inability to win Billy Payne's affections. It was also revealed that two women had previously obtained restraining orders against Janelle on separate occasions. In May 2011, the first incident took place when a woman claimed that Janelle had started harassing her after she removed her as a friend on Facebook a few months earlier. Janelle allegedly made harassing phone calls to her, ranging from 5 to 20 times a day. Another woman also came forward in the same month with similar accusations against Janelle. However, Janelle's defense team had a strategy in place. They brought in two expert witnesses to testify. The first witness was a cybersecurity expert who argued that IP addresses only identified devices, not specific users, and therefore couldn't definitively prove who had used the computer. The second witness was a neuropsychologist who had evaluated Janelle, and the evaluation confirmed that she was essentially functioning as a child and lacked the mental capacity to have orchestrated such crimes. The courtroom was filled with witnesses, but one particular prosecution witness stood out. Chris Jaden, a police officer from Delaware who had gone to high school with Janelle, was an unexpected witness. Surprisingly, Janelle had stolen Chris's identity for her online persona. The real Chris barely remembered Janelle, as they hadn't seen each other in almost 15 years. It seemed that Janelle had been fixated on Chris for a long time. She had downloaded photos of Chris from the internet to create a fake Facebook profile that she used to deceive her parents. Chris, however, had never interacted with Janelle or knew anyone named Billy or Billie Jean. After both sides presented their arguments, the jury deliberated for 5 hours following the 8-day trial. Eventually, the verdict was reached, finding both the mother and daughter guilty. On July 7, 2015, more than 3 years after the brutal murders of Billy Payne and Billie Jean, Barbara and Janelle were given 2 consecutive life sentences. During the sentencing, Bill's mother, Beverly Garland, delivered a poignant victim impact statement. Case presented a puzzling scenario where a person with emotional difficulties, supposedly functioning with a childlike mentality, managed to manipulate her family in a significant way. In a 2016 interview, Barbara expressed remorse for her actions. Her desire for a new trial was granted in August 2021 following the approval of one of her appeals. The argument made was that she deserved a fresh trial due to her original lawyer's conflict of interest in the 2015 trial, as he also represented her husband, Marvin. However, in November 2021, Barbara opted for a guilty plea, resulting in a reduced sentence of 25 years. On the other hand, Janelle continues to assert that she was a genuine victim of cyberbullying and denies any involvement in the murders. Over nearly 2 decades, Keith Hall concealed a significant secret from society. Not only was he a notorious pimp and drug addict, but he harbored an even more sinister side that remained unknown to all. In 2002, Keith committed the heinous act of murdering 19-year-old Rachel Wilson, his toxic partner. Through a web of deceit spun for the authorities, he skillfully evaded detection. However, when Rachel's remains were discovered years later, his game was finally up. How did this series of events unfold? This narrative will transport us to Middlesbrough, England, a town that was once a humble farmstead housing fewer than 30 individuals. Over time, the area underwent industrialization and experienced a surge in population. Presently, Middlesbrough is renowned for its football club and iconic transporter bridge. Regrettably, the town has also grappled with a significant issue of sex trafficking, with girls as young as 16 being coerced into prostitution. Rachel Wilson, as described by her family, was a vibrant, lively, and mischievous individual. It appeared as though she had a promising future ahead, with no foreseeable troubles. The Rachel we remember was brimming with happiness and exuberance. She was truly remarkable, shared Nicola Wilson, Rachel's younger sister, with the media. We were inseparable and shared a strong bond. However, everything changed when Rachel met Keith Hall at the tender age of 16. Despite the significant age gap of over 20 years, an unlikely relationship blossomed between them. From the outset, it was evident that their connection was destined for disaster, but Rachel was unaware of the impending consequences. Exploiting her naivety, Keith introduced her to a world of illicit substances, particularly cocaine. Before long, Rachel became heavily reliant on this stimulant. Rachel's transformation from an amazing sister to a victim of addiction was heartbreaking. Her brother Carl recalled how she had always assured him that she would overcome her drug problem before his 18th birthday. However, as Keith's influence grew stronger, Rachel's life spiraled out of control. Desperate for money to sustain their lifestyle, Keith convinced Rachel to engage in prostitution. Trapped by her addiction, Rachel had no choice but to comply. She found herself working the streets of Middlesbrough, sacrificing her body to fuel their drug habits. Despite her sacrifices, Keith's demands only intensified, leading to violent outbursts. Rachel endured both physical and emotional abuse from the man she had once trusted. Fear consumed her as his behavior became increasingly erratic and dangerous. Rachel's family began to notice the drastic changes in her. They became aware of her drug addiction and witnessed the toll it took on her physical appearance. She grew thinner, a mere shadow of her former self. However, they remained oblivious to the abuse she endured at the hands of Keith. Rachel went to great lengths to conceal her suffering. Her mother, Tina Wilson, remembered her as a happy and mischievous teenager despite the struggles they knew she faced. Eventually, her family sought medical assistance to combat her addictions, but their intervention came too late. On May 30th, 2002, Rachel visited her sister Nicola, a routine occurrence since Nicola had recently given birth. The visit seemed ordinary, just like any other day. After spending quality time with her sister and niece, they bid their farewells. Later that evening, Rachel also spent time with her mother and other relatives. They all decided to visit a fair, and Rachel departed around 11 p.m. Little did they know, this would be the last time any of them would see her alive. As the days passed, Rachel's family grew increasingly worried as they hadn't heard from her. This was highly unusual for Rachel, who had always maintained a close bond with her family despite her lifestyle. Concerned, they embarked on a search for Rachel, checking her apartment and other places she frequented, but there was no trace of her. It was as if she had vanished from the town completely. Nicola, Rachel's sister, later recalled, "Rachel had her own way of doing things, but she always kept in touch. Sometimes we'd wonder where she was, but she'd always reappear a few hours later." Eventually, Rachel's family involved the police, and an extensive search for the missing teenager was launched. The authorities questioned Keith, inquiring about his whereabouts during the time Rachel went missing. Keith claimed that Rachel had run away with a man she had met at the fair, and he had no knowledge of her whereabouts after that. Unfortunately, the investigators had no concrete evidence to pursue. The only lead they had was CCTV footage of Rachel, captured as she walked down Southfield Road, Middlesbrough at 7:02 a.m. on May 31st, 2002. Despite intensifying the search in the following days, there was still no sign of Rachel. The search persisted for 16 months, during which the police and Rachel's mother made numerous appeals to the public for any information regarding her disappearance. Although they feared the worst, there was no evidence to confirm her demise. Rachel's entire family was left bewildered, unaware of what had befallen their beloved Rachel. Her mother, in particular, clung to hope that her daughter would return home at any moment. "Rachel, if you're reading this, remember you can reach out anytime, day or night," Tina Wilson had expressed in one of her pleas. Several years after Rachel's sudden disappearance, her brother Benji Hopkins passed away in 2005 due to an overdose of antidepressants. The family believed that Benji's death was closely linked to Rachel's disappearance. The loss of Benji had a profound impact on the family, who were already grappling with Rachel's absence. On June 27, 2012, a group of men discovered human bones while working on a farm on the outskirts of Middlesbrough. The bones were buried in a shallow grave, prompting the police to investigate the identity of the body. Rachel's family was informed of the discovery, as there was a strong possibility that the remains belonged to Rachel. After 2 weeks, the results of the bone analysis confirmed that the body belonged to Rachel Wilson, who had been missing for over a decade. The news shattered Rachel's family. It was an agonizing couple of weeks, but deep down I knew it was her even though we had to wait. I just knew, Nicholas stated. Our family learned that Rachel was gone forever, her brother Carl expressed. When we received the news, we were devastated. It was heart-wrenching to realize she had been so close to us all this time. Rachel's mother was devastated by the news, but also felt a sense of relief that her daughter had finally been found. She's finally coming home. That's all I ever wanted. However, deep down, Tina wished that the circumstances were different, and that her daughter would be returning alive. The preparations for Rachel's funeral were set in motion, and the grieving family received immense support from the community. A fundraising event was even organized to generate funds for the funeral expenses. Several months after Rachel's remains were discovered, she was laid to rest beside her brother, Benji. Despite this closure, numerous unanswered questions continued to haunt both the investigators and Rachel's family. How did Rachel meet her tragic end, and who was responsible for her death? The examination of Rachel's skeletal remains yielded no clues about the cause of her demise. The absence of clothing where her bones were found indicated that she had been buried without any garments. Temporary Detective Superintendent Paula Duell, who had diligently investigated Rachel's case, explained that the lack of forensic evidence at the scene made it impossible to determine the cause of death. She further stated, although finding someone who had been missing for a decade was a significant breakthrough, it did not provide us with the leads we had anticipated. Determined to unravel the truth, investigators tirelessly worked day and night. However, before they could make substantial progress, Rachel's father, Bernard Wilson, tragically passed away. This devastating loss added another layer of grief to the already mourning family. Tina expressed her sorrow, saying, "All Bernard wanted was to uncover the truth about his daughter's fate, and it is heart-wrenching that he departed this world without knowing." Finally, in 2014, a breakthrough occurred in the case. The police identified a suspect, none other than Keith Hall. At the time of his arrest, Keith was 54 years old and was questioned extensively regarding Rachel's death. A search of his property yielded incriminating evidence, including a lock of Rachel's hair, a handwritten note from her. The note, addressed to Keith, was believed to have been written shortly before her disappearance. Within the note, she expressed her apologies to Keith for not earning enough money. This note, along with a lock of hair, later became crucial evidence against Keith. Despite being released on bail due to the lack of concrete evidence linking him to Rachel's death, Keith remained a primary suspect in the case. Over the following years, Keith frequently visited the police station, yet each time he was questioned about Rachel's death, he evaded providing any substantial information. In 2018, a special grant was allocated to the police department's investigation unit, allowing for increased efforts in solving Rachel's murder. In the subsequent months, investigators interviewed numerous sex workers who were present during Rachel's disappearance, totaling approximately 500 individuals. Although time-consuming, progress was gradually made. Detective Duell recalled, "Many witnesses we spoke to were reluctant to revisit the darkest periods of their lives, given their involvement in the sex industry. However, we were fortunate that some courageous individuals came forward and shared their stories. These witnesses shed light on the toxic relationship between Keith and Rachel, revealing how he coerced her into prostitution and physically abused her whenever she failed to meet his financial expectations. These acts of violence often left her with visible bruises." Additionally, another witness disclosed incriminating statements made by Keith following the discovery of Rachel's remains, claiming that he had confessed to killing her. With these revelations, the police's suspicions were confirmed, solidifying Keith as the prime suspect they had been searching for. Keith's suspicious behavior had been noticed from the beginning, but authorities lacked concrete evidence to charge him with any crime. However, as time went on, the case against him grew stronger. Investigators meticulously reviewed hours of CCTV footage surrounding the time of Rachel's disappearance, in addition to gathering witness testimonies. It was during this process that they observed a purple Vauxhall combo van frequently seen in the Middlesbrough area, which they believed was connected to Rachel's murder. Further investigation led them to link the vehicle to Keith. With this mounting evidence, investigators began to piece together the events leading to Rachel's tragic end. They theorized that after Rachel left her family on the day she went missing, she continued her usual work throughout the night. At some point, she encountered Keith, who became enraged by her earnings for the day. This confrontation escalated into physical abuse, and investigators believe that Keith went too far, ultimately causing Rachel's death. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Keith decided to cover up the crime. Authorities suspected that he waited a few days before loading Rachel's lifeless body into his van and disposing of it on a farm where her remains were discovered a decade later. Although this was the prevailing theory, Keith never provided an account of the events or his motives for killing Rachel. In December 2019, he was formally charged with her murder, as well as additional charges of living off immoral earnings and perverting the course of justice. The latter charge stemmed from his attempts to manipulate a key witness into lying to the police. Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, Keith maintained his innocence and pleaded not guilty. A trial date was initially scheduled for June 3, 2020, but due to the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic, it was postponed to October 6 of the same year. The trial date was once again rescheduled until May 11, 2021, was ultimately agreed upon. On the day the trial was set to commence, he finally admitted that he was responsible for Rachel's death. Although he denied the murder charge, he pleaded guilty to the lesser charge of manslaughter. Additionally, he pleaded guilty to the other 2 charges brought against him. Following his admission of guilt, a spokesperson for the Crown Prosecution Service, responsible for prosecuting criminal cases, addressed the media regarding the acceptance of Keith's plea for manslaughter. The spokesperson disclosed that the case had posed significant challenges, particularly due to the discovery of Rachel's remains more than a decade later, making it impossible to determine the cause of death or the motive behind it. Proving intent would have been necessary for a murder charge. As a result of Keith Hall's acknowledgement of responsibility for Rachel's death, coupled with other evidential factors, the case was re-evaluated, leading to the decision to accept a plea for manslaughter, stated the spokesperson. They further added, Keith Hall's guilty plea to manslaughter signifies his conviction for killing Rachel and disposing of her body. Our decision was made after careful consultation with both the police and Rachel's family. On November 1, 2021, Keith was sentenced to 18.5 years in prison for manslaughter, living off the proceeds of prostitution and perverting the course of justice. This brought a sense of relief to Rachel's family, who had waited 19 long years for justice to be served. It is difficult to find any solace in this outcome, when at the core of this investigation is a vulnerable 19-year-old girl who tragically lost her life, remarked Detective Duell following the sentencing. With Keith behind bars, Rachel's family could begin to take the initial steps towards moving forward. However, Nicola acknowledged that the road ahead would still be incredibly challenging for the family. She mentioned, while it may bring some form of closure, I doubt we will ever truly find complete closure as our ordeal continues. She went on to say, I want Rachel to be remembered as the witty, mischievous girl she always was. That chapter of her life was brief. There was so much more to her. Sherry Black, a cherished great-grandmother, was brutally murdered in November 2010, shocking the neighborhood of South Salt Lake. Utilizing every tool at their disposal, investigators followed leads and questioned suspects to determine who would have perpetrated such a heinous murder and why. But for almost 10 years, the case would remain unsolved and justice was elusive. Now the police has the suspect, and the reason he killed Sherry Black will shock you. Sherry Y. Casey Black was born on the 14th of October, 1946. Before her murder, she was married to Earl Black, her high school sweetheart. They have one daughter, Heidi Miller, who subsequently married and blessed her parents with many grandchildren. Before her unfortunate demise, Sherry had a very active role in her daughter's life as well as the lives of her 6 grandchildren and newest great-grandchild. Her first grandson had just arrived in Chile to start his mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and she was expecting another great-grandchild. Unfortunately, the evil ones wouldn't allow her to live to meet her second grandchild. On November 30th, 2010, Sherry Way Casey Black was murdered in the little bookstore she owned on her property in South Salt Lake City, Utah. She had been assaulted and stabbed before her husband, Earl, returned from a conference meeting late at night. Earl instantly dialed 911 for assistance. At the first phase of the investigation, the detectives concluded that the victim did not know the person who killed her and that the murder was an unplanned, random act. The South Salt Lake Police Department started a thorough investigation into Sherry Black's case, going about the neighborhood and asking the locals if they had heard or seen anything suspicious. While this was going on, Earl Black spent a significant amount of the evening in the police headquarters being questioned, as is customary in a case of this nature. The crime scene was searched for hints by detectives from the South Salt Lake Police Department and the crime scene responders from the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services laboratory system. They also reviewed surveillance footage from nearby cameras, spoke with locals and business owners, and processed the building for evidence. They discovered that the perpetrator was hurt while committing the murder and his blood was unknowingly left on a doorframe. A DNA profile was created using this blood after it had been submitted for forensic analysis. 10 years later, this would be necessary to crack the Sherry Black's cold case. The Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, was where the DNA profile was uploaded and the DNA profile continued to cycle through the database every week, in search of a match. Sadly, no match was ever discovered. This indicated that the offender had never caused harm to anyone where he might have left his DNA at a crime scene, or that he had never been apprehended and had his DNA properly obtained in connection to his arrest. Police found it especially puzzling that there didn't appear to be any robbery evidence at the crime scene. There were mountains of books, literally thousands upon thousands of them. It was challenging to determine whether any rare books had been taken, which the police initially suspected could have been a motive for the crime based on an inventory that Sherry had kept in her head. There was still money in the cash register and there were lots of valuable items that could have been taken but weren't. In order to ascertain what might have been left behind by the culprit and what belonged to Sherry, the investigators also talked with the family. Debbie Way Casey, Sherry Black's sister, stated that Sherry and Earl had been married since high school and had a very close bond. Their home was described as being always peaceful by neighbors. Everyone appeared to enjoy them. Her brother claimed that the bulk of her company's activities concerned online book sales. He never overheard her discussing problematic interpersonal or commercial ties. Nothing about Sherry's life or her work would make her particularly vulnerable to becoming a victim of a violent crime. Sherry is quiet. You'll hear that from people. Very unassuming, kind and friendly though, and really knew her stuff. She knew books and she was successful at what she did. She had a good reputation in the trade for being honest and having integrity, said Kurt Bench, one of her colleagues in the bookstore business. The following year, after Sherry Black's murder in February 2011, the Black family and the South Salt Lake Police Department solicited the help of the Vidic Society, a non-profit organization that offers top-notch consultation on homicide investigation. The specialists visited Salt Lake City to examine the case. The experts thought the attacker was familiar with the victim. Even though the interaction was really brief, the crime was planned and it had a sexual motivation. They also believed the culprit was a younger person, no more than 19 years old, who frequented the neighborhood. According to the expert, if the culprit was older, he was likely mentally challenged to have committed such a heinous crime. The Unified Police Department of Greater Salt Lake was also contacted for their assistance by the South Salt Lake Police Department, although their assistance was only restricted until 2015, when the South Salt Lake Police Department hired Unified Police Department cold case detective Ben Pender. Two of the Vidic experts, Richard D. Walter and Patrick J. Zerpali, independently traveled back to South Salt Lake City in May 2015 for a 2-week period to collaborate with the investigators on the case. Sorensen Labs in Utah produced a restricted genealogy profile of the culprit in 2017, using DNA from the crime scene. Detective Ben Pender later learned about Parbon Nanolabs and their work with phenotyping DNA while attending a cold case conference in Washington, D.C. In order to process the killer's blood evidence from Sherry Black's crime scene, the Unified Police Department hired Parabon, which produced a number of age progression pictures of the criminal. The case was officially transferred from the South Salt Lake Police Department to the Unified Police Department of Greater Salt Lake in March 2018, after almost 8 years, and Detective Ben Pender was designated as the lead detective. Sherry Black's family kept the case in the public eye throughout the quest for justice, in the hopes of finding fresh leads. On the anniversary of her passing, they conducted candlelight vigils, created incentives, and reported developments in the case when they became available. They also sought to garner media attention. Detective Ben Pender started using the help of Parabon Nanolabs to perform genetic genealogy in October 2018. Over the course of following 2 years, he collaborated with one Parabon specialist in an effort to pin down the perpetrator of this heinous act. Detective Pender started to visit potential ancestors of the criminal's family tree in April 2019. He and the genealogist might then use this to whittle down and rule out potential suspects as they narrowed down their focus. Detective Pender traveled all over the United States, visiting members on the family tree and asking questions that may eventually help to identify the murderer. He worked with the Parabon genealogist in between his travels, and she would recommend subsequent actions based on his findings and her research. The genealogist discovered that someone had submitted a DNA profile into GeneMatch in the fall of 2020. A few days before deciding whether Detective Pender was to travel east again or travel towards the west, the submitted DNA profile looked a whole lot closer to the murderer. The genealogist advised Pender to fly to Sacramento, California, and meet with a certain woman who turned out to be the crucial piece of the puzzle investigators were seeking for the Sherry Black's case. When Detective Ben Pender arrived at her house, she warmly invited him into her home after he introduced himself. She further allowed him to collect a DNA swab from her for analysis. Detective Pender met her adult son, who was home at the time. Pender had a conversation with her son and inquired about the possibility of him knowing about a child from his past. The man disclosed to Pender that a woman had long ago suggested that he might be the father of her child, but left the matter unresolved. He also consented to a DNA test. After fitting the puzzle pieces together in his head, Detective Pender was convinced he had finally met the right match. When it was determined that the man from Sacramento was the biological father of the person who killed Sherry Black, he took the information to the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services laboratory system. For processing, he was then able to use this information to track down the killer. After being located, the offender's DNA had to be lawfully obtained in order to verify a one-to-one match with the samples taken from the crime scene. Law enforcement secretly collected this sample, and they received the outcomes they had been seeking for 10 years. Adam Durbrow of Orem, Utah, who was 19 at the time of the murder, was consequently apprehended in October 2020, and accusations were made against him. When asked why he did what he did, Adam Durbrow said, "I went into the bookstore. I had no intention at all to do anything. It was a bookstore. I love books. I don't know why this happened." Following his arrest, Sherry Black's grandchildren spoke to the judge about how Adam Durbrow caused them trauma and how their grandmother's passing affected their lives. They further claimed that their mother and grandfather suffered even more grief as a result of Sherry Black's death. They then requested a life sentence for Durbrow without the possibility of parole, and said they did not want to worry about the whereabouts of the person who killed their grandmother any longer. "For 11 years, I've had to live without Sherry. My life will never be the same. She was beautiful and caring, as everyone has stated. What a wonderful woman she was. But I don't have her anymore. Instead, I have the memory of coming home and finding her. That's what I have left," Earl Black said in court. Adam Durbrow avoided a trial by entering a guilty plea a year later. For months later, he was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Kyoto. Once the capital of Japan, is home to 17 World Cultural Heritage Sites and has long been a favorite destination for tourists, expats, and backpackers from all over the globe. Famous for its stunning ancient temples like the Golden Kinkakuji and the magical Kiyomizu-dera, it is also world-renowned for its charming winding streets and serene gardens. As the cultural heart of Japan, Kyoto is the last place anyone would expect a mass murder to occur. However, on a humid, Overcast morning on the 18th of July 2019, one man's quest for revenge over a perceived act of plagiarism would shock the world and take the lives of 36 people, causing serious injuries to a further 34, making it the deadliest attack on Japanese soil since the end of the Second World War. With the likes of Studio Ghibli's Spirited Away and My Neighbor Totoro, as well as many other cult favorites such as Sailor Moon and Gundam, anime is a $2 billion industry and has long been a key aspect of Japanese culture, enjoyed by children and adults alike from all over the world. Kyoto Animation, known as KyoAni to its scores of loyal fans, started life as a small and humble animation studio first established in 1981 by charismatic husband and wife team Hideaki and Yoko Hata. The Hatas began their studio by recruiting unemployed mothers and other inexperienced workers who would ordinarily not be given a chance. Yoko Hata, talking to a journalist at the time, stated, "Women have an innate power of being kind and gentle. So we hire more female staff because we also want our animation to be filled with that heartwarming power." This kind of sentiment alone made KyoAni stand out from the crowd and immediately won the hearts of so many within the anime community. In the following years, the studio grew in size and gained widespread popularity across Japan for its production of high-quality anime movies and for its skills in storytelling, producing over 28 television shows and films between the years 2003 and 2019. Many of the studio's productions became instant classics, such as the series The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, an animation series about the adventures of a supernatural high school girl, Clannad, a fantasy drama, and K-On!, a series following the lives of 4 high school girls. The studio was a creative's dream workplace as well, and positions there were highly sought after by other artists and writers alike. Not only for the chance to work at a successful and popular studio, but also due to the fact that Hideaki and Yoko were very kind employers, with a vision to support artists fully. They paid a generous full-time salary to staff where other animation studios tended to only pay artists and writers on a freelance basis. They also offered an array of training opportunities within the studio, as both Yoko and Hideaki believed from the beginning in fostering artistic talent wherever they found it. One way in which the studio discovered new talent and up-and-coming artists was by running the annual Animation Awards competition, a yearly cash prize contest open to professional and amateur writers alike, and offering the chance for lucky winners to have their stories published and adopted by the studio. Unbeknownst to Hideaki and Yoko Hata and others at KyoAni, it would be the same competition that would spark a hatred so deep in one man and flame his obsession with revenge, culminating in one appalling act of violence. The morning of Thursday, the 18th of July, started pretty typically for the employees of the KyoAni Studio 1 building. The day, though overcast, was already growing humid, and the cicadas could be heard buzzing continuously in the trees jotted along the roads, leading to the busy Rokujizo train station in the residential area of Fushimi, where Studio 1 was located. From the outside, Studio 1, the animation company's main base of operations, was just an ordinary-looking old-fashioned and simple 3-story building, connected by a single iron spiral staircase. But the inside was very much different. The interior had a buzzing but very relaxed and creative atmosphere. Tatami mats were laid out on the floors, as is Japanese custom in the home. Employees walked around barefoot or in slippers. There was even a space in the corner of the second floor for taking a nap if artists wanted to catch up on sleep after lunch. The Hatas always wanted their company to have a family feeling to it, and Studio 1 was a testament to that. Around 70 artists, writers and animators were gearing up for another hectic day of creating whilst chatting and laughing about their plans for the weekend. Amongst them was 22-year-old Yuka Kusuma and 23-year-old illustrator Yuki Imura, who had both only just recently joined the studio after graduating from university. Yuka's mother would later say about her daughter that her dream since she was a young child was to go into the animation industry. At around 10:30 a.m., a disheveled and heavy-set man wearing spectacles, a sweat-stained red t-shirt and dirty stone-washed jeans burst through the front doors of the studio carrying a 40-liter liquid container and shouting, "Die, die, die." The man then began frantically splashing gasoline around the entrance, hallway, and overshocked studio employees who attempted to stop him. A desperate struggle ensued, but the man pulled out a lighter and ignited the fuel, causing what many witnesses recalled as a large flash and explosion. A middle-aged man who was working at a housing exhibition near the studio at the time told reporters after, "I was in the office around 10:30 and suddenly I heard an explosion. When I went outside, I heard another large explosion. I could see there were flames and smoke mainly on the second and third floors of the studio, and some people were evacuating. The smoke was rising quickly and it was really thick. So I immediately called the fire department. Engulfed in flames, the culprit fled screaming from the building where he was pursued by 2 studio employees, and with the aid of police officers later, he was wrestled to the ground in a courtyard around 100 meters away. As the badly burnt man struggled with police, he repetitively shouted, 'They plagiarized my work. I did it because they stole my novel,' and he demanded to speak to the president of the studio. Police restrained the man who had severe burns on his legs, chest and face until backup arrived. Officers also discovered knives and bladed weapons concealed in a bag near the studio that belonged to him too. Due to the very common occurrence of earthquakes in Japan, the vast majority of smaller buildings, such as the 3-story Kyoto Animation Studio 1 building, are constructed with wooden frames, which can cause fires to spread with chilling ease. Heartbreakingly, this would also prove to be the case with Kyoani, which due to its designation as a small business building, also lacked sprinklers and fire extinguishers throughout its premises. The flames spread and grew ferociously within seconds, trapping most of the terrified employees, including Yuka and Yuki, inside the building and forcing them up the single spiral staircase to the smoke-engulfed second and third floors, where many of them collapsed due to suffocation or succumbed to the flames and died. Firefighters would later state that the fire had grown to the unbelievable temperature of 957 degrees Fahrenheit. Bystanders on the street outside could only watch helplessly in horror as screams and shouts drifted from the building, which was now submerged in smoke. The extreme heat and toxic fumes drove many of them back as they desperately awaited for the fire brigade to arrive on scene. 81-year-old Ken Okamura, who lived close to the studio, told reporters the next day that he saw several women jump from the burning building's second floor. They were so badly burned that blood was coming from their noses and all of their clothes, but their underwear were gone, he said. Another witness was 74-year-old Hatsumi Yamashita, who taught dance at the local community center, where many of the injured were brought to receive immediate emergency treatment. The dance teacher told reporters she thought one of the girls was wearing a jet black outfit. However, when she looked closer, she realized to her horror that when the girl laid down on the floor, she was so burned that she was almost naked. "I could never forget this young woman," Ms. Yamashita said. On this tragic morning, the studio president Hideaki wasn't at Studio One. He had been preparing for an interview with a major Japanese television channel about some animation work that they had created for the 2020 Tokyo Summer Paralympics across the city at Studio 5. It was just as the interview was coming to a close at around 10:33 that he received a call from one of his employees, informing him that there was a fire at Studio One. He later stated he wasn't overly concerned at the time. The member of staff who had called him didn't seem alarmed, and Hideaki wrongly assumed one of the animators had set up a fire alarm, or that there had been a small confined fire in the staff kitchen. He brushed off the call and continued his morning as usual, making preparations for an early afternoon business meeting at Studio One, telling himself he would find out soon enough what had been the cause of the telephone call. It would only be a short while later, as he was driving towards Studio One, that he noticed the thick black smoke and heard the wailing sirens. He began to worry. He called his wife Yoko on her cell phone. He knew she wasn't scheduled to be at Studio One that day, but was relieved to know that she was safe, though she also didn't know what was happening. Unable to progress further in his car due to the firefighters blocking off the streets, the 69-year-old CEO parked quickly on a side street and ran towards the billowing clouds of smoke and the studio that he and his wife had dedicated their entire lives to building up. As soon as he got to the scene and saw the scale of the fire, he knew there was nothing he could do. He stumbled upon a small group of his employees sprawled out on the ground in an alley, coughing and crying, their clothes and skin black with smoke. He asked them what had happened, and when no one could really answer, he fell to his knees and embraced them. He would spend the rest of the day at the scene unwilling to leave, trying to help and console his surviving employees in any way that he could, trying to understand what had happened. For the husband and wife team of Hideaki and Yoko Hata, life and their beloved studio would never be the same again. The fire would rage for 5 hours, until 30 fire engines and countless brave firefighters managed to get the blaze under control and then finally extinguish it at approximately 6:20 a.m. the following morning. The atrocity would instantly claim the lives of 34 people, 20 of them women and 14 of them men, with 2 more victims later dying in hospital from their injuries. Tragically, the firefighters would discover many of the dead on the spiral staircase leading up to the roof. Their bodies so badly burned they could only be identified by DNA testing. In the coming days, all that would remain of Kyoto Animation Studio 1 building was a charred and destroyed shell. Piles of flowers gathered at the site by the hour, and it would remain a shrine to the dead until it was formally demolished on the 28th of April, 2020. People across Japan and the world were heartbroken and disgusted by this attack. Every person who heard the awful news had 2 simple questions. Who would do something like this, and why? In 2019, 41-year-old Shinji Aoba had been out of prison for 3 years after a 6-year sentence for robbing a convenience store with a kitchen knife in 2012, and was now living in a single-occupancy apartment in a suburban area just outside of the north of Tokyo and over a 7-hour drive from Kyoto. Always a deeply troubled individual, Aoba had grown increasingly isolated and volatile since the death of his father from suicide in 2009. He had cut off all contact with his family and fought with his neighbors, and had previously received warnings from police for stealing a woman's underwear from her washing line, and for making threats to people living in and around the same single-occupancy building he resided in. People often saw him skulking around the neighborhood late at night on his bicycle, always unwashed and always wearing the same clothes. Most avoided him as much as possible. In the days following the arson massacre, a neighbor living on the floor above Alba's told reporters anonymously that he was relaxing in his apartment a few weeks before the attack, when he heard a furious banging from the outside and someone trying to get into his home. When the neighbor tentatively opened the front door, a disheveled and sweating man he recognized as the troubled Alba were standing there. When the neighbor asked what he wanted, Alba attacked him, shouting, "I will kill you." The attack was completely unprovoked, and the shocked and frightened neighbor quickly locked himself in the apartment and later reported it to the police. It was just one of many such incidences reported to the local police in the months and weeks leading up to the massacre. A 37-year-old woman who lived across the street from Alba's building later stated to journalists that she frequently saw the police and ambulance crews attending disturbances at his apartment, where loud music was often played through open windows to the annoyance of many. It seemed to everyone who had witnessed Alba's behavior that he was very unstable and could be violently triggered by the smallest of things. It would only be a matter of time before something pushed him over the edge completely. Unbeknownst to everybody, Alba's fuse had been lit the year previously. On November 18, 2018, Alba was sat in his apartment watching anime, which he now did with the majority of his time. He didn't have any friends or hobbies, and anime and video games had become his only remaining connections to society, people, and real life. On this day in particular, he was watching the 5th episode of the popular KyoAni series, named Tsurune, an animation about a group of high school boys in the archery club trying to make it to the national tournament, whilst also overcoming other life problems. This episode would infuriate Alba, sending him into a dark and bitter rage. In the episode of Tsurune, there was a brief scene where the anime's protagonists buy meat that is discounted because it is past its sell-by date. Alba glared at the television, unable to believe what he was watching. He had written the same exact scene where a protagonist buys discounted meat that is past its sell-by date, and had written it in a novel he'd submitted to KyoAni's annual animation awards competition in the years previously. The fact that the coincidental scene was a very minor and completely inconsequential one was utterly lost on Alba. He became fixated on the idea that KyoAni had rejected his submission and then they had stolen his idea, plagiarizing his work and ripping off his novel. Alba became obsessed. It was in this same period of time that the studio received a deluge of anonymous death threats by email that numbered in the hundreds, and the police had been called in to patrol the main studios for a brief time. The emails could never be tracked down by the authorities due to the author using a particular software that blocked all tracing attempts. The police patrols gradually decreased as the death threats ceased. It would only be after the massacre and apprehension of the killer that the death threats and ALBA would be linked, though not ever concretely proven. 4 days before the Studio One massacre, a 27-year-old company employee, who later gave his name to the media simply as Matsumoto, was lying on the sofa in his apartment watching a sports livestream on YouTube when the person in the apartment above his started banging on the floor. Assuming the upstairs neighbor was assembling furniture or rearranging their apartment, Matsumoto simply turned up the volume on his sports game and tried to ignore the noise. However, it was only moments later that the neighbor in the apartment next to his started violently thumping on the wall. This caused a chill to run down his spine, as the neighbor now seemingly attacking the shared wall was the neighbor from hell, Shinji Aoba. Matsumoto had been living next door to Aoba for a couple of years, and was scared of him, stating he always was noisy, dirty, and rude, as well as being known for violence. He said he smelled terrible, really bad. I'm sure restaurants wouldn't let him in because of the way he smelled. When Alba started beating on his front door, Matsumoto attempted to ignore it. But when Alba returned to his apartment and started throwing objects against the wall, Matsumoto decided to try and talk to him. He went outside into the corridor and knocked on Alba's front door. When there was no answer, he shouted through the letterbox that it wasn't him making all the loud noises, but an upstairs neighbor. The door suddenly opened and out came Alba, grabbing the younger, smaller man by the throat and hair, shouting, "You're too loud. Shut up. I'm going to kill you." When Matsumoto again tried to explain to the enraged Alba that the noises hadn't come from his apartment, but the one upstairs, Alba screamed in his face, "It's irrelevant. You're annoying. I'll kill you. I have nothing to lose." Shaken, Matsumoto fled the building to the nearest police station to report the incident. But when police finally arrived at Alba's apartment to talk to him, he had seemingly gone missing. Matsumoto would later go on to state that Alba's eyes had looked, quote, insane that night. The following day, Alba was witnessed riding the high-speed bullet train from Saitama to Kyoto, where he checked into a cheap motel in a downtown area situated close to many popular tourist destinations and night spots. In the days leading up to the mass murder, still wearing the same bright red t-shirt and stonewashed jeans he had been wearing the night of the confrontation with his neighbor Matsumoto, Alba was witnessed by locals and captured on CCTV numerous times in the proximity of the Studio One building. On Wednesday, the day before the attack, Alba strolled into a hardware store and purchased a 4-wheeled push trolley. That afternoon, he pushed the trolley over 6 miles to a gas station where he filled up 2 red plastic containers with over 10 gallons of gasoline. He then loaded the containers onto the trolley, paid for the gas, and wheeled the trolley towards a disused and abandoned child's play area situated underneath a motorway underpass. It was here, in this lonely and deserted area, that he concealed the gas containers that he would use in the appalling attack the very next day. A day that would change the lives of everyone involved and change Japan forever. Confusion was rife in the hours and days following the attack. Friends and family tried desperately to reach loved ones who worked in the Studio One building. Authorities published lists of survivors and staff members who had been taken to nearby hospitals, and many family members were left bereft when they couldn't find the names of their loved ones on the hospital admissions or on the lists released to the media. 69-year-old Kazuo Okada, whose granddaughter Megumi Ono worked in Studio One and who hadn't been accounted for, told television reporters on the day of the fire that Megumi was my pride. Her name started appearing on the screens of anime movies. I was so happy to see that. I was proud of her. I want to see her face soon. It wouldn't be until over a week later that 21-year-old Megumi's fate would be conclusively determined through DNA analysis. Tragically, she had been another victim. As Japan mourned, new laws were passed making it more difficult to purchase large amounts of gasoline in plastic containers, and buyers now have to give their full details and an explanation for the purchase, which is all kept on record. Kind fans and supporters from across Japan and the rest of the globe came together, making charitable donations to a GoFundMe for the studio, raising over $2.3 million for the victims and their families. A large majority of survivors returned to work as soon as they were able to, going back to the jobs they loved, continuing to create the animation that brought so much joy to so many people and honoring the memories of their friends and coworkers who had passed away. Upon hearing that the motive for the mass murder was revenge over a perceived act of plagiarism, The Hatters and staff members went back over past competition entries and did in fact find a submission from ALBA, but it in no way resembled the scene that sent him over the edge, and had no similarities whatsoever to any scenes from any of the other studio's many works. Following the attack, he was taken by police guard to the intensive care unit at the hospital. He continuously admitted to setting the blaze as an act of revenge, telling the detectives, "I lit the fire because Kyoani stole my novel." He also told police and hospital staff that he expected to get the death penalty. Suffering from severe burns to most of his body, he soon lost the ability to speak and could only breathe with the aid of a respirator. He also received multiple skin grafts, and police waited until he was healthy enough to be arrested and charged. That day finally came on the 27th of May 2020. Almost a year after the attack, Aoba was still recovering in a Kyoto hospital from experimental artificial skin grafts, but he was judged fit enough to be finally arrested on suspicion of murder and arson. He was officially indicted on the 16th of December 2020. It is highly likely he will spend the rest of his life in prison and escape the death penalty. So many mothers, daughters, fathers, and sons were stolen in the cruelest of ways from their loved ones. On awful summer day in July 2019. However, their creativity, love, hope, and talent will never be forgotten and will live on in their animation work forever. Melbourne and Victoria, Australia, July 23, 2018 at 9 p.m. A 000 call came in from a 19-year-old at a house in Sunbury. Senior Constable Luke Coquin was on shift at the Sunbury police station at the time and instantly recognized the voice on the end of the phone. "I think I killed someone," they said. "I didn't want to, but I did it." He didn't seem scared. "I strangled him. He's on my bed. Feels so good. I don't want to be a killer." "Have you actually done that?" he asked. "You never believe me. Why don't you believe me?" they bluntly and calmly replied. Authorities were dispatched immediately, and when they got to the home, it turned out that Constable Coquin had been right about the voice. He had recognized it. The caller answered the door, and it was someone the station knew all too well. Jamie Lee Dollarguy. As they entered the home, they found 25-year-old Mal enwrathed in the bedroom. A cord attached to a sex toy was wrapped around his neck, and he was lying motionless. "See, I wasn't lying. You never believe me. Why won't you ever believe me? He's dead, isn't he?" Jamie shouted at the officers. Moreland was put into an ambulance and rushed off to hospital, and Jamie was taken down to the station for questioning. Given what she had revealed already, she was charged with attempted murder, intentionally causing serious injury, and recklessly causing serious injury. What had happened and how it came to be was a frightening story. In the early evening of July 23, 2018, 19-year-old Jamie Lee Dollarguy logged onto the popular dating app used by millions worldwide, Plenty of Fish. Her bio read borderline personality disorder and suicidal tendencies into extreme fetishes, vampire fantasies, bondage, biting people, and being gang raped against her will. She wasn't on it long. Before around 7 p.m., she got a message from a 25-year-old student, Malin Rothode. They exchanged a total of 6 messages, sexual in nature and about everything in Jamie's profile. He told her, "We'll do whatever you want." They made a plan to meet up at her house, with Jamie saying she would put on a costume and her favorite perfume. Malin told her he would be there just after 8 p.m. and he would text when he was outside. With this, he closed the app and started getting ready. 4 years before this, Malin Rothode had made the big move from Gujarat in Western India to Australia on a student visa to get his master's in accounting. He had really started a whole new life and had settled in well at Charles Sturt University, also working part-time as a delivery driver. He was an only child and was very close to his parents, talking to them every day. They had even sold their bungalow to finance his move to Australia when they realized it was his dream. As soon as they had the money, Malin was on his way, and the family took some photos at the airport before he left. Friends described him as happy-go-lucky, easygoing, but hardworking and very humble. His hard work had almost paid off, and was proud to say he was just 4 months away from finishing his course. His professors believed in him so much, they had actually offered him a job when he finished so he could stay in Australia permanently. Jamie was now at the station and talking a lot. She started by telling the detective she had been having a bad day, and the second Moreland agreed to meet her, She knew she was going to kill him. A matter of minutes after she ended her conversation with him on Plenty of Fish, she started making some Google searches. She then clicked on a link called 10 Steps for Committing a Murder and Get Away with It. At 8:07 p.m., Maulon arrived at the house. She told detectives she immediately took note of his shape and size and felt he was weak enough that strangulation would be easy. She told him she wanted to role play and he was keen to learn. I told him that I wouldn't let him out of the house and he said he didn't care. I said that I'm going to choke play and he said he's happy to learn anything. So I said that I have like psychopathic tendencies in my head and I'm not really that safe. And he said he's not scared, she said. Maulon said as long as she didn't hurt him, he was up for anything. Jamie told him he could just tap and she would stop. He seems to be thinking it's all a game, she told the officers. She got behind him and started choking him. Jamie said she had two personalities. One's mean, one's nice. They're both me. One is caring and the other is destructive. I was hoping he would run away. Call the police, she said. Just a few seconds later, he started to panic and tapped her. But instead of stopping as she'd promised, she only squeezed harder, wrapping her legs around his body to get a tighter grip. She whispered in his ear, "It'll be okay. It'll all be over." At this point, after attempting to wriggle out of her grip for several seconds, Moreland was now lying on his stomach and Jamie was sat on his back. He suddenly went limp and Jamie said she then tied the cord from the sex toy around his neck. "What was your intention?" the officer asked. "Murder," she replied. Just before calling the police, Jamie made some more searches online, looking for ways to be admitted into hospital. She told them she had had an urge to kill, comparing it to the feeling of someone who wants to smoke a cigarette. As she was talking more and more, the story was getting more disturbing as it went on, and the police then got a call. Moreland hadn't pulled through and had succumbed to his injuries just a few hours after getting to the hospital. After this, Jamie Dollarguy's charges would swiftly be upgraded to murder. What she had done, although shocking, was not actually surprising to those that knew her. Some carers who had worked with her even described her as a shape-shifting demon girl. Jamie had lived in state care since she was 10 years old, with frequent visits from social workers and her criminal record starting when she was young. She often spent long periods in juvenile detention. In the years before she turned 18, Jamie had carers living with her 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in a house owned by the Department of Health and Human Services. They said they were terrified of her and her unpredictability. But when she turned 18, however, they all stepped away and she was living alone and unsupervised. As soon as they left, neighbors said the police were there for a lot of various reasons, including noise disturbances, fighting, and welfare checks. She would often bring them cakes and cards after their visits to thank them, and they had grown to know her fairly well. She was a massive social media user and would upload numerous times a day. Sometimes the pictures were simply her playing around with filters and sharing her artwork. And sometimes they were lengthy paragraphs about her childhood trauma, sexual abuse, and the issues she had with her body. She said she hated skinny, pretty girls and wanted to torture them. She would self-harm and put batteries into her body, resulting in her having more than 100 operations to remove foreign bodies. One of her friends said she claimed to have a demon inside her and sometimes believed that she was a wolf. One moment she appeared happy and was smiling. The next she was going ballistic, snarling and growling like a wolf and biting people. "It is one of the scariest things I have ever seen. It's like she was possessed," someone said. She posted to Facebook just a few weeks before the murder of Moreland and said, "If only they believed me when I said I'm not sane. I live in fear, afraid of what's behind the corner. My heart is black. I no longer feel the emotions of happiness unless I see someone else suffer." And on the afternoon she did kill him. She texted one of her carers and said, "Upon being charged with murder, everybody knew that it would be a complicated case. As a result, she was assessed by some of the best clinical minds in Australia and they said she was one of the most psychologically damaged they'd ever assessed." There is no doubt that Jamie Dollarguy was a profoundly troubled person, and everybody said she was a ticking time bomb. Despite all of her confessions and admissions, in her first court appearance, she entered a plea of not guilty. As prosecutors dived further into the case, Moreland's friends in Australia banded together to raise money to send him back to India to be with his family. It took him 12 days to get home, where he was cremated. A year would then pass as more interviews, assessments, and the like were carried out, establishing whether or not Jamie was fit to stand trial. It was deemed that she was, and the now 20-year-old's murder trial would begin at the end of 2019. Moreland's parents said although they wanted to be there for their son, they simply couldn't afford to fly over, so they had to wait by the phone every day for any update. The loss had left them unable to eat or sleep, and not being able to get to Australia had only added to their pain. In terms of Jamie's mental health and past issues, it was set to be a complex trial. There was no denying that she had killed Moreland. She had already confessed to that, but it was now an argument of whether her mental health issues affected her in that moment and whether or not the murderous intent could be proven. As a result, her lawyers were pushing for a conviction of manslaughter. Her defense team called in a psychologist, Dr. Carroll, and he told the jury that he did not believe that Jamie suffered from psychosis in any way. He said that she knew what she had done was wrong and that she was aware of what she was doing. He said she was in a state of turmoil but had a residual awareness that choking Moreland would actually kill him. Jamie's lawyer Sharon Lacey focused heavily on her childhood. She spoke about her past abuse, living in care, and suicidal thoughts and tendencies. They said that her borderline personality disorder had played a role and Jamie was suffering from stunted psychological development brought on by the trauma of her childhood. Jamie sat quietly in the courtroom the whole time, not looking up and not paying attention, sometimes smiling, but mainly focusing her attention on the children's coloring book she was drawing in and making origami. Sharon said her client was so damaged that no jury could be sure of her having murderous intent and therefore they could not find her guilty of murder. There's no evidence to suggest she intended to hurt him, she said. But the prosecution said that while it was clear there was some significant trauma in her life, as well as severe mental health issues, she admitted to the police that she knew before he even arrived at the house that she was going to kill him. As soon as she got that first text, she had in mind to harm this man, they said. And when Malling got to the house, admitted to sizing him up, assessing how easy it would be to kill him. And her own description of how it all played out showed that Jamie was someone who wanted to do this, someone who was very much present in the moment and understood exactly what the implications were. It was absolutely premeditated, they said. After an 18-day trial, where numerous witnesses including Jamie's carers and clinical experts, and the tape of her lengthy police interview was shown, it was now up to the jury to make the final call. Jamie Dalagai was acquitted of murder and instead found guilty of the lesser charge of manslaughter. Safe to say this decision left a lot of people shocked and bewildered. Some sources say that if everything about her dark past and violent tendencies had been told to the jury, maybe the outcome would have been different. But it is hard to tell. The carers that spent even a short period with her argued she should never be released and is far too dangerous. The judge said to Jamie, "You took the life of a young person who had done nothing to harm or provoke you. He was totally trusting and unsuspecting. And although manslaughter carries a maximum of 20 years in Victoria, Jamie Lee Dalagai was sentenced to 9 years in prison, with a minimum term of 5 years and 6 months, but she had already served just over 2 years, so she could actually be out in just over 3 years. In the court's paperwork, it said that an attribute of her personality was a limited capacity for empathy and capacity to feel remorse. Remorse may serve as an indicator of the likelihood of a person reoffending. A person who is truly and deeply remorseful for their actions is less likely to repeat them. In your case, due to your empathy deficit, I am not convinced that the amount of remorse you feel is likely to significantly inhibit future conduct. Nevertheless, I accept that you do feel remorse to the extent that you are able to. It follows that you must be given the benefit of remorse in mitigation of your sentence." Marlon's parents were horrified that people were aware she was so high risk, and even the social workers were scared of being on their own with her, and yet she was still allowed to live alone with people coming and going as they pleased. And to top it all off, she could be back out in just a few years. It is hard to know what will happen after these few years in prisoner up for Jamie Dalagai and how this situation will be approached and handled. This was an unsettling, disturbing, and very upsetting case to look into in many ways, and we're interested to hear your thoughts about it. One thing we know for sure is that Mal in Rathod lost his life in a terrifying way with someone he had put trust into. and his last few moments realizing what was actually happening to him is unthinkable. His father said, "We are now lonely in our old age. We miss him, but we have accepted the truth. Our son won't come back, but he will remain in our memory and our hearts forever." Charles K.J. Horvath Allen was born August 21, 1968 in Ontario, Canada, where his mother worked as a nanny and where she met his father. However, she would move him to Halifax, England, where he would grow up. After leaving school, Charles, who was known as a carefree individual, informed his mother, Denise, that he wanted to spend a few months in Canada where he was born. Denise bought him a return ticket as part of his 21st birthday present, and Charles left for Montreal in September 1988. A few months later, after visiting his father and godfather in Ontario and backpacking across Canada, 20-year-old Charles arrived in Kelowna, British Columbia on May 3, 1989. He had been staying at a local hostel, the Homes of Friends, and the tiny tent town campsite plus RV park, and registered at various student employment agencies during the month of May that year. He was last seen on May 26, 1989, cashing a check at the Orchard Park Royal Bank. The last time his mother spoke to him was April 17, 1989, when they discussed plans to meet up in Hong Kong for his 21st birthday and her 40th in August of that year. A month later, he last contacted his mother by fax from Kelowna asking her to look into booking an air ticket. Denise became very concerned when she didn't hear from Charles to confirm he wanted her to book his Hong Kong flight. She then called the Kelowna police asking for their help to find her son because she had not received a call from him as expected. After several more calls, she officially reported him missing on August 10, 1989. That same year, the manager had given 3 small items to Denise when she visited the campsite inquiring about Charles. A rosary given to him by his godfather, a tiny red Bible, and a leather bootstrap that had been kept in the shed for more than a year. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police launched a search of the area inside the campsite almost a year later in July 1990 after Denise advised them that Charles had been camping at Tiny Tent Town and working odd jobs in the area. Authorities were able to retrieve some of his clothing and a shaving bag from a Tiny Town resident. The manager of the tent town said that Charles's tent, other belongings, personal photographs, passport, and his ID had been thrown away in the spring of 1990. On her second trip to Canada in 1992, Denise received an anonymous letter delivered by a taxi to her motel, the Pandacy Inn Motel, detailing how her son had been killed. It read, "While he was partying at Tiny Tent Town, 2 men knocked him out, he died, and his body was dumped in nearby Lake Okanagan." Apparently, while Charles was staying at Tiny Town, a gang of bikers from the U.S. stopped at the campground on its way to a party at the Falkland Stampede. A tip later alluded to a polite Englishman being killed by a biker trying to earn a gang patch. Shortly afterwards, she received a second anonymous note stating that police were looking on the wrong side of the bridge. This led local volunteer divers to go into Lake Okanagan, where they searched for 3 days. Vancouver-based International Sea Search aided with a submersible camera and its volunteer team to search beneath the old floating bridge for 3 more days. During the search, a man's body was located, but it was determined to be that of an elderly man that had committed suicide at the lake 7 years earlier. His mother, Denise Allen, yearns to find her only son's remains and bury him with other family members in a cemetery in Cambridge, England, and maintains a search for Charles K.J. Horvath Allen Foundation page on Facebook. She has made at least 16 trips to Kelowna looking for answers, exhausting her funds, but sadly as of today, this case remains unsolved. Leah Selina Souza was born June 7, 1977 in Ontario, Canada. She was described as bubbly with a wonderful sense of humor. On Labor Day weekend in 1990, Leah would be starting high school the upcoming week. Shortly after midnight on September 1, 1990, 13-year-old Leah, her mother Laura, and 9-month-old baby brother Michael had just returned home from vacation. The 3 of them lived in a small community north of Toronto on Beachview Avenue in Cumberland Beach. Her mother was sleeping in her bedroom and her baby brother Michael was asleep in his crib while Leah went to sleep on the couch. Soon after, at least one intruder broke the glass on the back door of their home. Laura was beaten unconscious, but thankfully baby Michael was left unharmed in his crib. Leah would be sexually assaulted and then taken to the backyard where she was murdered. The next morning, Leah's body would be found by childhood friend in the backyard. Her mother, Laura, would survive and may have seen the intruder, but sadly cannot remember the events of that night due to head trauma. The only evidence found was a bloody size 9 or 10 all-leather Nike shoe. Her mother has gone to great lengths over the years to try to recover her memory from that night. She underwent hypnosis, was injected with sodium pentothal, also known as truth serum, and eventually traveled to Sudbury, Ontario to visit a lab run by Michael Persinger, an expert on the human brain. However, the process was unsuccessful and doctors told her to give up, but she continued to pursue options and then underwent a process using magnetic fields targeting the right hemisphere of her brain in an attempt to encourage any residual neurons that may be intact. But sadly, it did not help. It's likely whoever killed Leah Souza targeted the family's vulnerability. Laura was a single mother with an infant and a young teenage daughter. Investigators believe whoever attacked the Souza home that night was familiar with Cumberland Beach and either lived there or frequented the area. They also believe that the attacker knew the family was alone that night. The OPP Homicide Team Steel meets regularly to go over the case and have conducted more than 1,800 interviews in the past 30 years. Some of those 1,800 people have been interviewed multiple times. One report says that the killer strangely cut Leah's hair that night. A neighbor of the Sousas recalled hearing the voices of a man and a woman in their backyard that night. However, at the time, they didn't think much of it because it was common for people to cut through people's backyards in the neighborhood. Therefore, some people speculate that a female was involved and Leah was the target because of jealousy, hence her hair being cut. One of the persons interviewed multiple times is Brian Timothy Elson. Just 4 months after Leah was murdered, Elson stabbed and killed a teenage girl, 17-year-old Sandra Bannister. Elson's grandmother lived just down the street from the Sousas and police believe he was in the Cumberland Beach area the night of the murder. Elson was convicted of the Bannister murder and served 6 years in prison. Convinced he was dangerous, the courts took a rare step and allowed police to monitor his movements for 3 years after he was released from prison. Despite Elson's denials, the OPP said they believe he was in Cumberland Beach the night of the murder. But Elson was released after questioning and has never been charged. In her book, Poetic Justice, The Search for Leah's Killers, Leah's mother Laura reveals that her brother was a drug dealer who was living with them at the time of the murder. She says it is possible that the assault was drug-related and that the killer or killers were actually looking for him. Retired OPP officer Barry Rule believes the serial killer could be responsible for the attack, as well as many other attacks on girls and women in southwestern Ontario. He recalls the serial killer by the pseudonym Larry Talbot in his book, A Viable Suspect, the story of multiple murders and how a police force's reach proved too short for Canada's most notorious cold case. In 1971, Talbot broke into Rule's cottage in Sauble Beach and attacked his fiancée. Luckily, Rule interrupted the assault and arrested Talbot at the same. Later, he attended a community policing meeting about Leah's murder, where he learned that the intruder gained entrance to the home by smashing out the back door window. This was how Talbot broke into Rule's cottage 21 years earlier. Talbot was a traveling salesman that frequented the highways of southwestern Ontario, and a rape kit was found in his car. But he died before he was thoroughly investigated for any unsolved murders. Another theory came in 2012 from an ex-con that was in prison with serial killer Mike Wayne McGray. The man posted on the Unsolved Canada forum, stating that McGray described in detail how he committed the crime and also said that if he was ever questioned by police that he would admit to it. But this has yet to happen. It's been 31 years since Leah's life was cut short at the age of 13, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Jordan Alexander Holling was born November 1, 1999 to Andrea Wally and Morgan Holling. He is described as very intelligent, friendly, and excellent at computers and science and enjoyed skateboarding. At some point, his family moved to Campbell River, British Columbia on the east coast of Vancouver Island, and although his parents divorced, they co-parented their 3 children. In 2017, Jordan was just 2 credits shot of graduating Carahive Secondary School in Campbell River with ambitions for a career in computer technology. On October 15, 2017, 17-year-old Jordan left work at the A&W restaurant in downtown Campbell River and went to his friend and co-worker Raven's apartment on 16th Avenue. He had planned to stay over and everyone went to bed. But sometime after 1 a.m. he called out that he was going home and began heading to his mother's home on 17th Avenue with his skateboard along Campbell River 16th Avenue, which is not considered the safest area. Although it was only a short walk, it was cold, rainy, and foggy, and he was underdressed for the weather. Strangely, he accidentally put his friend Sadie's shoes on, which were 2 or 3 sizes too small. Sadly, he never made it home. He also never made it to work that morning, which was unlike him. His parents would report him missing later that day. His friends, Raven and Sadie, said they had spent the evening listening to music, playing video games, and watching videos, and when Jordan left, he was intoxicated, but everything appeared normal. His family says he would never leave of his own accord. One witness stated that they saw him at nearby Nuns Creek Park, and another said he was somewhere along the Island Highway, but neither of these sightings have been confirmed. Police searched the park with dogs but found nothing. His cell phone could not be traced and has never been located. He was seen on CCTV leaving the apartment with his skateboard. He was then seen on CCTV walking on 14th Avenue again with his skateboard. His last known sighting is on surveillance cameras near Highway 19th and 14th Avenue in Camp Elton at 2 a.m. walking without his treasured skateboard. Strangely, the camera catches a car slowly passing him and doing a U-turn before going out of frame. Also, his skateboard was later found in that same area in the grassy median. His backpack that he always carried is missing, and he was not carrying it when he left the apartment. Police were able to find the occupants of the car that had done the U-turn. They said that they saw him and turned around to see if he needed help, but he declined and they were subsequently cleared as being involved. There were a number of searches for Jordan, but they didn't turn up anything. Many leads came into authorities, which have all been followed up on, but didn't result in finding Jordan. His skateboard was found only a few hundred meters from 2 bridges crossing the Campbell River, which is a known spot for suicide jumpers. The river is strong, fast, and leads out to the strait where the current is also strong and very deep. It was raining heavily that week, so there was a lot of water in the river. The nearby forest is so brutal that the TV series alone was filmed in that area. But it's unclear why he would have ventured out into the forest even while being under the influence. Some people speculate that he was kidnapped or hit by a drunk driver, and others speculate that he somehow fell into the nearby river. 2 weeks before he disappeared, he posted on Facebook that he was lonely, and a couple days before that, he posted that an adult man pulled a knife on him. However, it is unclear what the details of that incident are. In 2018, the Holling family launched the Random Act of Kindness Project to help renew interest in the case. They asked the public to print off an information card about Jordan's disappearance and hand it to someone while doing a random act of kindness in the missing teenager's name. Reports indicate that there are a lot of baffling disappearances of young men from Vancouver Island. In addition, more people go missing in British Columbia than anywhere else in Canada. Jordan has never been found, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Trina June Hunt was born in 1972 to Charles and Diana Ibbott. She later married her high school sweetheart, Ian Hunt, and the couple would both be very successful in life. She was described as a professional, having a beautiful smile and laugh, and was very enthusiastic about life and loved to cook. The couple had no children, and Trina did not participate in any kind of social media. On January 18, 2021, her husband says he left for work at 6 a.m. where he worked as the CEO of Cleantech in Richmond, British Columbia. He said his 48-year-old wife was in bed asleep when he left, and when he came home from work at 4:30, the house was unlocked and she was missing, although her keys and cell phone were left in the home. Strangely, he reported her missing just 30 minutes after coming home and noticing she wasn't there. There were no obvious signs of a struggle, and her car remained in the driveway. The couple lived in the Heritage Mountain neighborhood in Port Moody, British Columbia, in an upscale residential suburb. The community began an extensive search of the area but found nothing. Trina was known to walk on main streets in the neighborhood or common trails including Forest Parkway, Hawthorne, Fernway, and Cliffwood. However, cameras were located and reviewed, and there is no known confirmation of Trina leaving her residence or being seen in her community. Also, search dogs never located a scent of Trina anywhere in the area. Trina had recently retired, and her friends and family are unaware of any financial, marital, or mental health issues. During the investigation, it was determined that on January 14th, 4 days before she was reported missing, Trina was seen on CCTV footage shopping. The next day, on Friday, she was texting with a friend and made plans to have a virtual cocktail hour over the weekend. Interestingly, she spent the evening browsing homes online. Then on Saturday, the following day, Ian stated they took a day trip to Hope, British Columbia, nearly 2 hours from their home, taking no phones with them so they could have a digital detox. However, it would be rare for anyone to choose to travel in those conditions without a cell phone. He said they visited a campsite that they had visited in their 20s, despite it being 2 degrees. He also said they made no stops along the way and was unsure what time they returned, but were back in time to watch a movie. A former coworker of hers texted her that day, and she didn't get a reply until the next day when she received a message stating, "Delayed response because I'm trying a digital detox this weekend. Haven't touched the phone all weekend." Her friend thought this message she received was very strange. Sadly, more than 2 months later, on March 29, 2021, her remains were discovered by a hiker in Silver Creek near Hope, British Columbia. Her death was determined to be caused by foul play. Strangely, this is the same area that the couple visited the weekend before she was reported missing. In June, homicide investigators executed search warrants at Hunt's home in Port Moody and Ian's parents' home in Mission. Ian has not taken part in any of the searches or made any public pleas or interviews, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Ryan Stuka was born March 17, 1997 to Heather and Scott from Alberta, Canada. In 2017, at the age of 20, he made the decision to temporarily move to Sun Pig Ski Resort Village in British Columbia with a longtime friend to work at the resort during that winter season. They were sharing a cabin with several other roommates that were also working at the resort for the season and arrived on December 1, 2017. On the evening of February 16, 2018, Ryan and his roommates attended an event at a local pub called Moss's Bar and Grill where he was said to be drinking, and then on to the nearby bar called Bottom's Bar and Grill for a silent disco. When Bottom's Bar closed at 1 a.m., the group made plans to go to a house party nearby on Burfield Drive. According to all involved, the roommates eventually left after 30 minutes to walk home, which was only a 15-minute walk. The story goes that Ryan stood up with them to put on his coat, and they believed he was walking right behind them. Halfway home, they realized he wasn't there and assumed he was on his way. It was negative 26 degrees Celsius or negative 14 degrees Fahrenheit that night. And the next morning when they were going to work, they assumed he had changed his mind and did something else instead of coming home and didn't know that he was actually missing. He was only reported missing when he didn't show up for his shift that day. During the investigation, the people at the party remembered seeing Ryan, but no one could recall him actually leaving. But there were 30 to 50 people coming and going throughout the night. Ryan's parents arrived from Alberta that weekend to search for their son. The initial search didn't turn up any signs of Ryan or where he may have gone. His friends said they left the party about 2:10 a.m. However, police later revealed that based on a text message to his roommate, he actually left closer to 1:30 a.m. Also, someone had reported seeing a man walking by himself around that time, and the possibility of it being Ryan started speculation that he went to get pizza downtown before they closed at 2 a.m. However, none of the security cameras downtown were functional at the time, and the man was never identified or ruled out as being him. Another man reported being awoken by someone shouting, "Get in the effing car." But this didn't lead anywhere either, as this was about a 20-minute walk in the opposite direction of where Ryan should have been. The last ping from his cell phone was at 3 a.m. the morning he went missing, but the actual details have never been released. Ryan was not believed to have a drug problem and was not described as aggressive, but it is reported that Ryan had actually taken 3 MDMA or ecstasy pills at the party, which is a lot. And if this is true, it might have been his first time doing this. Sadly, an extensive search for Ryan turned up nothing. Tracking dogs found no scent of Ryan at the party house, but this could be due to so many people coming and going. One theory is that Ryan was walking towards the village, perhaps to get a bite to eat, and was struck by a drunk driver because the streets are not lit and there are no sidewalks, and in a panic the driver disposed of the body, although there were no signs found to support that theory. Another theory is that Ryan attempted to take a shortcut which he was not familiar with and became lost in the forest and perished due to the elements and was hidden by the blanket of snow that occurred that night. Sun Peaks Village, British Columbia is very small and there is not a lot of terrain to search. Another theory is that Ron overdosed and his death was covered up. His family remains devastated and were very close to their son. Even after many months of searching, Ron's parents continue their search for him. Sadly, Ron has never been found, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Gillian Fuller was born to Vancouver lawyer George Fuller and psychiatrist Dr. Lois Fuller. Gillian was very fluent in French and at one point was ranked 23rd among Canadian women outdoor speed skaters. She was described as outgoing, compassionate, and very intelligent. She played the piano and was a competitive runner. Sadly, she also had a problem with alcohol. At the age of 28, Gillian was living in an apartment at 8770 Granville Street in Vancouver, British Columbia. When she first moved into the apartment, it was with a man she'd met while in treatment for alcoholism. According to her father, she had at one time been engaged to a man with a lengthy criminal record and on 2 separate occasions was assaulted by drinking companions. About 4 a.m. on March 4, 1993, a man delivering newspapers called 911 to report an apartment fire which belonged to Gillian. When firefighters arrived, they discovered her body in bed inside her burned-out apartment, which was located in a 3-story complex. It was quickly determined she died as the result of a vicious assault, and the fire had been set afterwards to cover up her murder. Just hours earlier, Gillian was seen in the Fraser Arms Hotel on Marine Drive in Vancouver, located near her apartment. She was reading a book from about 10:30 p.m. until about 12:30 a.m. and then headed to the Rock Cellar pub downstairs for 10 minutes. The last person to see Gillian alive, other than her murderer, was a waitress at the Rock Cellar pub between 1:30 a.m. and 1:40 a.m. when she left to walk home, where she happened to now live alone. The waitress who saw Gillian said she was wearing a sweater with red trim and carrying a pink-colored book. She was seen talking to a man described as a white man with an olive complexion, 6 feet tall with dark wavy hair, thick eyebrows, and appeared to be in his late 20s. Some witnesses said that the two left together and others say that they left separately but agreed to meet at her place, or that she had left first and he followed. Regardless, to this day, the man remains a person of interest. There were no signs of forced entry into the apartment, so it's possible she knew her killer. The man she was with has never been identified, but a sketch has been created. In November 1993, 8 months after her murder, an anonymous letter arrived at the Vancouver Police Department, which had been sent from Washington, D.C. The letter spoke of the murder and who they should consider as the killer. The full message in the letter has not been released, nor have the police commented on any theories about the identity of the anonymous tipster. However, they did release an image of the letter and its envelope, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. In July of 1996, 2 fishermen made a shocking discovery when they pulled a dead body from the English Channel. Little did they know that this lifeless man had a remarkable story to tell. This unexpected catch would set off a chain of events that would take investigators on a transatlantic journey. It could have been the perfect crime, but a single clue, a Rolex watch, shattered the secrecy surrounding this international mystery. What sinister plot led one man across the globe and another to a watery grave? On July 28, 1996, a typical summer day in South England, Captain John Kopec and his son prepared for a day of fishing aboard their Brixham trawler Malcary. After an unsuccessful day of hauling, they decided to venture further into an area known as the Roughs. They lowered the net into the water, hoping for a better catch. As they patiently waited, they felt the familiar tug of a heavy load. Kopec assumed they had caught a large fish and began to bring the net back to the surface. However, to their astonishment, it was not a fish that emerged from the depths. Instead, the lifeless body of a man flopped onto their deck. Kopec wasted no time and immediately contacted the Brixham Coast Guard. The body was in a state of advanced decomposition, indicating that it had been in the ocean for quite some time. Although it had been partially consumed by fish, the man was impeccably dressed in a long-sleeved shirt, corduroy pants, and brown shoes. His pockets had been turned inside out, suggesting a possible robbery. There was no form of identification on the body, making it difficult to determine his identity. The only distinguishing features were a heavily smudged tattoo on his right hand and a Rolex watch adorning his wrist. The body was transported to the medical examiner's office in Devon for further examination. Based on the condition of the body, the man was estimated to be between 40 and 50 years old. The tattoo on his body appeared to be a cluster of stars, although it was difficult to make out due to the smudging. The only significant injury was to his head, which was not fatal. Bruising on his body indicated that he had been dragged along the seabed before being hauled onto the boat. The cause of death was determined to be drowning, a common occurrence in the area given the proximity of the English Channel. The authorities suspected that he may have fallen into the water during one of the ferry trips. The only viable option left was to identify him through his dental records. If he happened to be a British citizen, his information would be on file. So the examiner proceeded accordingly. However, this process would take some time. By chance, a mortuary technician noticed the man's watch, a fully waterproof Rolex Oyster self-winding watch that required movement to stay active for 48 hours. It was also possible to trace its ownership if it was an authentic piece. Upon examining the watch, investigators were able to determine that the man had drowned on July 20th, 1996. As indicated by the calendar feature displaying July 22nd. They also discovered a concealed serial number between the wristband and watch face. This number was sent to Rolex to verify its authenticity and service history. Meanwhile, the unidentified man became known as the Rolex Man, adding to the mystery. Several weeks later, investigators received a name, Ronald Joseph Platt, through records maintained by Rolex. The medical examiner also received dental records to support this identification. Ronald Joseph Platt was a 51-year-old TV repairman who was born in Calgary, Canada in 1945. His family later relocated to Britain. He was unmarried and had served as a soldier in the British Army during his national service. Close friends described him as a reserved and introverted individual who had a deep affection for his home country, Canada. He had a keen interest in electronics and precision engineering, which led him to purchase a Rolex watch in Germany in 1967. It was one of his most cherished possessions, and his former partners mentioned that Platt would not even remove it while showering. Armed with this information, investigators aimed to uncover the exact circumstances surrounding Platt's presence on the fishing trawler. Detective Constable Ian Cleanahan of the Devon and Cornwall Police was assigned to the case from the very beginning. Platt's last known address was discovered by the police to be in Essex, which was hundreds of miles away from where his body was found. Cleanahan reached out to the Essex Police Department and Detective Sergeant Peter Redman offered his assistance by visiting the address. Upon visiting the property, Redman found it to be vacant and contacted the landlord who informed him that the owner had moved some time ago. However, the landlord provided Redmond with a reference letter that contained the forwarding address and contact number of a person named David Davis. Redmond called the provided number and managed to establish contact with Davis. After inquiring about Platt and Davis's relationship, Redmond explained that the body discovered in Devon could possibly be that of Platt. Davis agreed to visit the Essex police and Redmond met with him, finding him to be friendly and confident, albeit quiet and not particularly curious about Platt's death. When prompted, Davis revealed that he and Platt had been friends for several years and the last time they had met, he had loaned Platt money to start a business in France. According to Davis, Platt had been living in France since then. During the interview, Redmond learned that the tattoo on Platt's hand was actually a maple leaf which symbolized Platt's love for Canada. Davis left the station after providing all the information he could, promising to send Redmond a photo of Platt. Days later, Redmond received the promised photo from Davis. The investigation in Essex concluded with the theory that Platt had fallen overboard and drowned in the channel, aligning with Davis's account of an unfortunate accident. As the case in Essex wrapped up, Cleanhen needed to tie up loose ends on his end. Despite multiple attempts, he was unable to reach Davis. He sought out his colleague Redmond in Essex for assistance in reaching out to Davis. Redmond agreed and went to visit Davis at his residence in Woodham, Walter. This area of Essex was quite rural, with only 4 houses, each identified by a name rather than a number. Redmond knocked on the first door, where an elderly couple greeted him. When Redmond mentioned he was looking for David Davis, the couple informed him that their neighbor was actually Ron Platt, not Davis. As they described Platt to Redmond, he realized they were referring to the same man he had previously met with. Sensing something amiss, Redmond contacted Cleanhen and Devon to share this unexpected turn of events. Detectives from both counties now understood that there was more to the situation than initially apparent. Redmond began focusing on gathering information about the individual impersonating his deceased friend. He revisited the elderly couple, Frank and Aubrey, who shared the story of Ron Platt, his young wife, and their 2 children. They mentioned that Platt and his family frequently vacationed in Devon, where they owned a yacht, although they couldn't recall the name. Meanwhile, Cleanhen and Devon re-examined the evidence, starting with questioning old witnesses. His first interview was with John Kopech, who mentioned that an anchor weighing 10 pounds was found along with Platt's body. Kopech passed the anchor to a friend, who then gave it to his mother for sale. Fortunately, the anchor remained unsold, allowing investigators to retrieve and secure it as evidence. Cleanhen proceeded to interview individuals acquainted with Platt, including his brother Brian, who revealed details about Elaine Boyes, Platt's former partner of 13 years. Investigators visited Boyes and uncovered the link between Platt and Davis. Boyes first crossed paths with Davis in 1991 while working as a receptionist at a fine arts auctioneer in Harrogate, England. She vividly recalled Davis's tall stature, engaging personality, and charming demeanor. Their conversation initially revolved around Davis's potential move to Yorkshire, but quickly shifted towards employment opportunities. Davis expressed his desire for Boyce to join his company, despite her plans to relocate to Canada with Platt in the near future. Persuasively, Davis assured Boyce that he could assist them in saving up for their move. Before long, Boyce found herself working as an executive assistant for Davis. She eventually introduced Platt to Davis, leading to a strong bond between the 2 men. Mesmerized by Davis's extravagant tales and luxurious lifestyle, couple gladly accepted his offer to become directors of the Cavendish Corporation. Initially hesitant, Boyce was reassured by Davis's explanation for keeping his name discreet due to his ex-wife's financial demands. Over time, the couple placed their trust in Davis, believing in his sincerity and reliability. As Davis involved them in brokering deals across Europe, they unquestioningly deposited money into foreign bank accounts at his request. With unwavering faith in Davis's character and integrity, Boyce and Platt viewed him as a trustworthy and infallible friend. On Christmas Day in 1992, Davis extended an invitation for the couple to spend the day with him and his daughter. Following a delightful meal, they exchanged gifts, with Boyce receiving a card containing an extraordinary offer. Davis had promised to provide them with 2 tickets to Canada, to be used before February 1993. While Boyce felt overwhelmed by the sudden opportunity, Platt was overjoyed at the prospect of fulfilling his lifelong dream of returning to Canada, all thanks to the generosity of their newfound friend. Davis persuaded them that it would be more beneficial to start their new life sooner rather than later. Davis promptly made arrangements for their upcoming departure. He recommended to Boyce and Platt have rubber stamps of their signatures created in case he needed to sign any urgent documents. Additionally, he held on to their driver's licenses in case proof of identity was necessary. The couple found this request reasonable as they trusted Davis, who had just given them the push they needed. Consequently, in February of 1993, Boyce and Platt flew to Canada to kickstart their new journey. However, Canada did not provide the fresh start the couple had envisioned. They arrived in the country during the harsh winter season. Job opportunities were scarce, leading to financial struggles that eventually strained their relationship. Despite their efforts to make things work, the mounting tension drove them apart. 5 months later, Boyce returned to England to participate in her sister's wedding as a bridesmaid, with no intention of going back to Canada. Davis, who had become a family friend, was also invited to the wedding. During the event, he spoke with Boys and inquired about Platt. Learning that Boys had no plans of returning to Canada and that her relationship with Platt had ended, Davis attempted to persuade her to give Platt another chance. When Boys declined, Davis abruptly changed his approach. He swiftly packed up his life and family, leaving Boys with only a mobile number. Their friendship faded away and the calls eventually ceased. Boys and Platt also lost touch. Since departing from Canada, Boys had no communication with her former partner, Platt, or her once close friend, Davis. Therefore, when Davis reached out to Boyce in late 1996, she didn't think much of their spontaneous conversation as they had little to discuss. Despite the passage of time, he made no mention of Platt and the conversation ended there. He neglected to inform her about Platt's passing. After the interview concluded, Boys informed the police that she harbored suspicions about Davis's involvement in Platt's death. Boys acted as the crucial link between Davis and Platt, yet investigators required more concrete evidence. They proceeded to interview witnesses. Following the wedding in Harrogate, Davis swiftly departed with his family to Devon. There he assumed the identity of Ron Platt. Davis introduced his pregnant daughter as his wife, alternating between calling her Elaine Boys and Noelle Platt. It was widely known that Davis owned a yacht. Witnesses claimed to have seen Platt and Davis together a month prior to the discovery of Platt's body. Allegedly, they checked into the steam packet inn under the aliases of brothers David and Ronald Platt. The police had already discerned that Davis was deceitful regarding Platt and his demise. However, they needed a final piece of evidence. Upon examining mobile records, it was revealed that Davis's calls originated from the same location where Platt was believed to have drowned. Essex police devised a plan to apprehend Davis on suspicion of Platt's murder. Acting on a tip from Boys, they awaited Davis's arrival at Chelmsford train station. Despite evading initial capture, Redmond persisted and surveilled the family home. Observing suspicious activity, he called for backup before making a move. There were concerns that Davis might be armed. As they prepared to act, a taxi pulled up to the driveway and Davis fled as the taxi sped away. A pursuit ensued, resulting in Davis's eventual arrest. With a gun aimed at him, Davis surrendered peacefully. Unbeknownst to the police, this was merely the beginning. Davis was taken into custody and his fingerprints were analyzed. A search through an international database uncovered a new layer to the unfolding narrative. The fingerprints matched those of a man named Albert Johnson Walker, who was ranked 4th on Interpol's wanted list and was Canada's most sought-after fugitive. Walker's story began in Canada 6 years prior to the discovery of Platt's body in the Atlantic Ocean. Born in Hamilton, Ontario on August 9, 1945, Walker had always harbored big dreams. Despite being a high school dropout, he possessed a charismatic presence. He worked as a bank teller and spent much of his leisure time socializing in Ontario. It was at a social gathering where he met his ex-wife, Barbara MacDonald. Following a whirlwind romance that lasted only 4 days, he proposed to her, and they tied the knot in 1968. The couple started a family early on, having 3 daughters and 4 sons. They raised their family in Paris, Ontario. After years of assisting others with financial matters, Walker and Barbara established a freelance bookkeeping business. The business flourished, and within a decade he was overseeing 6 branches and employing over 30 individuals. Friends eagerly invested with them. However, unbeknownst to them, he was diverting their funds into offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands and Switzerland. Eventually, cracks began to surface. His marriage crumbled due to his numerous extramarital affairs. The individuals he was embezzling from started to ask questions, prompting Walker to flee in 1990, claiming he was taking their 15-year-old daughter Sheena on a skiing trip to Europe. Barbara, realizing the truth, reported her daughter missing out of concern for her safety. Although the police were on his trail, it abruptly ended in London. Walker assumed a new identity stolen from a client, going by the name David Davis, while Sheena became Noelle. Despite evading authorities, the name David Davis still tied him back to his true identity. In need of a fresh identity, He seized the opportunity when he crossed paths with Ronald Platt. Platt maintained a small circle of friends and was fixated on relocating to Canada. Walker utilized this information to his benefit. The gears were set in motion. Walker finally acquired the identity he desired. However, his plans were thwarted when Platt reached out to him in 1995. Life in Canada did not turn out to be the dream he had envisioned. Platt informed Walker that he was relocating back to Essex to settle near Davis. The solid groundwork Walker was building began to show signs of strain once again. Having two Ronald Platts in the same vicinity with identical birth details was not a situation Walker could afford. Thus he devised a plan. Walker had bought a yacht and christened her Lady Jane. He took his family and Platt to Totnes and Devon to commemorate the vessel's launch. During their time there, the men purchased a new 10-pound anchor, which ironically became crucial evidence in the investigation. Upon returning to Essex, Walker invited Platt for another weekend in Devon. Just two friends enjoying the coast and some fishing. Walker steered the Lady Jane out into open waters, away from any prying eyes on shore. He then struck Platt on the head with the anchor, rendering him unconscious. Walker rifled through Platt's belongings to eliminate any identification before fastening the anchor to his belt and casting him overboard to a watery demise. It seemed like the perfect crime except for one critical oversight made by Walker. He neglected to remove the Rolex watch that ultimately unraveled his meticulously planned escape from justice. Walker's trial commenced in 1998. The court was presented with evidence, including the anchor discovered in the net with Platt's body. Forensic specialists were able to confirm that the wound on Platt's head matched the shape of the anchor. Additionally, traces of zinc were found on the belt of the pants, consistent with the zinc on the anchor. Walker had used the anchor to weigh Platt down by securing it to his belt. Further physical evidence was found during a search of Lady Jane. Hairs matching Platt were discovered on a cushion of the yacht, and Platt's fingerprint was identified on the carrier bag used to transport the anchor back to Lady Jane. Blood was also found near the rails. At his residence, Walker's tendency to hoard ultimately led to his downfall as authorities seized documents that exposed his fraudulent business ventures and deceitful actions. However, it was the testimonies of Boyes and Sheena that sealed his fate. Boyes' statement provided crucial evidence that Walker had a lot at stake if Ron Platt returned to England. On the other hand, Sheena's testimony delivered the final blow. She failed to provide a solid alibi for Walker during the weekend of the murder and confirmed his disheveled and agitated state upon returning from the yacht on the day of the crime. Sheena's account unveiled a new chapter in the saga, shedding light on her life of fear with her father and his manipulative nature. When Walker took the stand, he portrayed himself as charming, claiming that Sheena insisted on accompanying him. Although he confessed to fraud and other offenses, he denied any involvement in Platt's murder, attributing the blood found on the yacht to a fishing accident. Despite his efforts to deceive the court, the jury saw through his lies and swiftly reached a guilty verdict after just 2 hours of deliberation. High Court Justice Neil Butterfield addressed Walker, emphasizing the calculated and ruthless nature of the crime, sentencing him to 15 years to life imprisonment. In 2005, he was permitted to serve his sentence in Canada, where in 2007, at the age of 61, he received an additional 4-year term to be served concurrently. In 2015, he sought parole but withdrew his application last minute. Now, at 75 years old, the Parole Board of Canada has rejected his plea for freedom, denying him both day and full parole. Furthermore, his request to participate in a personal development program on Vancouver Island unaccompanied was also turned down. It appears that Walker may never experience liberty again. Walker successfully carried out an almost flawless criminal act. But fate has a peculiar way of catching up with people. If it weren't for Ronald Platt's authentic Rolex and a series of coincidental events, Walker might have managed to escape the consequences of his actions. On May 29, 2005, 18-year-old Natalie Holloway embarked on a mission to create lasting memories on her final day in Aruba. Unfortunately, what was meant to be the most perfect date of her life quickly transformed into a nightmarish ordeal when she mysteriously vanished from the vibrant Caribbean islands. Born on October 21, 1986, in Clinton, Mississippi, Natalie later relocated to Mountain Brook, Alabama. She was the eldest of 2 siblings with a younger brother named Matthew. Natalie grew up in a tight-knit and affectionate family. Her parents, Beth Holloway and David Holloway, were high school sweethearts who tied the knot in the 1980s. However, their differences eventually led to their separation in 1993 after 13 years of marriage. Beth Holloway took on the responsibility of raising their 2 children single-handedly and did an exceptional job. In 2000, she married George Jug Twitty, an Alabama businessman, and moved with her children to Mountain Brook, Alabama. Despite the divorce, David remained a pillar of support for his family, ensuring that his children never felt abandoned. Natalie flourished in a nurturing and encouraging environment, excelling academically. She attended Mountain Brook High School in Birmingham, Alabama, where she was recognized as an honor student actively involved in various extracurricular activities. As the academic prodigy of the Holloway family, Natalie desired to embark on a graduation trip with her friends before commencing college. Although initially hesitant, her parents eventually agreed, witnessing their daughter's remarkable achievements. Natalie had aspirations of pursuing a pre-med degree at the University of Alabama, courtesy of a full scholarship. Prior to her college journey, she was determined to make the most of this trip and was filled with anticipation. On May 26, 2005, Natalie, accompanied by her 125 classmates and 7 chaperones from Mountain Brook High, arrived on the picturesque Caribbean island of Aruba. Once they arrived at the Holiday Inn, all of them decided to stay. The students were given the freedom to enjoy themselves without any supervision. Natalie and her friends spent the next few days soaking up the sun, snorkeling and partying at the local clubs and bars until the early hours of the morning. This was Natalie's first taste of independence, and being of legal drinking age, it worked to her advantage. The group frequently visited popular spots like Carlos and Charlie's nightclub and the Excelsior Casino, both conveniently connected to the Holiday Inn. On May 29, 2005, the final day of their trip to Aruba, Natalie and her friends were at the casino near the blackjack table when a Dutch stranger approached them. He introduced himself as Joran van der Sloot, a student around the same age as Natalie, who was also visiting from Holland and staying nearby. They hit it off and engaged in conversation. Natalie and her friends planned to go to Carlos and Charlie's, so they invited Joran to join them. Just before closing time, Joran arrived at the club and took Natalie to the back bar to buy her a few drinks. Unbeknownst to Natalie, her drink was spiked with a substance known as Liquid X, which is odorless and colorless. This substance is commonly used by attackers to sedate their victims before taking advantage of them. Liquid X only requires a few drops to take effect. The bartender seemed to recognize Joran, which was unusual, but Natalie didn't pay much attention to it. The drug soon began to affect Natalie, and she quickly became intoxicated. Joran fabricated a story about sharks near the lighthouse and convinced Natalie to accompany him to the beach. Joran arranged for his friend's car to be waiting outside the club for him. He guided Natalie to the back seat of a silver gray Honda driven by Deepak while Sutish Kalpo sat in the front seat. Natalie's friends watched as she left with an unfamiliar Dutchman, paying no attention to their concerns. Little did they know this would be the last time anyone would see her. On May 30, 2005, when the students from Mountain Brook High School were preparing to board their plane back home, Natalie was nowhere to be found. The first call was made to Beth Holloway, informing her that her daughter was missing and had missed her flight. Filled with fear, Beth boarded a private jet owned by a friend and arrived in Aruba within 12 hours. She immediately went to the local police station where Natalie's disappearance had been reported and urged them to initiate an investigation. Beth insisted on reviewing the security tapes from the previous night, accompanied by the casino manager. It was then that she discovered her daughter leaving the club with Joran. Inquiring about Joran, she learned that he was a regular at the casino and had connections throughout Aruba's gambling establishments. Joran was known for his reckless behavior involving gambling, drugs, and engaging in suspicious activities. Despite living in his family's estate, he resided in his own private guest house. Further investigation into his background revealed a disturbing pattern. Joran allegedly targeted women on their last night in Aruba. He would isolate them from their friends, drug them, and then subject them to physical assault in his guest house, showing no remorse. Joran had faced multiple accusations of aggravated assault, with victims claiming he took advantage of them while they were under the influence of drugs. However, none of these allegations resulted in any consequences for him. He had meticulously planned his actions, leaving no trace back to himself. Finally, around 3 a.m. the next day, Beth managed to convince the police to accompany her to the Vandersloot residence. There she was met by Paul Vandersloot, Joran's father, who immediately denied any involvement of his son in the case. Joran swiftly joined the conversation, accompanied by his friends Deepak and Satish. When Beth confronted them about Natalie being last seen with Joran at the bar, he claimed that they had only gone for a few drinks and later dropped her off at the hotel. Paul, being a judicial official in Aruba, immediately intervened and instructed his son to cease any further interaction. This professional background provided Joran with a shield, allowing him enough time to eliminate any incriminating evidence. Unfortunately, the police offered little assistance, leaving Beth with no choice but to return to the station. The hotel's CCTV footage contradicted Joran's claims, as none of the cameras captured Natalie being dropped off at the inn. The following morning, David Holloway arrived in Aruba, desperate to locate his missing daughter. Despite 48 hours having passed since Natalie's disappearance, police seemed hesitant to believe Joran's involvement in the case. The assigned officers repeatedly assured Beth that her daughter would reappear at any moment. Meanwhile, they began speculating that Natalie may have been under the influence of drugs or had simply run away. With mounting desperation, David Holloway organized a ground search with more friends and family members joining them in Aruba. As news of Natalie's disappearance reached a local media channel in Alabama, news crews and reporters flooded the island. Every news outlet, magazine, and newspaper featured Natalie on their front pages. Prominent channels such as the New York Times conducted extensive interviews with Beth Holloway, further raising public awareness of Natalie's situation. David received calls from other families who had experienced similar incidents of their daughters going missing in Aruba. However, they were advised to abandon these cases due to the lack of leads. As public pressure intensified, the investigating officers brought in Joran and the Kalpoe brothers for questioning. During the initial interrogation by Araban authorities, Joran, Vandersloot, and the Kalpoe brothers, Deepak and Satish, claimed that they had taken Natalie Holloway to California Lighthouse near Ayrshire Beach on the northwest tip of the island to observe sharks. According to their statement, they dropped her off at the hotel around 2 a.m. on the morning of May 30th, 2005. Subsequently, on June 5th, 2 former hotel security guards were arrested after Joran and the Kalpoe brothers alleged that they had witnessed the guards approaching Natalie outside the hotel before driving away. The young men themselves were apprehended on June 9th and detained on potential charges of first or second-degree murder and kidnapping resulting in death. Aruban Attorney General Karen Jansen clarified that the authorities had hoped that one of the suspects would provide conclusive evidence, which is why they were not immediately taken into custody. On June 14th, the beach was thoroughly searched, followed by a search of Duran's residence the next day, during which investigators confiscated 2 vehicles, computers, and cameras. While some citizens criticized the delayed response of the Aruban authorities, others argued that it aided in the accumulation of circumstantial evidence. The security guards were subsequently released on June 18th, and one of them informed the police that a Kalpoe brother had confided in him while they were both incarcerated. The guard revealed that the brothers had not taken Natalie to the hotel, but had instead left her with Joran at a beach near the hotel. Paul Vandersloot, Joran's father, was also questioned by the police and arrested on June 22nd. Additionally, reports emerged regarding the arrest of Steve Gregory Crows, a DJ on a party boat who may have had some connection to the case. Both Crows and Paul were released on June 26th. Satish Kalpoe admitted to providing false information to the police during his initial trial and subsequently altered his statement, claiming that he and Deepak had indeed dropped off Joran and Natalie at the hotel, and that was the last they had seen of them. In the meantime, a gardener at the Aruba Racket Club provided a sworn statement to the police, stating that he witnessed all 3 men in a car near the club around 2:30 a.m., contradicting the Kalpoe's claim that they were already home. As each statement emerged, the case became more convoluted and there were still no signs of Natalie. Despite the exhaustive efforts of the Aruban Police Department, Dutch Marines, Federal Bureau of Investigation agents, and numerous locals who meticulously searched every inch of the land, no evidence was found. However, a volunteer group took matters into their own hands and dispatched divers and sonar equipment on June 25th, hoping to uncover any clues. It wasn't until 6 weeks after Natalie's disappearance that her family decided to offer a reward of $200,000 for her safe return, with an additional $100,000 reward for any information leading to the resolution of the case. By the end of July, the reward was increased to $1 million if Natalie returned home alive. Beth remained in Aruba for a total of 2 months, departing just a few weeks before the Kalpos, who had been previously released on July 4th, were rearrested on August 26th. However, the brothers in Huron were all released again by September 3rd. In late August, divers from the Aruba Search Team and Rescue Foundation conducted another search after receiving a tip about human bones detected by a radar machine approximately a mile off the coast. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded no results. In March 2006, 10 months after Natalie's disappearance, Erebon authorities revealed that witnesses had informed them about her heavy drinking and possession of drugs that night, although no one claimed to have seen her consuming any substances. Deputy Chief of Police Gerald Dompig stated, "We strongly believe that she may have gone into shock or experienced some adverse reaction due to the combination of alcohol and possibly other drugs, either voluntarily taken or administered to her, resulting in her collapse." With the belief that she had passed away, the search teams focused their efforts on the beach, where Joran claimed to have last seen her, as well as a nearby salt pond in search of forensic evidence. Throughout this time, Joran's account of events continued to change. He found the media attention he received quite intriguing and cleverly used it to his advantage. Joran frequently contacted news channels, claiming to have new evidence related to the case in order to extort money to fuel his gambling addiction. Joran van der Sloot was born on August 6, 1987 in Arnhem, Netherlands to parents Paulus van der Sloot and Anita van der Sloot-Hugen. He was recognized as an honor student and a star athlete at the International School of Aruba. His father, an attorney, was in the process of becoming a judge when Natalie Holloway disappeared. Watson, one of Natalie's close friends, recalled her first encounter with Joran. "I remember he's really tall. I remember looking at him thinking, 'Oh, who's that guy? You know, he's hanging out with my friends.'" She continued, "I wasn't really suspicious. I mean, he's gonna come out with us later." Joran was easily identified by Holiday and staff as a regular who targeted young female tourists. He spent 3 months in jail, but was released without any charges. A judge determined that there was insufficient evidence to keep him detained. Towards the end of 2007, he and the Kalpo brothers were arrested again, but once more, they were released without any consequences. Joran traveled freely around the world, residing in Thailand for a brief period. Engaging in suspicious activities, he managed to evade capture. He frequently discussed the case, seemingly enjoying the fame it brought him. But his temper was quick to flare. During a sit-down interview with Dutch crime reporter Peter de Vries in January 2008, he threw a glass of wine in Peter's face when questioned about his credibility. In November 2008, CNN reported that Arabian authorities had 2 new leads to pursue. Initially, a witness came forward claiming to have seen Paul van der Sloot on the night of May 29, 2005. He informed the authorities that he was at home sleeping at 7 a.m. on the night in question, while his son was near a pond on the island at 4 a.m. on May 30, 2005. According to the witness, a young man, soaked from the waist down and wearing only one shoe, was seen running from the pond towards a fast food restaurant. Shortly after, an older man in a red Jeep accompanied the young man, passing by about 10 minutes later. Another tip came from Joran's ex-girlfriend, who claimed that he had once said to her, "You never know. You might be on the beach with someone who can dispose of a body." In their quest to find Natalie, the family enlisted the help of private investigator Tim Miller, who spent nearly a year going door to door in Aruba, often accompanied by David Holloway. On Natalie's birthday, October 21, 2005, they even searched the landfills in Aruba, digging through the garbage in hopes of finding any clues. However, it was the deputy police chief who suggested that they shift their search to the sea, as a fisherman's hut had recently been broken into and items such as a fish trap and tools that could be used to weigh down a body were stolen. Entrepreneur Louis Schaefer, who had been closely following the case, offered to finance an expedition to search the ocean floor within a specific radius. In November 2007, a boat named Persistence set sail for Aruba. On December 24th, they discovered what appeared to be a fishing trap approximately 90 feet below the surface. 5 days later, on December 29th, they deployed a remote-operated vehicle to investigate further and spotted what seemed to be a skull. On December 30th, a diver from the boat joined 2 Aruban police divers, but unfortunately they did not find anything related to Natalie. Despite numerous leads and witnesses emerging from time to time, they all ultimately led to dead ends. In the early months of 2008, David received a message from someone named Marcos, who claimed to have insider information regarding Natalie's disappearance. According to Marcos, drug runners had been paid to dispose of Natalie's body at sea, but instead they took her remains to Nicaragua and concealed them on land. Intrigued by this revelation, David traveled to Nicaragua to meet with Marcos in person. Marcos offered to accompany David to the hiding spot using a GPS tracker to search for Natalie's remains. According to official reports, Marcos contacted David later, claiming to have found Natalie. He described her wrapped in a blanket, but unfortunately her body had decomposed. Marcos insisted that they had to place her in 2 ice chests. After this incident, Marcos vanished without a trace, never to be heard from again. In February 2010, Paul Wandersloot, Joran's father, unexpectedly passed away from a heart attack, leaving Joran in a state of uncertainty. In March of the same year, Joran reached out to John Kelly, Holloway family's attorney, using the pseudonym J.P. Sanders. In a desperate plea, Joran claimed to know the whereabouts of Natalie Holloway. Joran's email expressed his desire to come clean, stating that his father's death had removed any reason for him to hide the truth. He offered to assist Natalie's family, but requested a substantial sum of $250,000 in return. Joran proposed that he would disclose what happened to Natalie and where she could be found, allowing Beth to bring her home. After receiving Beth's permission, John Kelly arranged a meeting with Joran and Aruba, agreeing to provide an initial payment of $25,000. During their meeting, Joran asserted that he knew the location of Natalie's body. When John inquired about the consequences if they didn't pay him, Joran callously replied that Beth could wait another 5 years without any remorse. Faced with this distressing situation, the Holloway family sought assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They devised a plan to trick Joran into believing he would receive payment, intending to catch him engaging in wire fraud. This would, at the very least, provide legal grounds to detain him. John and Joran crossed paths once again, and this time John transferred a total of $25,000 to him. Upon receiving the payment, Joran guided John to a house near Aruba Racket Club, where he claimed to have hidden Natalie's remains in a freshly poured foundation before the house was constructed. Joran alleged that he had been with Natalie on the beach that night. According to his account, he wanted to leave, but Natalie resisted, leading to a heated argument. In a fit of anger, he pushed her, causing her to hit her head and lose a significant amount of blood, resulting in her immediate death. John remained skeptical about the overall credibility of Joran's story, but it turned out that Joran initially concealed the body on the beach with his father's assistance before burying her elsewhere. The house Joran led John to had not undergone any construction since 2010. Authorities deemed Joran's account insufficiently credible to issue an arrest warrant. Both John and Joran stayed in contact until May 25th, with Joran claiming he would surrender himself. However, instead of doing so, he fled to Peru with the extorted money. On June 30th, 2010, a federal grand jury indicted Joran on charges of wire fraud and extortion. Upon arriving in Peru, Joran reverted to his previous behavior. He approached 21-year-old college student Stephanie Flores at the Atlantic City Casino in Lima, Peru. Surveillance footage revealed that they played poker together for approximately 1 to 2 hours. Subsequently, Stephanie exchanged some chips for cash and accompanied Joran to the TAC Hotel, where he collected his room key from the front desk. At around 5:33 a.m., they were last seen ascending the stairs before entering room 309. On May 30th, 2010, at 8:36 a.m., Yaron was observed locked out of his room. Contacted the front desk for assistance. 20 minutes later, he left alone, carrying only a backpack. The television in the room remained on, and he instructed the clerk, "Don't disturb my girl," before departing. 2 days later, hotel staff discovered Stephanie's severely beaten body inside room 309. Stephanie's father, Ricardo Flores, was a well-known entrepreneur and former professional race car driver, which undoubtedly attracted significant attention from the local media. Joran, on the other hand, fled to the south and was eventually apprehended in Chile. He made every effort to alter his appearance, shaving his head and dyeing his hair blonde, as well as discarding most of his clothing. However, Joran chose to keep his laptop, refusing to part with it. Initially, Joran vehemently proclaimed his innocence to the Lima police, but after 4 days in custody, he finally broke down and confessed to the murder of Stephanie. According to his account, they had gone up to his room to engage in some online gambling. During a brief absence, Joran returned to find Stephanie going through his laptop, discovering information related to Natalie's disappearance. This discovery caused Stephanie to panic and attempt to leave the room, further enraging Joran, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. Stephanie suffered a broken neck and was likely paralyzed minutes before her death. The subsequent autopsy revealed that she was conscious when Joran placed her lifeless body on the floor and briefly left to take a shower. Upon realizing that Stephanie was still alive, he used his shirt to strangle her. Before fleeing the scene, Joran committed one final act of disrespect by positioning Stephanie's deceased body in a suggestive manner before departing. The entire population of the United States was shaken by this event, as history seemed to be repeating itself with another victim, 5 years later on the very same day. Beth Holloway, Natalie's mother, was devastated, and finally, Yaron faced trial. He was charged with first-degree murder and robbery in Peru, in addition to wire fraud and extortion, as suggested by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Birmingham, Alabama. The defense argued that the crime should be classified as manslaughter, citing Yaron's severe psychological trauma resulting from the Natalie Holloway case. However, Yaron ultimately pleaded guilty to the murder charges. The court handed Yaron a 28.5-year prison sentence in 2012, marking a significant victory for the Holloway family after enduring years of trauma. Beth Holloway made a trip to Peru to visit Yaron at Castro prison in September 2010, where a Dutch documentary crew shed light on his life in one of the world's harshest cells. Beth expressed a sense of liberation, stating Joran was incarcerated, and this is what I had been striving for over the past 5 years. This was my goal all along. Joran's imprisonment served as a pivotal moment for the families of the victims, allowing them to finally progress with their lives. In July 2014, Joran was preparing to marry his pregnant Peruvian girlfriend, Lydie Figueroa. Lydie revealed to CBS that she met Joran in 2010 during a visit to another inmate with her cousin. Conjugal visits were permitted at Piedras Gordas, the maximum security prison in northern Lima, where Joran spent his initial years before being moved from Miguel Castro. According to Lydie, her partner had undergone a significant transformation. In August, Joran was relocated to the more isolated Calapaica prison in the Andes Mountains due to an alleged threat against the warden at Piedras Gordas. Lydie, who gave birth to a daughter in September, claimed that Joran was attacked by a fellow inmate at Calapaica. However, these accusations were refuted by the director of the Peru National Penitentiary Institute, who labeled her a compulsive liar in an interview. In 2015, Lydie shared a letter from Yaron with Fox News Latino in which he claimed that Stephanie's father had placed a $10,000 bounty on his head. Expressing fear for his life, Yaron urged authorities to ensure his safety in prison. By this point, legal authorities and the media had already identified him as a compulsive liar and a sociopath. Yaron's lack of remorse, guilt, or fear combined with the severity of his crime further solidified the deception of his lies. In June 2023, Yuran was extradited to Birmingham to face federal charges of extortion, to which he pleaded not guilty. However, in October, he altered his statement and admitted to killing Natalie as part of a plea deal. This resulted in a 20-year prison sentence for extortion and wire fraud, which would run concurrently with his existing term in Peru. Finally, Yuran confessed to the horrifying events of May 29, 2005. On the night of Natalie's disappearance, the Calpo brothers left them at the beach after Natalie fell ill. Yuran revealed that Natalie had briefly kissed him, but when he made further advances, she fought back and kneed him in self-defense. In a fit of anger, Joran kicked her in the head and then used a cinder block to dispose of her body by dragging her into the ocean. The statute of limitations for murder charges in Aruba is 12 years, and the island's prosecutors have requested access to Joran Vandersloot's files from the U.S. Justice Department before deciding on their next steps. Natalie Holloway's case remains open in Aruba and has become one of the most well-known missing person cases in the U.S. The loss of a family member in a foreign country and the horrifying details of the story have brought forth numerous questions about the actions of both the Arabian Police Department and those associated with Joran. Each individual involved played a role in the tragic disappearance of 18-year-old Natalie, a beloved daughter and promising medical student, whose life was cut short due to negligence. This particular case has sparked outrage and raised concerns about our community's law enforcement and media. The plea of a mother in distress resonated throughout the nation in silence. Yet, as of 2024, Natalie's location remains a mystery with no clear path to justice in sight. Kaylee Ann Poulton was born on September 20, 1989 in Rochester, New York. She was the only child in the family, and her parents gave her all their attention and love. When she turned 3, they decided to get divorced and Kaylee stayed with her mom. Her father maintained a good relationship with his ex-wife and visited his daughter all the time. Kaylee's mom, Judy, moved to an apartment complex located in a quiet suburban area of Rochester. Despite her ex-husband helping to take care of their daughter, Judy had some financial difficulties. When Kaylee was 4, her mom took on a part-time job to save up enough money for a trip to Disney World with her daughter the following summer. Judy's job was delivering magazines to customers in her neighborhood. On the evening of May 23, 1994, she was getting ready for her shift, sitting at home placing leaflets into the magazines before heading out to deliver them. Around 6:45 p.m., Kaylee asked to go out for a walk. It was a beautiful sunny evening outside and she wanted to ride her bicycle. Judy looked outside and saw that there were plenty of other kids playing in the yard, so she agreed to let her daughter go out for a few minutes. She told her to stay within the yard and Kaylee ran out onto the street with her bicycle. Judy had only a few minutes left to finish with the leaflets. After that, she planned to deliver the magazines and take Kaylee to McDonald's. Once she was done, she grabbed the magazines and took them to the car, planning to call Kaylee back home. But when Judy stepped outside, her daughter was nowhere to be found. Judy searched the area, calling out her daughter's name, but there was no response. She walked around the yard and then began to explore the complex grounds, but Kaylee was nowhere to be seen. The absence of the familiar creaking noise from her bicycle's wheels added to Judy's growing panic. Despite her cries attracting the attention of the neighbors, none of them had seen Kaylee since she was playing in the yard with other children. As the realization of Kaylee's disappearance sank in, the neighbors joined the search, but their efforts proved fruitless. The complex, surrounded by trees and a fence, seemed like an unlikely place for Kaylee to have wandered off on her own. Judy, fearing the worst, made the decision to contact the police. Within minutes, officers arrived and initiated a thorough search, enlisting the help of firefighters and canine units. Door-to-door searches were conducted, with the police focusing on the complex's residents as potential suspects if this was an abduction case. The residents cooperated willingly, allowing the police access to their apartments. However, despite their efforts, Kaylee and her bicycle remained elusive, leaving everyone concerned and desperate for answers. The search continued throughout the night, and at approximately 4 a.m., the case underwent a reclassification, now being treated as a kidnapping. A specialized unit took charge, and the detectives inquired with Judy about potential individuals in their lives who might harbor ill intentions towards them. They specifically inquired about Kaylee's father. Judy dismissed any possibility of his involvement as he had no conceivable motive to abduct his own daughter. The detectives then proceeded to ask if any residents within the complex had displayed peculiar or suspicious behavior. Judy shared an observation regarding a 22-year-old man named Mark who had recently moved into the complex with his wife and young son, aged 1.5. According to Judy, Mark's conduct appeared highly unusual and even alarming, had encountered each other a few times in the yard and engaged in casual conversations. On one occasion, he remarked on her daughter's beauty. Although Judy had received similar compliments in the past, the manner in which Mark expressed it struck her as peculiar. Furthermore, he made an even more unsettling statement, claiming to have been observing all the young girls in the complex, singling out Kaylee as the most attractive. Naturally, these words raised significant suspicion in the mother's mind. Consequently, she made an effort to avoid any further interaction with Mark, although they occasionally crossed paths in the yard. On one occasion, he posed a deeply concerning question to Judy, inquiring whether Kaylee would inform her if someone attempted to touch her. Judy responded affirmatively and promptly left the yard, deeming such inquiries highly suspicious. Prior to these conversations with Mark, Kaylee used to play with his son on the playground. However, since then, Judy prohibited her daughter from being in close proximity to him, even under her supervision. During her conversation with the detectives, Judy recollected another detail. A few minutes after she had ventured outside to search for her daughter, she spotted Mark in the yard, accompanying his son to the playground. She approached him and asked if he had seen Kaylee, to which he replied in the negative. Judy observed something peculiar, but in that moment she didn't give it much attention as her mind was consumed with fear for her daughter. She noticed that his sneakers were missing shoelaces. The detectives made the decision to interrogate Mark and brought him in for questioning. He denied any involvement in Kaylee's vanishing and even consented to undergo a polygraph test. The examiner did not detect any deceptive responses leading to Mark's release. Furthermore, Judy herself essentially provided him with an alibi as she witnessed him at the playground with his son during the exact time she was searching for her daughter. The police also conducted a search of his apartment in the early stages of the investigation, but they did not discover Kaylee's bicycle or the girl herself. Consequently, Mark ceased to be considered a suspect and the detectives continued their inquiry. With no viable leads, they began to investigate Judy for potential involvement in her daughter's disappearance. Judy understood that this was a standard procedure and cooperated by answering all their questions repeatedly. However, the fact that the police, lacking other suspects, were dedicating so much time to her only intensified her anguish. News about Kaylee's disappearance soon spread through local media as well as billboards and flyers across the city. The police received an abundance of tips, surpassing 1,000 in number, and investigators promptly followed up on each one. Unfortunately, all of them turned out to be dead ends, resulting in the case going cold for several months. Despite the lack of progress, Judy never lost hope of finding her daughter alive. She resigned from her job and devoted all her time to the search. She diligently printed and distributed flyers, reached out to various media outlets, and did everything possible to keep the case in the public's consciousness. Some compassionate individuals also joined her cause, assisting not only with flyer distribution but also managing to raise $100,000 as a reward for any valuable information regarding Kaylee's disappearance. Judy's efforts to find her daughter didn't go unnoticed. She managed to gain national attention for the case, appearing on the Oprah Winfrey Show and having the information about Kaylee's disappearance featured on a popular TV show dedicated to unsolved crimes. In addition, Judy collaborated with local businesses to ensure that flyers with information about Kaylee's disappearance were prominently displayed in their offices, establishments, and even on commercial vehicles. She even convinced 2 airlines to include these flyers in ticket envelopes. All of these efforts led to new leads, which the police diligently investigated. However, despite their best efforts, the case remained unsolved for 2 years. Then, on August 9, 1996, something unexpected happened. A woman called the police and revealed a shocking confession from her husband, Mark Christie, who happened to be Judy's neighbor. The police were surprised by the woman's story, but they faced a significant obstacle. According to state law, any information shared between spouses was protected and couldn't be used in court. This meant that even if Mark's confession was true, the police couldn't arrest or question him based on it. Furthermore, Mark's apartment had already been searched early in the investigation, and he had been seen in the yard with his child shortly after Kaylee's disappearance, raising doubts about his involvement. Despite these challenges, Detective Croft, who had listened to Mark's wife's story, decided to speak with him. He discovered that the man and his family had left Kaylee's complex shortly after her disappearance following serious allegations. It was revealed that Mark had been accused by the parents of 2 girls for being naked in his doorway, visible to all. Although no investigation was carried out due to the fact that he was technically in his own home, the detective found the situation highly suspicious. Mark had relocated to a city 50 miles away from Rochester, prompting Croft to follow. However, upon arrival, he was greeted by an unexpected turn of events. Instead of Mark, his mother answered the door and informed Croft that her son would only speak to the police in the presence of a lawyer whom they had already contacted. It appeared that Mark had been informed about his wife's call to the authorities, leading Croft to realize his limited options. Since any confession made to his spouse could not be used in court, Mark's attorney could easily prevent the police from questioning him, allowing Mark to avoid prosecution. Nevertheless, Croft was not prepared to give up just yet. While conversing with Mark's mother, the man himself eventually emerged and the detective successfully persuaded him to answer a few questions regarding Kaylee's case. Croft proposed they continue their discussion over coffee at a nearby restaurant. Surprisingly, Mark agreed, under the condition that the detective would take him to his lawyer afterwards. They settled at a nearby Italian restaurant, where Croft engaged in light conversation with Mark, avoiding any form of coercion. This approach proved effective as Mark eventually opened up. He expressed remorse for his actions towards Kaylee, admitting that her disappearance had weighed heavily on his conscience for the past 2 years. He confessed that he was tormented by constant reminders of Kaylee in the media and on flyers, her face haunting him wherever he went. Croft proceeded with caution, being mindful not to startle Mark with too much pressure. Despite their long history together since the beginning of the investigation, Croft knew that this conversation was crucial. He sensed that Mark took pride in outsmarting the police and avoiding consequences. To leverage this, Croft decided to stroke Mark's ego by acknowledging his successful deception of the entire investigative team. This tactic proved effective as Mark, although hesitant to boast, admitted that his method of disposing of the bicycle was indeed clever. Mark offered to share the details but made it clear that he would only discuss the bicycle and nothing more. Croft maintained a gentle and amicable demeanor to keep Mark at ease and extract as much information as possible, assuring him that he could refrain from discussing any topics he wished to avoid. Mark then disclosed that Kaylee's bicycle had been concealed in his apartment for 3 days following her disappearance. Aware that the police could search any residence without a warrant in cases involving endangered children, Mark exploited a legal loophole. He dismantled the bicycle and concealed its parts in various locations around his apartment that were obviously too small to accommodate a child. Some pieces were wrapped in clothing and stashed in closets, while others were placed in small bags and transported to his car. Mark then disposed of the parts gradually, taking them far away from his residence. Although police officers were stationed at the complex exit scrutinizing vehicles, they were solely focused on locating the missing girl, overlooking the inconspicuous small bags. Detective Croft realized that Mark's detailed account provided a significant opportunity to elicit a full confession. He started to explain to him that maybe Kaylee's death wasn't his fault. It was a tragic accident. Mark inquired about the potential sentence he could receive, to which Croft suggested it would likely be around 25 years. Mark expressed his belief that it would be unjust to spend half his life in prison, away from his family. He mentioned that he had been going through his own personal hell for the past 2 years, which should be taken into consideration during sentencing. Despite the lack of logic in Mark's words, Croft persisted with his approach and advised Mark to alleviate his suffering by revealing the truth. Mark agreed to confess, but only after consulting with a lawyer. The detective acknowledged that no attorney would advise their client to confess without evidence against them. He informed Mark that in such a scenario, Kaylee's parents would never know the truth about their daughter's fate. Mark then disclosed she didn't suffer. Sensing Mark's readiness to come clean, the detective urged him to do the right thing for himself, his family, and his faith. Mark finally admitted to strangling Kaylee, emphasizing that he had not harmed her in any other way. He recounted how Kaylee had visited his apartment that evening to play with his young son. Mark took her bike to the kitchen to avoid attracting attention, knowing that Kaylee's mother wouldn't approve of her being there. Kaylee went upstairs to the children's room where she interacted with the child. When Judy called out for her daughter from the yard, Mark panicked. Upon realizing that the girl's mother would be furious about him letting her into his house without permission, Mark made his way to the children's room and strangled Kaylee with his bare hands. Detective Croft harbored doubts about certain aspects of the narrative. It appeared more plausible that Mark enticed Kaylee into his apartment under the guise of playing with his son, exploiting his wife's absence at work. It was possible that he attempted to assault her, and upon hearing Judy's voice, he panicked at the thought of Kaylee revealing the truth. The detective recalled Judy spotting him outside in laceless sneakers, indicating their potential use in the crime. This suggested premeditation, as he would have had time to remove the laces. Mark seemed to be downplaying the severity of his actions by altering details. But Croft knew that voicing his suspicions might prompt Mark to clam up about the body's whereabouts. To extract crucial information, the detective played along, listening to Mark's account. Mark claimed to have left Kaylee's body in the kitchen after the murder, taking his son outside to establish an alibi. He intentionally made himself visible to Judy in the yard to dispel any doubts. Amid the chaos of the search for Kaylee, Mark placed her body in a laundry basket, concealing it with clothes. Subsequently, he moved the basket to his car trunk, unnoticed amidst the commotion. Taking his son along, Mark drove to his workplace as a security guard. Mark's story didn't end there. Despite being sentenced to a minimum of 25 years in prison for the murder, Mark's lawyer was able to negotiate a deal where his client had the kidnapping charges dropped. This meant that Mark would only face punishment for the murder. However, the repercussions of his actions continued to haunt him. 2 years later, the police decided to revisit the case. They went to Mark's workplace and opened the tank where he had disposed of Kaylee's body. To their surprise, they found that the victim's body was still inside. However, due to the advanced state of decomposition, experts were unable to determine the cause of death or any other details. The only thing they could confirm was the victim's identity, finally bringing closure to Judy, Kaylee's mother. She was able to bury her daughter and find some solace in knowing the truth. Meanwhile, Mark's lawyer tried to withdraw his confession, but his efforts were in vain. Mark had provided all the information voluntarily, and Detective Croft had followed the law throughout the investigation. There was no way to undo the damage that had been done. Mark admitted his guilt to the judge, accepting the consequences of his actions. He was sentenced to a minimum of 25 years in prison, just as Detective Croft had predicted. Despite his remorse and realization that killing Kaylee was a grave mistake, Mark had to face the harsh reality of his choices. In 2010, the police revisited a cold case from 1988, involving the brutal murder of 74-year-old Viola Manville in a Rochester suburb. Despite having multiple suspects, including 16-year-old Mark, who passed a polygraph test, a man named Frank Sterling was eventually arrested. Initially denying his involvement, Frank confessed after an intense overnight interrogation. Despite his efforts to appeal his conviction, new DNA evidence in 2010 pointed to Mark Christie, who eventually confessed to the murder in 2011. Mark received an additional 28 years in prison but showed no remorse. Frank, wrongfully imprisoned for 19 years, sued and received compensation in 2014, only to pass away 3 years later. Mark remains incarcerated with the possibility of parole in the future, but nothing is certain. A manhunt was launched to apprehend an active shooter who had just fatally shot Joshua Niles, a 28-year-old individual. A vigilant neighbor witnessed the entire incident and promptly alerted the police, providing a description of the suspect wearing a black hoodie. Meanwhile, as the shooter attempted to flee the scene, Amber Washburn, Josh's 24-year-old wife, arrived in the driveway with their 4-year-old child. Tragically, the assailant shot Amber inside the car, but thankfully, the child seated in the back remained unharmed. The sound of gunfire prompted a nearby deputy to swiftly respond to the scene. To his dismay, he discovered a lifeless male lying beneath a truck. Upon further observation, he noticed another vehicle parked across the street. Inside, he found a lifeless woman in the front seat and a terrified child clutching onto his McNuggets in the back. Child, although physically unharmed, was undoubtedly traumatized by the horrific ordeal. The question remained, who was this perpetrator? What motivated them to take the lives of two innocent individuals with promising futures? Most importantly, why subject an innocent child to such a harrowing experience? Joshua Niles, born in 1990, grew up in a large, tightly knit family, fostering a profound sense of love and dedication. As a devoted family man, he actively contributed to the well-being of his loved ones. During his teenage years, Joshua formed a deep connection with his high school sweetheart, Charlene "Charlie" Albert. Their relationship resulted in the birth of two children, Gabby, born in 2008 when Charlie was 16 and Joshua was 18, and Bentley, born 2 years later. Despite their young age, the couple successfully navigated the challenges of parenthood until their eventual separation in 2012. Following the separation, Charlene relocated to Texas with her parents and a co-parenting custody arrangement was established. Joshua would have the children during the summer while they resided with their mother during the school year. In 2012, a new chapter began in Joshua's life when he met and fell in love with 18-year-old Amber Washburn. Every summer, Gabby and Bentley would come to visit and Amber would become an essential part of their lives. The love story between the couple continued to flourish, and in 2014, they welcomed their son, Joshua Jr. While Joshua worked as a landscapist, Amber pursued a career in an overnight bakery. Together, they shared dreams of building a stable future, including marriage, a successful business, and a happy family life. Despite the challenges of raising their 4-year-old son, Joshua Jr., who was on the autism spectrum, they remained devoted parents. However, their lives took a tragic turn when Joshua's past caught up with him, resulting in a devastating outcome for both him and Amber. The events unfolded on a fateful afternoon in Sodos, New York on October 22, 2018. Peaceful atmosphere outside their home was abruptly shattered by the sound of gunfire. Multiple reports flooded the 911 dispatch, prompting a swift response from law enforcement. Coincidentally, a Wayne County deputy was nearby, serving an unrelated eviction notice. Upon hearing the reports, the deputy quickly made his way towards the chaotic scene. What he discovered was a lifeless man lying beneath a truck. As he surveyed the area, he noticed another vehicle parked across the street. Upon closer examination, he found a lifeless woman in the front seat and a terrified child clutching his McNuggets in the back. Acting swiftly, the deputy prioritized the safety of the child and entrusted him to a concerned neighbor. Once the child was secure, he called for backup and began processing the scene. The responding officers diligently collected evidence from the crime scene, including Amber's wallet, which was found on her lap and contained her driver's license identifying her as Amber Washburn. Deputies have identified the male victim found beneath the truck in the driveway as Joshua Niles. It has been confirmed by the police that Joshua and his partner lived in the residence where the shooting occurred. Now, when questioning the neighbors about the child, they have identified the child as Joshua and Amber's son, Joshua Jr. However, there is still a lingering question. Where is the shooter now? It is evident that there is an armed individual on the loose, as law enforcement responded promptly after the exchange of gunfire. The police are actively trying to identify and apprehend the shooter, suspecting that they may still be within the community. Authorities have issued a warning to residents in the surrounding area, advising them to remain in their homes until the situation is under control. Due to the numerous potential hiding spots, a perimeter has been established. The primary witness in this case is Tiffany Thayer, the neighbor who lives next door to Joshua and Amber. Her kitchen window overlooks their driveway, providing her with a clear view of the events. Tiffany reported seeing Joshua engaged in a conversation with an unknown male, who eventually led him towards the truck. Initially, the conversation appeared casual. It quickly escalated into a horrifying scene as the stranger pointed a gun at Joshua and fired. When Amber arrived home in her car, her driver's side window was open. Upon witnessing the situation, she attempted to reverse and escape, but the shooter turned and fatally shot her in the head. Once the shooter confirmed Amber's demise, they turned their attention back to Joshua. Despite his efforts to seek refuge under the truck, he was unable to evade the multiple shots fired at him. Understanding the motive and identifying the perpetrator behind these double homicides is proving to be a challenge. The manner in which Amber was killed suggests that the assailant possesses some level of experience with handguns, as it was a difficult shot to execute. The detective's initial impression is that this incident bears many characteristics of an assassination. Detectives discovered additional neighbors who had caught a glimpse of the perpetrator before he fled, and based on their accounts, they were able to compile a description of the suspect. According to these witnesses, the culprit was a slender Caucasian male wearing a dark hoodie and jeans. Some neighbors even provided further details, mentioning that he had darker hair, a beard, and wore glasses. Initially, the officers initiated a manhunt with the assistance of canine trackers, attempted to track down the shooter by scent. One of the neighbors also provided valuable information regarding the shooter's last known direction of travel, which led towards the rear of the house and over a fence. The canine tracker was alerted to a piece of black cloth, later identified as a ski mask or balaclava, which became a crucial piece of evidence in identifying the shooter. The investigation continued as they followed the trail through the neighborhood. Eventually, the police reluctantly accepted the fact that the shooter had managed to escape the perimeter. Meanwhile, homicide detectives focused on speaking with Joshua and Amber's son in order to gain a better understanding of the events. Unfortunately, due to being on the autism spectrum and nonverbal, the child was unable to provide any information during the initial investigation. At the crime scene, the forensic unit meticulously processed the driveway where the shooting occurred. Their examination revealed that Joshua had been shot a total of 10 times. All the shell casings recovered were from the same firearm, consistent with the witness statement provided by Tiffany Thayer. This confirmed that there was only one shooter involved. The detectives only recovered 9 mm shell casings, which they hoped would help in matching the gun if a suspected weapon was found. It was evident that Amber had also been killed with the same gun. The police were certain that this was not a random act of violence and had been meticulously planned. While the bodies were being transported to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy, the detectives reached out to the families of Josh and Amber to deliver the unfortunate news. During their initial conversations with the families, the police inquired about any potential threats or grudges against the couple. Was there anyone who harbored hatred towards them? Joshua's family assured the police that it was highly unlikely for anyone to hold a grudge against him, as he was a kind and beloved individual. Amber's parents echoed the same sentiment about their daughter. However, as the police delved into Joshua's past, they discovered a recurring name, Charlene Childers, Joshua's ex-girlfriend. According to the family, their relationship had been tumultuous. Despite having 2 children together, Joshua and Charlene had mutually agreed to separate in 2012, after which Charlene relocated to Texas with her parents. There, she married Chase Childers, who had played a role in raising Joshua's children. Unfortunately, this marriage also ended in divorce when Charlene engaged in an affair with the town's police chief, Timothy Dean. Their relationship began as a friendship during Charlene's employment at the Animal Control Department, which collaborated closely with the police department. Eventually, their bond evolved into a romantic one, leading to their marriage in March 2018. Charlene frequently shared pictures of her new family, including Tim, on her social media accounts. However, legal issues arose for Charlene and her husband in the latter part of 2018, which had repercussions on Joshua and Charlene's older children. It was at this point that the pieces of the puzzle started to come together, offering a glimmer of hope for the detectives working to solve the case. To comprehend the motive behind the shootout, it was crucial to delve into Joshua and Charlene's past. The detectives uncovered that Joshua was embroiled in an ongoing custody dispute with Charlene Childers over their 2 children at the time of his death. Charlene's recent trip to New York to retrieve her children, shortly before the shooting occurred, raised suspicions regarding her potential involvement in the double homicide. However, after thorough investigation, it was determined that Charlene could not have been the shooter, as she was confirmed to be at her workplace during the incident. When questioned about her relationship with Joshua, Charlene acknowledged past conflicts, but denied holding any intense grudges against him. She emphasized that despite their differences, she never wished harm upon him. The conversation then shifted towards Charlene's current husband, Timothy Dean, which surprised the detectives to learn that she was no longer with him and divorce proceedings had been initiated. Charlene expressed her frustration, attributing the loss of custody of her children to Tim's influence, highlighting the strain in their relationship. Further investigation revealed that Tim was residing in Texas at the time, prompting detectives to delve into the dynamics of their marriage and the underlying causes of their disputes. Charlene provided more details about the issues that led to their estrangement, shedding light on a complex web of relationship challenges and legal battles. Delving deeper into Tim's situation, detectives discovered that he had recently lost his job. When reaching out to his former colleagues, troubling details emerged. They described Tim as having a little man syndrome, indicating that he had an inflated sense of importance due to his position as chief of police. However, behind his back people often mocked his behavior. The reason for Tim's job loss stemmed from a disturbing incident captured in a video uploaded by Charlene on Facebook in May 2018. The video depicted Tim yelling at his 3-year-old daughter, Madison, for not eating her food. Within a few days, severe consequences unfolded for Tim, including his arrest, loss of custody of his daughter, and resignation as police chief. Charlene's custody of her children was also lost, leading to the crumbling of their marriage. Eventually, the kids returned to live with their father, Joshua, in New York, leaving Charlene and Tim to face the consequences of their actions. When asked about Tim and their relationship, his ex-wife, Christina Hill, responded differently. After Tim resigned, detectives discovered that he had found a job as a driver for a local vending company. However, it was later revealed that Tim had been consistently missing shifts at his new job. Interestingly, one of the days he missed his shift coincided with the day of the shootout in Sodus. Further investigation uncovered that Tim had also been involved in a car crash in Kansas just 2 days before the murder occurred. What's intriguing is that the vehicle involved in the crash was a rental car. An officer arrived at the scene and engaged in a conversation with Tim. It became evident that Tim was providing a fabricated explanation to the police officer. He claimed that he was attempting to make a U-turn because he had run out of gas and was searching for a gas station. This led him to drive off the shoulder of the road and into a culvert, resulting in damage to the vehicle. However, one major question remains. Why was Tim in Kansas in the first place? Tim spoke to the officer, expressing distress about his personal life and mentioning the possibility of a divorce, stating that everything seemed to be falling apart. However, a significant finding in the footage raised concerns. Tim mentioned that he possessed a sidearm and a shotgun. This left the detective feeling uneasy, sensing that something was amiss. Upon further investigation at the rental agency, the officer discovered that Tim was carrying additional firearms, including an AR-15 and several handguns, along with ammunition and body armor. This discovery added another layer of complexity to the situation, raising questions about Tim's intentions and why he was armed with such an arsenal. Now, when inquired about his destination, he provided a captivating response. To confirm their suspicions, investigators scrutinized the rental agreements and detected an irregularity. The rental agreement indicated that the vehicle was leased to an individual named Braun Bowler. Upon conducting further investigation, they uncovered that Braun had a close association with Tim. It was revealed that Braun and Tim were friends who had served together during Tim's tenure as the chief of police. Intrigued by this connection, investigators decided to question Braun in order to gather more information about the circumstances surrounding the rental car and Tim's activities. Braun Bowler had an 11-year career as a Texas police officer, most recently at the Sunray Police Department. As previously mentioned, Tim and Braun were close friends, having served together during Tim's time as police chief. According to Braun's statement, Tim was unable to leave work to drive to New York, so Braun stepped in to assist. With Tim's credit cards maxed out and him falling behind, Braun agreed to rent the car under his own name. Now, during the interrogation, Braun was asked to reflect on his years in law enforcement and his relationship with Tim. He stated that initially, he didn't question Tim's request for the rental car, assuming it was for local use. It wasn't until he received a troubling call about Tim crashing the car in Kansas that he began to doubt Tim's intentions. During the interview, Braun vehemently denied having any knowledge of Tim's plans to take the car to New York. He expressed genuine sympathy for Tim's situation and trusted him enough not to question his motives. However, when asked to undergo a polygraph test, Braun's results were less than satisfactory, leading to further interrogation. In subsequent questioning, Braun disclosed shocking information. He confessed to overhearing Tim discussing plans to harm someone and revealed that Tim had rented the car under Braun's name to avoid suspicion. Braun's collaboration swiftly redirected the investigation onto a new path. After the interview, Braun was permitted to return home, but law enforcement maintained close surveillance on him. Once an arrest warrant was obtained, Braun was promptly taken into custody. Concurrently, in Dumas, Texas, law enforcement officers encircled Tim Dean's residence, fully aware of the potential threat posed by his extensive collection of firearms. Recognizing the necessity for a cautious approach, they opted for a discreet nighttime operation to apprehend him. With meticulous precision, they deployed a flashbang inside the house to disorient Tim and create an opportunity for his safe arrest. Law enforcement officers acted swiftly and efficiently, ensuring that he no longer posed a danger. Meanwhile, a DNA test was conducted, confirming that his DNA matched the DNA found on the abandoned ski mask at the crime scene. With Tim now in custody, the process of interrogation and uncovering the truth behind the tragic events in Sodus could commence. Armed with a bottle of water, detectives endeavored to untangle the complexities surrounding his connection to Joshua and Amber. Tim recounted his interactions with the couple, emphasizing instances when he had been present during their custody exchanges. Did not appear to hold any personal animosity towards Joshua. The detectives then dropped a bombshell, presenting evidence that placed him in the vicinity of the crime scene at the time of the murders. They sought an explanation for his presence in New York. Tim's account was somewhat vague. Initially, he claimed to have intended to reconcile with Charlene's uncle. However, it seemed that he ended up aimlessly driving, consuming alcohol, and becoming lost in his own troubles. The detectives intensified their efforts, attempting to make Tim confront reality. They reminded him of the gravity of the situation and stressed the importance of taking responsibility for his actions. Despite their persistent urging, Tim remained steadfast in his denial of any involvement in the murders. Upon concluding the interrogation, the detectives came to the realization that their efforts were futile. Tim's unwavering denial clearly indicated that extracting a confession would be an arduous task. Nevertheless, undeterred by this setback, they remained resolute in their pursuit of uncovering the truth behind the deaths of Joshua and Amber. However, their interest extended beyond just one individual in Texas. The investigators decided to revisit Charlene, the only person they had yet to thoroughly question. Tracking her down at her ex-boyfriend's residence, the police brought her in for further inquiry. Despite not being the shooter and being elsewhere in New York at the time of the murders, there were reasons to suspect her involvement. During a previous conversation with the police, Charlene falsely claimed to have learned about Joshua's death through a Facebook post which raised suspicions since no public post had disclosed the victims' identities. Another cause for concern was Charlene's alleged role in driving Braun, the individual whose name the rental car was registered under, to the agency just 8 days after the murders. They once again inquired about how she became aware of the killings. Charlene stuck to her fabricated Facebook story, asserting that she had received the news during a call with Joshua's mother. As the interrogation progressed, the facade of Charlene's concocted tales began to crumble. the detectives delve deeper, probing Charlene about Tim's relationship with Joshua and any potential motives he may have had to harm him. Charlene disclosed that Joshua had previously been abusive towards her, but emphasized that Tim had never spoken ill of him except for expressing a willingness to confront him if necessary. The detectives then pressed Charlene regarding her association with Braun, the friend she had driven to rent the car. Charlene evaded the questions, claiming ignorance about Braun's affairs and assuming the trip was work-related. However, as the inquiries regarding distance and fuel consumption persisted, Charlene's responses grew less assured, hinting at her mounting unease. Upon noticing this, the detectives directly confronted Charlene, inquiring about her potential role in the murders or if she had influenced the perpetrator to commit the heinous act. Charlene vehemently denied any involvement. Her demeanor betrayed her true emotions. As the pressure of the interrogation mounted, Charlene's resolve began to crumble, and under the intensified questioning, she eventually confessed to her participation in the murders. Charlene proceeded to disclose to the detectives that following the loss of custody of her children in August, she had a conversation with Tim where she expressed her frustration with Joshua. She recounted how she vented her feelings to Tim, who seemingly shared her sentiments, expressed his own frustrations, driven by her desperation to regain a sense of normalcy, where she could have her children during the school year while Joshua had them for the summer and holidays. Charlene engaged in discussions with Tim about drastic measures. However, she claimed to have limited knowledge about the specifics of the firearm, except that it belonged to the Center Police Department. In the lead up to the murders, Tim, Charlene, and Braun held meetings in Tim's garage, where they meticulously devised their plan to eliminate Joshua. Charlene's role involved dropping off Braun at the rental agency, who would then proceed to drive the rental car to Tim. Tim would subsequently embark on the journey to New York to carry out the murder. According to Charlene's account, the plan was straightforward: eliminate Joshua. However, she maintained that Amber was never intended to be part of the plan. When Tim crashed the rental car, Charlene drove to meet him at the motel and subsequently dropped him off at the airport to acquire a new rental car, with the intention of resuming their plan on November 5, 2018. This chilling revelation provided the detectives with a clearer understanding of the premeditated nature of the crime and the extent of Charlene's involvement in orchestrating it. Another distressing fact that exacerbated the pain for the loved ones of the victims was that Charlene had actually visited them during the funeral and deceitfully pretended to grieve. Charlene and Tim were charged in connection with the murders of Josh and Amber on November 5, 2018. Wayne County Sheriff Barry Vert suggested that the double homicide was a result of a child custody battle, with Timothy being the one who pulled the trigger. Timothy faced charges of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder. Despite being in Texas at the time, he was expected to be extradited to face the charges. Charlene, on the other hand, was charged with conspiracy and other offenses and was being held in the Wayne County Jail. Charlene pleaded guilty on June 27, 2019 and testified against Timothy as part of a deal with the prosecutor. She disclosed that the plan involved stealing a gun from the Sunray Police Department in Texas, where Timothy had previously served as police chief. Prosecutors claimed that Timothy then traveled back to New York State to carry out the murders. When questioned about Joshua's death and the custody battle, Charlene confessed, "I got what I wanted." Timothy Dean was found guilty of 2 counts of murder by a jury and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in August 2019. The judge informed Timothy that he would spend the rest of his life behind bars, highlighting his lack of emotion or remorse during the trial and labeling him as a classic psychopath. During the court proceedings, Braun Bowler, the former police officer who assisted Dean in renting a car for the crime, faced emotional statements from the families of the victims. They expressed their grief over the loss of their loved ones and the devastating impact on their lives. Braun pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit murder and served 1 year and 4 months in prison before being released. Meanwhile, Charlene was sentenced to 28 years in prison for her involvement in the murders. The judge described it as one of the most senseless and tragic cases he had ever presided over. The families of the victims were left to grapple with the profound loss caused by the senseless violence, orchestrated by those they once trusted. The whole incident turned so many people's lives upside down. It was especially devastating for the kids. Gabby, the older of Joshua and Charlene's two children, was really hurt and confused. Joshua's sister, Nicole, had to step in and take care of Joshua's older kids after he passed away. She already had 4 kids of her own, and it was tough. So she asked for help through a GoFundMe page to raise some money, but they didn't get much. Joshua's younger brother now lives in their family home with his girlfriend. They're taking care of Joshua's 2 dogs and planting flowers in memory of them. They're trying to keep his spirit alive in their hearts. While nothing can bring Joshua and Amber back, their families take solace in knowing that the people responsible for taking their loved ones' lives are paying the price in prison. Michaela Hall was born on the 7th of February, 1983 to her mother Julie. Michaela was an only child and she and her mother were inseparable. Julie worked hard as a single mother to give Michaela the best start in life, and they spent all their time together. Michaela grew into a happy and confident young woman with a close group of friends with whom she enjoyed going out. Michaela would go on to marry a local Oxford man, but it would later fall apart and the pair would split. This was an extraordinarily difficult time for Michaela, trying to adjust to the end of the relationship. One of Michaela and Julie's favorite things to do would be to go on holiday to Turkey. During one of these trips, Julie met a man called Mehmet Sahin. Mehmet said he knew instantly that she was the one for him. After falling in love, the pair were wed in 2002, and Mehmet moved to the UK to live in Oxford with his wife and stepdaughter. In 2007, Michaela went to Turkey again. It was here that she met a waiter who worked at the resort, a man called Ensar Joel. They soon began a relationship and she quickly fell for him, returning to Turkey not long after to see him again. After coming back to the UK a couple of weeks later, Michaela found out she was pregnant. She was determined to make the relationship a success and couldn't wait to meet her baby. The pair had a long-distance relationship and she would travel to Turkey every few months to see Ensar. In 2008, they welcomed their first child, a daughter. Just a few weeks after the birth, she discovered she was pregnant again, and the couple had a baby boy the following year. Being a mother was everything to Michaela. Her friend described her son and daughter as being her right and left arm. Julie also adored her grandchildren and absolutely doted on them. After the births of their children, the true nature of Ensar's personality would start to come through. He exhibited extremely controlling and possessive behaviors. When she was in Turkey, he would tell her where she could and couldn't go, and what she could and couldn't do. Even when she went back to the UK, he would continue to control her despite him being in Turkey. Michaela wanted her children to have their father in their lives, and she wanted him to come to the UK so they could be together and try and make their relationship work. Being a working mother with 2 young children meant life was busy and money was tight for Michaela, but determined to make it work, she would spend a lot of money flying out to Turkey to see Ensar, sometimes taking the children with her and other times leaving them in the care of her mother. As Ensar did not like to share attention with the children, he would take advantage of how giving she was. Her finances would take a massive hit because of this. She would buy him gifts in the UK and send them out to him. According to those that knew the couple while he was still out in Turkey, his relationship with Michaela didn't matter to him, and he continued to have sexual relations with other women. The abuse in the relationship would start to escalate. When Michaela went out to Turkey with the children to see him, Julie had also gone, and she remained at the hotel to look after her grandchildren. Michaela and Ensar had returned in the early morning hours, and an argument broke out in the kitchen. As he began to raise his voice, Michaela told him to be quiet because the children were asleep and she did not want them to be woken up. Ensar then raised his fist and went to strike Michaela. Julie stepped in between them and tried to stop him, but he shoved her out of the way and then struck Michaela. Julie told friends that when she looked in his eyes, she thought he wanted to kill her. After having a bad feeling about him for so long, this incident only made Julie's hatred for him grow. Michaela continued to hold on to the hope that once he left Turkey and moved to the UK to settle with her and the children, that their relationship would start to get better, but more problems would arise. Ensar had absconded from Turkey's national service, and he was not allowed to move to the UK until he had completed this, and his visa was put on hold. Michaela spent significant amounts of money trying to go through various channels to help him. He finally agreed to take part in his national service. After it became clear that this was his only option and the only way he was going to get his visa. But this led to further problems. He blamed Michaela for having to do his national service, even though it was completely out of her control. In December 2010, as he was doing his national service, without warning and with no reason given, he ended his relationship with her. Michaela was devastated. She began talking to an ex from Turkey and decided to go out there to see him, but later said she had made a mistake in seeing the ex, adding that she should have been trying to patch things up with Ensar and make their relationship work. She returned to the UK and, in a panic, had her friends help her erase and remove any trace of her being in contact with her ex, knowing that if Ensar found out, he would likely explode. A few days later, Michaela received a call. It was Ensar. Acting like nothing had happened, they agreed to give their relationship another go. But her friends urged her to reconsider and not get back together with him. But she decided she was going to give it another go. In March 2011, she traveled to Turkey and the pair got married. Julie refused to go. Michaela had also not told her friends that they were getting married, with some finding out via Facebook when Julie posted a congratulatory message to the couple. Michaela flew back to Britain and began working to get her new husband a visa. However, he soon found out that she had previously gone back to Turkey to see her ex, and this enraged him. He would become even more verbally abusive when they spoke. This would often reduce her to tears, and her friends would also hear the verbal abuse, telling her that this was not normal behavior and he shouldn't be treating her that way. He continued to spam her phone with calls, even throughout the night, calling 26 times on one occasion in August 2011, leaving her feeling incredibly depressed, with a friend saying she was even contemplating suicide. Her friend told her she needed to turn her phone off. The following day, Michaela heard that his visa had been approved and was on his way to be delivered to him. The day after, Ensar Gol boarded a flight to the UK and left Turkey. He lived with Michaela and their children at Julie and Mehmet's house in Tame, Oxfordshire. The tensions would soon start to come to the surface. Julie's hatred of Ensar was reciprocated, with him loathing how close she was to her daughter. Other people in Michaela's life would see his deeply controlling and abusive nature, with him telling one of her friends that Michaela would always be his. His hatred for Julie and living in her house, coupled with his desire for revenge after finding out Michaela had met with an ex after he had ended their relationship without warning, began to boil away inside him. In a conversation with Mehmet, Ensar said he felt like killing Michaela, but Mehmet believed he was just saying things in anger, not actually meaning it. One morning, Michaela called one of her friends. She was extremely fearful and frightened, as Ensar had told her that if she returned home, he would cut her head off. Just 2 weeks after he arrived in England, a plane ticket was bought for him to go back to Turkey permanently. Michaela was devastated and begged him again for a final chance to make it work. As he was on his way to the airport, he decided to abandon the flight and return to the family home. On September 2nd, he slept with a woman from a local bar, again showing no interest in his wife or his marriage. The following day, September 3rd, Ensar slept with the woman again and also consumed a significant amount of alcohol, as well as missing his shift at the local Prizo restaurant. He then went to the takeaway that Mehmet worked at 1:15 a.m. on the morning of September 4th, and asked him if something were to happen to Michaela and Julie. What would happen to the children? Mehmet believed this was nothing more than the alcohol talking. At 2:10 a.m. Ensargul returned to Ayrton Court. Julie and a friend Casey were watching television in the living room while Michaela slept upstairs with their daughter in the room and their son in the room next door. Ensar headed into the kitchen and took a knife from one of the drawers before going upstairs. As he went into the bedroom where his wife and daughter slept, it was here that he launched a terrifying attack, stabbing Michaela repeatedly. Julie and Casey ran upstairs to see what the commotion was. When Julie got to the bedroom, she found Ensar straddling Michaela as he stabbed her in the neck. As she tried to pull him off of her, she slipped and fell onto the floor. Ensar then turned his attention to her, repeatedly stabbing her as he had done to Michaela. Casey was also stabbed 4 times, with one of the knife wounds missing her pulmonary vein by a matter of millimeters. Casey was able to escape the house and run, but Julie wasn't. As she tried to get to the door, she collapsed at the bottom of the stairs, the catastrophic blood loss making her unable to carry on. Sargal then took their 3-year-old daughter and headed off into the night. After hearing the screams, a worried neighbor immediately called the police, and before long, emergency services were on scene. Casey was taken to John Radcliffe Hospital, where she would eventually make a recovery. Julie was found in a fetal position just inches away from the door. Michaela was found in the bedroom. The hunt was now on to find Ansar Gol. He was seen on CCTV walking down the streets, holding his infant daughter in his arms. He was still carrying the knife he had used in the murders, and his clothes had blood spatter on them. He walked to the pizza place where Mehmet worked and shouted, "No one believed me, but I've done it. I've butchered them both." He then put his daughter down on the ground and told Mehmet to take care of her. Mehmet did everything he could to comfort the shaking and traumatized little girl, whilst also calling 999. As he walked around, Ensar called his family in Turkey. Man was seen on CCTV footage walking up to him to ask him for a cigarette lighter, but he immediately walked away after seeing Ensar holding the knife. The CCTV also captured the moment Sargal was taken into custody by 2 police officers. He told the officers, "Yes, I killed them, but you don't know why." Senior Investigating Officer Detective Chief Inspector Joe Kidman would later praise the police officers who had arrested him as they were unarmed, saying they showed great bravery and composure. As he was being questioned, he complained about the blood on his clothes and showed little to no care about what he had just done. Just 3 hours before committing the murders, he sent a message to his cousin on Facebook saying, "Have a look, all the English papers will talk of me tomorrow. The crazy Turk wolf who covered London in blood. The knife is ready. You know I'm handy with a knife, good with knives." Postmortems were carried out on Julie and Michaela, and it was determined that most of the stab wounds had been to the chest and neck, leading to extensive blood loss. Julie was stabbed more than 50 times, and Michaela suffered more than 40 stab wounds. This had all happened in front of their 3-year-old daughter, with their 2-year-old son in the next room. Ansar Gol was charged with the murder of his wife and mother-in-law, and the attempted murder of Casey. He was scheduled to appear at Oxford Magistrates Court that Tuesday, and he entered a plea of not guilty to all charges. May 2012, it was now time for Ansar Gol to stand trial. His behavior was shocking. He was photographed going into court, grinning for the photographers. He laughed and smiled as he sat in the dock, showing no remorse or regret for taking the lives of 2 people and ruining the lives of so many others. He argued that he had been trapped in the marriage and that he didn't love Michaela, but his behavior had shown he was more than happy to string Michaela along if it meant he could benefit from it. When it came time for him to testify as to what had happened on the night of September 4th, he told the court that Julie had been the one to attack him and he had acted in self-defense, at one point taking a pen off of his interpreter and making a stabbing motion before the judge intervened and told him to give the pen back to the interpreter. He said that he had been unhappy in his marriage and that he had felt forced to marry Michaela. The argument that he had acted in self-defense did not stand up. The amount of stab wounds that Michaela and Julie had suffered went way beyond what a reasonable person could consider self-defense. The work done by the police and the prosecution blew his self-defense story apart. The scene of the crime, the blood pattern analysis, and the damage done to the furniture painted a very different picture that he had been the one to attack Michaela and Julie and not the other way around. Michaela and Julie's loved ones sat in the public gallery and cried as the CCTV footage of him walking through the town, still holding the knife, was played. The prosecution lawyer, Dafith Enoch, told the courtroom that the marriage between the pair had been an unhappy one, compounded by the fact that Ensar missed Turkey, but he added that neither one of these things could excuse or explain why he had done what he had done, something he called the senseless slaughter born out of premeditated, ruthless violence. Richard Ruck from the South Central Ambulance Service testified at the trial, saying he would never forget the look in Michaela's eyes, saying it was one of suffering and pain, a look he would take with him to the grave. Casey also testified, saying she had rushed upstairs with Julie after hearing the commotion. She added that testifying in court was the hardest thing she had ever had to do. May 31st, 2012. The jury returned their verdict. Ensar Gol was found guilty of the attempted murder of Casey and the murders of Julie and Michaela. He was sentenced to life in prison with 36 years for each murder and 12 for the charge of attempted murder, with these sentences running concurrently. The judge told him, "I have no doubt that you intended to kill your wife Michaela and your mother-in-law Julie. These brutal murders were planned and premeditated. You say you were unhappy here and didn't get on with your mother-in-law. I totally reject any suggestion that anything she said or did provides you with any mitigation. The pain and suffering you have caused to the family will plainly be long-lasting and with them for the remainder of their lives." Ensar nodded and smiled as the sentence was given. As he was led out of the dock, Ensar began to smile, laughing and pointing at himself as he mouthed, Me. For the loved ones left behind, they said no sentence would ever be enough. Mehmet said, "I met Julie when I was 23 years old, and I was so lucky to have 12 years with the one and only love of my life. I know that she loved me as much as I loved her." He also said that he was glad the jury had seen through what was being said about Julie during the trial and the way she had been characterized by the defense's case, with them arguing that she had been the one to instigate it. Following Ensar's conviction, Detective Chief Inspector Joe Kidman said, "In trying to evade responsibility for his crimes, Ensar Gol sought to attack the character of these two women he had murdered. This has only added to the terrible ordeal of the family, who have attended each day and listened to all the evidence. Despite their anguish, they have shown great dignity throughout. The devastation caused on the night of September 4th is difficult to comprehend. For the ones left behind, the pain is unimaginable." Mehmet said, "There's a great big void in my life now. 2 children are left without a grandma, a mother and a father. He took everything. I didn't know till then that they were my only reason to live, my only joy in life." Carla Lowe was born December 10, 1961, and was described by her sister as a good and generous person. In 1983, 21-year-old Carla was living in Pompano Beach. Tragically, on November 13, 1983, she was found deceased in Delray Beach, Florida, near a train station just north of Atlantic Avenue. She had been beaten while waiting for an Amtrak train. Detectives said they searched the area for hours but never found anyone who had seen or heard anything suspicious. Without any further leads, the case would go cold. Then, in 2021, Detective Todd Clancy worked on the case with former detectives from the department and utilized new technology. They were then able to find the suspect. Using new fingerprint technology from UK-based Foster and Freeman Company, it allowed a fingerprint to be identified from a piece of evidence left at the scene. However, police would not name the piece of evidence, saying the case was still under investigation. The device used to crack the case is known as Recover, and it is able to develop fingerprints on difficult surfaces and even from items that have been cleaned to prevent identification. 38 years after her life was cut short, 59-year-old Ralph Williams was arrested for her murder in Jacksonville, Florida on November 30, 2021. He had been a person of interest in the killing for quite some time and was actually arrested the day of her murder on grand theft auto and burglary charges, but could not be connected by evidence to her death. Williams' criminal record shows more than 20 arrests across Florida on charges like burglary, resisting an officer with violence, and robbery with a gun or deadly weapon, among others. Police have not determined a motive yet, but say that some of her belongings were taken and there is no connection between Williams and Carla, and he remains behind bars at the Duval County Jail and will be extradited to Palm Beach County where the murder occurred. Mary McLaughlin was a mother of 11, described as friendly, trusting, and a happy-go-lucky person. On September 26, 1984, the 58-year-old grandmother spent the evening playing dominoes and having drinks in the Henlyn pub, now called the Duck Club in Glasgow, United Kingdom, in an area known as Glasgow's West End. Her daughter, Catherine, had to leave the pub early to catch a bus home and didn't know this was the last time she would see her mother alive. Mary was seen leaving the pub at 10:45 p.m. to walk less than a mile home to her flat in Partwick where she lived alone. On the way, she made a stop at the Armando's Chip Shop on Dumbarton Road, where she bought cigarettes and fritters and appeared in a happy mood. A local taxi driver who knew Mary, as we may stated, that she walked in front of his taxi carrying her shoes and her hands. and a man following behind her. This man, believed to be Graham McGill, struck up a conversation with Mary and walked her back to her Crothy Court block on Laurel Street. Mary's daughter reported that sometimes her mother would invite people back to her flat when she had been drinking. Days earlier, McGill had been granted a weekend release from prison. He had been convicted of rape in 1981 and was in his final weeks of a 6-year sentence which had been cut in half due to good behavior. He allegedly killed Mary that night and using her keys, which have never been recovered, to lock the door behind him and then returned to prison the next day. 5 days after her death, her son Martin and his then-girlfriend, June Brittle, showed up to her flat for a visit and was shocked by a horrible smell. He kicked the door in and June, who has since passed away, entered the flat and discovered the crime scene and came out screaming. Mary's cause of death was strangulation, but with little information beyond this, the case would go cold. Over the years, there were several attempts at developing a profile of the suspect that were unsuccessful. Then in 2019, experts decided to untie a knot in the ligature and examine the area of the knot that had been protected from contamination all those years. That's when they were able to develop a DNA profile that did not belong to Mary. When the profile was run through the Scottish database, police finally had a suspect, Graham McGill. His DNA profile was also found on a cigarette butt, on Mary's dress, and on a bra that he took from the flat, which was later found in a nearby garden. After McGill's conviction, he was also jailed for life in 1999 for a brutal assault with intent to ravish, but released on parole in 2007. On December 4, 2019, 59-year-old sex offender McGill was arrested at his home for Mary's murder. During the investigation, his ex-wife said that in 1988, he confessed to killing a woman he met in a pub after going back to her flat and then threatened to kill her if she ever told anyone. Although he got to live free for 35 years, he was ordered to be imprisoned for at least 14 years. One of her daughters, Gina, wrote a book about her mother to keep her memory alive titled Diamonds and Pearls. It is named after a lyric in her late mother's favorite song, Little Things Mean a Lot by Kitty Collin. Mary's family waited a long time for justice, and hopefully McGill's arrest will provide them some form of resolution. Nancy Jane Doherty was born May 24, 1948. In 1986, she was a mother of 2 living in Chisholm, Minnesota, and worked at a local nursing home as an aide. She also volunteered as an emergency medical technician for the Chisholm Ambulance Service. On July 16, 1986, at the age of 38, her boyfriend dropped her off at home just after midnight. She had plans to move to the Twin Cities the next day to attend school to become a paramedic. When her boyfriend could not get in touch with her, he asked law enforcement to do a welfare check at her home. That's when they found her deceased inside. She had been physically and sexually abused and strangled. Evidence indicated that a struggle had taken place inside and outside her home. Police would find male DNA from bodily fluids and under her fingernails. Witnesses said that they had heard a woman screaming in the early morning hours but did not report it. DNA was recovered from the scene but did not match anyone in the criminal DNA database. Over the years, authorities compared over 100 DNA samples from potential suspects but none resulted in a match. According to old news articles, the case was complicated because Nancy had hosted a party to celebrate her daughter's high school graduation shortly before her death, so there were lots of extra fingerprints and DNA around the house. In 2020, the Chisholm police contracted with Parabon Nanolabs and had hopes of developing new leads using public genealogy databases. This led investigators to Michael Allen Carbo Jr. He was 18 years old at the time of the murder and had lived within a mile of Nancy, and went to school with her children. Agents started surveilling Carbo and retrieved trash bags he had thrown into a dumpster outside his Lincoln Square apartment where he lived alone. Taking swabs of paper towels, facial tissues, Q-tips, a beer can, and a Slim Fast bottle, analysts were able to develop a DNA profile that was consistent with that of the suspect from 1986. Investigators then obtained a DNA sample directly from Carbo with his consent, which again confirmed the match. 52-year-old Carbo was then taken into custody and booked into the St. Louis County Jail in Virginia on probable cause of second-degree murder with $1 million bail. Police say Carbo was never on their radar and hadn't committed any high-level crimes that warranted his DNA being put in the state database. He has lived in Chisholm ever since the murder happened. He has 2 daughters, who live in the region and has maintained steady employment for nearly 3 decades, most recently working full-time as a care provider at a Chisholm facility for people who suffer from mental illness or brain injuries. He was convicted of burglary charges in 1988 and 1990, in addition to being charged in 2002 and 2007 for careless driving and not having insurance. He allegedly abused drugs and alcohol when he was younger, but has not had any problems with substance abuse in nearly 20 years. Garbo's supervisor at work described him as reliable, friendly, and an outgoing person. His former property manager called him polite, respectful, and fun. Longtime family friends said they'd never seen him angry or violent, even when he was drinking or upset. One of his daughters even stated that he was the best father a girl could ask for. His friends said he would help anyone in need even if he didn't know them. This is the first Minnesota cold case solved through the use of genealogy databases, and Carbo is trying to fight it along with the removal of his garbage by detectives as being a violation of his constitutional rights. As of today, he remains in jail awaiting trial. From 1990 to 1999, a serial rapist would terrorize homes in Myers Park, North Carolina. He would break in and sexually assault the females living at the home. During the 90s, the suspect had become dubbed by the media as the Myers Park Rapist. Police say these cases were investigated extensively, and of the 15 cases detectives have connected, 13 of them involved victims under the age of 18. The MO used by the suspect was unique and similar in nature in nearly each case. In the majority of the cases, he would arm himself with a knife, break into the home, and move the victim to a different location. The initial reported sexual assault happened on June 13, 1990 on Maryland Avenue. The last reported assault occurred on Highview Road on January 9, 1999. With the help of the Sexual Assault Initiative Grant in Parbon Laboratories, forensic genetic genealogy testing allowed police to narrow their suspect list to one person, David Edward Duran. However, Duran died on June 24, 2008 at the age of 67. Officials credited the department's sexual assault cold case unit, which started in 2006, with developing a suspect through a DNA profile. Police in the 90s had trouble identifying a suspect because he wore a ski mask and gloves, and he would leave very little evidence behind. The suspect's race also couldn't be determined because some victims thought he had a Hispanic accent. The investigation picked up again in 2006 when the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department formed its sexual assault cold case unit. Police believed that Duran would be responsible for as many as 50 sexual assaults across the country because he also lived in California, Texas, and Ohio. Police believed Aaron was 49 when he committed his first reported sexual assault in Charlotte, North Carolina, and believe he most likely began his assaults at a younger age. Although he didn't live in Myers Park, his distant family said he was a cat burglar who broke into homes during the night in the area. In 2001, he was convicted for possession of burglary tools, but the DNA sampling database didn't exist then. He was charged with assault to inflict serious injury, but was found not guilty in 2004. He was also charged with a felony for offering a bribe in 2005, but that was dismissed. According to the lead detective in the case, Duran's name never came up during investigations in the 90s. Another suspect, Gilbert McNair, was also dubbed the Myers Park Rapist when he was called in 2009, which led Duran's victims to sadly believe that their attacker had been arrested. McNair was convicted of raping 2 women between 1990 and 1997 on Crescent Avenue, and also used similar break-in methods as Duran, but there was a difference in the ages of their victims. McNair targeted women 21 to 28 years old, while Duran attacked mostly minors. Thankfully, now Duran's victims now have some closure. Andrea Michelle Bowman was born Alexis Miranda Badger on June 23, 1974 in New Orleans, Louisiana. Her teenaged mother was promised by Catholic Charities that her baby would be well cared for by a good family. She was placed in foster care at 5 months old with Dennis and Brenda Bowman of Virginia and would be adopted by them at 21 months old. They would eventually relocate to Michigan. When Andrea was 6 years old, Bowman went to prison for 5 years for intent to perform criminal sexual assault when he attempted to lure and assault a woman in a wooded area in western Michigan. The 18-year-old woman was riding her bicycle when Bowman approached on a motorcycle and tried to force her to walk into the woods. She was able to escape when someone in a truck pulled up to help. He was also the suspect in abducting a 6-year-old girl, and his wife supported him through it all. He also had a criminal record even before adopting Andrea, which disallowed him from being able to join the Navy, but was somehow able to adopt a child. In 1988, at age 14, Andrea told her guidance counselor at her high school that she was fearful of going home. The school involved law enforcement who interviewed her, and she told them Bowman often molested her. However, a social worker returned Andrea to her home and confronted her parents about the allegations. And of course, they refused the allegations, claiming that she was just being rebellious after finding out that she was adopted. Shortly after the allegations were made, the family would move to a very rural area in Hamilton, Michigan. On March 11, 1989, Bowman reported Andrea missing, claiming that he came home from work and noticed that she had stolen $100 from the home before running away. His wife Brenda later increased the amount that was missing to $150. That was enough for police to issue a warrant for Andrea's arrest for larceny, and the warrant listed Dennis as the victim of his daughter's alleged crime. With no foul play suspected, the police quickly classified her as a runaway and passed her case along to the Youth Services Bureau. For the next several months, her adoptive mother made several calls to police in which she stated she had been told of numerous sightings of Andrea, leading to the belief that she was a runaway, though these sightings could not be substantiated. Sadly, Andrea would be dismissed as a runaway for the next 30 years. In 1993, just like Thomas Dean Gibson from My 5 Cold Cases in Oregon video, she was one of several missing children whose photographs were shown in the music video for the Soul Asylum song Runaway Train. In 1998, 10 years after she went missing, Bowman was arrested for breaking and entering the home of a coworker to steal items, including her lingerie. Before his sentencing in the case, he referenced his missing daughter in a letter to the presiding judge saying, "I am the father of 2 lovely daughters, one 25 and the other 11, and feel that being a parent is one of the most important and sobering things a person can undertake." In November 2019, Dennis Bowman was arrested for the 1980 murder of Kathleen Dole in Norfolk, Virginia. He was extradited back to Virginia in February 2020 to face charges in Dole's murder after DNA linked him to her sexual assault and murder 30 years earlier. In May 2020, he was also charged with Andrea's murder. Prior to his arrest in 2019, the Bowmans went to police to complain that Andrea's biological mother was harassing them and accusing him of her murder. Police took the water bottle that he left at the police station and tested it for DNA. That is how he was linked to Kathleen Dole's murder. Once arrested, he also confessed to other crimes. It wasn't until 2019, after he was arrested in the Virginia cold case, that Brenda supposedly learned what really happened to Andrea. During recorded phone conversations from jail, Bowman described to his wife that he killed Andrea. Several days later, it was announced that skeletal remains had been recovered on 136th Avenue in Hamilton, Michigan, concealed by a thin layer of cement. In order to determine if the victim was indeed Andrea, they tracked down her birth mother Kathy, who in turn provided her DNA, proving the remains indeed belonged to Andrea, or Alexis as her mother had named her. In February 2021, Bowman's wife testified at a preliminary hearing that her husband confessed to her that he murdered Andrea more than 31 years ago. He stated that he came home on March 11, 1989 to find Andrea had packed a bag and was threatening to tell someone he was molesting her again. He said he slapped her and she fell down the stairs, and so he hid her in a barn before he decided to report her missing. Later, he buried her in the backyard. He said he then reburied her after moving from 4249 Lincoln Road in Holland, Michigan to Hamilton, Michigan as soon as they signed papers on the land. Brenda Bowman testified that Andrea told her one morning that her dad had molested her, and Brenda said she told her she was a liar. Bowman is serving 2 life sentences in a Virginia prison after pleading guilty to raping and killing 25-year-old Kathleen Dole in 1980. In November 2021, Bowman decided to plead not guilty to Andrea's murder, and the trial will apparently carry over into 2022. Shockingly, years after Andrea's disappearance, he taught Sunday school to kindergartners at church as a sex offender. It is speculated that he committed many other sexual assaults and even murders. As of today, Andrea thankfully has her name back and her alleged killer is behind bars. In 1998, the vibrant and caring Lisa Valdez, a software analyst from San Francisco, met a tragic end in her own home, leaving her community in shock. The horrifying discovery of her decomposed body, bearing 21 stab wounds, unveiled a brutal crime scene that haunted investigators for years. Despite the presence of crucial evidence such as DNA and fingerprints, the identity of her killer remained elusive for over a decade. It took a painstaking 13 years for justice to finally catch up with the individual responsible for her untimely demise. This chilling tale raises questions about what could have driven someone to commit such a vicious and personal attack on a woman known for her kindness and affection. Furthermore, it begs the question of how the perpetrator managed to evade justice for such a prolonged period, despite leaving behind significant evidence at the crime scene. Let us delve into the intricate details of this perplexing mystery. Lisa Christine Valdez, born on September 6, 1961, was a woman whose vibrant personality and caring nature endeared her to those around her. While little is known about her early life, at the time of the incident, she resided alone in a San Francisco condo. Her friends and loved ones often described her as a ball of energy, overflowing with kindness and affection. Little did they know that this compassionate soul would soon fall victim to a savage and senseless crime. On the evening of May 16, 1998, Lisa hosted a dinner party filled with laughter and good company. As the night drew to a close, her last guest, her mother Helen, bid her farewell and left around midnight. The following day, on May 17th, concerns arose among Lisa's friends and neighbors when she failed to attend her usual Sunday dance class. Upon returning from a weekend away, one of her neighbors noticed something peculiar about his own condo door. The lock had been tampered with, the metal frame was bent, and there was a peculiar mark, possibly stained with blood, on the door. Concerned, the neighbor reported the incident to the building manager without involving the police. Little did anyone suspect behind Lisa's closed door, a tragedy had already taken place. On May 20th, 1998, what was supposed to be a typical Wednesday morning turned into a chilling reality. Lisa Valdez's housekeeper arrived at her San Francisco condo, ready for her usual cleaning routine. However, when she attempted to open the door, it remained stubbornly stuck. Something heavy obstructed it from the inside. Peering through, she caught sight of what appeared to be a woman lying on the floor and heard a man's voice. Assuming she had stumbled upon a private moment, she hastily retreated. 2 days later, the building manager, alerted by a strong odor, entered Lisa's unlocked condo. Inside, he discovered her decomposed body, partially clothed and bearing multiple stab wounds. It was evident that this was no accidental or natural death. Inspector Ronan Schuttes, upon arriving at the scene, was struck by the brutality of the crime. Lisa had not only been killed, but also subjected to mutilation, indicating a personal vendetta against her. Notably, Lisa's family pointed out her unusually short hair, a departure from her typically long locks. They believed the killer had taken it as a macabre trophy. Examining the crime scene, investigators observed the apartment's disarrayed yet undisturbed state. There were no signs of a robbery or struggle, and nothing appeared to be missing. The puzzle deepened. Who could harbor such violent intentions towards Lisa, and what could be the motive? The evidence suggested a deliberate attack fueled by personal animosity rather than a random act of violence. As investigators delved further into the case, they faced the daunting challenge of unraveling the enigma surrounding Lisa Valdez's tragic fate. Detectives uncovered evidence indicating a struggle had taken place. Lisa valiantly fought against her assailant, resulting in defensive wounds on her hands and blood splatters around her bed. The scene was chaotic, with items like her bedsheet, pillows, and torn underwear stained with blood. Additionally, 2 Band-Aids were found in the toilet, likely discarded by the perpetrator, along with a partial fingerprint under the toilet seat. Despite exhaustive efforts to match the print to known suspects, no match was identified. Insights from neighbors further shed light on the situation. One neighbor heard a loud noise from Lisa's apartment in the early hours of May 17th, followed by slamming doors and footsteps downstairs. Another neighbor noticed a blood smear on Lisa's door, similar to one left during a nearby attempted break-in, raising suspicions. Lisa Valdez's autopsy revealed a grim reality. She had sustained 21 stab wounds across her upper body in a frenzied attack. The assailant targeted her chest, neck, jaw, and face within a short span of time, resulting in fatal injuries due to blood loss. However, due to the advanced decomposition of Lisa's body, crucial details such as the time of death and the nature of the physical assault remained unclear. With a plethora of physical evidence at the crime scene, forensic analysts faced the challenge of prioritizing items for DNA testing. Among them, the leading forensic scientist, Alan Keel, focused on pillow number 22, intrigued by its unique blood pattern suggesting multiple sources. By extracting DNA from the stains, he confirmed the presence of Lisa's DNA along with an unidentified male's, a potential breakthrough in the investigation. While analysts delved into the evidence, homicide inspectors Armand Gordon and Curtis Cashin meticulously interviewed witnesses, including guests from Lisa's final dinner party and individuals who had recent contact with her in an effort to reconstruct Lisa's final moments, establish crucial timelines, and identify potential leads. As the investigation progressed, every detail unfolded like a crucial piece of a puzzle, guiding the diligent detectives closer to unraveling the perplexing mystery surrounding the brutal murder of Lisa Valdez. Inspector Cashin meticulously examined Lisa Valdez's answering machine, revealing a list of 40 recent callers. Among them was Albert Robinson, an acquaintance who had shown romantic interest in Lisa. Despite their past friendship and regular lunch or coffee meetings, Lisa did not reciprocate his feelings. However, Albert was swiftly eliminated as a suspect when his DNA did not match the evidence found at the crime scene. Another potential suspect, Albert Cato, had asked Lisa out on a date recently, but their plans fell through when Lisa stopped returning his calls even though she had invited him to her dinner party. Albert Cato's DNA and fingerprints did not match those discovered at the scene. In total, inspectors investigated 10 male suspects, collecting DNA samples and fingerprints for comparison. However, none of them proved to be a match for the DNA found on pillow number 22 or the latent fingerprint on the toilet seat. Anthony Quinn Hughes, another individual who had been in contact with Lisa, had made 2 calls to her shortly before her murder, raising suspicions. However, unlike the previous suspects, he was not initially considered a suspect in her murder. Advancements in DNA technology eventually led to a breakthrough in the case. A new testing method called short tandem repeats was utilized to retest the DNA found on pillow number 22, generating a profile that initially did not match any in the database. Then, in 2011, a significant development occurred. There was a cold hit. This term refers to when a perpetrator is unexpectedly linked to a crime scene despite not being part of the current leads in the case. Forensic experts confirmed the match between the DNA on the pillow and Anthony Quinn Hughes, whose DNA was already in the database due to unrelated charges. The investigation took a significant turn when Anthony became the primary suspect and his fingerprints were compared to the latent print found on Lisa's toilet seat. The match was unequivocal as it belonged to the middle finger on Anthony's right hand with identical features in crucial areas. This discovery marked a crucial moment in the case, pointing towards Anthony Quinn Hughes as the main suspect in Lisa's murder. The forensic evidence directly linked him to the crime scene, bringing investigators closer to unraveling the truth behind Lisa's tragic demise. The evidence against Anthony Quinn Hughes was compelling, leading to his arrest for Lisa's murder on September 10, 2011. During police interrogation, Anthony admitted to knowing Lisa from their teenage years, but claimed not to have had any contact with her since the late 1980s. However, when presented with the incriminating evidence, Anthony reacted violently, attempting self-harm with a pen while expressing a desire to end his life. Despite his attempts, the injuries were not fatal and Anthony was formally charged with murder. The trial of Anthony commenced in December of 2015, with his defense arguing that his medical condition myasthenia gravis, which caused muscle weakness diagnosed 5 years prior to the murder, made it impossible for him to overpower and kill Lisa. Although the condition forced him to resign from his job, proper medication could have put it into remission, allowing him to regain normal strength despite some challenges with repeated arm and hand movements. His neurologist confirmed his physical capability. The defense also contended that Anthony's shoulder injuries prevented him from carrying out the stabbing. However, despite undergoing surgery for torn rotator cuff tendons, Anthony remained physically capable of heavy lifting. Testimony from Anthony's ex-wife corroborated his myasthenia gravis diagnosis, which had also affected his employment. However, there were no recollections of any incidents in 1998 that indicated Anthony had returned home injured or later than usual. Nonetheless, the prosecution aimed to dismantle these arguments and present a different perspective on Anthony's abilities and potential involvement in Lisa's murder. Throughout Anthony's trial, he vehemently denied any contact with Lisa or entry into her condo, asserting that the DNA evidence did not prove his guilt. However, the DNA discovered on pillow number 22 contradicted his claims, providing strong evidence of his presence inside Lisa's apartment. This inconsistency undermined Anthony's credibility, as did the evidence of his calls to Lisa's phone, despite his insistence of no communication. The prosecution painted a picture of Anthony's ongoing romantic interest in Lisa, even suggesting that they had met on the weekend of her death. Witnesses from Lisa's dinner party indicated that she had plans with an unidentified date which could have triggered Anthony's anger upon rejection, potentially leading to her murder. While the exact events of that night remain unclear, testimonies suggest a possible motive behind Anthony's actions. Ultimately, the jury found Anthony guilty of first-degree murder for Lisa's death on November 4, 2016. However, they were unable to reach a consensus on the attempted charges due to insufficient evidence. As a result, a mistrial was declared for that count and Anthony received a reduced sentence of 16 years to life for second-degree murder in 2018. Anthony appealed against his conviction, citing a 13-year delay between the murder and his arrest, arguing that it violated his right to a fair trial. He claimed that prejudice had tainted the case due to the prolonged delay, challenging the validity of his conviction. Maintaining his innocence, Anthony insisted that his DNA and fingerprint found at the crime scene were either planted or mistakenly linked to him. Nevertheless, his conviction was upheld and he was sentenced to incarceration in San Joaquin County, California. In 2024, he becomes eligible for parole, but it is hoped that justice will prevail, ensuring he remains incarcerated. Anthony's objections notwithstanding, the evidence against him and the court's ruling remains steadfast, leaving lingering uncertainties surrounding Lisa's tragic demise. The apprehension of Anthony for Lisa Valdez's murder and attempted assault brought a sense of resolution for both the Valdez family and the detectives involved. Pam Hofsass conveyed appreciation for the forensic evidence that unraveled the case after more than a decade. Despite the anguish of their bereavement, the Valdez family embraced the arrest, finding some comfort in the eventual conclusion of the investigation. While nothing can bring back their beloved, the arrest signified a step towards closure in their mourning process. August 20th, 1987, marked a tragic day for North Greenbush, as the lifeless body of a young woman was found on the muddy banks of the Hudson River. This unfortunate victim was later identified as Diana Dezo, a 19-year-old who had been seen leaving her boyfriend's Albany apartment in a distressed state the previous evening. While the identification process was swift, the investigation into her murder proved to be a lengthy and challenging endeavor, spanning a daunting 17-year period. To unravel the mystery surrounding this chilling incident, we must retrace our steps to the very location where it all began. North Greenbush, situated in upstate New York, is a charming town renowned for its picturesque beauty. Nestled along the eastern banks of the Hudson River, this suburban community offers a serene and family-oriented environment. With a population of just over 13,000, North Greenbush embodies the essence of small-town living. However, even in such an idyllic setting, dark secrets can lurk beneath the surface, serving as a reminder that no place is immune to the presence of heinous crimes. On that fateful day, August 20th, 1987, the New York State Police Department received a distress call from a concerned passerby who had stumbled upon a lifeless body on the banks of the Hudson River in North Greenbush, New York. John Murray, a seasoned homicide detective from the NYSP, promptly responded to the call, making his way down the trails leading to the river. As he approached the scene, he was met with the sight of a motionless woman lying face down, partially submerged in the water, her body resting upon the muddy embankment of the Hudson River. During the initial examination, all indications pointed towards a homicide. It seemed that someone had intentionally tried to dispose of the victim's body in the river, but their plan was thwarted when it got caught on a piece of wood near the riverbank. The detective was disheartened to find no identifying information except for a brush. An urgent bulletin was promptly issued, and the news was broadcasted on local television channels. Detective Murray held on to hope that someone would step forward to identify this unfortunate victim. Marion Disso, a resident of Colony, New York, found watching the news on television particularly distressing as she hadn't heard from her 19-year-old daughter, Diana Disso, since the previous night. Fearing the worst, the family contacted the police, who connected them with the investigators working on the Hudson River case, initiating the identification process. Once the identification was completed, the investigators eagerly awaited the autopsy results for further insights. The report confirmed that Diana had been strangled and also revealed the presence of unidentified bodily fluid on her body, along with possible signs of assault. Unfortunately, no additional evidence pertaining to the killer could be obtained. Detectives even tried to retrace Diana's steps before her murder. It was discovered that on the evening of August 19, 1987, Diana had a heated argument with her undisclosed boyfriend. In a fit of anger, she stormed out of his apartment in Albany, New York. Sadly, this was the last time anyone saw her alive. Although the boyfriend was not considered a suspect, the detectives were unable to identify any other individuals on their list of suspects. Consequently, the case eventually went cold, leaving her grieving family longing for justice. In 2004, a remarkable 17 years after the discovery of Diana Disso's, the case was reopened by Dave Madden, a senior investigator from the New York State Police Department. By this point in time, advancements in DNA technology had progressed enough for Madden to send the unidentified bodily fluid sample to the New York State Police Crime Lab for further examination. Dr. Allison Eastman, a forensic analyst with the New York Police, conducted thorough tests and successfully generated a complete STR-DNA profile from the sample. On May 24, 2004, she entered the profile into CODIS, leading to a groundbreaking revelation. Not only did the profile already exist in the database, but the individual associated with it was already serving time in prison. The bodily fluid matched that of a convicted felon named Ray Killer, although Killer had no apparent connection to Diana. His criminal history made him a prime suspect in this case. In 1989, Keller had committed a violent assault against a 16-year-old girl, resulting in a prison sentence of 8 to 25 years. Following this significant breakthrough, Dave Madden joined forces with two other NYSP detectives, Steve Ortiz and Deborah Comer, to pursue this lead. Before directly engaging with the suspect, the detectives decided to first speak with the now-adult victim of Killer's previous crime. While she had survived the attack, it shared unsettling similarities with Diana Disso's murder, which had occurred just 2 years earlier. Both victims had been assaulted and strangled. Although there was no direct link between these two cases, the importance of Killer's conviction cannot be overstated in relation to Diana's murder. Without it, Killer's DNA may have never been present in the system. Armed with substantial evidence connecting Ray Killer to Diana's case, investigators were ready to interrogate him about her murder. However, they still needed his confession to strengthen their case. There was a possibility that Killer could claim to have had a personal relationship with Diana, but deny any involvement in her murder. Prior to directly approaching Ray Killer, the detective sought guidance from psychologist Richard Hamill, who had spent 20 years conversing with convicts. They were hopeful that Hamill's expertise would assist them in delving into Ray Killer's psyche and encouraging him to open up about the case. On December 17, 2004, Detective Madden and Ortiz conducted an interview with Ray Killer. The The detectives explicitly informed him that they were aware of his encounter with Diana Dissel in 1987, but Killar denied recognizing the name. Despite Killar's repeated denials and lies, the forensic evidence clearly placed him at the scene with Diana. Therefore, when the detectives decided to reveal the trump card they held, the DNA evidence, Keller finally broke down. With the audio recording in progress, Keller recounted the events of August 1987 when Diana Dessau tragically lost her life. Keller admitted that on that August evening, 17 years prior, he was under the influence of both alcohol and drugs. He stated that while driving around, he noticed a young woman hitchhiking along Central Avenue in Albany and chose to pull over. Keller then drove the car to a wooded area in North Greenbush near the Hudson River. After assaulting the vulnerable young woman, Keller unexpectedly allowed her to get dressed. However, it was a comment made by Diana Dissel at that moment that may have tragically sealed her fate. She mentioned that she was going to tell. Keller went on to explain that he was consumed by rage and continued to tighten his grip on Diana's neck until she stopped resisting. Convinced that she would succumb to his attack, Keller decided to dispose of her lifeless body in the river. Through a combination of patience and effective interrogation techniques, Detectives Madden and Ortiz achieved the confession they had been seeking, just as psychologist Hamill had predicted. Rensselaer County District Attorney Patricia Dangels and Deputy District Attorney Joe Abilov, who handled the prosecution, were dedicated to obtaining justice for Diana's family above all else. In 2005, Ray Keller ultimately pleaded guilty to second-degree murder before Rensselaer County Court Judge Patrick J. McGrath. He was sentenced to 22 years to life in state prison on July 5, 2005, with the term to be served consecutively to his previous sentence. Although he appeared remorseful, the harsh truth remains that he cannot reverse the tragic loss of Diana, or erase the suffering he caused her family. In February 2010, a young man named German Clarke, who was 19 years old, went missing from the city of Arkansas. Tragically, his lifeless body was discovered 5 days later, on February 6th, along a rural road in Butler County, Kansas. The case remained unresolved for a lengthy period of 12 years until recently, when the perpetrator was finally apprehended. It is indeed a distressing situation to ponder upon the reasons behind the killing of such a young individual. Equally perplexing is the question of why it took so long to solve this cold case. Arkansas City, situated in Cowley County, Kansas, is a remarkable place to reside in. It boasts a picturesque location at the confluence of the Arkansas and Walnut Rivers, making it an ideal spot for nature enthusiasts. The city also serves as a vital railway junction, housing repair shops and functioning as a significant cargo hub. The cost of living in Arkansas City is relatively affordable, and its residents are known for their warm hospitality. Moreover, the city offers a pleasant climate, excellent dining options, and a wide range of entertainment activities to cater to diverse interests. However, it is important to acknowledge that Arkansas City, like any other place, has its share of challenges. Unfortunately, it experiences a higher rate of violent crimes compared to many other areas in the United States, with 7.1 incidents per 1,000 residents. Additionally, it ranks fifth in terms of property crime rates, with a rate of 26.5. These statistics highlight the need for continued efforts to address and reduce crime in the city. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Arkansas City was the backdrop for German Clarke's disappearance in 2010. Born in Buenos Aires, Argentina, German had a close-knit family consisting of his mother, Ana Mariscal, and 3 brothers, Agustin Mariscal, Facundo Martin Rodriguez, and Luciano Rodriguez. After relocating from Argentina to New Jersey with his mother, German eventually settled in Wichita, Kansas, where his brother was employed. He attended Wichita West High School before enrolling at Cowley College in Arkansas City. German, affectionately known as Jersey due to his New Jersey accent, was a young man with his whole life ahead of him. During his time in college, he was romantically involved with Shauna McKee, a Quick Trip gas station employee. According to Shauna, they were living together at the time and had plans to move into a new home soon. A staff member at the college where Clarice studied described him as a gentleman who was driven and ambitious. Despite appearing to have a promising future, tragedy struck unexpectedly. On January 29, 2010, after a conversation about their relationship, German left his flat. Little did Shauna know that this would be their final encounter. For the next 2 days, German's whereabouts remained unknown, prompting his mother to file a missing person report on February 1st when she couldn't reach him. The police immediately initiated a search, and on February 6th his lifeless body was discovered in a culvert east of Augusta, Butler County, Kansas by a woman walking along a rural road. She reported the finding to the authorities after noticing his body near the edge of a bridge in the 8000 block of Southwest Boyer Road. This location, situated southwest of El Dorado and approximately a 45 to 50-minute drive from German's residence, was extremely rural and difficult to spot. Investigators believe that the person responsible for placing his body there was familiar with the area due to its secluded nature. Sergeant Sharp of the Butler County Sheriff's Office expressed suspicions surrounding the case from the very beginning. One peculiar aspect was the condition of German's shoes. Despite the muddy and dirty surroundings where his body was found, his shoes remained remarkably clean and white. This led investigators to conclude that German was not killed in that specific area, but rather somewhere else, with his body subsequently being disposed of in the isolated muddy track. Upon examining the body, it became evident to the investigators that German had suffered a fatal gunshot wound to the face. However, due to the cold weather during that time of year, the body had not decomposed significantly, making it difficult to determine the exact date and time of death. Based on their estimation, German could have been deceased for approximately 1 to 2 days before being discovered. This revelation puzzled those who knew him well, as he was not the type of person to ignore attempts to reach out to him for such an extended period. Nevertheless, the police's estimation suggested that German may have still been alive as of February 3rd or 4th, indicating that he had intentionally been avoiding contact with others since his absence on January 29, 2010. During their search for clues, the investigators found German's wallet in his pockets, ruling out the possibility of a failed robbery and confirming that he had been murdered for unknown reasons. After speaking with German's devastated family, the police learned that on the day he went missing, he had left in his 1990 Toyota Celica. Additionally, all phone activity ceased on January 30, 2010. When asked by Eyewitness News about German's involvement with drugs or illegal activities, the police did not provide a definitive answer but believed that he may have associated with the wrong crowd, as there seemed to be no strong motive for his homicide otherwise. The police also interviewed Shauna, German's girlfriend, who was deeply shocked and unable to comprehend why anyone would want to harm him. Although she could not provide much information, she did share some memories of their relationship. In a subsequent interview with the Wichita Eagle newspaper on February 9, 2010, Shauna discussed their situation further, revealing that she and German had frequently argued, leading him to temporarily move out of their shared residence in order to clear his mind before considering moving back in with her. The search persisted, and after approximately 4 months of investigation, in June 2010, German's car was discovered on East 21st Street in Wichita by a mail carrier who promptly reported it to the police. The location was roughly 30 minutes away from the college where German was a student. Nevertheless, investigators were puzzled as to why it took so long for someone to notice the car, especially since the police had made the missing report public immediately after he was reported missing. They suspected that the car had been there throughout the investigation, and it was indeed strange that no one had reported it earlier. However, German's friends had a different perspective. They claimed that they had passed through the area numerous times and had never seen the car in the neighborhood before. Despite this, the car did not yield any information relevant to the case. Upon further inquiry, one of German's friends mentioned that it was out of character for German to visit the neighborhood where the car was discovered. The situation was suspicious and perplexing for the police, especially since German's body was found far from the location of the car. It was evident that German had entered a different vehicle, but the reason for doing so when he had his own car remained unclear. Many questions arose, yet the police were left with mere conjectures and no concrete answers. According to German's friends, someone must have picked him up from elsewhere, harmed him, transported his body to the rural area, disposed of it, and then returned the car to the neighborhood. While this theory seemed plausible, it was challenging to substantiate as no evidence, not even fingerprints, was found in his car. The absence of fingerprint traces was perplexing, as they can endure for a significant period if the surface is not tampered with. One of German's friends suggested that German must have been acquainted with the individual or individuals he traveled with, as he was cautious about getting into a vehicle with strangers and less compelled to do so. Therefore, it was presumed that he was either held against his will or trusted the individuals with whom he shared the ride. The police conducted extensive interrogations of individuals in and around the city who were acquainted with German, but unfortunately no significant leads were uncovered. Despite the lack of suspects, the investigators did include several individuals mentioned as German's associates in their reports as potential suspects. Captain Morgan stated, "We have spoken to some of these associates and gathered information. We still consider them as suspects in this case." Sergeant Sharp revealed that there were numerous rumors circulating following German's untimely demise. He believed that German had been leading a secret life unbeknownst to his loved ones, and that nobody had any knowledge of his activities prior to his disappearance. During the course of their investigation, the police learned from German's friends he had been associating with individuals he referred to as bad people, and that there was a particular house he frequented. However, the search of the house yielded no evidence related to German's case. With a dearth of leads and evidence to pursue, the case gradually grew cold. After more than a decade of remaining unsolved, the case finally reached its climax in 2022. The police announced that they had successfully apprehended the culprits responsible for the 12-year-old cold case involving the 19-year-old German Louis Clariche. However, the police did not disclose any information regarding how they were able to identify the killers. Authorities stated that they reopened the investigation into German's murder in 2021 after new evidence emerged, but they declined to provide specific details to news outlets. It was revealed that a couple was responsible for the murder of German Louis Clariche. Local law enforcement officials, along with deputies from the Butler County Sheriff's Office in Kansas, apprehended Candice Valadez on July 30th and Christopher Valadez on July 31st. Both individuals were taken into custody on Sunday, July 31st, 2022, and are now facing murder charges in connection with the death of German Louis Clariche. They have since been extradited to Kansas to stand trial for the murder charges. The couple, both aged 32, was apprehended in South Carolina during the weekend. They resided in a 5-bedroom house outside of Greenville. Christopher Valadez faced charges of second-degree murder, while Candice was charged with aiding a felon. Shauna McKee, the girlfriend of German, did not respond to interview requests but did mention on Facebook that she was acquainted with the couple. She disclosed that both Candice and Christopher used to work with her at a gas station chain called Quick Trip in Kansas. However, they transferred immediately after the unfortunate incident involving German. Quick Trip confirmed that Candice still held the position of an area supervisor for the company. They declined to provide further details regarding her current status or length of employment. In September 2022, an affidavit was released, shedding more light on the case and the accused couple. During police interrogation, Christopher Valadez admitted to causing German's death, but claimed it was unintentional. He explained that he accidentally shot German in the face while he was seated on an ottoman. The affidavit revealed that Christopher did not report the incident to the police due to his concerns about the marijuana plants he had growing in the basement of his house. He feared police intervention. The affidavit also documented Christopher's request for assistance in disposing of German's body, accompanied by a threat that failure to comply would result in another body to dispose of. He further disclosed that they placed German's body in a tub and transported it to a rural area where it was eventually discarded in a culvert. Christopher mentioned that they did not wear shoes during the disposal, explaining the absence of shoe prints. The couple was released on bond while awaiting trial, and no further updates on the case have been made public. Since September 2022. Grove City, Ohio, once a big farming community. Grove City is the perfect place for locals and tourists, anyone that loves the great outdoors, lots of history and culture. There is many a state park nearby, and people have the chance to do everything from hiking and kayaking to playing in paintballing parks and pumpkin picking. It is also about a 15-minute drive from Ohio State University, which looks after about 60,000 students. In 2017, one of those proud students was 21-year-old Reagan Delaney Tokes. Her family had just moved from Ohio to Florida for work, but Reagan had stayed put in Columbus. Ohio State was the only university she wanted to get into, and therefore the only one she cared to apply for. Her dad Toby had taken her to a football game there when she was little, and since then her decision was made. She was so confident, in fact, that she told everyone she had got a place before she had even heard back. But sure enough, she was accepted and threw herself into it in every way. Her major was psychology, and she already had a job lined up for after college. Her plan was to do this for a few years and then open up her own practice. Reagan was a big family girl and very close to her father Toby, her mother Lisa, and her younger sister Mackenzie, who she playfully called Gigi. She talked to them numerous times a day, and no matter how busy she was with college, she always made time for everyone. Her mom said she had been a big ball of energy since she was a baby, instantly ready to take on anything. She said her daughter's compassion was evident from the youngest age, and she was always drawn to anyone by themselves that looked like they needed a friend. Lisa said she would often have to wait in the road while Reagan picked up little bugs to save them from being walked on, because she couldn't bear to see anything or anyone being hurt. The Tokes family spent a lot of time at church, and during the holiday periods, would often travel and do missions for the church as well. She was described as funny and goofy, a real chatterbox and a social butterfly. Reagan loved all things sports, playing varsity tennis and lacrosse, so with everything to do in Grove City, was the perfect place for her. She lived off campus with her 4 roommates, Jackie, Madison, Kirsten, and Stephanie. They had all been put together at random, but there was an instant click, and they quickly became the closest of friends. A few of them even worked together at the same local restaurant. Reagan had had a tough time lately, however, as she and her boyfriend Jake had mutually split. Reagan was so focused on finishing her degree and coming out with top marks that they had agreed it was best to get their studies out of the way with no distractions, and after that, whatever was meant to be would be. Her roommate said she had taken the breakup hard, but the pair still talked a lot and said they would always be best friends. As she was now coming to the end of her final year, she posted on social media about her father buying her a nice frame for her diploma, and it was clearly an emotional time for her. In February 2017, she was just a few months away from graduating, busier than ever trying to get everything ticked off. On the evening of February 8th, Reagan left her apartment to head to a shift at Bodega Bar and Restaurant. All was fairly quiet that evening, and she clocked off just before 10 p.m., heading to her car, which she, along with others, always parked in the street behind the restaurant. Reagan always messaged everyone to tell them she had made it back home. Everyone was 1,000 miles away from her, and she never wanted anyone to worry. But this evening, no messages came in, despite the fact she had been texting her dad only an hour before she left. Her sister Mackenzie messaged her at 10:30 p.m. The message was delivered, but there was no reply. Over the next 4 hours, Toby called and texted her repeatedly, but her phone just rang and rang. At around 2 a.m., the ring stopped, and it seemed that her battery had died. The following morning, everyone woke up and checked their phones right away. No replies and no missed calls from Reagan. Had she got into a car accident on the way home, or was it something totally innocent like she went to a friend's house and just hadn't taken her charger? Although they wanted to believe it was the latter, deep down they knew this wasn't like her, and would have been impossible for her to ignore so much activity on her phone, nor would she have wanted to. Back at her accommodation, Kirsten knocked on Reagan's door, but her room was empty. Her bed was neatly made and her school bag was on the side. Jackie, Madison, and Stephanie hadn't heard her come home either, and a feeling of unease began to set in with them as well. They started posting to social media and ringing around other classmates. Lisa called the university and they confirmed that Reagan hadn't turned up to her morning class. It was now all too much, so she hung up and called the police. But whoever she spoke to said she was unable to file a missing persons report as she wasn't the last person to have seen her. The last person or people would have been those at Bodega, so Reagan's roommates went back there. Her manager said she had definitely been and left that night, and although her car was not parked outside, there was evidence that she had left in it. He wasted no time and successfully managed to file the missing persons report. As everybody was still searching, at about noon dispatchers got a call from a distressed member of the public. Near an entrance to a park in Grove City, he had found the naked body of a young woman, partially buried under the snow. When police arrived, it was clear that she was already dead. She had no purse or phone on her, and none of her clothes were nearby either. She had a small tattoo of a circle and a small necklace. But apart from that, there was nothing around that might help identify her. Just after 3 p.m., her roommates who were still at Bodega caught wind that the body of a young woman had been found, and when police arrived to take their missing persons report, they asked them about the small tattoo. They felt sick to their stomachs as they said Reagan had a tattoo that matched it. And a few hours later, the news that everyone had been trying to avoid thinking about would soon be confirmed. They had found the body of Reagan Tokes. An autopsy confirmed that she had been raped and shot in the back of the head and in the side of her face, the bullets still lodged in her head. Experts could tell she had been shot from behind, and it was almost a close-range execution-style killing. Police said it was unclear as to whether she was shot where she was found or if she was killed elsewhere and moved, as they couldn't find any shell casings. Word was traveling so fast, the police couldn't keep a lid on things. This resulted in Reagan's sister Mackenzie learning of her sister's death via an Instagram post. Lisa said her daughter had no enemies and there was no one she could think of that would have wanted to hurt her, let alone do something like this. But in Ohio, there was something else at the back of everyone's minds, something that had been plaguing the community for a while. In the previous weeks, the area had been hit with a string of attacks and burglaries, each one more frightening than the last. People were being grabbed from behind and threatened or attacked with a gun or knife, and the perpetrator, who was always wearing a mask, demanded their bags or wallets. One woman who was subjected to one of these attacks said the minute she heard what had happened to Reagan, she felt in her gut that it was all connected, believing that the man who had attacked her would absolutely have killed her if he had the chance. But investigators had little to go on with these leads, and the interviews had to start with those closest to her, including her ex-boyfriend Jake. He was instantly put on the police's radar, as not only had they just broken up, he had posted to Instagram about her death, and detectives said something about the post gave them a strange feeling. But Reagan's roommates said there was absolutely no way he could have been involved. He adored her and the couple had never even argued. Jake was devastated about it all and was just trying to process things in the best way he could. There was really nothing to look into as far as his post went. It was just a tribute from someone who had lost someone very close to him. His alibi checked out and the police moved on with their investigations. The camera inside Bodega could only capture a little bit of her leaving, but it didn't seem that anyone was watching or following her. Using license plate technology, detectives were finally able to locate Reagan's car. It had been parked up on a residential street not too far away. There had clearly been an attempt made to set fire to it, with cigarette burns throughout and the smell of gasoline inside. But this hadn't worked, and officers were able to collect several items. Some cigarette butts, a gas canister, and a few ATM receipts were taken in for testing and analysis. The ATM receipts showed that several attempts had been made to withdraw large sums of money, but these had been declined. One successful withdrawal was made, which was for $60. As they waited to have more information from the banks, the community was grappling with what had happened. A lot of students were now worried about walking to and from campus by themselves, wondering if they could be next, and the university and police had little to say to comfort or reassure them. Jake organized a fundraiser for the Tokes family, with the hopes that it would one day go towards setting up a scholarship in Reagan's name. She loved her university and had been so ready and excited to graduate, and he knew she would want to give something back to another student. It soon raised almost $100,000. 48 hours after Reagan's body was found, detectives had their first solid lead. CCTV linked to the ATM receipts showed that it was Reagan withdrawing and attempting to withdraw the money at those times. And although they couldn't see who was in the car with her, they were confident that someone was in there and they were likely forcing her to do it. It wasn't long before the officers got a hit on the DNA on the cigarette butts, and they were shocked that it was so fast, but it was because it would come back to somebody already in the police's system, someone with a lot of past convictions, a 29-year-old called Brian Lee Goldsby, and he had only been out of prison for a few months. He was known to police in many different areas, and the more they looked into Brian's history, the more frightening it all became. He had been committing crimes since he was a child and was now a convicted Tier 3 sex offender. According to a juvenile sex offender assessment filed by the Ohio Department of Youth Services, he had raped 5-year-old girls and 6-year-old boys as an adolescent. His crimes had continued, and in 2011 he had abducted a woman who was 8 months pregnant at the time, along with her 2-year-old son, holding them at knife point. He had sexually assaulted her in front of her child and forced her to drive to different ATMs to take out money. He then made her drive to her house where he assaulted her again, forced her to wash herself and brush her teeth to get rid of any DNA, and stole some things before fleeing. There was enough evidence from inside the car, however, to send him to trial, but the victim was so traumatized she couldn't face testifying, so Brian took a plea deal. He went from being charged with 2 armed robberies, rape and kidnapping, to pleading guilty to robbery and attempted rape. He got 6 years in prison but was released several months early. After he was let out, he had gone to stay in temporary housing which was monitored, but officials at the housing program and his parole officer had not been properly supervising him, despite the fact he was labeled as high risk and wearing an ankle monitor the whole time. He had repeatedly violated the terms of his probation, and from looking at his monitor, it was clear that the attacks and robberies in the weeks before Reagan was killed were all linked to Brian. Everything was connected. Despite everything his monitor was showing, people were shocked to learn that the information collected from the monitors does not go directly to the police. The data will normally go to the privately owned companies that make them, and then it is up to them to pass it all on. In this case, this hadn't been done or checked on, and he had no curfews associated with his monitor. Brian's monitor had placed him in all of the locations Reagan had been that night, starting with being right near Reagan's car. Every street and every ATM was connected to him, and they could back this up with CCTV footage. They also found footage of him buying the gas canister that was found in Reagan's car. Results from the rape test kit came back too, and this was also a match for Brian Goldsby. On February 11th at 4 a.m., a SWAT team stormed his house and placed him in handcuffs. He went into a 6-hour interview with the same detectives that had arrested him 6 years prior. Brian seemed upset and said he had nothing to do with Reagan's death or sexual assault. He did admit that he had been in her car, however, but he said that the only thing he was interested in was robbing her. He said he had forced his way into her car and made her drive to various cash points, and later the park where he told her to strip down, turn around and wait 30 minutes before she left. He then sped off in her car before dumping it. He was adamant that she was alive when he left. Police asked if there was anyone else involved, hoping to get him to trip himself up if he tried to blame another person. As officers started presenting the DNA evidence, he then changed his story. He said he was there when Reagan was shot but denied being her killer. He told them it was all down to a man named TJ, who he owed some money to. Brian claimed that after they had got the money from Reagan, he assumed that they would let her go, but he said TJ had forced him to rape her before TJ pulled the gun on her. Why on earth would he do this, detectives asked. Brian said he didn't know, but TJ was threatening to hurt his children and he had to protect them. He said that Reagan had tearfully said over and over, "All I want to do is live." Brian said that TJ had told Reagan to strip and start walking into the field. He then shot her once in the back of the head, went and stood over her before shooting her in the side of her face. His account of what happened and what she had said was so specific, officers knew he was talking about himself. There was nothing found in Reagan's car that pointed towards anyone else being in it, apart from Brian, and he couldn't tell them anything about TJ. Officers said that Brian's history of violence spoke for itself, and every crime he had committed over the last few weeks was by himself. It was a totally convoluted story, but they played along hoping he would tell them more. He let them know where Reagan's clothes were hidden, where the gun and shell casings had been thrown, and where her phone was. Lieutenant Brian Davidson, who was conducting the interviews, said his eyes were pure evil. There was just nothing there. 29-year-old Brian Goldsby was charged with the aggravated murder, rape, aggravated robbery, and the kidnapping of Reagan Tokes. Despite his denials, he went on to make 2 calls in his jail, one to his girlfriend and one to a friend, confessing everything. "I did it. I killed that girl for money," he said. The police's timeline of events that evening was now almost complete. At 9:45 p.m., as Reagan was leaving her shift, Brian forced her into her own car and demanded that she drive to an ATM. At 2 minutes past 10, Reagan drove to a Chase Bank where she attempted to withdraw $500 for Brian, but this was declined. About 10 minutes later, the pair were at Huntington Park and CCTV showed Reagan again, trying to withdraw the money. This transaction was also declined. Between 10:18 p.m. and 10:30 p.m., Brian forced Reagan to park in a dark alley where he raped her. After this, he got her to go back to the first bank so she could withdraw $60. Between 11:12 and 11:41 footage from the gas station picked up the pair in the car again. Sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., they drove to Scioto Grove Metro Park. He forced her to take off her clothes and start walking into the dark field as she begged for her life. He then shot her twice in the head before using her car to get away. He drove to his girlfriend's home, and at about 1:45 a.m. they went to McDonald's together, likely to give himself an alibi. He later disposed of the gun and shell casings in a sewer before unsuccessfully trying to set the car on fire. In a final disturbing twist, Brian gave his girlfriend Reagan's purse and wallet as a gift, saying it was an early Valentine's Day present. On February 15th, in the church she had attended since she was a child, Reagan's funeral was held. It was absolutely packed, with those closest to her and those who had never even met her once or spoken to her. Brian arrived in court to hear the charges read out. Toby stood watching him through the glass. He said he was so angry, emotional, and shaky. He was surprised he didn't have a heart attack that day. Toby said as everything started to come out about his past, it was as confusing that he had got away with so much as it was shocking. They had a monster in their grasp, in their control, and they let him slip, he said. Despite his confessions and all the evidence, Brian still entered a plea of not guilty, and trial prep got underway. 3 months after she was killed, the day she had been working so hard for finally came around, and it was a somber and bittersweet moment for the students and university. Graduation day. Reagan's family stood in her place and accepted her degree posthumously. The emotion could be felt as everyone gave her a standing ovation. Her family's read, Reagan wanted to be a Buckeye ever since she was a little girl. Today her dream became a reality as she was awarded a diploma from the Ohio State University. As her parents and family, we are so proud of her and her accomplishment. The opportunity for a college education is a gift. Along with this gift, one must also have desire, dedication, discipline, and determination. Reagan had all of this, and then some, and so did all the other students today who received their diploma. We congratulate them on their achievement and ask that they take their gift and use it to make a difference in this world. Make it a better place as Reagan wanted to do, but now isn't able to do so physically. In mid-March 2018, Brian's trial began. His legal team were up against it, given all the evidence. It was clearly a very strong case in more ways than one, so they were hoping at the very least to steer the jury away from the potential of the death penalty. He had confessed, so it wasn't really a case of proving his innocence. It was more a case of saving his life. They leaned on his childhood, saying he had an abusive mother and addiction issues. They also claimed he was raped himself as a child, although the prosecution said his stories were inconsistent. His lawyer said that the DNA that was found inside Reagan and on the cigarette butts was unreliable, as it was linked to a DNA profile of Brian from a previous crime in 2010. She also said that Brian wasn't smart enough to purposely plan such an awful crime, saying, but the prosecution said his level of intelligence was irrelevant and it changed nothing. He went out to hunt that night and he found Reagan Tokes. There's no mystery here, they said. Brian was handed 3 life sentences without the chance of parole, and he was also later sentenced to a further 66 years in prison for the attacks and armed robberies he had committed in the days before Reagan's murder. He was sent to serve his time in Ohio State Penitentiary, a maximum security prison. His team filed a couple of appeals, but these were dropped and dismissed. County Prosecutor Ron O'Brien was disappointed, believing the death penalty should have been the only outcome. He continued to fight for the outcome he thought was right. In 2018, he filed a 53-page motion requesting a cross-appeal. This was based on instructions that the judge had given the jury, which meant they could consider mitigating factors presented by the defense that had in fact never happened. After everything came out about the failings of the system, Reagan's family vowed to change it. The system is flawed and changes need and will happen as a result of this senseless tragedy. We will work our entire lives if necessary to make this happen, they said. And that they did. In 2018, they settled a lawsuit with the company that was housing and supposed to be supervising Brian. And in 2019, the Reagan-Tokes law came into effect with the Ohio State Supreme Court ruling the law constitutional several years later. What had come to happen as a result of him not being properly monitored, checked on, or recalled to prison when he should have been, had prompted a much-needed change in the law and how criminals are handled. The Reagan-Tokes Act allows courts to impose an indefinite sentence with a minimum and maximum prison term for first- and second-degree felonies when a life sentence is not possible. While Brian was incarcerated, he had committed 52 different violations and as a result was moved to 5 different prisons. But under Ohio law, this could make no difference to his sentence. In fact, he was released 6 months early. Under the new change, the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction can now change an inmate's incarceration up to the maximum sentence imposed by the court for committing crimes in prison or breaking rules. It would also hopefully alter how prisoners are monitored and housed after they are released, and this would include a change in the use of ankle monitors. From Jake's fundraiser and many donations, the Reagan Delaney Tokes Memorial Foundation Scholarship was set up. It allows 2 Ohio State students per year, tuition and accommodation. Self-defense classes were also offered around the area in Reagan's name too. Her family's hope was that the area could become a place of peace, instead of associating it with the awful things that had happened that morning. There's a water feature which represents her astrological sign. Her favorite color blue can be found all around it. And there is plenty of wildlife and nature which Reagan loved. There are also 5 Buckeye trees as a nod to her time as a student at Ohio State, which was quite simply her favorite place to be. Her ex-boyfriend Jake has not spoken out much since Reagan died, but he did talk about their first date, which sums up her character perfectly. We went apple picking and she saw this perfect apple at the top of one of the trees, and she just had to have it. The problem was neither of us could reach it. So I had the bright idea of putting her on my shoulders. But before I could even see why she needed this apple so bad, she proceeded to shove it in my mouth and make me take a huge bite out of it. I didn't know why she did that until she later told me she wanted to find the biggest, most red apple and give it to me so I could enjoy it. That was the type of girl she was, always thinking about others before herself. And when I say always, I truly mean that. From the moment I met her up until the last time I spoke with her, she was always making me a better person. I will always love her. She was my best friend and always will be. The last couple of hours of Reagan's life must have been so harrowing it does not bear thinking about. Her tearful pleas to be allowed to live, standing alone in a cold, dark field. Everyone had the same things to say about Reagan-Tokes, and they were nothing but good. Deeply compassionate and kind, always seeing the best in everyone and everything, and someone whose potential to achieve and help so many was limitless. Her mother Lisa said it best, "Love will always overcome everything." Today's case takes us to Tasmania, Australia. The small southeastern peninsula of Port Arthur in Tasmania has a rich and long history, making it one of Australia's favorite tourist destinations, as well as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Once the location of a penal colony for offenders transported from Britain during the mid-19th century, the intimidating penitentiary with its castle-like stone walls, shadowy walkways, and eerie Gothic architecture was often witness to all kinds of brutality. Prisoners were routinely made to wear thick black hoods over their faces, and a strict rule of silence was constantly enforced. At the time, the penal colony was believed to be inescapable. Surrounded by shark-infested waters and an unforgiving terrain, the surrounding grounds were patrolled around the clock by armed soldiers and guard dogs. By 1877, Port Arthur had fallen into disrepair and had been abandoned by the government and penal system, who left the buildings to rot. However, due to the booming fishing industry and the beautiful scenery of the coastal town, many people began buying up small plots of land and making the port and its surrounding areas their home. On the 31st of July, 2010, the popular tourist attraction, now boasting over 250,000 visitors every year, was finally honored with a designation of a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Just 14 years before, Port Arthur had become infamous again. It would become the site of one of the deadliest mass shootings the world had ever seen. Martin John Bryant was born on May 7, 1967 in the small suburb of Newtown, in the Tasmanian capital of Hobart to parents Maurice, a waterside worker, and Caroline, a housewife. Martin was slow to develop speech as an infant and had difficulties with forming relationships with others from a young age. His mother later said that Martin often displayed destructive tendencies from a very young age and would deliberately break his toys and leave the broken pieces scattered around the house. He attended the local primary school and quickly gained a reputation as a difficult and disruptive student. He disliked attending school and was bullied by other pupils for his lack of social skills. Children often chanted, "Silly Martin, no sense, no feeling," whenever they spotted him wandering around the playground. He would later tell a psychologist, Paul Mullen, "No one wanted to be my friend." In a misguided attempt at bringing his son out of his shell, his father gave him a Pallet Air rifle, which only exacerbated Martin's antisocial tendencies, as he would spend hours torturing and killing birds and other small animals. He took great enjoyment in shooting birds out of the trees and then killing them at close range. In early adolescence, Martin set himself on fire and was featured on local television news reports. Around this time, Martin was also suspended from school for violent behavior towards other pupils. By now, deeply concerned with their son's behavior, Martin's parents decided to have him assessed by a childhood psychologist, who found that he had an IQ of 66 and displayed what was referred to as schizophrenic tendencies. Maurice and Caroline were at a loss as to what to do. They tried their best, and Maurice spent extra time with his son, taking him on fishing trips and nature walks. However, things didn't get better as he grew older. The problems he'd had in primary school only continued into high school, and he quickly gained a reputation for peculiar and aggressive behavior. He was dubbed the Shadow by other students, as he would silently creep up behind them in corridors and hallways or attack them completely unprovoked. Forensic psychologist Paul Mullen later explained Martin's aggression as, one teacher recalled of Martin at the time, there was a deep-seated resentment building up. The only classes Martin seemed to take any kind of interest in were the subjects where he could work by himself creatively, such as woodworking or art. It wasn't just school where Martin had gained a reputation as an antisocial and aggressive young man. It was also around the town of Port Arthur, where he would often ride his bike or walk his parents' dogs aimlessly around the ruins for hours. He was banned from the Broad Arrow Cafe, a quaint restaurant popular with visitors and locals alike, situated close to the Port Arthur jetty where his younger sister Mindy worked during the school summer holidays. Martin had been banned from the cafe as he was frequently in trouble for shooting his air rifle at tourist vehicles or for spitting at people on the street. In 1983, at the age of 16, Martin left high school after finishing his final year of special education classes. He was still unable to read and write. He received a disability pension from the welfare department due to his mental age being much younger than his actual age, with poor social skills, a lack of qualifications, and no career path. His father decided to help get his son on his feet any way he could. He purchased Martin an array of gardening tools from a hardware store and encouraged his son to go door to door in the neighborhood, asking if anyone needed any help with maintaining their gardens. Martin seemed to enjoy the style of work very much, as it gave him the chance to work outside on his own. After a few months had passed, Martin had gained a steady stream of customers who he enjoyed working for. He would happily chat with them as he cut their grass or trimmed their hedges. Martin even managed to make a few friends. One of the friendships that Martin had struck up would change his life forever. In 1987, at the age of 19, Martin befriended a reclusive and eccentric lottery heiress named Helen Mary Elizabeth Harvey, who was living in a large but messy mansion with 14 dogs and 40 cats in Newtown. Helen employed Martin to maintain her gardens, which had been left to grow wild, and the pair grew extremely close. It wasn't long before Helen even asked Martin to move in with her, and they were often seen around town spending large amounts of money on restaurants, clothes, and cars. Neighbors of Helen quickly learned to steer clear of Martin, as he was often witnessed strolling around the gardens brandishing his air rifle, as though he was guarding the property and shooting at passing motorists. In 1991, Helen and Martin moved to a large farm in Copping, an hour's drive from Newtown and a 40-minute drive from Port Arthur. Various animals, including pigs, were allowed free rein within the farmhouse, and Martin had a favorite pig that he kept in his bedroom at night. Their relationship was sometimes volatile, and Helen later told neighbors, going on to say that Martin sometimes acted aggressively towards her, often dangerously grabbing the steering wheel while Helen was driving down the street. She stated that 3 of her vehicles had been badly damaged in crashes due to this behavior, and she always drove a lot slower whenever Martin was in the passenger seat. In spite of this, Helen named Martin in her last will and testament as the sole beneficiary of her estate, and Martin often made comments to the neighbors about hoping Helen would hurry up and die so he would get the inheritance quicker, which she always insisted were just jokes. It seemed to those who knew Martin, he was standing on the edge of a very dangerous precipice. Many, including his psychologists, were worried that if something unsettling happened in his life, it could send him over the edge into serious acts of violence. Another psychologist who assessed Martin around this time in regards to his disability pension made an extremely worrying notation on his file. Father protects him from any occasion which might upset him as he continually threatens violence. Martin tells me he would like to go around shooting people. It would be unsafe to allow Martin out of his parents' control. After over a year and a half of living together, Helen and Martin were involved in a serious road traffic collision in late October of 1992, when Helen's car veered into the path of an oncoming vehicle. Helen was killed instantly. Martin suffered serious injuries to his back and neck and was hospitalized for 7 months. After receiving numerous tips from Helen's neighbors, police investigated both the car crash and Martin. But after finding nothing incriminating, the case was dropped and Martin inherited assets totaling $550,000. Due to his additional needs, Martin's mother and father were made trustees of the inheritance while Martin was still recovering in the hospital. His father moved into Helen's farm and began selling off her belongings and all of the farm animals. This was something that angered Martin and put a strain on the already tumultuous relationship with his father. In August of 1993, almost a year after Helen's fatal car accident, another death occurred close to Martin. Martin's 60-year-old father, who disappeared from the farmhouse one day, just leaving a note pinned to the front door that read, "Call the police." After being called by a neighbor who had spotted the note, police arrived at the property and found Martin cutting the lawn, apparently unaware of his father's disappearance. Maurice was later found by police divers, drowned in a dam close to the farm. Police ruled the death as unnatural, but not suspicious, as Maurice was known to be on antidepressants at the time of his death. Again, Martin inherited a large sum of money and assets from his father, and after selling Helen's farm, he was now close to being a millionaire. Over the next couple of years, Martin changed the way he acted and dressed, buying expensive suits and traveling around the world to countries such as the United States, New Zealand, and Japan. He started to learn to surf and later took on a surfer-style appearance which he had always admired, growing his blonde hair longer, although he never really improved at surfing, and his expensive surfboard rarely left the rack on the roof of his yellow Volvo sedan. Martin also tried to start dating, something which had always been difficult for him, and none of these relationships seemed to last very long. With the failure of his romantic relationships, his difficulty in making new friends, and the deaths of 2 people he was closest to, Martin began to feel increasingly isolated and alone. He was shunned around town for attempting to forge relationships with children much younger than himself, and he was warned to stay away from the local Catholic girls' school multiple times for loitering around the school premises. He later told a psychiatrist, "I just felt people were against me. When I tried to be friendly toward them, they just walked away." He was prescribed a tricyclic antidepressant to help him cope with the manic mood swings he was experiencing. It was around this time that Martin suddenly started collecting rifles, purchasing an AR-10 semi-automatic rifle from a local newspaper ad, and at some point later a Colt AR-15, an L1A1 self-loading battle rifle, and a USAS-12 automatic shotgun. Martin also started blaming his father's suicide on a local couple, David and Nolene Martin, who had bought a small bed and breakfast called the Seascape near Port Arthur. It was a property that Martin's father had also wanted to buy, but at the last moment, while he was preparing capital for the purchase, the Martins quickly bought it. Maurice had been devastated. Martin came to believe that the elderly couple had deliberately acquired the property to hurt his family, and remembered his father complaining bitterly about losing it to the couple multiple times. Investigators believe that the issue surrounding the purchase of the Seascape may have been one of the contributing factors that pushed Martin over the edge. on the morning of Sunday the 28th of April, was awoken by an alarm clock at 6 a.m. This was something that was highly unusual, as Martin never used an alarm clock, according to his current girlfriend, who was staying with him at the time. The couple had breakfast together at around 8 o'clock, and then his girlfriend left for home. A little while after her departure, Martin took out a large blue sports holdall and packed his rifles into it. He then left his home, placing the holdall of guns in the back seat of his yellow Volvo. The surfboard still secured to its roof, and drove towards Port Arthur, stopping a couple of times on the way at 2 separate gas stations to buy a cigarette lighter and then a $15 canister of gasoline. At the second gas station, Martin also bought a cup of coffee and sat drinking it slowly whilst chatting to the station attendants, telling them he was going surfing, a fact they thought was strange as the ocean was calm that day and there were no waves. Something that has never been fully explained by Martin or the police investigators was why, after leaving the second gas station and continuing on to Port Arthur, Martin stopped again, this time at a supermarket, where he purchased a bottle of tomato sauce and placed it in the back seat with the holdall of guns. What he intended to do with it remains unknown. At approximately 11:45, he arrived at the seascape. He forced his way into the building, brandishing the Colt AR-15 from his holdall, and hit 69-year-old Norleen over the head with the stock of the rifle, knocking her to the ground. He then gagged 72-year-old David before stabbing him multiple times with a knife he had taken from their kitchen. He then shot them both dead at point-blank range. He cleaned his hands in the kitchen sink and ransacked the building, stealing a couple of firearms that had belonged to David. Around 40 minutes after murdering them, as Martin was locking the front doors to the building and returning to his vehicle, which was parked outside the front, a young couple arrived and, mistaking Martin for the owner, asked him if they could take a look at any of the available rooms. At first Martin ignored them, placing the holdall of guns back into the rear seat of his Volvo, and when the young man and woman persisted, he told them they couldn't go inside because his parents were away at the moment and his girlfriend was relaxing inside. The couple, suddenly feeling very uncomfortable by Martin's demeanor, decided to leave and drove away from the seascape at around 12:35. Martin stood by his car and watched them go. They had no idea just how close they had come to something awful until they later saw Martin on the news. That day seemed to go as any other for the people of Port Arthur. Sundays with beautiful weather were always incredibly busy for the town, and that day was no different. Staff members of the Port Arthur historical sites were rushing around, preparing for a hectic day. By early afternoon, the port was bustling with crowds of families and coachloads of international tourists. Ian Kingston, who was working as support staff that day, along with 30 other staff members, later told a news reporter, "It became obvious by about 11 that it was going to be busier than what they predicted. I think about 14 coaches ended up coming in." At around 1:30 in the afternoon, Martin arrived at Port Arthur and spoke briefly with Ian, who was directing cars in the Port Arthur car park. Ian stated that at first he didn't recognize Martin, but then remembered him from when he used to cause trouble around the Brodeur Cafe in his youth. He later said, when he drove in on the day, he wanted to park down near the jetty, and I pointed out to him that he couldn't do that because there were already about 8 coaches there. So he got back in the car and went and parked down amongst all the coaches where I didn't want him to park anyway. He sat there for half a minute, got out of his car, and on the back he had a golf bag type of thing. He mucked around on the back seats, got his bag out, put it on his shoulder. Then he walked up to the cafe. It was just after the lunchtime rush and the bustling atmosphere had calmed down. But there were still around 60 patrons finishing up their meals or looking in the adjoining gift shop. Martin got some food from the counter and sat down at a table in the balcony area outside the front of the cafe and began to eat. After a little while, he made a strange comment to the people sat around him, saying, "There's a lot of wasps about today. Investigators are still unsure if this was a comment about actual wasps or if he meant white Anglo-Saxon Protestants." A few moments later, he spoke again to the same group of people, commenting on the fact that there weren't many Japanese tourists in Port Arthur on that particular day. After finishing his meal, Martin went back inside the cafe, returned his tray and placed the large blue holdall on one of the tables. Before anyone could react to what was about to happen, he opened fire on the crowd. People dived for cover or attempted to play dead on the floor as chaos and gun smoke filled the small cafe. One man, 29-year-old Jason Winter, sacrificed himself to protect his wife and infant son by throwing a tray at Martin as he approached them in an attempt to distract him. He was shot and killed. His wife and baby survived. Another man, 44-year-old Anthony Nightingale, tried to stand up to Martin and yelled at him, "No, not here," but he was also killed instantly. Martin slowly strolled around the room, shooting anyone that moved indiscriminately from the hip. Within a matter of seconds, the boy who had once been banned from the premises for shooting his air rifles at tourists had murdered 20 and seriously injured a further 15. Carolyn Lawton and her 15-year-old daughter Sarah were in the cafe eating a late lunch when Martin started shooting. Carolyn was seriously injured in the attack and later spoke of her experience, saying, "I'm seeing parts of the war being chipped away, and I'm seeing him with a very, very long gun, and I'm realizing that we are now actually in here with a gunman." So this is all within split seconds. There is no yelling, there is no running. It's not like in the movies. Within split seconds, people are either dead or they're flat on the floor pretending to be dead. He then walked up behind my daughter with the gun up. He was shooting people behind me in the souvenir part of the shop. She would have seen that, and she stood up and the look of absolute terror on her face. I stood up, lunged at her, threw my arm around her neck, and we dropped to the floor. Her head was exposed, but her body wasn't. Tragically, Sarah, Carolyn's daughter, was one of the 20 to lose their lives in the Broad Arrow Cafe. Martin then reloaded his rifle and left the building. Outside, Ian Kingston had spoken to Martin and witnessed him entering the Broad Arrow Cafe that afternoon, had heard the gunfire and was desperately trying to get tourists away from the area. He said, "That time we had a couple of coachloads of American tourists and they thought it was just some sort of show and they were all flocking around outside to see what was going on. I got as many as I could together in the front. I looked around and saw him come out of the cafe and he shot a couple of shots across the oval towards the penitentiary." Lynn Beavis, a nurse, bravely risked her own life when she ran towards the Broad Arrow Cafe to help as soon as she saw Martin leave the building. The first victim she gave aid to was Sarah Lawton. Lynn later said was at the far end of the penitentiary. "I saw him come out, and being a nurse, I just kind of had thoughts of how I could help those people. And I went into the cafeteria and there were people everywhere. Bodies. It's just so indescribable what had happened in there. I thought at the time, being a nurse, I've seen dead people, I've seen blood. I've seen things like this. But what I saw in there, nobody, perhaps only a soldier, would know what it was like. It was awful. One of the hardest things I remember was finding a young girl that was of a similar build to my daughter and a similar age to my daughter. And one woman was asking for her daughter. She said, 'You'd know her, she's got a black hat on.' I couldn't tell her that her daughter was dead." Outside the cafe, Martin opened fire on the crowds of tourists running for cover and hiding behind vehicles, killing 4 more and injuring another 6. He then calmly got into his Volvo and switched the Colt rifle for the L1A1 self-loading battle rifle and slowly drove away from the ruins of the penitentiary. But he was far from done. As he was driving away on the road leading to the Port Arthur jetty, he was waved down by a 36-year-old mother, Nanette Mycak, and her 2 children. Nanette had mistakenly thought Martin was also fleeing the massacre. Martin stopped his car next to the family, got out, forced Nanette to her knees, and killed her in front of her children. He then murdered her 2 daughters. Pauline Grenfell, who had witnessed the murder of Nanette and her children, later told a British newspaper when he got out of the car, his arm went to the mother's shoulder, and he was saying, get down," as she was begging for her children's lives. I saw the mother fall when he shot her, but I didn't really see the little girls. The little girl was behind the tree. He deliberately went towards that tree to murder a little child. Martin then drove another 200 meters further down the road before stopping to argue with 4 occupants of a gold BMW, 2 couples on a road trip that was blocking off the entry to a toll booth. He opened fire on the vehicle, killing the driver and the 3 passengers instantly. He then pulled the bodies from the BMW, placed his hold all on the canister of gasoline in the back seat, and fled the scene in the new car, leaving his old yellow Volvo behind. At a nearby gas station, Martin swerved in front of a white Toyota Corolla and got out of the BMW, brandishing his rifle at the 20-year-old driver and passenger, 35-year-old Glenn Pierce, and his 28-year-old girlfriend Zoe Hall. When Martin pulled open the passenger door and began attempting to force Zoe out of the car, Glenn got out and tried to stop it. However, he was forced at gunpoint into the trunk of the BMW. When Glenn was locked inside the vehicle, Martin returned to the Toyota and murdered Zoe as she desperately tried to escape. Now with a hostage, Martin headed back towards the place where the massacre had first started, the Seascape Bed and Breakfast. After arriving there, he forced Glenn out of the trunk and into the hotel, where he handcuffed him to the stair rail and went back outside to shoot at passing motorists, and set fire to the BMW. Within a few minutes, 2 police officers responding to the reports of gunfire at the Seascape were also fired upon and pinned down outside. They called for backup, and after the arrival of a specially trained police unit, a long and tense standoff began. It ended the following morning after Martin murdered Glenn and set fire to the Seascape, causing smoke and flames to eventually force him out of the property and into the custody. Heavily armed police. After all the carnage had ended, 35 people were dead and a further 23 were seriously injured. Martin's true motives have never been clear. It is widely believed that the drama surrounding the purchase of the Seascape and the Dunblane massacre that had occurred just over a month before, when a man opened fire in a Scottish primary school killing 16 children and their teacher, were possibly 2 major factors that led to Martin committing such an awful act. Although Martin has never truly explained it. When asked in a police interview if he could explain why he had done it, Martin simply smiled at the investigators and said, "I'd really like to help you out, but I can't." When he was told how many people he had murdered, he just nodded repeatedly and said, "It's sad. Isn't it? It's horrendous. It beggars belief, it's horrific. For anyone to go down there and do a thing like that." The outrage from the public was enormous and immediate. The senselessness of it and how easy it had been for him to acquire the weapons led to the then Prime Minister John Howard imposing nationwide restrictions on all purchases of rifles and shotguns and bans on other firearms. These laws remain in place. On the 22nd of November 1996, he was sentenced to 35 life sentences. With an additional 1,652 years, he will die in prison. As of 2023, he has never fully disclosed his motives for the massacre and is currently housed at Risdon Prison, where he has attempted to end his life on multiple occasions. What had started as a normal Sunday ended in tragedy. The lives of so many people taken or destroyed. The ruins of the Broad Arrow Cafe are now memorial to all of those who lost their lives that day. For the residents of Port Arthur, they will never be forgotten. In the city of San Antonio, known for its vibrant culture and historical landmarks, a dark incident unfolded on June 3, 1981. A young girl mysteriously disappeared, leaving the community in shock and concern. The following day, a tragic discovery was made in Comal County, Texas. A lifeless body bearing the signs of a violent crime was found. The victim had been shot multiple times in the head, and her clothes had been torn and removed. For 27 long years, the identity of this unfortunate soul remained a perplexing mystery. The case persisted, spanning 4 decades, until it finally reached its climactic resolution in 2023. One may wonder, what caused such a prolonged delay in solving this case? Why was the victim not identified for such an extensive period of time? San Antonio, being the 7th most populous city in the United States and the 12th most populous in North America, is a bustling metropolis with a rich colonial heritage. It attracts visitors from around the world, drawn to its iconic landmarks such as the Alamo, the Riverwalk, and the San Antonio Missions National Historic Park. This city, known for its affordability and family-friendly environment, harbored a hidden darkness unbeknownst to many. During the 1970s and 80s, San Antonio became a focal point for numerous crimes, and this cold case became a part of the unfortunate series of events that plagued those times. On June 4, 1981, the partially clothed body of a young girl, estimated to be between 17 to 20 years old, was discovered south of New Braunfels, Texas. The location of the grim find was between the northbound access road and Interstate 35. Upon examination, it was determined that the girl had been strangled and shot 6 times in the head with a .25 caliber pistol, a weapon small enough to fit in the palm of one's hand. With limited information at their disposal, law enforcement authorities embarked on the challenging task of identifying the victim. Initially, the cause of death was not confirmed, but Comal County Justice of Peace R.G. Blanchard later clarified that the girl had succumbed to the gunshot wounds rather than the strangulation. The girl's attire was absent from the scene, leaving her with only a vibrant blouse, white socks, and her bra pulled behind her neck. Despite the initial examination indicating no signs of violation, the investigators held a different belief. They were convinced that the victim's body displayed clear indications of harassment and violation, suggesting that she may have fought fiercely for her life. One gunshot was found just above her right eye, while the other 5 were located behind and above her right ear. No weapons were discovered at the crime scene, leading the police to suspect that she had been murdered elsewhere and then dumped on the roadside. The Comal County Sheriff's Department made a plea for assistance in identifying the victim, but unfortunately they received no valuable information. From the very beginning of the case, the top priority was to establish the identity of the young victim. In an effort to obtain a positive identification, DNA was collected from her fingernails and a facial sketch was created and distributed on posters throughout the city. Despite exhaustive efforts to uncover her identity, the police were met with disappointment as no one in the area or nearby recognized the girl from the posters. Moreover, her DNA sample proved futile in identifying her, as DNA testing was not widely utilized at the time, leaving her true identity unknown and intensifying the urgency of the case. It was a sorrowful outcome for the officials that she had to be laid to rest in New Braunfels Cemetery, Texas, under the name Jane Doe. According to the police's theory, the young victim was abducted and subjected to sexual assault. When she resisted, she was strangled and shot. Her lifeless body was then abandoned on Interstate 35 near New Braunfels, Texas. However, their assumption lacked concrete evidence or any substantial proof. During the years 1976 to 1981, Interstate 35 in Texas was notorious for criminal activity. The hunting ground became a haunting reminder of the heinous crimes committed by a killer or killers who targeted vulnerable hitchhikers and stranded motorists. Over the course of 5 years, at least 22 innocent lives were claimed, including that of a young girl whose fate was intertwined with this grim tale. Initially, suspicion fell upon a notorious serial killer named Henry Lee Lucas, who had been on the loose and accused of numerous murders during that period. However, it wasn't until 2 years later, in 1983, that Lucas was apprehended and confessed to the young girl's murder. Alongside him, another serial killer named Otis Toole also admitted to a string of killings during that dark era. While Lucas received a death sentence for a separate homicide conviction, the subsequent retraction of his confessions in 1985 left several cases, including the unidentified girls, unresolved. Despite the renewed investigations following Lucas's acquittal in 1981, the search for the truth became increasingly challenging without knowledge of the victim's identity. Years passed and the Comal County Sheriff's Department faced a multitude of perplexing mysteries with no tangible leads to pursue. All they possessed were the victim's DNA, a photograph, and the location where she had been left to perish. Even interviews with individuals in the vicinity yielded no plausible explanations. The case grew increasingly bleak and hope began to wane. Eventually, the investigation went cold, though it remained open. Nearly 3 decades later, in 2008, the Texas Rangers Unsolved Crimes Investigation Program decided to revisit the case. While reviewing missing person reports, they stumbled upon one that matched the description of the victim from the 1981 timeframe. Subsequently, the Texas Rangers met with the family who had filed the missing persons report, reigniting a glimmer of hope in the pursuit of justice. Sandra DeLeon, a resident of the West Avenue area in San Antonio, was the individual who filed the report. Upon seeing the victim's profile, Sandra and her family immediately recognized the 18-year-old girl as Carol, Sandra's older sister. This revelation provided the police with a renewed sense of hope. After conducting further DNA testing with the family, Carol's identity was officially confirmed. For 27 years, she had been known as Jane Doe until she was identified as Carol Joyce DeLeon in 2009. Carol was born on February 18, 1963 in Behar County, Texas, USA to Rodolfo DeLeon and Ramona Vara. She had a younger sister named Sandra with whom she grew up. Unfortunately, there is limited information available about her family. Carol resided in the West Avenue area of San Antonio, Texas. On May 28, 1981, she graduated from Thomas Edison High School, just a few days before her untimely demise. Following her graduation, Carol found herself with ample free time and decided it was time to embark on an independent life. She discussed her plans with her family, who supported her decision to move out and start her own life now that she had turned 18. When questioned about Carol's whereabouts on the day of the incident, her family believed she had gone out with friends to spend the evening. The family did not file a missing persons report because they assumed Carol had followed through with her plans to move out. However, after not hearing from Carol for many years, Sandra, her sister, filed the missing person report in 2007. During the investigation and interviews with individuals who knew Carol, it was discovered that she had attended a nightclub in San Antonio on June 3, 1981. No one had any sightings of Carol after that incident, leading the police to strongly believe that she had gone missing shortly after leaving the nightclub. Despite the case going cold for 26 years, from 1983 to 2009, the police department received a breakthrough in the form of new DNA testing technology in 2010. This technology provided them with an unknown DNA sample extracted from the victim's body. The question arose, did this foreign DNA profile belong to her killer? The new DNA sample was entered into the combined DNA index system, but unfortunately no matches were found, as reported by the Texas Department of Public Safety. In an effort to gather more information, investigators shared details about the case on various websites and forums, urging anyone with knowledge to contact the Texas Rangers. A photograph of Carol and an unidentified male individual was also posted on the Texas Department of Public Safety website. Thanks to the assistance of the public, the male subject was identified and subsequently cleared as a suspect by investigators. However, his identity was never disclosed to the public. With no viable suspects, the progress in the investigation once again came to a standstill and the case remained cold for the following 8 years. In 2019, investigators reportedly obtained another DNA sample which was subjected to genetic genealogy testing. This testing identified 3 persons of interest in 2020. Further advanced DNA testing funded by the Department of Justice through the Sexual Assault Kit Initiative program was conducted. As a result, 2 of the initially suspected individuals were cleared and eliminated from the case. Upon closer examination of the DNA evidence through standard forensic testing, investigators finally obtained a positive match. Larry Allen West, a 68-year-old individual. In November 2021, investigators conducted an interview with Larry Allen West at his workplace. According to reports, he claimed to frequent bars in the area and engage with younger women, but he denied having any knowledge about Carol or her disappearance. In March 2023, investigators concluded that Larry West's DNA was the closest match to the evidence found on De Leon's body. West willingly provided a DNA sample to aid in the investigation. During interviews with West's ex-wives, it was revealed that he had a history of violence. One of his ex-wives even recounted a disturbing incident where West allegedly assaulted and forced her into intercourse during their short-lived marriage. After 3 years of accusations and thorough investigations utilizing modern scientific methods, Larry West was finally apprehended by the police on June 13, 2023. He was subsequently booked into the Bexar County Jail on a $125,000 bond. However, West managed to secure his release by paying the required sum of money on Friday, January 14, 2023. It is important to note that West is scheduled to appear in court again to face murder charges. Anna Marie Mullen was born April 6, 1960 and sadly had a traumatic childhood. She was described as intelligent, loyal, and very generous. In a family of 8 siblings, she took on the role of protector and caretaker for her brothers and sisters. She did her best to make sure that they never went hungry and were taken care of. One of her sisters would later note that Anna Marie was the only reason she was still alive. She and her siblings were eventually put into the foster care system and were separated and sent to live with family members, with Anna Marie going to live with her aunt's family in Ashland, Massachusetts. There she attended Ashland High School and excelled in basketball for 3 years. She enjoyed art, the outdoors, and was always camping and hiking with her family and friends. After high school, Anna Marie joined the Air Force where she breezed through basic training, but struggled once she had to make the transition to job school. While in job training, after basic training, she was offered the choice to change jobs or be honorably discharged, and she chose the honorable discharge. She then moved to Florida after leaving the Air Force rather than moving back to Massachusetts. She lived in Wilton Manors, Florida for the next 3 years, where she worked as a telephone operator. For a few years, she had problems with alcohol, and her sister believes it was her attempt to forget the traumas of her childhood. She was a regular at the Caboose Bar, now called the Pub in Wilton Manors, and everyone knew her and she knew everyone. So on November 6, 1982, while at the Caboose Bar, 22-year-old Anna Marie began conversing with a man that was a stranger to the bar. Anna Marie was known for being extremely friendly and outgoing, so it seemed natural for her to take a seat next to the stranger and start a conversation with him. The man was the only person in the bar that night that was not a regular patron. She was likely pleased to find someone so generous, as she had recently lost her job and had only $1 in her pocket that evening. At 2:30 a.m., the unidentified man appeared concerned about her and offered to drive Anna Marie home. She said goodbye to the remaining customers and left with the unidentified man. Just a few hours later, and less than a mile away, members of the St. Clement's Catholic Church began arriving for Mass and found her deceased body on the front steps of the church. She had been sexually and physically assaulted and killed by choking. According to a story in the Florida Sun-Sentinel, 2 employees at the bar agreed to undergo hypnosis to provide police with details of the night, and a sketch of the man was created. Under hypnosis, the employees described the man as Caucasian in his early 30s, about 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing approximately 200 pounds with dark brown hair and brown eyes. One of the employees reportedly said that the man's name was Tony, spelled with an I, but was unable to remember a last name. They recalled playing pool with the man and that he had used a unique assembly style he referred to as the New Jersey rack. An envelope that the suspect had laid on the bar had a return address in Northwest Pompano Beach and a name starting with a T. Pompano Beach is about 6 miles from the bar. According to Catch My Killer podcast, a man named Tom that goes by Tommy Tuomai messaged her sister Fran Cubes on Facebook in the recent years and said that he was at the bar with Anna Marie the night she was killed. When she called him, he was crying and saying that he would never hurt anyone and he didn't do it. Law enforcement told her sister that they had a lot of DNA samples available to test when technology advanced, but according to her family, the evidence from her has been misplaced, lost, or thrown out by police. According to her sister, years ago, the coroner stated there was a microscope slide with the suspect's biological fluid on it that has never been sent out for testing for unknown reasons. Cold case investigators have been hindered by the fact that valuable evidence was not retained, but there is still a slim chance that the case can be solved if the right person comes forward and speaks to detectives. Also on the podcast, My Killer, Anna Marie's sister describes the frustrations she's had with authorities in trying to get her sister's case investigated. Shockingly, Anna Marie allegedly isn't even listed as an official cold case homicide victim. The Broward County Sheriff's Department is responsible for investigating homicide cases of Wilton Manors, Florida, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Daniel Jess Goldman was born March 29, 1948, and went by Danny and was described as smart, focused, and well-mannered. His parents, Aaron and Sally Goldman, were successful, wealthy, and well-known in Surfside, where they lived. Aaron was a prominent contractor and builder, and Sally was an interior designer. At the age of 17, he was a senior at Miami Beach High School in Florida and lived in the 1100 block of 88th Street in Surfside. He enjoyed spending time with his girlfriend, Sharon Lloyd, and working on electronics. On March 28, 1966, the day before his 18th birthday, a man entered their home through an unlocked patio door in the early morning hours and woke his parents, Aaron and Sally. He addressed them by their first names and demanded $10,000 in cash. $10,000 at the time would be equivalent to almost $70,000 today. They told him they didn't have the money in the house and offered to write him a check. The man bound their wrists behind their backs with Venetian blind cord, sticking a pair of scissors and a knife in the knots so they would cut themselves if they struggled, and covered their mouths with tape. He began searching the home for cash before waking up Danny. He then told Danny's parents that he would call them about 6 or 7 that night with instructions, and demanded a ransom of $25,000, and said if it wasn't paid by 6 a.m. the next morning, the price would double. He then threatened to kill Danny if his demands weren't met. He then forced Danny to get dressed, found his wrist, and drove away with him in Danny's own white Rambler sedan. Aaron was able to quickly get up and watch them drive away. He began screaming for help, alarming the neighbors. One neighbor, an 18-year-old named Phil, ran over and untied the couple before running back home to have his parents call police. Strangely, the kidnapper never called the Goldmans that evening with any instructions. Aaron stated he didn't get a good look at the abductor in the dark, but had a feeling he knew him. He described the man as Caucasian with gray hair, about 5 feet 8 inches to 5 feet 11 inches, 180 to 200 pounds, wearing dark-colored clothing, a baseball cap, and eyeglasses with silver metal rims. The man spoke with a Midwestern accent and was in his 50s. A few hours later, Danny's car was found abandoned in a parking lot on Harding Avenue. One piece of physical evidence left behind at the home was a fingertip from a surgical glove. The kidnapper apparently tore or cut his glove while tying up Danny and his parents. Authorities determined the glove was a Sterling brand designed exclusively for medical use. It's manufactured and distributed exclusively in Canada and can't be purchased in the United States. The police sent a letter about the glove to the Canadian Medical Association with a description of the abductor appealing for information. The letter was published in Canadian medical journals, but nothing came of it. It wouldn't be until 46 years later that a team of volunteer investigators would discover incredible information suggesting that Danny's abduction may have had connections to the mafia, under Santa Trafficante, a corrupt sheriff's department, and even Danny's own girlfriend's father. To this day, Danny has never been found dead or alive. Although once the focus of national attention by 2012, official records had long listed the case as administratively closed and no one was even pretending to be investigating it. It was also determined that Danny was not even listed in any databases as a missing person. Sadly, his father passed away in 2010 and his mother in 2012. Also in 2012, at least 4 local men, led by attorney and former mayor of Surfside, Paul Novak, who was a child in 1966 and lived near the Goldman home, began investigating the case. 3 of the men had known Danny personally, and they all wanted justice for him. Details never previously known were found and analyzed. Evidence allegedly linked several men to the kidnapping. Jimmy Hoffa, Meyer Lansky, Santo Trafficante, Joe Chicken Cacciatore, and Frank Sturgis, later known as Watergate burglar. Evidence also linked police and court officials, banks controlled by organized crime, and other criminals. Danny's father, Aaron, was an original member of the board of directors at 5 Points Bank and complained to federal agents about unsecured loans being fostered by the bank's new officers. The loans included cash and assets going to associates of Hoffa, Lansky, and Trafficante, as well as friends of high-ranking government officials. On Thursday, March 24, 1966, the investigation into the bank was presented to a federal grand jury, and by Monday morning, Danny was gone. 3 months after his abduction, 19 directors and officers at the bank were indicted for federal fraud. According to Novak's theory, the Goldmans had hidden $10,000 in cash in their house and planned to use the money to send Danny out of the country so he wouldn't have to register for the draft on his 18th birthday. Cacciatore heard about this from another criminal, Charles Lloyd, whose daughter was Danny's girlfriend. This would explain how the kidnapper knew about the money in the Goldman house. However, Cacciatore was never questioned by the police about Danny's disappearance. Novak believes some members of the Miami-Dade Police Department did know he was involved, as the department was notoriously corrupt in the 60s. 7 months after Danny's abduction, 5 of its officers were indicted on burglary and larceny charges, including Sergeant David Hellman, who was actually the officer assigned to investigate Danny's case. However, the charges against the 5 officers were ultimately dismissed on a technicality. Hellman would resign from the force and become a private investigator and bail bondsman. In 1970, he was called to testify against another Miami-Dade police officer in a corruption trial, but he refused, pleading the fifth. In 1986, 20 years after Danny's abduction, a woman in a Miami bar claimed she'd been his girlfriend and said she knew what happened and that he was dead. The woman stated that after Danny was taken from his home, he was taken to another location and there he recognized one of his kidnappers. The abductors panicked, killed him, and dumped his parts in the Florida Gulf Stream. The bartender called the police, but by the time authorities arrived, the woman was gone. She has never been identified, but Danny's girlfriend still lives in the area and says she was not the woman in the bar in Miami and knows nothing about his abduction or his ultimate fate. The volunteer group that began their own investigation starting in 2012 determined that George DeFias kidnapped Danny and Cacciatore participated in the crime. Both men were notorious burglars. They were both affiliated with the Trafficante organization and DeFias was also an informant which kept him out of prison. His fingerprint was left on the Goldman sliding glass door, and Cacciatore lived only 2 blocks from where Danny's car was abandoned. According to documented information provided by criminal associates of those involved, Danny's body was taken to Molly Lake Marina in North Miami Beach, put onto Wally Jefferson's boat, the Ponderosa, taken out through the Hall-over inlet to the Gulf Stream and his parts thrown overboard. Wally Jefferson was a Miami police motorman. Danny's girlfriend at the time he was kidnapped, Sharon, later married Wally Jefferson, just a few years before he died of liver failure related to alcoholism. She has refused to share her knowledge of the case with the volunteers investigating the case. George DeFias was allegedly involved in the homicides of Danny and several others, and despite this, along with his involvement with narcotics, counterfeit cash, theft, and other crimes, he never went to prison and later died of natural causes in Miami. No one has ever been arrested, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Kaya Annette Taylor was born November 16, 1991, and lived in Dade City, Florida. She was described as unique, eccentric, and goofy with a lot of personality. On February 6, 2020, about 7 p.m., a concerned citizen reported that a car was strangely abandoned on railroad tracks at East Trapnell Road, just west of Japtucker Road in Plant City, Florida. The driver's door was open, the engine was running, a purse and keys were left inside, and a cell phone was found lying on the ground nearby. When local police arrived, they turned the car off, put the cell phone back inside alongside the purse that contained an ID and debit card, and locked the car after moving it alongside the road. They apparently didn't run the tag or attempt to notify the owner. Turns out, the car belonged to 28-year-old Kaya. Over the next few days, the black Toyota Solara remained next to the tracks where law enforcement left it. During this time, from February 6th to February 9th, family began calling Kaya's phone multiple times and reaching out to friends trying to see who had seen her or spoken to her, not knowing her car was found abandoned. During the investigation, it was determined that Kaya was last seen at 4 p.m. on Friday, February 6th, just 3 hours prior to her car being reported abandoned. According to her boyfriend, his friend, and friend's father, she dropped her boyfriend off at 4 p.m. where he was staying with a friend on Cowart Road, just a mile from where her car was found abandoned. After dropping her boyfriend off, she was supposed to drive to her friend's home in Lakeland, Florida, and stay there, which is why her boyfriend said he wasn't concerned. It wasn't until the boyfriend's mother came to drop off clothes to him that she spotted the car and told him about it. He said it was odd because she was supposed to be in Lakeland. They called the Lakeland friend who told them that Kaya never arrived. It was then that Kaya's mother was notified of her disappearance and a missing persons report filed 4 whole days after her last sighting. An investigation was started by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and a search was started by Kaya's family and Homeland Security in the area. However, nothing was found during any initial searches, despite the use of canines and helicopters. Her friend in Lakeland stated that she briefly spoke to Kaya that afternoon and noted that she did sound funny on the phone. It cannot be confirmed if this call took place before or after dropping the boyfriend off. Her boyfriend has been questioned several times by law enforcement, along with the family he was staying with. The house she supposedly dropped him off at has also been searched by law enforcement and canines. Many people find it strange that her car sat for several days just blocks from where her boyfriend was staying and he didn't report it. Her family reported that he was not a good boyfriend at all, and they believe she met with foul play at his hands. He was described as using her insecurities against her and using racial slurs against her for being biracial and him being white. Her family allegedly stated that when they went through Kaya's phone, the final text was to her boyfriend asking, "So you're going to send your white supremacist friends after me?" 3 weeks later, Kaya's shoes were found on a drainage pipe near the road by a light pole near where her car was abandoned, just outside Plant City. They were neatly placed next to her missing persons flyer, but also where her family had carried out a recent vigil. Family, friends, and police officers searched this area prior, and the shoes were not there, and it was obvious they were placed there with the missing flyer. Strangely and possibly unrelated, 23-year-old Veronica Reyes-Diaz was last seen in nearby Dover, Florida, before vanishing 3 weeks before Kaya disappeared. Both women look eerily similar. However, law enforcement doesn't believe the cases are related. This is still an open and active investigation, and her family begs for answers, but as of today, this case remains unsolved. Martha Jean Lambert was born March 26, 1973 to Howard and Margaret Lambert. At the age of 12, she was a 7th grader at Ketterlingus Junior High School and living on Carrie Lynn Road in St. Augustine, Florida. She was described as a shy, friendly, happy, and trusting girl that just wanted to be liked. Her family was described as dysfunctional and troubled, and also described as odd by those who knew them. Neighbors said her father was an alcoholic and there was a lot of loud fighting at their home. They also described Martha as always dirty and never had clean clothes to wear. The Lambert children had been in foster care at least once before due to alleged child abuse, and her 2 older brothers, 14-year-old David and oldest brother Raymond, had previously run away. A neighbor said it wasn't unusual to hear Howard Lambert yelling inside the trailer, adding there was lots of anger in that family. On November 27, 1985, Martha was looking forward to spending Thanksgiving the next day at her grandmother's house. Sadly, she would never make it. She disappeared the night before Thanksgiving, and there have been several different versions given by her family as to what actually occurred. Reports say that she went to a friend's home after school that day, returning home about 7:30 p.m. and had dinner with her brother David. Initially, David said that she told him she was going out, but refused to tell him where she was going. He said the last time that he saw her, she was walking down the street towards Little Champ, a store on State Road 207. He then said the last time he saw her, she was getting into a black car. Her mother said that Martha was with her at a neighbor's home, and she said she was going to run home and would be back in 5 minutes. When she didn't return, she went looking for her upon arriving home. Her youngest son David was walking out of the trailer laughing, though he would not tell her why he was laughing. Margaret has since stated that this has always bothered her. Martha was reported missing at 3 a.m. on November 28th when no one could find her. Authorities started to search for Martha immediately following her disappearance in areas along State Road 207 and near Carrie Lynn Road, and they questioned everyone in the area. Some neighbors stated that they had seen Martha walking west on Caryland Road later that night. Others also reported that they had seen a suspicious green van being driven in the area. It was the only vehicle that was not native to the area. Her mother believed that Martha was abducted outside of their mobile home that evening while wearing her 2-piece bathing suit or a summer dress by the strange green van that was seen in the area. It was apparently spotted soon after Martha left. But nothing was found, and the case started to turn cold. However, authorities long suspected her 14-year-old brother David Allen Lambert knew more about his sister's disappearance than he had disclosed. 15 years later, after being arrested in 2000 for passing a bad check, he told police he was responsible for his sister's death and had buried her at a coquine mine on Holmes Boulevard, known locally as the Pits. However, investigators didn't recover a body, and he wasn't charged at the time because investigators couldn't find Martha's body or any other evidence to support his statement. David's confession wasn't publicized until 2009, and it was then that his mother told the media she didn't believe it. She stated David often makes up stories to get attention, and she thinks others were responsible for Martha's disappearance. Shortly after Margaret voiced her opinion to the press, David retracted his previous statements. In media interviews, he stated the police wanted to close Martha's case and he only told them what they wanted to hear. He said he is mentally incompetent, has long-standing emotional problems, and has no idea what actually happened to Martha. In 2009, he again confessed to killing Martha. After a 20-hour interview and interrogation, he and the detective sat his mother down and had to convince her that he was telling the truth. He stated that on November 27, 1985, he and Martha left home because their parents got into a fight over a burned turkey. They went to a Little Champ's convenience store and she bought $4 in candy with a $20 bill David had. They then went to the old abandoned Florida Memorial College near their home. Apparently, they got into an argument because she wouldn't give him the change from the $20. He then stated that she hit him and he then pushed her so hard that she fell onto the ground and her head landed on a rusted and jagged piece of metal. He claimed he called out for help, hoping someone would come and help her and that no one apparently heard him. David was scared of what his parents would do to him if they discovered what he had done to Martha. So by using the broken piece of a road sign, he dug a 3-foot makeshift grave and placed her there. He said he then went home and got cleaned up. He said he was a scared 14-year-old. Investigators were unable to find Martha's body on the land where Florida Memorial College once was. 2 years prior to David's second confession, the area was bulldozed due to criminal activity and completely rebuilt, decreasing the odds even more of ever finding her. Cadaver dogs taken to the site where David said his sister was buried also showed a change in behavior, although an excavation of the area turned up nothing of interest. Police believed his story, but no charges were filed against him. Because he was a minor at the time of the incident and the statute of limitations for manslaughter had expired and they considered the case closed. During the recorded conversation of David and the detective sitting his mother down to let him confess the details to her, some people say that there are a few red flags, as if it is a false or coerced confession. The interrogation with David reportedly lasted 20 hours, and before his mother was sat down to be told the story, detectives took David out of the room for a period of time and spoke to him. Also, it is hard to believe that he dug a 3-foot hole with a piece of a broken sign. At the time of her disappearance in 1985, her father was 74 years old and her mother was 33. Her disappearance tore the family apart as the fighting increased between her parents and her father's drinking got worse. Since she has been missing, her father has died. Her mother has moved to Illinois and remarried and is now Margaret Pahan. Her oldest brother Raymond now goes by the name Cynthia Jean Lambert. It is unclear where he was when Martha went missing, but one report says he may have been at church. Martha's body has not been located, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Michelle Laurie Parker was born November 20th, 1978. She graduated from Winter Park High School in Winter Park, Florida, and was described as a devoted mother and hard worker. In 2011, at the age of 33, she was a mother of an 11-year-old son and 3-year-old twins and lived in Orlando, Florida. She worked as a bartender, hairdresser, and also ran a home tanning business. On November 17, 2011, she dropped her twins off at the home of their father, her ex-fiancé, Dale Smith Jr. at Carter Glen Condominiums off Goldenrod Road near the Orlando airport at 2:30 p.m. Security cameras filmed her arriving at the condo and then driving away in her black 2007 Hummer at 3:18 p.m. At 4:26 that day, Michelle's brother sent her a text message asking where she was, and she replied, Waterford. Waterford Lakes is a neighborhood in Orlando, and her brother said she normally sent long text messages and it was unusual of her to reply with just one word. At 6:50 p.m., her 11-year-old son called her sister concerned because his mother hadn't arrived home. She also didn't show up for her shift as a bartender at the now-closed Jesse Black Saloon that night. At 8 p.m., her cell phone pinged in the area of Oak Ridge Road near Belle Isle, more than 7 miles where she was last seen. And that's where the phone turned off. The next day, her Hummer was located at Walden Palms Apartments in the 4700 block of Walden Circle in Orlando with its decals removed from the windows. 3 weeks after her disappearance, police found her cell phone in a lake near the Neela Bridge in Belle Isle. Just hours before she disappeared, An episode of the television show The People's Court aired that was filmed months earlier in June 2011. Michelle and Smith appeared in the episode over a dispute involving a $5,000 engagement ring. Michelle had thrown the ring at him during an argument at a hotel, and it fell 9 stories and was lost in the hotel atrium. During the taping, she said her relationship with Smith had been troubled and he could become vindictive and abusive, particularly after he had been drinking. The judge ordered the two to split the cost of the ring. Smith is described as being hot-tempered, and even on his Facebook page, he lists that he studied death, destruction, terror, and mayhem in the U.S. Marine Corps. Records show that he also has a criminal record, having pleaded guilty to felony battery in 1997 and has been arrested several other times. He was also court-martialed several times while a member of the U.S. Marines and found guilty of drugs and domestic battery charges. After her disappearance, Florida's Department of Children and Families filed a petition to remove their children from Smith's custody because of his history of violent behavior towards women. At an emergency hearing on November 30th, the judge ruled there was no cause to grant the DCF's petition and the twins remained with him. He refused to take a polygraph in Michelle's case and hired an attorney. Her family strongly believed Smith was involved in her death, and in March 2013, they filed a wrongful death suit against him, alleging Michelle died on the day she vanished as a direct and proximate result of his negligence. During his deposition, his attorney advised him to plead the fifth multiple times, including when asked if he knew what happened to Michelle. Authorities have named him as the prime and only suspect in her case, and he maintains his innocence and moved to Tennessee with the twins. Her family has been begging for answers and has suffered for the past 11 years. As of today, this case remains unsolved. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.